Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see 6-part What If Harry Had a Twin? Everyone chose the wrong one. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter had a twin brother, and everyone believed the wrong child was the boy who lived? After Voldemort's attack, Harry is forgotten while his twin is celebrated as the hero. Ignored by his family and pushed aside by the wizarding world, Harry grows up alone, carrying a secret no one knows. But years later, a shocking truth is revealed: Harry was the real survivor all along. Will those who abandoned him beg for forgiveness? Or will Harry choose a different path and refuse to save the people who never cared about him? Discover this emotional and epic Harry Potter, What If? Story. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. I need to know the location of the Time Turners, murmured Harry, staring at James with wide pleading eyes. He didn't feel his normal hatred at James or the disgust at coming back here. He was just too consumed with his quest to bring Sev back that he couldn't muster up any other emotions, negative or otherwise. Please, I've never asked you for anything since I was 11 years old. Please, begged Harry when James continued to stare at him in shock. James remembered that well. Harry had asked for a bloody owl and he'd been too immature and excited about playing Quidditch of all things and denied him. He'd always been worried about Nick, knowing the prophecy he'd wanted him to have a childhood for as long as possible. They hadn't known how long it would be before Voldemort found his way back into their lives and destroyed the peace. He assumed it was when it started. Ignoring Harry, it was no excuse. He hated himself for it, but there was absolutely nothing he could do. Well, maybe not nothing. If he did this, his son might forgive him for the atrocities he'd committed. Did he dare even say? Not only would he lose his job, but he could end up in Azkaban. Nick and Roxy needed him, but Harry did too. Swallowing thickly, feeling wedged between rocks and hard places. Harry, you can't change the past. It's against the law. Hate me now, but you will understand one day. I'm not letting you ruin your life, said James. He had to be strong. He couldn't let Harry get himself arrested. Although he would only be sentenced for a month if he even got a sentence, diminished responsibility due to losing Severus would keep him from Azkaban if he tried. Harry was such a determined character. If he wanted this, he would continue to try. He had to talk him out of it if it was even possible. Harry wouldn't listen to him, but he might listen to Sirius or Eileen. I should have known you wouldn't help me, Harry told him bitterly. You never have, and never will, and I hate you. His tone filled with bitterness and disgust. Those words pierced James right in the heart, and the worst was he knew Harry was serious about it. Nick, however, had just been upset and angry when he used those words. Harry presumably moved to leave, and James knew if he left there would never be a chance of reconciliation. Could he live with that to keep his son safe? Or was he too weak? Wait, why now? Asked James. What had he found out that he didn't know days ago? Was it the first time he could think coherently? It didn't make much sense, but he had nothing else to go on. What does it matter? Whispered Harry exhaustedly, his back still turned. Why do you want to do this, Harry? You're breaking the law. The law I swore to uphold and make sure was upheld when I became an Auror. You're young, you're smart. I know you lost someone, but so have a lot of other people, and they don't go trying to change things. Trying just makes everything worse. It always comes back to bite you, argued James. Nothing can be worse, hissed Harry angrily, facing James, his face furious. This was torture at its finest. He would have preferred to be back at Malfoy Manor and undoing what they did than stand here and beg the man who was supposed to be his father. To risk his life, to risk everything to make sure that Sev didn't die. It can get better, said James, desperate to help him but reluctant to break the law he'd helped upkeep for 19 years. No, it won't, stated Harry. He paused before he added, I'm pregnant. Harry, wizards don't get pregnant. Was his son delusional? If he was, he really needed to get him to St. Mungo's and be seen by a therapist. Obviously Severus Snape dying had fractured his mind and he needed help picking up the pieces. He'd heard of animals thinking they were pregnant, but not people, not men. Why hadn't anyone noticed how badly affected Harry was by this? You know that, he added coaxingly, his brown eyes filled with worry. Sighing softly, Pelego, intoned Harry, and immediately a scan of Harry's stomach hovered in midair. James froze when Harry muttered the words to the scan. Was he hallucinating things as well? Then he gasped in astonishment. If Harry was crazy, then he was too. Stumbling forward, he looked at it in awe, his fingers hovering above it. It was real. This was really happening. He could scarcely believe it. Tears entered his eyes. His son was actually pregnant. Swallowing the lump in his throat, the worst of it was, he would never be part of its life. Harry wouldn't want him to be. How could he blame him? After the way they'd treated him. He could have been a grandfather if things had been different. A broken sob tore out of his throat. 37 years old, and he was going to be a grandfather to a child he'd never know. You don't have to do anything, just point me in the right direction, please. Harry desperately pleaded with James. You will set the alarms going before you get near. There are only 3 left in existence. They're down with the rest of the valuable items. Nobody can get near them, least of all strangers who aren't employed in the ministry or had their magic recorded. A lot of new security went into the design, explained James, feeling a failure. Narrowing his eyes, he straightened his spine. No, he wouldn't let Harry down. He couldn't. When do you need it? Harry's heart broke in two as he heard just how impossible it would be to get the time turner. Then he heard James speaking again, and Harry refused to believe he meant what he thought James did. What do you mean by that? When do you need the time turner? James demanded, grasping a hold of Harry's shoulders. The picture scan had already disappeared. Now, croaked Harry, totally numb. You aren't taking anything with you. You need to stay away for 6 days, remain unseen by anything, until time reinserts itself. You need food, warm clothing, money, and a place to stay that you know will be empty, but a different place where you are going to be using to go back with the time turner. James told him. Evidently Harry had just gotten too caught up in the prospect of saving Severus that he hadn't thought straight. Or he hadn't planned that far ahead yet. Harry nodded dumbly. He knew that he'd just planned on getting his hands on the time turner first. Get everything you need and get back here as soon as possible. Stay outside on the grounds. Don't be seen, stated James firmly, the horror in him coming out. He would know the second Harry landed back in the wards. Then it was a racing game to see if they succeed or not. If this was going down, he wouldn't put Nick at risk, but the sneaky acknowledgement that he was putting Harry at risk snuck upon him. No, he was protecting him. If they thought he had it, Harry would have a safe key to go back and maybe even make sure he could put it back before anything gets heated. Why are you helping? Asked Harry, his tone baffled. He hadn't really expected anything to come of his visit to James Potter. He'd just sort of assumed he would have to search the ministry from top to bottom until he found something. Of course, he hadn't even thought of the new wards in the place. You're my son, that baby is my grandchild, and I want to be part of your lives, confessed James. Right now I'd take even the prospect of being part of it. Even though I know we will never be really close, I want to try. Harry stared at James, not sure what to feel anymore. He was risking his career, his freedom, and a jail sentence to help him. He'd never expected that of the wizard. He'd always assumed he'd been nothing but an afterthought, if that, for James Potter. Maybe one day he could like him. Right now he didn't exactly hate him, but it was far from wanting Potter in his life. You don't have to say anything, I know, sighed James. It would take more than this to make up for all the shit he'd put Harry through all his life. It was a start though, it was a start. Go, now. Harry looked at him for a few more minutes silently, essing him before he apparated out of Potter Manor. Dropping himself off at Diagon Alley, his cloak immediately pulled up to cover his face, keeping him hidden. It was too early though, so there weren't many people around. He wasn't taking any chances. The press would hound him, making his mission completely impossible. I need to make withdrawal, stated Harry calmly, handing over his key. He didn't have time to go to the vaults, so he would deal with it here. 400 galleons, half of which I want in Muggle notes. The goblin immediately placed 200 galleons in a pouch, and then began to flip pieces of paper with £20s on them. He kept flipping until there was 1,000 pounds, which he rolled up and also added to the pouch. The key he took glowed briefly before both items were handed over to Harry. Anything else? Asked the goblin, grunting. No, thank you, stated Harry, his hand tightening on his pouch as he put it into his pocket. Then he remembered he actually did have to go to his vault. He'd been so distracted that he'd forgotten he needed his invisibility cloak. I need access to the main Peverell vault, as quickly as possible. Follow me, replied the goblin, jumping from the step he was using to appear at human level. Harry quickly followed him, his heart pounding in his at each second that went by. He was led to the cart. He didn't hesitate as he jumped in, watching the goblin get in at a snail pace, inwardly groaning in irritation. That irritation disappeared fast when the cart began moving at breakneck speed, and Harry could have sworn it was traveling faster than any other time he'd felt it. He could barely see the vault numbers as they ped. He glanced at the goblin, who seemed unperturbed by the speed, just simply gazed at where Harry knew the numbers for the vault were, just above the archway. Then it began to slow down, its brakes making a grating noise as it clamped down on the rails to force the stop. Then, as if by magic, it stopped with him exactly in the right place. Standing up, he took the necessary steps to get into his vault. Pressing his palm against the door, it registered his magic before he plucked the key in the hole and opened it. He didn't pay attention to the money. He was looking around for a piece of cloth that looked silvery gray and would help keep him hidden from everyone for days. Then he spotted it. At the far end of the vault, Harry ended up having to climb over galleons to get to it. Then climb back down, wincing at the racket the money was making going back down as it clattered everywhere, as Harry pushed with his feet to grab his cloak. Harry stepped over the money until his feet were no longer being hurt by the galleons digging into his shoes. His fingers caressing his cloak, it felt so smooth and silky under his fingers. He'd never touched it before, or held it so close. Unsurprisingly, it had been given straight to Nick Potter. When he had become the heir of the Peverell estate, it had been reverted to him. He was glad he had it, though. This would be so handy, and help him in ways he wouldn't have been able to accomplish otherwise. "Ready," said Harry, closing the vault with difficulty but succeeding. His key was twisted again, locking it this time instead of opening it. His key was automatically shoved in his pocket. As he slid back into the cart, he stared at the cloak as the cart began moving quickly, getting faster and faster. Was he really going to do this? Could he? What if things went so wrong that he erased his own existence? No, that wasn't possible. He was only going back 6 days, not 17, 18 years. What if he lost the baby? What if that was the death in repayment? Could he take that risk? Staring down at his stomach, his eyes glazed over. He felt like he is being pulled in a million different directions. "Mr. Peverell?" inquired the goblin in concern. He knew the wizard had just lost his lover, if the human rumors were to be believed. Goblins mated with only one woman in their entire lifetime. They could understand the pain of loss and loneliness. "Sorry," murmured Harry, scrambling out of the cart and straightening up. "No need for apologies," stated the goblin curtly. What this boy had done had gone around the goblin nation as rapidly as fire spread. They all respected him a great deal, along with his ingenuity, and more important, his business savvy. To think he was only 17 years old, and had been doing this for years. Well, he wouldn't be surprised if the young man became one of the most important clients at Gringotts. No, the most important client. Harry just nodded grimly in gratitude before he left the goblin and Gringotts behind. He didn't need clothes. What he had on would just have to do. It would keep him warm. He did, however, have to decide on what to do, where to go. Scoffing softly to himself, shaking his head, he'd never thought much of James. He'd had no reason to, yet here he believed he would actually get the time turner for him. What if he got him into a lot of trouble? He'd never cared about them, even hated them at one point, but Azkaban. There were too many unknown parameters, and the prospect made him worried. He was a Ravenclaw for a reason. He liked everything to be neat, orderly, and most importantly make sense. Closing his eyes, he apparated back to Potter Manor, before he changed his mind, appearing right next to the Quidditch shed, if it could be called that. It was more like a hut that was filled with old brooms with a few new ones. Quidditch gear and things they probably hadn't seen in years. Each second felt like minutes as his heart pounded in his, anxiety mixed with fear and elation. The thought of seeing Sev alive again and whole was more than he could handle. He tried not to get too ahead of himself, but he just couldn't help it. Despite how mature he felt most days, he was still 17 years old at the end of the day. What if he got caught? Thought Harry, his heart pounding even more fiercely. If he did, it blew his chances. Closing his eyes again, he slid down until his backside hit the ground. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to forgive myself, Harry murmured to the baby growing in his stomach. You deserve to know Sev, your dad. He's the strong one, he will be better at this than me. We both need him. I'm doing this for both of us and I pray that everything goes okay. Sev would be furious when he found out, but as long as he was alive he didn't care. Harry absently pulled his chain from under his clothes, where the 2 eternity rings lay. They were gorgeous, exactly the thing Sev would want. He wished with all his heart that Severus had asked him before it happened. He knew why he hadn't though, there had never been a good percentage for both of them surviving. He'd stupidly thought that he would be the one to die fighting Voldemort. Severus had always been one of the best duelers he knew, he had ruthlessly put him through his paces. It had taken him years to keep up with him when they actually began dueling. Where there's death, there's always death. Luna's words echoed in his head, they'd been constant like a drumbeat. Squeezing the rings determinedly, he stood back up, he would do this and he wouldn't fail, he knew what was going to happen before it did. Surely that gave him an upside to what on earth was going on right. He knew the outcome, knew what would happen, maybe more than one innocent life could be spared. It just said where death was, death would be, he just had to make sure it was Death Eaters. Jerking around when he heard the telltale evaporating, it was James and he was alone, a chain hanging from his hands. He'd successfully managed to get the time turner. You did it, said Harry wide-eyed. I did, said James, moving the chain and placing it around Harry's neck. Be careful. Harry observed that he was very calm, too calm if he had just been running from the ministry. What are you going to do? The alarms were disabled, nobody will know, said James wryly. He knew more than people gave him credit for, including all the spells surrounding that department. Just get it back to me as soon as you can when time reinserts itself, do you hear me? I promise, swore Harry, and in a very rare move, he hugged James. Thanks, Dad. Calling him a name he hadn't in many a year. James closed his eyes as he swallowed back the emotion choking him. Squeezing his son close, praying that it all worked out, for his son's sake. Merlin, he didn't want to let him go, he wanted to keep him safe. Do you want company? No, the more people that go are more chance of the timeline screwing up worse, said Harry, reluctantly. He would have liked some company, but the knowledge where he was going, he would see Severus again gave him all the strength he'd need in the world. All right, go on then, said James strongly, giving him one more comforting squeeze before he stepped back. Watching him go, hoping he had succeeded and that he would be back soon. Did he wait here? Would Harry return quickly? Harry looked around the shrieking shack, realizing he couldn't have picked a better spot if he tried, although he couldn't help but wonder if maybe he should leave this spot to stay in for 6 days. There certainly wouldn't be anyone coming, or disturbing him, that's for damn certain. It didn't matter now, he had to leave as soon as possible. Harry repaired a ratty chair, transfiguring it into something he could use to sit cross-legged on. Cursing silently when he realized he'd only end up hurt since it wouldn't be in the past for him to sit on. Grumbling dismissively he remained standing, putting his wand away again. He breathed deeply. He could do this, a small smile appeared on his face, very soon he would see Severus again, he would save him and anyone else he could. Then he began, twisting the dial, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 20, 21, 22, 23, Harry made sure to count very carefully and never let himself be distracted. 66, 67, 68, 69. His fingers were going numb and starting to ache, he refused to let it deter him. He would do this, he would go back to a time where things were so much simpler. Inside this room, nothing changed, but outside as he continued to dial, the further he dialed the more significantly it changed. 100, 101, and then 102, 103. Then he got to 140 before he stopped, only then did he drop the time turner and began to mage his aching hands. He'd done it. Elation tore through Harry, as he shakily began to move towards the door, peering out just to see if there was anything he noticed different. If he had gotten his timing right, he and Severus would be in Prince Manor at the moment, but not for long. They would be going to see the healers then Ollivander before all hell broke loose. His hand tightened on the invisibility cloak. It was time. He would succeed. He had to. He couldn't let anything go wrong. Harry didn't know what to do first. Part of him wanted to apparate into Prince Manor and warn Severus, but he knew that was completely illogical, and not to forget utterly stupid. He was smart enough to know better, but it didn't stop the burning desire to see Severus, to hear him talk, walk, and so blessedly alive. He sat down on the disgusting floor. He might as well get used to roughing it, since he would be doing exactly that for near enough a week. They go to the healers about the Longbottom's potion. He had no idea if it had worked. He hadn't opened any his mail. Although truth be told, he wasn't sure he had received anything from St. Mungo's. Eileen had begged the press to give Harry the privacy to grieve in peace, and they'd actually listened to her. With the obvious exception of flowers and condolence cards coming from those that had known Sev. No, not known. He would do this. He was a little bit apprehensive, maybe scared stiff now that he was here and actually interfering with time itself. He reasoned though, as long as he wasn't seen, didn't get hurt, and remained hidden once the fight was over, he would be just fine. Well, maybe not after Severus got his hands on him. He just had a feeling that Sev would be furious if he found out. He didn't necessarily have to tell him, or anyone for that matter, but could he keep something like that from him? It would be like keeping the fact he was pregnant from him. He had shared everything with Severus, and he honestly couldn't comprehend keeping it from him, no matter how furious Sev got over it. The first thing that he had to do was make sure the Muggles didn't walk across the alley between St. Mungo's and whatever Muggle shop that was there. It was a simple Muggle repelling charm that would stop them from even going near the confrontation. They didn't deserve to die due to one man's obsession with taking over the world, shot down like animals as if they didn't have families or feelings. Swallowing thickly, where there's death, there's always death. Did that mean if he saved them here they would die later? Or would more wizards and witches die? Could he live with that? People he knew dying for the Muggles that he did not. Rubbing at his head, feeling agitated. Going back was supposed to make things better, easier even. Yet here he was stressing about things he hadn't even thought about. He couldn't save everyone. He knew that. It was just easier to say it than actually allow people to die when he could change it. Change the outcome that was coming. The death and destruction that would occur up until he finally destroyed Voldemort. Tempest, muttered Harry, and bright flame numbers danced across his vision, showing the time. It was getting closer to when the battle would take place. Suddenly he felt a sense of calmness overcoming him. He just knew what he had to do. Scrambling to his feet, straightening his spine, he had overcome everything life had thrown at him. A family that didn't care, learning what love really was, being stabbed in the back by his own twin, being tortured and surviving, almost cursed by his own mother, falling in love, allowing himself to feel and then also allowing himself to feel forgiveness. If this all went according to plan and he pulled it off, he owed it all to James. Merlin he'd called him Dad. He hadn't called him that since he was what? 5 or 6 years old. From a certain point all he had called James was Sir. It had never been out of respect, but to him it was better than Dad or Father since he had been neither. This was the most fatherly thing he'd ever done. Shrouding himself in the invisibility cloak, making sure that it stuck to him until he wanted it removed. A weighed down charm, so it didn't billow in the breeze and give away his location. How he is going to perform spells from under it he didn't know, but he would worry about it when the time came. He would work it out. He hadn't been sorted into Ravenclaw for nothing. "Please let me do this," murmured Harry as he stepped out of the shrieking shack, and began his walk, staying hidden and out of people's ways. It didn't take long at all until he was at the other side of the alley, but it had always been small, just seemed bigger when you were a child. A child? Merlin, would he get to do the same thing with his? Walk down this beaten path that millions had. Part of him and Severus mixed together. He'd never imagined children in his future. He'd thought about it as a teenager, from a teenager's perspective when he realized he would never love a woman, that he was drawn to men. 14 years old, he had been. Hard to believe it was almost 4 years ago, but there it was. He hadn't even thought about it when the couple asked Sev to invent a potion. Not because he didn't think Severus could pull it off, but he'd been under immense strain, or what he had thought to be a great deal of strain back then. Nothing could have prepared him for this past week. Once Harry got to a more secluded spot, he looked up, and in the background stood Hogwarts, proud and strong and resilient. He'd stupidly thought the last battle would be here, in the place that had stood the test of time, that one place that had remained unconquered by Voldemort during both wars. He was glad it hadn't. Don't get him wrong, children shouldn't fight in war. Harry couldn't help but scoff at his own thoughts. He really should have been included in the children statement. Truth was he wasn't. It had been decided before he was even born, that he would toil over life, that he would have to fight to survive. Well, he'd fought and he'd survived. Now he just had to make sure the man he loved greater than life itself would too. With that thought, Harry apparated on the spot, 5 minutes from St. Mungo's. He still didn't know how Voldemort had realized they were there yet. He was beginning to suspect that a Death Eater had been sent there under surveillance duty, to wait until they appeared. It wasn't like Voldemort to work that way, let them get Ollivander and the others who had been rescued. Or had he just taken advantage of it, hoping for something to come out of it? Either way it had worked, but just in case it was a magical barrier they'd set off, he didn't want to risk going first. So lost in thought he didn't realize someone was just in front of him until he bumped shoulders with them. "What the hell?" shouted the Muggle, looking around in confused disorientation, rubbing his shoulder, definitely freaked out. Clutching a box in his hand tighter, he continued looking around for an explanation but found none. Then he abruptly began walking faster away from the area. Harry looked back, biting his lip, finding it hilarious until something struck him. The man he had been one of victims. He was almost sure of it. No, he was positive. He could remember everything that happened. Even in his grief he knew everyone, and yes, even the innocent bystanders. He'd been with someone then, the guy that was leaving, and a woman. He must live nearby if that was the case, Harry thought, or he was meeting her along the road. The box he had in his hand flashed to mind, a ring. Closing his eyes, feeling sick, shaking his head, refusing to dwell on it, he had to keep himself focused. He eventually got to the alley between the charmed St. Mungo's building, which to Muggles looked like an abandoned old warehouse, and the shop at the other side, which was also boarded up. Both buildings had probably been bought by the Ministry a very long time ago, to keep the area as safe as possible for wizards and witches to get into without being seen using magic. There was obviously nothing on the alley to stop them going down, or seeing what was going on, or they wouldn't have ended up killed by the Death Eaters. Well, maybe they would have, but they wouldn't have stopped or brought attention to themselves. Peering around, he saw James Potter apparate with Lily. He knew she'd been given mandatory sessions with a mind healer. He didn't think that would help. She was just rotten to the core, but he was entitled to think that. Even to this day he can remember the look on her face as she cast the Cruciatus curse at him. It's the same look Death Eaters got on their faces, the hatred, anger, disgust, and pure unadulterated hatred. No, nothing would change with her, and he was glad she hadn't been in the manor when he visited. Speak of the devil, thought Harry, as the Death Eaters all appeared. Something was nagging at him though. How the hell had James and Lily not heard the sound? James was an Auror, surely he would have heard it. Unless they'd apparated in the moment he had bumped into them trying to get out of St. Mungo's. Turning around, hearing barking noises, he saw a man with the dog was at the end of the long street. He was the first casualty. Breathing, trembling in jittery anticipation, he clasped his hands around the rings and aired them before removing his wand from its holster and letting the end jut out the cloak only just, and cast a spell to prevent Muggles coming anywhere near the area. A shudder racked Harry's frame as magic flared around the area, more intensely than he'd ever felt. It didn't just come from the area he'd cast the spell, it felt as thought it had come from everywhere. Swallowing thickly, he steadied his nerves, silencing all sound with a quick muffleado, and began to walk towards the oncoming confrontation. He must be mad. He couldn't watch himself from all angles, but he would stay near the area that Sev was found in. Near the building, which meant his back would be at least measurably safe. He would only need to keep himself safe from oncoming curses or spells, not watch his back. Gripping his wand under the cloak, breathing heavily, had his face really looked like that when all had been revealed? He turned to Voldemort, his hand trembling, as he fought with himself. His mind was just egging him on to cast the curse that would end Voldemort now. Save everyone. Stop the war altogether. The intellectual part of him knew it was a very bad idea. He was already messing with things. Let me go. snapped Harry, causing the invisible time traveler to look in the opposite direction to see himself yanking out of James's hold. Realizing all shit was about to break loose, especially in this area, he hastily ran towards the building, staying to the left out of the doorway. He ped Severus. Staring at him, he felt his eyes tear up. Oh, it was so good to see him alive, whole and just imposing as ever, but of course, not to him. What was he doing just standing here? He thought, feeling deeply ashamed of himself. Many wizards and witches were going to die and he was just standing here, waiting. It was too late now. Harry was walking towards him, ready to do what he had to save the people he loved. No, the people they loved, the time traveler thought with conviction. Now we duel. Harry didn't need to hear the words to know what he was going to say. They were firmly imprinted in his mind, never to be removed. Next comes the torture spell, thought Harry, and just as he thought it, and so it was. Crucio. Then all hell broke loose as everyone began appearing at the hospital. Oh crap, thought Harry. It was much more intense than he realized as he ducked 3 spells in a row. He'd had his back to the battle mostly before, focusing on Voldemort without a clue to what was happening. Get into the hospital now, shouted James, bodily grabbing Lily and shoving her in that direction before he joined the fray himself. Harry was barely able to get out of the way in time, between getting out of the way of Lily and avoiding the spell to his right. This was bloody madness, thought Harry, wide-eyed. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to stay under the cloak. It was constricting his movements. You have to help them, he heard Lily shriek, as Harry made a slightly reckless decision to conceal himself magically, and then remove the cloak, and place it in his pocket. In the midst of battle, nobody seemed to notice, or care, come to that. Sighing softly, grateful that he could breathe again, without his own recycled air getting in the way. Harry locked in on Severus, fighting, a small smile playing on his face. He was so efficient and powerful. How the hell had the Death Eaters gotten one up on him? Oh yes, they didn't fight fair. They were cowards who had to hunt and hurt people in packs or someone defenseless. A loud cry caught his attention. He swiveled around to find a female Auror on the ground, bleeding from a wound to her leg that was severe. She had grasped for her leg, leaving her wand to fall from her numb fingers, leaving her defenseless. Without consciously thinking, he cast 3 spells: Langlock, Stupefy, Incarcerus. Now even if the bastard got free, he wouldn't know the counter curse for the first spell. Severus never shared the counter curses. In fact, the only reason they would know his spells is if they heard him using them. Which is only when he first learned them. The rest of the time he cast them non-verbally. He was really screwing this up, wasn't he? He thought to himself. He shouldn't be changing things so badly, but he couldn't help himself. He wasn't a Death Eater. He couldn't just watch someone die. He noticed idly that she'd wrapped a bandage around it and probably healed it as efficiently as they could. Which mean it was probably still bleeding, but not as badly. They were Aurors, they weren't perfect at healing spells. It's why healers aided the Aurors when they needed them. Which was quite often, since the higher-up Aurors actually had their own beds at St. Mungo's permanently reserved for them. Even after they retired, if rumors were to be believed, once an Auror always an Auror, or so the saying went. Not all of them were lucky. Some were haunted by what they'd seen and done in the line of protecting the magical world, that they fell through the cracks, ended up down in Nocturne Alley or in the Muggle world. With nothing to show for all the good they'd done, even the medals Order of Merlins didn't mean anything. In fact, they could be sold for anything as low as 5 galleons, then of course resold for twice or 3 times the amount. Shaking off his peculiar thoughts, he moved off away from that area, not noticing that the Death Eater had been freed by his comrade. Not that he was able to do harm as a stray spell hit him, a green one, killing curse, and judging by the angle it was definitely Voldemort's own spell. He never strayed too far away from Severus, and if he was helping, he looked back when he could to make sure he was all right. Albus looked around, spotting Harry fighting Voldemort. He was holding off Voldemort, giving his brother time to defeat him. Family obviously did mean something to him. He was proud of the man he had become. He had to remember and tell him that, but something caught his eye, making him gape in astonishment. He could scarcely believe it. He looked between the pair of them in shock. He immediately noticed a distinct kind of magic wrapped around his neck, a time turner. His heart pounded in his. What happened to cause Harry to go back in time? Unfortunately he wasn't able to concentrate on it as he was attacked by 2 Death Eaters trying to bring him down. Protega, cast Albus, deflecting both curses causing them to go back at their targets. One hit the Death Eater, the other managed to duck it, but Albus was ready for that, stupefy. And he was down. He began to make his way towards Voldemort and Harry. He had to do what he could to help. As he moved he noticed a fallen Auror on the ground. Albus helped him to his feet, and successfully moved them out of the way of a killing curse. Looking back at the barely visible teenager, he wondered again what had caused him to go back. He did notice he was staying in a particular area, he never moved from there. Where was Nick? Why wasn't he stepping up? Why was he leaving his brother to fight his battle? He had stupidly thought the teenager had changed from the 14-year-old he had been when he left his brother to die. He'd always been disappointed in him. There was no doubt Harry should have been the hero, the boy who lived. He acted more like it, selfless and vague. There was no denying it, he was up there fighting him, and Aurors themselves wet their clothes in fear when confronted with the darkest wizard known to the magical world. Stupefy, Incarcerus, Petrificus Totalis. He lost track of how many spells he cast, or returned to sender by reflecting their own spells back at them. He wasn't a violent man, never had been, and would never consider splitting his soul and committing murder. He didn't have it in him, perhaps when he was a teenager, but that was a very, very long time ago. Perhaps for the first time, Albus realized something as he watched Harry. He was constantly looking back for someone. His blue eyes narrowed in on that person, Severus. It made him feel like a right fool that he hadn't guessed right away. Who else would Harry risk using a time-turner for? Panic and pain lanced through him. The thought of anything happening to Severus hurt him physically. They may not have agreed or seen eye to eye for the past 7 years, but since Severus had become a member of his staff at such a young age, he'd always looked out for him. Developed feelings of attachment. He thought of him as a son. Not having any children of his own, he did have his favorites, but none like Severus. Severus himself was looking over at the fight between Voldemort and Harry, such a look of concern on his face. He was quite literally blown back to the past, seeing that same look in his eyes. While he had begged him to keep Lily safe, that he would do anything, even turn himself in to keep her safe. This look was much more heated, with a lot more worry than Albus had ever seen. Things weren't quite so platonic between the pair of them. Severus had finally found someone to settle down with. He shouldn't be surprised that it would be with someone just as smart and pianate as him. Something must have happened though, something quite worrisome. Albus, yelled James, seeing the spell going towards the distracted wizard. Albus immediately came back to himself and moved out of sheer instincts that age couldn't prevent. He wasn't quite as successfully as he would have liked, as the cutting curse got him in the arm, his wand arm, but thankfully he was ambidextrous, skilled at using both hands to write, or in this case use his wand. Which he did to stop the blood pouring down his torn arm. Between him and James he had his arm tightly bound to his. He would need the hospital to get it fixed just as soon as this was over. It wasn't as if he could get into street Mungo's at the moment. Go to Poppy, urged James, wincing slightly. The wound was very deep and through the bone. No matter what he'd done to stop the flow of blood, it must be agonizingly painful. I'll be fine, said Albus, dismissing James with a wave of his good hand. Albus, that wound's deep, exclaimed James, wide-eyed. It's fine, he stated sharply, looking over his shoulder to where he could make the outline of Harry. He could see through concealments. He sighed in relief that both he and Severus were still standing. Where's Nick? He's all right, he's over there, said James, pointing out his son. Duck, he yelled, crouching down, sighing in relief when it whizzed past. Why is he not fighting Voldemort? Asked Albus, standing back up. Stupefy, Avada Kedavra, snapped James, after ducking the Cruciatus curse aimed at him. He was legally allowed to use the Unforgivables as an Auror. The law Crouch Sr. had put into effect still held. All Aurors were allowed to use such spells, especially against Death Eaters. James ignored the disapproving look on Albus' face. This was war you didn't win by stunning them. Nick isn't the one the prophecy foretold would be able to defeat Voldemort. What? Cried Albus, surprised. What do you mean? But he already knew the answer to that. Everything just clicked into place once the denial could no longer be contained. He'd thought it for years, but he'd just been too invested in Nick to see the reality staring him in the face. Suddenly he felt calmer than he had ever before. If Harry or Voldemort was to die and survive, and Harry was back in time, it must mean he was successful in defeating Voldemort this day. Severus had always believed that he wouldn't survive to see the end of the war. He felt the irony that he would die at the very end, but it looked like he had a guardian angel that wouldn't let him. Incarcerus reducto, snapped James, catching the Death Eater in the, making him go flying. James didn't wait around. He joined in the fray. There would be times to talk, and now certainly weren't one of them. He knew Albus well enough to know his mind was probably spinning and unable to comprehend what he'd just been told. If they both survived, he'd be bombarded with a million questions. Stupefy. Harry couldn't help but look at the battle between himself and Voldemort. The magic that was being drawn from the area was immense. As a bystander, he could see the looks of awe, reverence, concern and worry being thrown at his other self while he engaged in battle. He'd thought the battle had lasted for a lot longer than it actually had. It was no slouchy battle, he supposed. Whirling around when he heard a billow of pain, a voice he knew all too well. Severus was surrounded by the 3 Death Eaters. One he recognized to be not Senior, his son looked like him. He was the one Moody had killed. The other Sev managed to kill, so not must have been the one to cast the fatal spell that brought his lover down. He'd taken a cutting curse to the, but he was continuing to fight. His green eyes narrowed in on Nott and he went for him, bodily knocking him to the floor, and in a moment of rage he grabbed his face and twisted his neck. Scrambling back from the now dead body, he managed to get up just as Severus brought down Gibbons. He froze for a second, as Severus stared right where he was hidden as if he could see him. His breathing hitched when those black eyes went straight to his other self. It was the same moment he'd been possessed. He had become distracted. He realized that was exactly what caused his death. It wasn't that he had been bested by any of the Death Eaters, it had been concern over him. Concedo, hissed Travers. Harry's eyes widened in horror. That the spell, that was the one that killed Severus. He'd been wrong, it hadn't been Nott at all, and for a second he contemplated the fact that he really did fail, that he never saw it coming and had already failed. No, he hadn't done all this to fail. Without a thought of the consequences, he barreled into Severus, knocking them both to the floor, but Severus' head smacked against the concrete, causing an injury. As long as he was alive, Harry didn't care. He scrambled away so Severus couldn't reach him, worried about the timeline. As he bumped into a body. Turning around anxiously, he gasped in horror, "No, no, no, no." Where was his wand? He scrambled looking for it. Cedric didn't deserve to die. He couldn't die. This couldn't be happening, not him. Tears pouring blindly down his face, Luna's words ringing in his ears like a never-ending drumbeat. Where there's death, there's always death. Where there's death, there's always death. No, he refused to believe that. Then his hand curled around his wand. It had fallen beside Nott Senior. Scrambling back over to Cedric, not caring about his skinned knees. He'd found out what spell had been used, and incidentally he also learned the counter curse. "Don't worry, Cedric, I won't let it be you, I promise," vowed Harry. He couldn't let his best friend die. He absolutely refused. "Curare patiens morientum iterare imium," chanted Harry before he said it an additional 2 times, already seeing the effect of the counter spell being cast as his lips immediately began to color from where they'd done blue. "Curare patiens morientum iterare imium. Curare patiens morientum iterare imium." Harry pressed his hand against his hands shaking badly, but he took solace in the steady thump of his heart. It is a little erratic, but Harry didn't care, just as long as his heart kept beating. Just then he was hoisted up by strong hands, face to face with a furious Severus. Finite Incantatum was non-verbally cast, revealing him to Severus but out of view of everyone else. "What the hell have you done?" he hissed out. Harry just stared at him, stunned, speechless, unable to say anything, opening and closing his mouth wordlessly. Then before Severus' eyes, he disappeared, quite literally, the clothes and everything he'd had on falling limp in his hands. Including a time turner, and 2 rings that Severus definitely recognized. Severus stared down at the things, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Harry had just literally disappeared in front of him. No apparition, no portkey, just faded from the face of the earth as if he didn't exist. His gaze was fixated mostly on the rings, ones he had special made. The maudlin part of him had hoped that both of them would survive this war and he would claim Harry as his for the entire world to know. The part he had quashed completely when he was a young teenager. Or so he thought until he found himself requesting these made. Numbly his fingers grasped them in his hand, squeezing to the extent that it bloody hurt his hand, leaving an indentation in his palm. Black eyes sought Harry out in the battlefield, taking in the sight of him completely relieved. His left hand sought out the rings he knew he'd placed in his pocket and he found them still there. He wasn't sure what had happened, but he knew he wouldn't get his answers here, and he knew not to mention this to anyone. Harry had obviously traveled back in time using this time turner. Glancing around making sure nobody saw him, he slid the time turner into his pocket. His first instincts to protect Harry, at all costs, considering he knew deep in his heart it must have been him Harry had come back to protect. It was the only conclusion he could reach for Harry having both rings, and not just one of them. He didn't even know if Harry would remember anything. The time turners didn't normally act that way. It wasn't as if he'd been seen by himself, and been driven mad by it. It wasn't as if Harry was the only one who had been found out using a time turner. How do you think they knew what to avoid and what to do? By trial and error, unspeakables of course, who had consented to it. Unless Harry had created an alternative timeline starting from this moment. Which of course, if his theory was correct, then he was right. By eradicating the cause of his time travel he would not go back in time, hence that Harry no longer existed. He'd erased his own existence from this point in time. Rubbing at his temples in agitation, just thinking about it was making his head ache. Turning his attention back to what is happening, he could see people were starting to gather up the wounded. The two security guards from St. Mungo's were undoing the wards to help get them safely into the hospital. He ignored his own wounds as he began to tend to the fallen, trying to get his thoughts into some semblance of control. The thought that he could have died, should have died, weighted rather heavily on him. Just as heavily as the fact that Harry may have risked his own life to aid him when he needed it most. Harry let out a surprised squeak, looking around confused. Just a second ago he'd been grabbed by Severus, who looked furious. The next thing he knew, he was looking at Voldemort's dead body. Gazing around in confusion, not understanding what on earth had happened. His hand fell numbly to its side. As confused as he was, he kept a tight grip on his wand. His jaw dropped when he noticed the clothes he'd been wearing were gone. He was in the clothes he'd worn during the battle. Swallowing thickly, he began to look around furiously, dodging people not listening to their words or congratulatory speeches. He needed to see Severus. Merlin. He was terrified he'd done all this for nothing and everything had gone back to the way it was. His heart was pounding in its ribcage, as he moved around the people, barely seeing anything, just wanting Severus to appear, so he knew he was okay. He almost fell over Alistair Moody. He was about to apologize to the older wizard when he noticed who he was trying to help. "Cedric!" cried Harry, kneeling down beside him. He was still hurt. Did this mean Sev was alive? Oh Merlin, he couldn't live with himself if he'd caused his death. "Don't worry, laddie, he will be fine," someone said the counter curse just in time, said Moody, staring at Harry. "Are you sure?" asked Harry shakily, breathing out in relief. He blinked at the look on Moody's face. If he didn't know any better he would say. Moody knew. He avoided looking at his eyes as he concentrated on Cedric. He had to get him into the hospital. He had to know for sure that Cedric would be okay, and would also have to let his parents and Cho know what had gone down. "He's gonna be fine," Moody stated again, standing up when Harry levitated the junior Auror onto a stretcher and immediately began to move towards the doors of St. Mungo's. He should report it. The boy had used a time turner, unless of course he'd had permission to do it, but they never usually made exceptions like that. It would have been next to impossible to break into the room, especially with the new ministry. Wrong or right, he may very well have saved quite a few people. No, he'd saved them all, he belated realized. He had defeated Voldemort. It wasn't as if he hadn't been doing something illegal himself. Technically he, as an Auror, should never have gotten involved with the Order. It was a vigilante group. The group should never have been founded. It should have been left to the professionals, or so the ministry felt. "Don't worry Cedric, I'll get you help, I promise," said Harry, finally getting into the building. He fought his way over to the reception, getting past everyone who was standing there. As healer Walsh available, we're helping everyone as much as we can, she said soothingly, trying to calm him down as if he was hysterical. It's important, explained Harry, keeping his cool. I understand, she said, as if she truly believed it. He was hit with the Concedo curse. I've said the counter curse, but the damage is done. He really needs a healer. Harry bit out, his anger showing through for the first time. Oh, she said, give me a moment, she added quickly, gathering her wits. More healers quickly made their way through the door at the exact same minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please, boomed healer Walsh, if you are uninjured I would like you all to vacate the premises so we can tend to those WHO or in an orderly fashion. As soon as we have everything under control you may come back in. For the interest of our patients please leave. Healer Walsh, we have someone here who was hurt with the Concedo curse, he needs immediate attention, the counter curse has already been done, explained the receptionist, guiding the healer towards the injured Auror, who was mercifully unconscious. Rail, called healer Walsh, get this gentleman to the high dependency ward immediately, I will see to him in a moment. Yes ma'am, said Medawizard Rail, quickly taking over the levitating, and he was moved into the hospital. I'll let you know what's happening, said healer Walsh, knowing how much Harry cared for his friends. Thanks Andy, said Harry, giving her a small relieved smile. He noticed that everyone else injured was being guided in by the Medawizards and Medawitches, even healers. He belatedly realized when he noticed the different colored robes. They were more prepared for this than they had been during the Battle of the Ministry. Then again, that battle had been a lot bloodier. So many innocent people had been in the building that day, and been seriously hurt by falling debris, from statues to the actual building itself. She squeezed his shoulder in comfort before she was gone. You tell everyone the truth, snarled Lily, forcing Harry to face her. Tell them the truth now. Harry blinked, almost bewildered, as he was forced to face Lily Potter, a woman who was by birth his mother, but nothing but a stranger to him. This hadn't happened the last time. Then again, nobody had been able to get near him in his grief from the loss of Severus. He would have to adjust to everything now, since anything that happened, well, hadn't happened before. Let me go, said Harry firmly, shoving her away from him. He wasn't going to get into this with her, especially not at St. Mungo's, surrounded by people who were hurt and needed desperate attention. There were people still getting rid of blood and mud that had been trailed in with everyone. I should never have kept you, she spat, her green eyes filled with disgust. Why don't you get some new material? Harry told her, his insides twisting at her diatribe. He may hate her guts, but it did hurt him, but he refused to give way to it. He'd been hurt so many times over the years, that he had no more tears to cry and no more wishes of a better family to think about. He had moved on with his life. He hated her and he just wished her words wouldn't hurt still. I want you to leave this hospital right now, boomed healer Smethwick, glaring at Lily Potter in disgust. He was aware that she was seeing a mind healer. In fact, he had come to him for advice on a very difficult case. Her case, since they made no progress in near enough 2 years now. They didn't like committing people, but the mind healer felt he might have to if things didn't change. He hadn't gone into details about it. He couldn't due to the oath. Perhaps he was right. She definitely needed some sort of treatment. Whatever they were doing for her obviously wasn't working. Perhaps James Potter could try and shed some light. You will tell everyone the truth, do you hear me? Snarled Lily, her green eyes alight with desperation and fear. He'll come back. It has to be Nick. You've destroyed everything. You tell them the truth or I will. She raised her wand, her face blank, giving her a slightly deranged look around the eyes. Harry stepped back, raising his own wand. Not for fear of himself, he didn't just have himself to protect anymore. He was the only one that knew that right now, though, he had his unborn child to protect, and he would at all costs. The thought that he might not be pregnant anymore didn't even cross his mind. She was losing her mind. Attacking him in a deserted Hogwarts corridor was one thing, but in the middle of a hospital with dozens of witnesses. I just defeated Voldemort. You've faced him 3 times yourself, and you want to go up against the one who successfully beat him. He's not defeated, she said, shaking her head adamantly, refusing to believe that her son, Nick, who she'd trained for years before being put in Azkaban, was not the hero of the people. Cease and desist this behavior at once, snapped Albus Dumbledore, stepping into the hospital, his blue eyes like ice chips. We've already lost many people today, and this behavior is completely unacceptable. They aren't even cold and we are already squabbling amongst ourselves. Don't you see you are allowing the dark to win with this disregard for decent acceptable manners? You don't understand. He'll be back. It must be Nick, exclaimed Lily, terrified, looking around as if she expected the evil wizard to suddenly appear. Enough of this, said Albus, frowning at Lily. She must just be in shock. She'd watched the entire battle locked inside while her husband and son fought. Once she processed what had happened, she would likely feel very silly for her reactions, he reasoned to himself. He didn't even want to contemplate the idea that one of the brightest witches to come out of Hogwarts was simply put going out of her mind. Let's go, he added firmly, pressing her wand and her arm down so it wasn't pointed at anyone. We are required at the Ministry of Magic. Harry looked around and realized Severus wasn't anywhere to be seen. Biting his lip, he felt as though his heart would explode. Was he that angry that he didn't want to face him? What if he'd done all this and Severus didn't want anything to do with him anymore? Breathing heavily, feeling sick to his stomach, dear Merlin, he didn't want to even think like that, but unfortunately those thoughts would never leave him. He was too used to being abandoned, hurt, alone. He never wanted to be alone. Harry. His name was called. Harry looked around wondering who was calling out to him. He noticed Healer Walsh making her way over. How's Cedric? Asked Harry, his eyes wide with fear. I'm not supposed to say. You know the rules, family only, said Healer Walsh, shaking her head solemnly. She took her vows as a healer very seriously. Then why? Harry trailed off confused. Severus is asking for you, she explained. Sev, gasped Harry, his earlier fears returning that he hadn't done enough to save him. He's being patched up. The cutting curse did a number on him, Healer Walsh told him, before quickly adding, knowing his next question. He used the potions he had on those that needed it more urgently. Without his quick actions, 2 others would have lost their lives due to blood loss. If Severus hadn't come in when he did, he would have been one of the casualties as well. Oh, muttered Harry, shaky with relief. Come on, said Healer Walsh, leading him along to the room Severus was in. How are you feeling? Were you injured? Just because nothing appeared wrong outwardly didn't mean they weren't hit with something. She knew that from personal experience. She'd had to pronounce perfectly healthy people, at least outwardly, dead when their insides had been deteriorated due to curses. Yes, grimaced Harry. Now that she mentioned it, he was in agony. His hand was burnt and his ankle was broken. He hadn't felt it last time due to the immense grief of losing Severus. I'll get fixed when I go home, he added as they entered the ward. Nonsense, you'll sit down and let me fix you up, demanded Healer Walsh, ushering Harry onto an empty bed, noticing for the first time the bandages around Harry's ankle. As long as you get burn paste quickly, said Harry. The pain was becoming unbearable. Let me see your hand, said Severus, standing in front of Harry. Harry's green eyes shot up to meet black ones, showing every single one of his emotions, particularly his fear. He gave Severus his hand, never wavering from his face, as if he was trying to soak up every detail of it. 7 days he'd lived with the knowledge that he'd died, that he'd be alone and his baby would never know its father. Harry winced, yanking his hand, trying to get away from what was causing the pain without conscious decision. It didn't take long before Severus had applied the paste on the burns. All right, he said soothingly, as he began to wrap bandages around his hand, keeping the wound sterilized and incidentally the paste on the burns. He didn't think he'd ever seen Harry look that vulnerable before, not even after escaping the Dark Lord at the age of 14. He didn't like to think he had the ability to destroy Harry's spirit to this extent without even saying anything. That wasn't it though, was it? He thought as he felt the time-turner in his hip. Harry had been through something traumatic and he had no clue as to what it was. He suspected for sure, but he didn't like speculating. He preferred definitive proof and understanding. Drink this down, and try and keep as much weight of this foot as possible. I'll ask one of the staff to bring you up a crutch, said Healer Walsh, handing over the bone-mending potion. Harry looked at the potion, staring at it blankly. Could he even drink that? He'd drank it before he even knew he was pregnant the last time, but now he knew. He wondered. He looked around the 4-bedded ward and found that the 2 other beds, despite the fact Severus wasn't using his, he had still been ignorant to it, were empty. Nobody else was in the room. Harry, Severus said gravely, staring at Harry as if he was a strange specimen he had never before encountered. "Are pregnant people allowed to consume this potion?" whispered Harry, never lifting his eyes. "Excuse me," demanded Severus, not believing what he had just heard come out of Harry's mouth. "Yes, it's perfectly safe, why do you ask?" inquired Healer Walsh, having stopped what she was doing to stare at him also. She knew Harry was in a relationship with Severus Snape, and that he was very male. She couldn't find a reason for him asking such a question. Harry downed the potion, not even grimacing at the taste. Half wishing he hadn't said anything, he should have told Severus when they were alone. If he knew Sev like he thought he did, he would have just been brought right back here for confirmation and to make sure the baby was all right. "Could you excuse us for a moment please?" inquired Severus, his gaze never wavering from Harry's. His heart was beating rapidly. It just wasn't possible, was it? He hadn't even created the potion yet. Harry couldn't have come from that far in the future that he'd finished it for him, could he? "Of course," said Healer Walsh, immediately putting everything down and leaving the room so they could discuss it in private. She locked the door behind her out of habit before taking a seat that was usually for patients waiting to visit their offices. "Are you?" Severus couldn't even say the word as his heart pounded even harder against his. Instead of replying to the question, Harry murmured the scan spell under his breath. Severus inhaled sharply as the image appeared in front of him. He felt as though his entire world was crumbling around him. Without conscious thought he silenced the room, as he tried to process what Harry had just implicated. Men couldn't get pregnant. It was just the one thing that was normal, or rather considered normal in all worlds, Muggle and magical. He stared, utterly mesmerized. There was definitely a baby there, and you could see that even if it was blurry. The head, the arms and the legs, but how was it surviving? "How far?" murmured Severus, unable to look away. 2 months, confessed Harry, feeling guilty that Severus hadn't been able to find out in happier instants. "Or it will be in a few days at least." No, he wasn't going to feel guilty. It was better than him never knowing at all. Of raising a child on his own, messing up and having his own child hate him. He didn't want another generation being screwed up. He didn't have faith in his abilities other than potions. "Merlin," breathed Severus, still shocked. "I'm sorry," whispered Harry, green eyes overly bright with unshed tears. Severus' eyes snapped up to Harry's. "Why would you be sorry?" inquired Severus, having a funny feeling he already knew. "I had to do it. I would do it again," Harry told him vehemently. "This is not the place to discuss this," warned Severus, his tone firm and grave. Silencing charms or no, he didn't want to risk there being eavesdropping charms and such on the hospital. No, the only place he would talk about it was in the safety of Prince Manor, where they were both safe. Especially with this news on top of it, it wouldn't just be Harry he was protecting but his unborn child. Harry had risked everything by coming back. Dear Merlin, it made his heart burst in pride and love so profound it stole his breath away. He'd known how Harry felt. Part of him had waited on Harry, realizing he could do better, but along the way he'd realized Harry was there to stay. Now this, how could he think even for a moment to doubt him when he'd done all this? "You are angry through, aren't you?" Harry asked, or more like stated. Severus hadn't touched him since he'd grabbed him, even now that they were in private, so it wasn't a stretch to realize he was angry with him. "I was," conceded Severus. "I do not have all the facts yet, but I will have them all." The last part sounded more warningly than he would have liked. He didn't take it back. No matter what he found out, he had to know. He couldn't let Harry go through whatever it was alone. The stress couldn't be good for either of them. Merlin, that was odd to say. Either of them. He was going to be a bloody father. In 7 months, if things went well, he would have a child. He'd thought about it when he was asked to brew the potion, constantly, if he was honest with himself. It was definitely something he would have considered using if he'd created the potion for the couple that had commissioned it. He would need to get in touch with them and explain what was going on. If this news got out, they would assume the wrong thing. Harry nodded solemnly, before he launched himself at Severus, unable to take the distance between them. Just feeling those arms around him, the strong heartbeat under his face caused his composure to shatter into a million pieces. A strangled sound left his mouth before the tears ran freely, being soaked up by Severus' torn shirt. Harry's hands fisted into his clothes, as he continued to let out all the anguish. How he still had any tears to cry was anyone's guess. Easy, soothed Severus, his face screwing up in pain. Harry was leaning against his healing skin. The cutting curse had been deeper than he originally thought. Yet he wasn't able to concentrate on the pain overly much. No, he was trying to stop Harry becoming more upset. Shifting slightly so Harry was on his other side, he rubbed at Harry's neck, deciding to let him release the maelstrom of emotion caught up inside of him. It was killing him that he could do nothing to help him, didn't know the right words to soothe him. "Better?" asked Severus, not moving. Harry's entire body was shaking with the force of his sobs, which were thankfully tapering off now. Harry nodded, still pressed against Severus, just reveling in the closeness of him, the smell of him and hearing him talk. He'd done it. They were all safe. They were going to be all right now. He didn't quite understand what had happened and why, but he couldn't complain about the outcome. At least he didn't have to rough it for a week, sleeping on the floor of the shrieking shack or anything like that. "Sorry," he murmured, breathing out as he wiped his tears away, trying to regain his composure. "Never apologize, Harry," stated Severus. It let him see just how much Harry cared, even if it hurt to see him in such a way. "I'm going to call Andy in now. I want to know more and make sure the baby is developed properly." So out of his element that he was actually referring to Healer Walsh by her given name, something he rarely, if ever, did. "Okay," said Harry, sliding from the bed and hobbling over to the sink and giving his face a quick wash to cool down. Grabbing a towel that had streaked Mungo's blazoned across it, he wiped all trace of the water from his, feeling a little bit better. Who was he kidding? He felt more than just a little bit better. He had his Severus back. He was more prepared to ask questions this time around. He wanted to know why the image was so fuzzy. It was like looking through a pair of strong glees. It's the only way he could describe it. Looking over when he heard a noise, he realized it was just Severus opening the door. There would be no point to calling out since the room is still under the silencing charm. "Everything sorted," she said, giving them a smile, which was slightly tense, not sure what to make of Harry's statement. "I need you to do a full workup on Harry, immediately and in private," said Severus. Her office would be perfect for this. The ward should be used for people that needed it. Right now neither he nor Harry did. He did, however, need to see someone and make sure he was in perfect health. Although he wouldn't be surprised to see his stress levels off the charts, and blood pressure. "Of course," Healer Walsh replied immediately. "You both know here my office is. I must check on a few patients first and see if my help is needed further since this isn't an emergency." "Understood," stated Severus, helping Harry off the bed he had just sat back down on. Andy was already out of the room and down the hall by the time they got to the door. Both of them walked up the stairs instead of waiting for the lift. With the amount of people currently in the hospital, it would be occupied constantly. As long as they would have to wait, it wasn't worth trying to get into a jam-packed lift. Severus tried the door to her office and found it open, much to his surprise. He knew they normally locked them, both manually and magically. Then again, all of them were probably flustered. It's the first time the spells around the hospital had ever been fully called into effect. They will have all panicked slightly. Despite the training they'd had, seeing people hurt from their windows wouldn't have helped the slightest. Then everyone had come running. The probability of all their offices being open was quite big. Stepping inside, he elected not to close the door behind him as Harry sat down. He looked down at his torn clothes. He had to get changed, and soon. The wound was still sore and very red. It would heal nicely though, and hopefully not scar. He wasn't a vain man by any means, but he didn't want any scars or tattoos or anything on his body as a reminder. He'd bore the dark mark for years because of a stupid mistake. "Dobby," demanded Severus, realizing he could use a house elf. He didn't want to go to the ministry like this. "Yes, Master Severus," answered Dobby, appearing at the hospital, his eyes widening at the state of both of them. "Master Harry, Master Severus, is you both okay?" "We're fine. Let my mother know that the war is over and that we are both alive and well, just in case she's been Flo called," Severus said sternly. "Bring us both a change of clothes, perhaps something to eat as well. We will be held up for a while." "Dobby will do that right away," said the house elf, popping away immediately. He was familiar with the hospital, having come and gone with potions and even letters, as well as the occasional time he had transported someone to and from St. Mungos. Their magic is different enough that they were able to come and go without disturbing the wards the wizards had put up even now. Severus turned to the sink himself now, and grabbed a few paper towels and began to clean the blood off his skin. Most of it had gotten onto his clothes, and now was dried to a hard crust. He quickly removed his cloak, grimacing at the pain of ripping his clothes from his skin where the blood had stuck them together. He made sure everything was in the pocket still, including the time turner. He would give it to Dobby, less chance of anything happen that he couldn't contain. He did look at the rings for an amount of time. He couldn't help but wonder what Harry had thought when he saw them, especially if he suspected right and he was dead. Imagining the scenario reversed, his heart clenched tightly. He swiftly forced himself to think about something else, the baby, which swiftly made him very hopeful. A vision of a child with Harry's looks and both their smarts flashed across his mind eye. He had to know how it was possible. He prayed that Andy didn't take too long. "Let me help," murmured Harry, re-wetting the towel and getting the rest of the blood Severus had missed. He was still in shock that he'd done it. He'd saved Severus and he had his whole family alive and safe. He hoped that Cedric would survive, that the spell hadn't done too much damage before he stopped it. Putting the towel down, he leaned against Severus again, just relishing in his presence. He didn't get to touch him nowhere near as long as he would have liked before Dobby returned with Sev's requested items. "Can Dobby do any more to help?" asked the house elf as he placed the pile of clothes and boxes of food on the table. "Take this and go home and make sure my mother doesn't worry," stated Severus sharply, handing over the cloak with the rings, time turner and the remains of his potions. "Yes sir," agreed Dobby before he was gone again. "I'll be fine, take a seat," said Severus, not used to Harry being quite so clingy, especially in public. It could be more public, it's true, but still he had to remind himself that Harry had just been through something traumatic. Not only could he see it in his actions but his eyes as well. He didn't want to see it there. It was more than just having to murder someone, which was enough of a burden to carry, even if it was kill or be killed. Once he'd sat Harry back down, he picked up the clothes Dobby had brought for him. Thankful that it was his normal wear and not his more dressy clothes he had in his wardrobe. Moving over the screen, he moved it around and quickly began to undress, then dress himself again. Not as quick as he found it difficult to put his shirt on without aggravating his newly healed wounds. Perhaps he should have taken the pain reliever Andy had offered him, but he hadn't wanted to take potions he hadn't made himself. He did contemplate calling Dobby to bring a few, but he heard the door opening and his thoughts turned. "Sorry about keeping you waiting. I'm afraid there were a few people who needed seeing to immediately," said Healer Walsh, smiling at them as she closed the door behind him. She was a little put out that she'd left her office door open, but she trusted them not to have been snooping. She was quite flustered. It wasn't every day she had to tend to Albus Dumbledore. But he had put her quite at ease, with his cheerful disposition. "It's fine," replied Severus as Harry said, "We understand. How's Cedric? Has his parents been told?" "They are visiting him, yes. You can go and see him on your way out. He's in the room across from my office," explained Andy. He was awake but groggy from the pain relievers they'd given him. His internal organs were already beginning to repair thanks to Eileen's potion. It would take a while before he was released, but he was on the mend and that was the most important thing. "Thank you," said Harry, giving her a short smile. She's told him he was doing fine without actually saying anything. He wasn't in the intensive care unit, which meant he was on the mend, and that's all that mattered to him. "So a full workup. Why don't you sit up on the bed?" said Andy, gesturing for him to get up and onto the bed. She quickly drew the curtain back that Severus had used just moments ago to get dressed. She'd not even had a chance to dwell on what Harry had said, at least until she'd been making her way back up here to her office. If it was a joke, it was a seriously misplaced one, especially now of all times. From what she knew about Harry and incidentally Severus, neither were the joking kind. Both serious academics, making strides in the potions community hadn't seen in a few centuries. It was normal for a potions master to create, say, one groundbreaking potion, but more than one had never been done before. "Has the first round of potions been administered to the Longbottoms?" inquired Severus, staying where he was. He wanted to see everything she was doing. "Yes, I and Healer Smethwick had just administered it 3 minutes before the hospital went on lockdown," explained Andy, having Neville Longbottom's permission to administer experimental potions to his parents cut a lot of red tape. They didn't need to ask permission from the board of directors at St. Mungo's. Unfortunately, we didn't get to stay around for any result, but from what you said earlier, it will take a while anyway. The Metawitches and Wizards know to scan them and place the results at the bottom for us to send to you. Harry startled at that. Earlier, if only she knew. It couldn't have been further from the truth. He almost wanted to laugh but instead just breathed deeply. He wondered if she would have the same reaction as before, or if in her office in a professional setting she would behave with more decorum. Not that he thought her reaction was a bad thing. Everyone had been shocked. He watched her closely, as she read the results, pursing his lips, finding the shock on her face hilarious this time around. Merlin, so much had changed. It caused a genuine grin to spill out onto his face. He'd done this. He had made things normal again, and he would have to thank James Potter, for if it wasn't for him there would be no guarantee he would have successfully made it back. This shouldn't be possible, she said. Lift your shirt up, Harry, she asked, before she began to poke and prod at his stomach, an intense look of concentration on her face. What is going on? Demanded Severus. Would he not be able to carry the baby to term? I just need to be sure, she added. How had Harry known? How was it possible that he would trust his own results? Obviously he had known, since he said earlier. Moving off towards her bag, she opened it and removed a few items before going back to Harry. Sterilizing and numbing the area around his arm, she drew blood before pressing down on the plunger, letting the blood escape back out onto the rune-filled paper she had placed on the side of the bed. Well, that confirms it. He's pregnant, she said, completely thrown. She felt the need to sit down, or eat something. She felt dizzy, as if she hadn't eaten enough or something. I have no clue how, but he's pregnant. How far along? Demanded Severus, his gaze never wavering from his stomach. 2 months in a matter of days, said Andy. Wait a minute, the changes begun the day Harry had his accident. She realized upon digging further into the information she had in her hands. Unicorn blood, said Harry, staring at Severus, the missing ingredient needed for his potion to complete. Severus' eyes widened. Since when did unicorn blood enable such a thing? It made no sense, but the results were here in black and white. How will the baby survive? How has it been surviving? Andy murmured the words to create a scan, bringing it up for both parents to see. Why is it blurry? Inquired Severus, his hands grasping the bottom of the bed tightly. I can't say for sure, but I think it's his magic, explained Andy. The unicorn blood perhaps gave him a gift that is quite frankly unprecedented, but his magic created a sac that fits right here, where the womb would be in a woman, she added, showing them what she meant. With it being magical, there might never be any outwardly sign that he is pregnant. It just depends. I see, said Severus. This all sounded like conjecture and he didn't like it. Unfortunately, there was no way he would know for sure what would happen. This was a first. He would definitely need to get in touch with the American couple. Not only would he have this potion completed for them, he would need to tell them about himself and Harry's surprise. No miracle. He didn't even know if the unicorn blood would help them like it had Harry. He would need to wait and see what occurs. The baby is getting all the nutrients it needs. See, here is the placenta, said Andy, mesmerized by what she was seeing. Magic had created a womb and everything the fetus would need to survive. It was quite unreal, really. She didn't know what to think. This truly was a whole new era. If the fetus survives, you will need to have a C-section to remove it. She was very lucky to be the one to be doing this. She was Harry's healer, had been since the first time she saw him when he was injured. It was no coincidence that the accident with the unicorn blood had started all this. I have to ask this, of course, as I always must. Do you want to have the baby? Asked Andy, professionally. Of course, snapped Harry and Severus together in sync. They were not going to get rid of this miracle child. Andy nodded, having already known the answer, but she'd been obliged to ask as part of her job. Do you have any other questions? She asked absently, moving Harry's top back down. She desperately needed to sit down, so she picked the paperwork back up and took a seat behind her desk. Opening one of the drawers, she pulled out Harry's folder and placed the new paperwork into it. She certainly wouldn't risk her job leaving it lying out. Someone had already lost their job, but she had brought it on herself by informing the press. She had questions of her own she wanted to ask, but they were quite frankly none of her business. Harry had destroyed you-know-who, completely obliterated him, and the papers had constantly said it was Nick who was the chosen one, who would have to destroy the evil wizard. Had they been wrong? Had it been Harry all along? Nothing I can think of at the moment, said Severus. He was still trying to process everything, and with the battle and Harry using a time-turner on top of it, it was little wonder he wasn't quite himself at the moment. Okay, let's set an appointment up for next week, said Andy. That would give them time to relax and recover. The magic I did today, it won't harm the baby, will it? Asked Harry, sliding off the bed, as he wandered over to Severus and sat down next to him. As long as you don't go home and get into another battle, then no, your magic is as strong as ever, answered Andy immediately. Unfortunate, I think you already suspect that you cannot be near potions or the fumes for the duration of your pregnancy. What, the entire time? Gaped Harry. He hadn't thought about that. Taking potions, yes, but not being able to brew anything for 7 whole months. Yes, the entire time, replied Andy. It was just too dangerous. There were only a few potions they were allowed while they were pregnant as well. Flipping through papers, she found the list of forbidden potions as well as the few he would be allowed and paid it along wordlessly to Severus. Oh, murmured Harry. Well, he would just have to work theoretically on some potions he had lying around. He would never risk the baby, not that Severus would allow it. He would miss brewing through, desperately miss it, but needs a must. Come, we must go to the ministry, otherwise they will be chasing us down. Hopefully everyone has already given their statements so we can get in and out, said Severus, although he knew that wouldn't happen. I doubt that. Quite a few of them are in here for treatment, said Andy, honestly. Severus groaned but reluctantly got up. He would rather that than being accosted by them when they next saw them. Are coming into the manor, half-cocked over a bloody statement. Severus glanced at Andy and laughed a little at their predicament. I hope I don't have to reiterate that this must be kept under wraps. He told her firmly. Of course you don't, but you know as well as I that things get out despite our best efforts, said Andy, so choose wisely who you choose to tell and what you say in letters. The press will be all over Harry now, and do anything to uncover even the smallest story. Harry shuddered at the thought, going paler by the second. Indeed, said Severus, already realizing that statement and knowing it was true. Feel free to use the flow, said Andy. The smell of the food was making her stomach rumble. She hadn't had any lunch today and quite frankly she was starving. Hopefully she would be able to have 5 minutes to herself to eat something, although it wouldn't be a cooked meal, not until she got home to her husband later tonight. If she lasted until tonight, her husband had been so worried. The news had already reached him, but thankfully when he saw her in the fire the majority of the panic had faded. I would be grateful for that, said Severus, standing up absently picking up their food as both of them moved towards the fireplace. Harry had been extremely quiet. Had he already known the answer to the questions, or was he still feeling out of sorts with what had happened? He wished he knew, but until they got home they weren't discussing it. He wasn't going to risk it. He just wished he knew what was going on in his mind. I'll see you next week, commented Andy. I'll send out an owl with a date and time, realizing they didn't have one yet. Severus nodded curtly, before he grasped a handful of flow powder from the pot at the side of the fireplace before throwing it at their feet. Shouting his new destination in, wishing for nothing more than to be in Prince Manor. He hadn't expected to like the place so much when he finally moved in. Yet he did, but he knew it wasn't solely due to the house but the people inside it too. Ugh, complained Harry, I hate the flow, he added as he regained his bearings inside the ministry's atrium. A million flashlights went off, as dozens upon dozens of people began shouting questions at him. Harry looked around, his face impassive but inwardly horrified to the core to see them all there. It was as if they had been waiting for the moment he appeared. Shuddering softly, he quickly ran towards the wand-waiting wizard, and stuffed his wand in his hand and waited on getting it back. They won't get near the Auror's office, don't worry, said Severus, calming Harry down, the wild look in his eyes fading just slightly at the knowledge. They won't get pet here, sir, they aren't allowed unless they have explicit permission or are interviewing someone, explained the wizard, pinging Severus' wand to him. It was true, they couldn't get ped the wards, and it seemed as if the ministry was still on partial lockdown. No doubt due to the worried families trying to find out what had happened to their loved ones. They wouldn't get to talk to anyone other than a receptionist at St. Mungo's, so they probably thought they'd have better luck here, but since the new building had been built it just wasn't true. Severus nodded curtly, saying nothing as they both ventured further into the ministry, grateful for the forethought to stop the press. Harry was going through enough without them bothering him every minute. This was Harry's worst fear, literally staring him in the face. He didn't know why he feared it so much, but he did, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. He would just have to learn to live with it. Unfortunately, as callous as that sounded, it was the truth. Severus wished he could protect his lover from this, but it wasn't possible. It didn't take them that much longer to climb the stairs and get to the oral department. They did a curiously packed cafeteria on the way up, but they didn't linger with fear of being trampled. They certainly weren't taking any chances. They'd just gotten into the main area, where a few others were sitting waiting, presumably for the oars, when they bumped into someone. Harry, hi, muttered James, dumbly staring at Harry, surprised, not sure what to say. Anything he wanted to say would be rejected anyway, so what was the point? He was going to respect Harry's wish and remain out of his life, as hard as that would be. Hello, replied Harry, blinking at him. This James hadn't given him the time tuner, but he was still the man who risked everything to help him. Severus arched an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Okay, he definitely needed to see what on earth had happened. He'd actually said a civil word to James Potter. The world was turning on its axis. Staring at Harry cautiously, he could see only wary acceptance on his face. Potter looked as though a feather could knock him over. He was stunned. No doubt he'd expected Harry to ignore him. He knew he had. Do you want someone else to take your statement? Asked James, his tone cautious. He didn't know what Harry was up to, but he tried not to let the hope consume him, but it was a futile effort. I'll take Snape, boomed Moody, from inside the office. They could see him from the side of the room sitting at his desk. All right, murmured Harry, shrugging his shoulders. He just wanted to get home, so anything that got it done quicker he was fine with. He didn't know how to feel about James Potter anymore, but maybe Severus would be able to help him sort out all his chaotic thoughts and feelings. All right, said James, clearing his throat, reminding himself to remain professional. There was no point to begging Harry his forgiveness or asking why Harry had not told them the truth. He didn't deserve it. He had dismissed his son his entire life. What right did he have to demand answers from him now? None at all. He hoped Eileen and Severus would be there for him since he could not. He remembered his conversation with Nick, and no doubt Harry felt the same. It wasn't just hypothetically killing a wizard. No matter what Voldemort had done, Harry had actually had to kill someone to survive, as the prophecy foretold. Not that it was the first time, but those hadn't been aimed to kill. Harry had just been trying to escape. It was pure luck that he'd hit Pettigrew in Voldemort's start from the beginning. He said the quill was poised next to the paperwork, ready to begin recording everything Harry said. The names, dates and location were already written on the otherwise blank parchment. That might be a bit difficult. It hadn't just happened for him. It was nearing a week ago. Shifting slightly, he summoned up his courage and began talking. 7. I got a note from Ollivander. He wanted to see me, and so we went to see him. We were already going to the hospital anyway. I finished the potion Neville requested to help his parents. You brewed a potion to negate the effects of the Cruciatus curse, gasped James, his heart hammering in his. Would he have a good friend back soon? He had been devastated by what happened to Frank and Alice. They might not have been extremely close, but both their children having the possibility to be a prophecy child had been terrifying. Lily and Alice had gone into labor on the same day as well, which hadn't helped matters. Both women had been on eggshells, praying that they wouldn't give birth. What should have been a momentous and joyous occasion had been filled with dread and fear. Yes, replied Harry, sighing softly. He wanted to get back to St. Mungo's and check on Cedric. He felt so guilty that he'd been hit, and with what Luna had said he was even more on edge. What if, despite the fact he'd used the counter curse quickly, Cedric succumbed to the curse? He would never be able to forgive himself, so he was determined to be there to see for himself that he was okay. Continue, said James, despite the fact he wanted to ask about the potion, not that he'd understand. He and Lily only had a cursory knowledge of potions, him more than Lily surprisingly, but nothing like what it took to PA mastery in the subject. He knew how to identify potions, by scent alone, never mind actually seeing them, but that didn't mean he could brew complex potions. Harry hadn't received the ability from them, no, if anyone it will have been his mum. Harry's grandmother. She had been a black before her marriage and being disowned and quite good at potions. She'd been a stay-at-home mum though, and never had a career. Back then it hadn't been normal to have both a career and a child. You were there. Why do I have to repeat everything all over again? Grumbled Harry. His ankle was spasming in pain as it repaired itself. Evidently there hadn't been a numbing or pain relief in it. At least the burns on his hands were numb. It was going to be a very long day, he realized, and he was already exhausted. He just wanted to go home and take his shoes off and sleep for a year. James frowned. He may not know his son well, but from everyone who spoke about him they'd never heard him whining. He had to forcefully remind himself that Harry had just ended a life. He would want to go back to his house and recover, no doubt. Either that or someone he cared about was in critical condition at St. Mungo's. It will only take a few more minutes, then you can go. Voldemort approached, and I noticed the medallion for the. Harry cut off, giving James a weird look. The wizard was gesturing for him to stop quite emphatically. Of course, he wouldn't want the ministry to know he was part of the Order of the Phoenix. Rolling his eyes, Harry began to talk quicker. Just thinking about it was bringing everything flooding back. He mentioned Lily's words, Voldemort's words, and everything that happened in the duel. He even mentioned Lily pulling him aside at the hospital and warning James that he would take legal action if she didn't stop. Harry was not going to risk his baby, not for the sake of ignoring his family, and he knew she wouldn't give up. He was largely unaware of the spell preventing Lily from casting even the minuscule harmful spell at anyone. James didn't seem surprised by his words, more resigned than anything, but he didn't say anything, just nodded his head as they finished the statement. "Hand over your wand," said James. Harry froze, swallowing thickly, his eyes wider than usual as he handed it over, his heart pounding like a drum. James took it delicately, frowning at Harry's odd behavior and the wand. He had been with Harry when he got his wand, and he was 95% sure that this wasn't the wand that had picked him when he was 11. Prior incantado, James said clearly. A bright gold glow began to emerge from Harry's wand and began to show echoes of all spells he had used. James quickly said their names as they came along, or the effects they had, which was promptly recorded on the parchment on the desk. Defindo, Fumos, Glacius, Diminuendo, Wingardium Leviosa, Orbis, Reducto, Ferula, Frigidus Sanguis, Ossa Franger, Aqua Eructo, Levicorpus, Langlock, Protega, Reducto, Sectum Sempra, Defindo, with an image of Voldemort indicating that this had been the spell that had taken the evil wizard down, counter curse to the Concedo spell. Harry almost doubled over in relief, but he was plagued with even more questions now. Where was his other wand? Had it disappeared? The clothes off his back had, as well as the time turner. It may very well be a mystery that he would never find out. Just like Luna's words, Merlin, he had been so glad for his friends during the last week, even now, despite the fact it had never happened. Deletrius, cast James, ending the spell, having no further need for it. Read the statement, and if everything is correct, sign it, Harry, said James, handing over the parchment and quill. He felt as if a wall had come down between them without him even knowing about it. They weren't exactly friendly, but there wasn't the stone-cold iciness that had been present since he'd seen him last, well, if you didn't count today. Harry gave it a cursory read, before he quickly signed his name. Harry Peverell. That's the last of the Death Eaters caught, exclaimed Proudfoot as he entered the office. He was absently rubbing at his shoulder as he sat down at his seat. He was utterly exhausted, but feeling very elated by the way things had gone. Many of the Death Eaters had gotten away during the last war, but the prominent ones who had managed to weasel out of a one-way ticket to Azkaban were dead this time around. Well, with the obvious exception of Lucius Malfoy, he was in Azkaban. His own wife had yet to even approach the ministry with a request to see him. Neither had his son, and it wasn't as if he couldn't. He was 17 years old now, nearly 18. Graduation was coming up quickly. He had a nephew he was going to see graduate. It was why it was firmly imprinted in his mind. The fact they'd done it with so many of their own injured or worse killed in the line of duty spoke of their resilience. Evil would never win as long as there were people who would risk it all to keep everyone safe. "Why didn't you say anything?" asked James, his eyes clouded with tortuous pain. "About what?" inquired Harry, already having a good idea what he was referring to. "That it was you," murmured James, sadly. "Would you have believed me?" demanded Harry bluntly. James just smiled bitterly. Of course he wouldn't have believed him, years ago, but in the past 2 years. He would have thought about it and made sure it was true. "Are we done?" asked Harry, standing up, clutching onto the table, wincing. How the hell could he have forgotten about the damn ankle? It was hurting enough that he shouldn't be, that's for damn certain. The beginning was the worst, as it literally knitted the bones back together. "Are you all right?" asked James, lurching forward, stopping just inches from Harry before curling his hand back, aware that Harry probably didn't even want his aid. "Lean against me," said Severus, coming towards him, his black eyes filled with concern. He didn't need to be concerned with the fear he might faint, since he'd taken 2 doses of blood-replenishing drafts to ensure it. In fact, he hadn't been dizzy since he sat down and allowed healer Walsh to heal the wound on his. She had thankfully put a salve on it that would get rid of the scarring, not that it always worked, but if put on quick enough it did help. "Do you need us for anything further?" inquired Severus, giving Potter and Moody a quick look. "Just your signature on this, then we are done," barked Moody, in his usual no-nonsense voice. He in an unusual move grabbed the parchment and quill and walked over to them, putting both on James's desk for Severus to sign. His magical eye moved between both of them. If the eye could show emotion, it would be showing speculative curiosity. "I guess I best tell everyone they can go home," said James. "Is it all right if Nick stays here until I'm finished?" "Just head home, I'll do the paperwork," said Shacklebolt from his desk to their left. Unlike a lot of other Aurors, he didn't have a significant other. Plus he had been doing nothing but paperwork anyway, so it made him feel better to be useful, even if it only helped let James go home early. He was curious about what happened, and what better than to read the eyewitnesses' accounts of what happened. Simply put, there wasn't. It was just too bad that he was being cleared for work in 2 weeks' time. The war, and the worst, was over. Really? James perked up at the idea, turning to face Kingsley to see whether he was serious or not. "Yeah," Shacklebolt nodded, hands out expectantly. James didn't need further convincing as he lifted them all up and thumped them on Shacklebolt's desk. "Thanks, Kings," he told his coworker honestly. He was very grateful for him doing this. The information that had been dropped on him like a bomb today in the battle, he wanted to go home and drink himself into a stupor. "No problem," Shacklebolt told him, waving his hand off as if it was nothing. "Does anyone know how Dumbledore is doing?" asked James, realizing he hadn't been interviewed by them, the others that had interviewed people at St. Mungo's were still not back yet. He was interviewed at St. Mungo's. "He's fine," said Moody. "Smith is back?" asked James, surprised, staring over at Moody now. "They all are," said Moody, his hand pointing towards the large pile of paperwork on his desk. They were now cleaning up the mess. As junior Aurors, it was expected of them to do it at least a few times. After the battle ended, they'd been more interested in helping the injured and the dead on their own side. "Oh," murmured James, surprised. "Let Sirius know I've left for the evening." Turning ready to open his mouth, but to say what he wasn't sure, only to notice that Harry and Snape were already gone. Go figure. Snape had always been good at slinking away. It's what made him a very good spy. It was probably for the best. He honestly didn't know what to say to Harry. He never did really. "Bye," called James as he hastily made his way out of the offices, making a beeline for the cafeteria. It was just as packed as before. They were all looking impatient and irritated at having been kept so long. Which was understandable. A few of them probably had someone they cared about in the hospital. Which, such a small community, it was hardly surprising. He ran towards the cafeteria, or rather jogged, since it wasn't far from the Auror headquarters. The door was wide open, allowing him to see everyone was milling around looking irritated. "Can we go now?" shouted a voice as soon as he entered. Looking around, he tried to identify who had spoken, and only one person was actually walking forward, an expectant look on his face. "Yes, you are all free to go. Please do so in an orderly fashion," As you can imagine, we are extremely busy and people are going back and forth with regular intervals. We do not want to deal with shoving matches either. If anyone causes problems, they'll be in the cells for the night." James shouted loud enough for them to hear. "Now you cannot apparate in the building and we don't have time to create portkeys for you all, so please make your way to the atrium and use the flow network. Does anyone need help finding their way there?" "I do," said a young 18-year-old. "Come with me," said the security guard, giving James a nod of respect, and then slowly but surely everyone began to leave the cafeteria, although it seemed as if a few of them were remaining behind to finish of their meals. He knew the feeling. He was absolutely famished. Seeing Lily in front of him soured his appetite. "Dad!" yelled Nick, barreling forward, hugging the life out of his dad. He'd been completely immersed in the battle, and he hadn't seen him afterwards. He'd UM'd the worst when he was apparated to the ministry, but they'd only wanted his side of what happened. That, and he didn't want to even be in the same building as his mother, never mind the same room. Especially with what she was saying, she was quite frankly freaking him out. "Will you make her stop? Please." He was paler than normal, looking sick. "What's wrong?" asked James, alarmed by his son's pale complexion. With Voldemort gone, and the fact he didn't need to kill him should have made Nick happy. When the of his son's previous statement sunk in, his heart sank with it. Rubbing his head tiredly, he tensed, waiting on what his son would say. "She's saying he will be back, that we need to keep training, that Harry had ruined and destroyed everything. Mum's really losing it, isn't she, Dad? What are we going to do?" said Nick. He loved her deep down. She was his mum after all, and seeing her like this was making him hate her more. He was 17 years old, not far off 18, so it wasn't a surprise that he was beginning to realize that there was something wrong with her mentally. This wasn't just anger that he was seeing or emberment, this was delusional behavior. She couldn't accept what was in front of her. "Don't worry about it, I'll sort it out," James told him adamantly, rubbing at his head again, agitated. He needed to think it through though, about the best way to see it through. He would also need to talk to the healers at St. Mungo's. If he could get them to take her in, he wouldn't need to remain married to her. If he put her in, then he would. Otherwise he would no longer be responsible for her, and she could potentially be let out again before she was better. He wasn't quite up to date on the rules, but something had to be done. He would go first thing tomorrow, but right now his entire family needed a rest. "Oh my God, James!" cried Lily, copying her son and basically crushing her husband and son in her arms. "Enough!" snapped James, forcing himself out of her hold, barely keeping it together. He was so tired, but he didn't want to let her out of his sight. Not until he knew what he was going to do, at any rate. "What's wrong?" trembled Lily. "I was just so glad you survived. I watched the entire battle, unable to help." "You wouldn't have anyway. You are limited in your magic, remember?" James said bluntly. Lily flinched at the remembrance of how useless she was, but at least now she can go out and do shopping and such at Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade without having to worry about a Death Eater attack. Well, for however long it was before Voldemort found his way back, just because the boy couldn't take the fact that her son is the hero. She had seen it. It didn't matter what Voldemort said or what everyone believed, she had seen it and she knew she was right. She would go shopping and be happy, buy some things for Godric's Hollow, new clothes, see if she couldn't tempt James into remembering the old days and maybe give them another try. Nobody would have to know about the stupid Merlin's Law thing that was in affect. She really should have known better than to insult magic itself. St. Mungo's Hospital, Cedric and company. "Hello, Harry. It's been a while," exclaimed Cedric's mother, Karen, giving him a gentle hug, smiling even if it was a little tense, but that was to be expected. Her son had just been hurt after all. "Hello, Mrs. Diggory. Is it okay if I come in?" he asked politely. "Of course. Come on in," she said, opening the door, letting Harry into the hospital room. Amos was sitting at his son's bedside, looking as if he had been sobbing for hours. His eyes were red-rimmed and he was hunched over, but Harry wasn't surprised. Amos could be quite emotional and rude when it came to praising Cedric's abilities. He was proud of him, no doubt, but he seemed to think it was all right to exploit other people's weaknesses. Cedric, though, was much more like his mother in temperament. "Harry," murmured Cedric, cracking a smile. "Thank you." "What do you mean by that?" asked Amos, sitting up straighter, wondering what was going on and what he was missing. "It's no problem," said Harry, taking a seat. I'm just glad you're going to be okay. Wondering how he had found out. Had he been conscious and able to see what he was doing? Or had the healer told him? It couldn't be possible, could it? He had told them the counter had been cast, but never said it was himself that did it. They must have made an umption, correct as it was. I am. They gave me your potion. I'll be out tomorrow morning, said Cedric, relieved. Although Moody said I've to take the rest of the week off. Just because the potions repaired the damage, it doesn't mean you won't feel delicate and exhausted doing simple things. Try doing a bit of exercise when you wake up in the morning, not tomorrow though. Tomorrow just relax, then go for a run in the evening. You'll feel the strain then, but it will help you recover quicker, said Harry weirdly. Oh, and eat plenty of healthy foods for a while, avoid alcohol too. Do you have knowledge in healing? Asked Amos, doubt coating his voice. Yes, stated Harry sharply, not as patient as he usually was when dealing with Amos Diggory. Unless you have forgotten, it's required to have such when dealing with potions. A big portion of my questions during my mastery exams pertained pertinent information regarding the body, healing and the correct amount of potions. His tone remained curt. Now, Amos, he saved our son's life, said Karen, placing a hand on her husband, and the fight left him. Her tone unusually severe, really angry at her husband for his words. He always acted as if everyone was out to get him and that if he listened to anyone else's advice it would take their son away. Enough, Dad, enough, said Cedric, shaking his head, giving Harry an apologetic look, but his friend thankfully just smirked ruefully at him. Any more of this and I'll ask you to leave. It was worse with Cho. The only saving grace was the fact she was smart and a pureblood. His dad wasn't prejudiced per se, but he was proud of their name. Amos's jaw dropped before it slammed back up, and surprisingly he did keep quiet. Perhaps he was realizing his son wasn't a young boy anymore, and wouldn't put up with it. Shaking his head wryly, Cedric was too much like his mother, not that it was a bad thing, since he was proud of him regardless. He could have been one of the best Quidditch players, but he gave it up for a more dangerous career as an oar. He'd never thought he would see him in the hospital so soon in his career. Merlin, he'd nearly had a stroke when he was approached by one of the clerks at the ministry with a letter from St. Mungo's. Karen smiled behind her hand. So, Harry, I trust you weren't hurt today? She asked, assessing him for damage. Just a broken ankle that's already healing and some burns, explained Harry, showing his bandaged hands in way of explanation. I'll be fine tomorrow. Good, said Karen, smiling at him. He had defeated Voldemort without permanent harm. Even Aurors weren't that lucky most days. Harry wasn't exactly the most lucky of wizards either. She'd read the papers often enough to know that without Cedric's tales. Have any of the others come to see you? Asked Harry. Do they even know? I'm not sure. They've only began letting people in. That's not family, said Cedric, frowning. Cho will be in soon, I'd imagine. With so many people coming in, they didn't have a choice, Karen told them softly. They hadn't even let cousins in, just immediate family. The hospital was packed with people trying to see those they cared about. Friends and family. It just wasn't possible to let everyone in, until things settled down. Which they were now, or at least as settled as possible. Would you like me to tell everyone that you're okay? Asked Harry. Neville and Luna probably already knew everyone was safe and alive. Dad brought some parchment in. I'll write to them. I'm just glad I'm going to be able to go to Neville's graduation, said Cedric, relieved. He had promised him after all. For one brief moment there, he had UMed he wouldn't be able to. He would have to do something for Harry to show how grateful he was, but Harry wanted for nothing. He had absolutely everything he wanted. He was impossible to shop for. Harry grinned at him in amusement, nodded his head. Neville wanted him there. He wanted everyone there, especially Luna. Are you going to attend this year's graduation, Harry? Inquired Mrs. Diggory curiously. I don't know, said Harry thoughtfully. I've never really thought about it. Just remember it's your graduation too. Even if you completed your NEWTs early, it will be nice to have a certificate. It's something that's important to me. It may seem like a silly thing, but it's a nice thing to show to your children and friends, added Karen. It's true. Mum showed me dozens of times. She was in Hufflepuff too, laughed Cedric, shaking his head in amusement. His dad as well. Both certificates had a pride of place in their studies, with 4 small badgers in the corner with Hufflepuff colors. His was still in his trunk in his new house. Well, it wasn't new per se anymore. Sweetie, you look exhausted, Karen admonished. Have you even relaxed since it happened? She knew that he had defeated Voldemort. It was impossible not to, since the news had spread like wildfire even through the hospital. It's all people wanted to talk about, that and the fact he had been the boy who lived all along. It didn't change or color her opinion of him. He was Cedric's friend and had been since his last year at Hogwarts. The letters from her son had been revealing, to say the least. She hadn't been able to look at the Potters quite the same way. No, admitted Harry, trying to smile, but it came out a grimace. Where's Severus? Asked Cedric, realizing that the wizard wasn't there. Nothing happened, he added, his voice tinged with panic. He's fine, he went home, said Harry quickly, shuddering softly. I can't stay long since I promised him I wouldn't be. Then go home, said Cedric adamantly. I'll flow over to see you tomorrow, at lunchtime. Or would you prefer dinner? I doubt I'll be up until after lunch, Harry told him wryly. He was dead beat. All right then, dinner it is, said Cedric. Go home to Severus, I'll see you later. If you're sure, murmured Harry, not able to argue or fight. His bed was screaming for him. I am, said Cedric. Thank you for saving my son, said Amos emotionally. He's one of my best friends. I did what anyone would have, said Harry simply, before he turned and left the room. Karen looked at Cedric thoughtfully. If she didn't know any better, she would say that Severus and Harry was an item. The way Cedric had said go home to him, it's exactly what one would say to a friend about their partners. It would explain why he is still living at Prince Manor instead of having his own place, and he most certainly had the money for it. Would have done even if he hadn't kept the Potter investments. His own potions would have seen to it that he had enough galleons in Gringotts for such a purchase. Dad, can you pee me the parchment please? Asked Cedric, withholding a gasp of pain when he sat up. He needed to write to them before they got even more worried. News had probably reached every corner of the world by now, so he wanted his friends to know he was alive. Prince Manor. Harry, Eileen and Severus. Harry, Eileen cried out as she tackled him as he was exiting the Flow network. Her frail body was trembling, showing her fear for what could have happened. The first she'd heard was from Dobby. She'd known they were alive, but that was as far as her knowledge extended. She had no idea if they were hurt or if they'd survived unscathed. With such a battle, she knew it was unlikely. Just as suddenly as she was hugging him, she stood back and began to inspect the damage done to him. She had been seconds from going to St. Mungo's herself to see them, but she'd been worried she might miss them returning. Where's Sev? Asked Harry, his shoulders tense. He's up the stairs, replied Eileen, gazing at him shrewdly. She knew something was wrong, just not what. What's going on? She demanded, extremely concerned. Harry shook his head, taking a deep breath. Don't worry, it's not bad. Well, not all bad. I promise. Harry, stated Eileen, giving him a stern look. If she had to do any more waiting, she was going to scream. No, I mean it, we need to talk, said Harry seriously. They had to get this all out in the open. Very well, Eileen gave in very reluctantly. Judging by the look on Harry's face, he wasn't about to give in any time soon. I want to know what's going on soon, she pointed out. Harry nodded. Giving her another hug, he exited the living room and began making his way up the stairs. Butterflies were making themselves home in his stomach, multiplying with every step he took. He honestly would have preferred going out to face Voldemort again than do this, but he had to face this. Breathing out again, trying to calm his racing heart, he opened the door and found Severus sitting on the bed, the pensive on one side, a cup of coffee on the other. Just seeing him there, he realized he didn't give a shit about one uncomfortable conversation or telling him what happened, or rather giving him the memories. All he cared about was the fact that Severus was alive, that he was going to have a family. All else paled into insignificance. With that knowledge and realization, Harry relaxed. Come what may, he was positive they would face it together, as a family. Severus stood up. Moving towards Harry, he cupped his face, staring him straight in the eye. He looked exhausted, not just physically but emotionally, and he wondered if he would look the same once he emerged from the pensive. Did he honestly want to know what happened? He already suspected what had, and that was enough for him. It wasn't though, was it? He couldn't let Harry go through it alone. even if it hadn't happened he still had the knowledge in his mind and always would. Put the memories in the pensieve, go have a bath and get some sleep, he said soothingly. Harry pressed into Severus' long fingers, closing his eyes feeling the tears beginning again. Merlin, it felt so good to have him back, he wouldn't have been able to do this without him. He needed him, more than anything else in this world. He always knew what to say, what to do, he had been there for him and kept his secrets. Honestly, he could never have found anyone better if he tried. Tried, murmured Harry, almost swaying where he stood. It was as if all the stress and lack of sleep had remained with him despite everything else disappearing. Go on, said Severus, removing his hand and prodding him in the direction of the pensieve. Removing his wand from his holster, where he had put it when he got it back from James, he began to put a week's worth of memories into it. Thankfully, though it wouldn't take Severus a week to get through them all, it would take him a while, maybe an hour or so. As he did, he began to pour the memories in. He began to feel lighter, an added side effect to placing the memories in the pensieve. Severus removed it from the bed and placed it on the table, making sure that it was well away from his coffee. Sleep, said Severus, moving the duvet and placing it over him when he hopped onto the bed. Once he was sure Harry was burrowed in properly, he picked up his pensieve. He left the room, staring down at the memories with trepidation, before stiffening his spine and walking towards his office. Murmuring tensely his words indecipherable, Harry turned around, still asleep, trapped by his nightmares. He had his fist tightly clenched together as if he was trying to keep a hold of something or someone. Each time he tried to get to Severus quick enough, he kept failing. Nothing he did was enough. The result was just the same, and that was with Severus dead and he was unable to do anything. It was a never-ending loop, and as heart-wrenching as it was, he couldn't wake himself up. He was stuck dreaming repeatedly. I'm so tired of being here, suppressed by all my childish fears. And if you have to leave, I wish that you would just leave. 'Cause your presence still lingers here. And it won't leave me alone. These wounds won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. When you cried, I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you'd scream, I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years. But you still have all of me. You used to captivate me by your resonating light. Now I'm bound by the life you left behind. Your face, it haunts my once pleasant dreams. Your voice, it chased away all the sanity in me. These wounds won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. My immortal evanescence. No, Severus, come back, murmured Harry desperately. Even in his sleep his arm was outstretched as if he could pull the wizard from his dreams and into his arms. Softly, he continued to toss and turn, begging and pleading for something nobody other than he could see. For a brief moment he did calm, and seemed to drift off into a deeper sleep, but it didn't last long. No matter what happened, Harry hadn't been destined for a good sleep while alone tonight of all nights. A few doors down, Severus were awake and viewing Harry's nightmare, so to speak, and had been doing so for quite some time. The pensieve in Severus Snape's office glowed for over an hour, before the wizard was swiftly ejected at the end of the series of memories he had been viewing. Everyone would agree that Severus had always been a pale wizard, but the man who stepped out of that pensieve looked whiter than white, if such a thing was really possible. Tears were pouring freely down his face, and it took a lot to make Severus lose control of his emotions. Not even when Harry had been injured had he gave way to the turbulent emotions swirling inside of him. His stomach also rebelled dangerously, and before he could even think of moving from his position on his knees on the floor, he was regurgitating the contents of his stomach onto the rug. Which might not be much, since he hadn't eaten since breakfast that morning, but that didn't stop the smell from being atrocious. He had thought the horror of finding out about the Horcruxes would be the worst thing he could know. He had been such an insipid fool to think that. Shakily banishing the puddle on the floor, he weakly got to his feet, stumbling slightly until he found purchase when he sat down on his office chair. The sick feeling continued to churn in his stomach, as the acid burnt his mouth and throat. He'd meant he would be able to take whatever he saw. This wasn't the kind of grief one usually gets to witness. You shouldn't get to see the horror of what your loved ones were going through when they lost you. His mother, he had never seen her like that, never in all his years. Closing his eyes in a futile attempt to get rid of the images flashing across his mind, He had known if anything happened to him Harry would take it hard, but to the extent he'd been nearly catatonic for a week. Not even his friends or his mother had been able to rouse him for long. Not until he'd found out he was pregnant then this obsession of putting things right had begun, and here he was, partially thanks to James Potter. He didn't know how he felt about that tidbit of information yet, so he chose to ignore it for now. Feeling something wet, he reached out and touched his cheeks. Severus' eyes widened in disbelief, turning his hand over then back again, unable to believe there was wetness there. He couldn't remember the last time he'd truly cried over something. Swallowing thickly, he hastily wiped his eyes and cheeks, getting rid of all trace of tears. Then the memory of Harry defending his actions, especially to their baby, crossed his mind. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. He'd had no idea just how little self-esteem Harry had. Not until he saw Harry speaking to their unborn child, he didn't think he was good enough. Merlin, that hurt on a very deep level. How did he help Harry overcome what his family had done? It was the only explanation he could think of that would have Harry feeling insecure, unworthy, incapable. How could his partner create potions like it was nothing yet not believe in himself? A shudder ran through him as he remembered the look of utter devastation on Harry's face when he saw he was down. The words, "You promised," echoing like an unending drum beat. Despite the fact they were filled with despair, he could only see Harry's eyes glaring at him, spitting those words at him in his mind's eye as if he had done the most despicable thing in existence. The dome of magic, pure magic, stopped anyone from getting near them. Even Cedric Diggory hadn't been able to get near Harry, and that was one of the few people that he actually trusted. Unable to sit alone in his office right now, he stood up abruptly, becoming dizzy in his attempt. Grasping a hold of the arms of the chair, breathing evenly, he should probably eat, but the thought of consuming anything right now made his stomach lurch even more unpleasantly. What Harry had been through was tearing him up inside. He left his office, completely distracted, so much so that he had forgotten to put the pensive away like he did every other time he used it. He made his way on shaky legs back down the hall, slightly surprised his mother wasn't nosing around trying to find out what was going on. She wasn't nosy per se, it was more she was concerned about both of them. She felt it was her God-given right to make sure they didn't do anything silly, like spilt up. He didn't think anything like that was possible, not with what he had just found out. He needed no further proof that Harry loved him completely. He had risked everything to come back and save him. Risking his sanity, his life, the timeline, and potentially their child. How could he be angry? Perhaps if something had happened he would be, but it hadn't. They were all safe and alive and out of harm's way. Finally back in the room, he made his way over and sat on the edge of the bed on his side. Not that he had that side either. Harry was sleeping from side to side instead of down one side. He didn't look good, he realized when he saw Harry's face. It was tense, he was sweating and it wasn't even that hot. Was he getting sick? Had he been hit with a curse or spell that they didn't know? Pressing his hand to his forehead he relaxed. While it was hot and sweaty it wasn't anything to be immediately concerned about. He had been seen by Andy, she'd done a thorough diagnosis, and if something had been there she would have known it. Unhooking his cloak, he let it fall to the floor beside the other one Dobby had dropped off in his room when he demanded it of him. He must have nudged it onto the floor earlier at some point. He couldn't lose it, so he picked it up and put both of them in the bedside cabinet. It held a time turner for Merlin's sake. It wasn't something he could risk being misplaced or having the house elves lose for him. Unbuttoning his shirt, he winced at the redness that stood out against the paleness of his skin. It was still very tender, he realized as he touched it. It hadn't seemed that bad earlier, and Harry had been pressing against it using a great deal of strength. Shaking his thoughts off he grabbed a t-shirt and slid it over his wiry frame. His trousers were next, using his legs to kick them off before he concentrated on Harry. Levitating him just inches of the bed, he moved him into a more suitable position where he could actually get into the bed. Severus almost jumped when Harry shouted no at the top of his lungs before lurching up into sitting position before he was even properly awake. Cursing inwardly and nastily when he saw the tears running down his face, he knew it was his fault and it was eating him up inside. Harry was terrified that he would end up alone because he had lost concentration on the battle when Harry had almost been possessed. That was the beauty of having a pensive, You didn't just see things from one point of view, but rather saw everything that went on around you. Hey, 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 it's okay, I'm here, I'm fine, and you did it. Severus said immediately, wrapping his arms around him, continuing to talk to him to bring him out of whatever horror he was staring unseeing at. You're safe, we're safe, open your eyes Harry and look around, it's over now. Rocking slightly, he knew as soon as he had gotten through to Harry since the tense body in his arms literally melted into his MC. Unsurprisingly the tears followed, and Severus could do nothing but comfort him, suppressing his own devastation and anger. This was his fault. If he had just trusted that Harry would be fine, and concentrated on his battle, none of this would have been necessary. He could have spared Harry all this pain. Unfortunately there was no point to this useless thought since it had happened. All he could do was help him through it. I thought it was a dream. Harry managed to choke out through his tears. Merlin, he'd thought for a moment there he had dreamt it all and he had still been alone. Those arms around him were the best thing in this world. As long as he had Severus he would be fine. The tears continued to come, but Harry had calmed down. He just lay against Severus enjoying the feel of having him close after losing him. Crooned Severus, it's over, it's done. But a bitter thought wondered if it ever would be. How long would Harry carry this around before he was able to let it go? He had been through so much as it was, with an uncaring family, having to kill a wizard to survive without all this. He doubted either of them would be getting much sleep tonight. It was an awkward time to be pregnant, since he couldn't give Harry a dreamless sleeping draft, and he wouldn't take one and leave Harry to a night fraught with nightmares. That and the fact Cedric had taken the curse meant for him, he must be on the mend, otherwise Harry wouldn't have come back when he had. Are you mad at me? Asked Harry, his tone pleading for it not to be the case. No, never, do not think that, reiterated Severus adamantly. I couldn't do it without you, he said quietly, his tone resigned and tired. You could have done, and would have done brilliantly. Do not think on it, Harry, it's no longer a concern, we will do it together. Severus told him firmly. He would get to see his child brought into the world, would get to raise him with Harry, and they would fight whatever came their way as they always did. How could Harry possibly think he was angry after what he'd done for him? He did concede he had been furious when he found out, but only for a brief moment. He wanted to think if only he could go back, but seriously, it just held a sense of ironic disbelief right now. If he ever thought those words it would be too soon. It wasn't just a saying any longer but a real thing that Harry had done. The minutes slowly ticked by, neither of them in the mood to talk much, just sat there, but Severus' back and neck was beginning to ache something fierce. The stillness made him suspect that Harry might be sleeping. Harry didn't snore, so the quietness was the only indication he possessed to tell whether his lover was asleep. His stomach growled, reminding him that it was empty and he was hungry, despite the fact he didn't think he would be able to keep it down. The taste of sick still lingered in his mouth, that probably had a lot to do with it. Do you think you could eat something? Asked Severus, keeping his tone quiet just in case he was asleep. Of course Harry's stomach chose that exact moment to rumble as if answering Severus' question. A ham sandwich sounds good, confessed Harry. He hadn't been eating properly, and if not for his sake then the baby, he had to eat something, even if only a little, to get himself used to it again. He was so tired through he didn't think he could force the muscles in his jaw to chew the food. It was worth a try at least. He would never get to sleep with how loudly his stomach was complaining at this rate. Dob, started Severus, only to stare bemused at the house elf already standing at the bottom of his bed staring enquiringly at him. Can Dobby help? He asked, his tone earnest. Severus flashed to the house elf in the pensive. Even Dobby had been affected by his demise. He didn't know why. He didn't have a connection to Dobby the way Harry did. Yet the evidence was lying in his pensive. He made a note to himself to be just a bit kinder to the elf. It was the least he could do. Dobby, bring up some ham sandwiches, pickles on half of them and a side of crisps. Also bring up something to drink. Ginger ale for me please, said Severus. Ginger ale was great when you were feeling sick. That sounds nice, agreed Harry. Well, not the crisps, the ginger ale. Severus had only really had it once, when he'd felt ill for 2 days, one of those 2-day bugs that had gone around. He'd drunk some of it, not his cup obviously. He hadn't wanted to end up sick after all. When it was mixed with her honey it was lovely. In fact his stomach was coming around to the thought of eating. Dobby will be right back, said the house elf, his beaming features disappearing as he left. Do you think they'll accuse us of using their money for our own gain? Asked Harry out of the blue. There's hardly been any money removed from their vault. I have only accessed it twice, and that was for 30 galleons in total for herbs to experiment with, explained Severus thoughtfully. I think they will just be extremely hopeful that what happened to you can be replicated. Do you think it will? Questioned Harry. I mean, there isn't much left, at least not enough to experiment with to the extent of finding out if it will work. It took only a single drop for it to work with you, Severus pointed out adamantly. Yes, but what if it was a combination of the exploding potion and the unicorn? Blood, Sev, wondered Harry. It's possible, mused Severus thoughtfully. It's a simple enough potion. Although both ingredients do not react well together, I'm sure we can come up with a way to make it less volatile. Trying the unicorn blood first and foremost will probably be for the best. I'm sure Healer Walsh will help us if we ask. I can perform the spells, stated Harry. I know my runes, so it would be a straightforward procedure. He needed to do something when he couldn't brew for 7 months. Healer Walsh has the experience, she would know what to look for. Severus argued. However, if you wish to do it, then very well. You'll need to get in touch with them soon, before anyone finds out. A shiver went through Harry at the thought. He knew better than to think for a moment that he could go through this without people knowing. He'd been stupid enough to think he could go through the battle without anyone finding out he was the boy who lived. He wasn't about to delude himself otherwise this time. I intend to sometime tomorrow, agreed Severus, the sooner the better. He wasn't going to America, although it sounded like a good idea, getting away from all the publicity. He just wanted to be here, home, with Harry. So both wizards would have to come here, and if they were too busy, well, they obviously weren't desperate enough for a child of their own. They couldn't use the fact there was a war ongoing either, since it had been ended this night, and all Death Eaters captured. Food for Masters Severus and Harry, said Dobby cheerfully as he placed the tray of food on the bed before he left again. Harry shifted reluctantly so both of them could sit and eat, but as soon as he was done he vowed he would go back. He had been very comfortable sitting there. Severus' arm hadn't left his stomach until he moved. He was going to be a very good dad, and nothing like James, and Sev wouldn't let him be like that either. He grinned and accepted the goblet of ginger ale that Sev fed him. Taking a drink, he sighed, definitely what he needed right now. It was refreshing. He did lean against him again. He just couldn't stop himself. An entire week felt like years to him. He had a lot of catching up to do after all. We will get through it together, stated Severus, bringing Harry closer, but not too close so he could still eat his food. Together, agreed Harry, and any doubts he had that Severus was even the slightest bit with him washed away. As he said they would do it together. He found once he started eating he was actually able to do so and did it with relish. Sleep would come soon enough. He could feel it creeping up on him as he ate. Next morning, surprisingly, Severus was awake before Harry. Sliding out of bed, he left him to sleep as he got dressed and made his way down the stairs. Even being able to sleep on this new information, it still didn't make it any less mind-blowing. James Potter obviously wouldn't know what he'd done. The time turner they had would either remain as an extra in this world, or one from the ministry would disappear. He couldn't help but hope it remained an extra. The entire world and his wife would end up under suspicion if a time turner disappeared from the ministry without leaving a single trace. The world had just gotten over a threat. He didn't want them fretting over a non-existent one. He asked for breakfast, but the house elves told him that they were already cooking it and it would be ready in a few minutes. Asking for a coffee, he sat down and took the time to write a letter to Alex Selwyn Warren and Daniel Foley explaining a few things to them. He left a great deal out. He just wasn't in the mood to confide in anyone today. Harry would find these first few days increasingly difficult, so it was him he wanted to spend his time with. It would take nearly a day for the letter to reach them, and what they did next was entirely up to them. While he was writing, he noticed his mother was being extremely squirrely. Frowning in annoyance, he signed his name and called for Dobby. "Take this up to the Ollery and send it off, please," asked Severus, handing over the small missive. A lot of people were no doubt sending letters back and forth to all countries to let their loved ones know the worst was over. Hopefully it wouldn't hinder the owl's speed in getting to the couple. He had chosen the owl he had for its speed, so he would be quite quick at getting to its destination. Turning his chair around, he narrowed his eyes at his mother, wondering what was wrong. He just had a feeling there was something not right. Then it dawned on him, she hadn't asked even once what was going on. He'd barely gotten home from a battle when she was demanding answers, quite incessantly as well. She hadn't said a word today. Either she was just glad they were alive and well, or she already had her answers. "All right, Mum, what have you done?" he demanded of his mother, who had just sat down. The look on her face was one you saw when children were found with their hands in the cookie jar. "What do you mean?" asked Eileen, her face going smooth, her forehead wrinkling in obvious feigned confusion. Severus' lips twitched as he gave her a look that said, "Do I look stupid to you?" He wasn't about to give in either. This was ridiculous. He began to understand where his bull-headed stubbornness came from. Honestly, his mother could be extremely irritating when she wanted to be. Then he remembered last night. He'd left the pensive lying out. Closing his eyes horrified, he ground you harshly. "You didn't." Gritting the words out, finding it difficult to not scream or rage at her. The guilty look on her face said it all. "I'm sorry, Severus," she said quietly. Severus inhaled sharply. Never before had he been so pissed off at her, not in a long time, and never at the fact she'd invaded his privacy. "Until now I've never regretted asking you to move in. How dare you invade my privacy? You should have known better," Severus told her with deceptive mildness. Standing up, he moved out of the room without looking at her. He was too afraid he would say something he'd regret, and he would regret it. Eileen watched her son leave the room, the guilt beginning to fester in her stomach. She knew if she let him brood it would be 10 times worse. Standing up, she moved after him, knowing without needing to see where he was going. She was much slower than him, so he was already gone by the time she properly exited the living room. She made her way to his office. She had to explain everything to him now before it got strained. The door was open, so she slid inside, seeing Severus placing the pensive in its normal hiding place that nobody could get into. "I did not see all the memories," she said quickly, "only a few of them. I wasn't prepared for the memories, but I did it, and I regret it." "Why?" demanded Severus bitterly. "You came home from a battle without Harry, and then Harry returned 20 minutes later looking just as shaken as you. Neither of you would explain what was going on. I thought you and Harry were having some troubles," admitted Eileen. "That's because it had nothing to do with you," Severus told her, still cross. "I should have realized it was none of my business. Forgive me, son," pleaded Eileen. Severus sighed. This was supposed to be a happy time for all families, wasn't it? When a baby was on the way, it gave them all a reason to sell it. She obviously hadn't gone in far enough to realize that, or she would have been over the moon. She must have only seen enough to deduce Harry had used a time turner to save him, nothing further. "In future, stay out of it," he told her determinedly. "I will," she promised quietly. She just wanted what was best for both of them. "I just don't want to see either of you becoming unhappy." "We won't, and that is a promise that will be kept," said Severus adamantly. "Harry and I have other news to share with you today." Hiding a smirk that was slipping onto his face, he was going to let her stew on that for a few hours. Maybe longer. It depended on how long he could keep Harry on his side. Harry would have wanted her protected from the truth. He would be just as angry at her, but wouldn't be able to stay mad long. "What?" asked Eileen, both astonished and curious. It wasn't like her son to give in so easily, or forgive for that matter. "Later," he added, this time making no attempt at covering his supreme satisfaction. "Severus," cried Eileen, how could her son tease her like this? It wasn't very fair, and wasn't Severus' usual character either. She was right, something was going on, and it hadn't been what she had seen after all. Although nothing in this world would compare to what Harry had done for her and her son. He had saved him, and for that Harry would have her eternal gratitude and love no matter what happened. Later, he added before nodding in satisfaction, now she wouldn't be able to get into the damn thing again. It was partly his fault. He shouldn't have left it out in the first place, very remiss of him. Later that evening, as it so happened Harry slept until well after lunchtime, the house elves were in the process of beginning the preparations for dinner before Harry asked them for something to eat. They had preserved his lunch under a heating charm, per Severus' request, knowing Harry would eventually wake up. Harry wasn't surprised to see a wad of letters beside his plate when they brought through his late lunch, but he was anxious. He trusted them all with his life. Hopefully they knew that, but he hadn't told them one of the biggest facts about himself, that he was the boy who lived. What if they didn't forgive him for his deception? It wasn't a deception though, not really, just a really big omission. His stomach was a bundle of nerves as he said himself despite the fact he should already know the outcome and then pick them up. These are just from people you know, said Eileen quietly, still feeling out of sorts for invading her son's privacy despite the fact he'd already forgiven her. The rest have been bundled together and placed into boxes. They're all in the spare bedroom, which is nearly filled to capacity. They've sent money, gifts, the ones with edibles are in the red boxes and should be opened and dealt with first, said Severus. The house elves were extremely smart and efficient. He would have to think of a way to thank them for being able to deal with it all. Apparently many had come into their bedroom during the night, but the elves had redirected the mail, and sorted it out through the kitchen where it wouldn't disturb anyone. He rather hoped they had taken shifts, otherwise they were bound to be utterly exhausted. Harry nodded, not surprised, although most of the things that had come last time were for Severus. Eileen had said she would ask the press to leave him alone, but he wasn't sure whether she had or not. He'd just not been interested in anything. Despite the fact he'd done this week before, it would be a new experience. There were flowers in the house, nowhere near as many as last time. They were really expensive bouquets too. He didn't know much about flowers, especially ones that weren't considered herbs, but he knew enough to know certain kinds were a lot of money. They weren't saying "I'm sorry but thank you," they were thanking him for ending the war, and suddenly Harry felt as though he could live with it, just as long as Sev was in his life. Well, I'll see if I can drag Cedric into helping, mused Harry, smiling slightly. He would be sitting down, so nothing too strenuous. The smile slipped away when he noticed the letters were far too thin. Merlin, what if they didn't want anything to do with him? With Severus alive they might concentrate on the anger instead of his loss. Ripping it open he felt the air leave his lungs in shock. Merlin, they hadn't half scared the crap out of him. His own doubts continued to put him through strain that wasn't necessary. How is he doing? Asked Severus, his tone slightly cautious. He's fine. They gave him Eileen's potion. He should be out already, in fact, he's coming over after dinner, replied Harry, and for that he was very grateful. He was worried about Luna's words still. Unless him killing the Death Eater meant the scores were evened out, maybe since Moody hadn't killed that one he had killed another one. He wasn't sure, but he definitely couldn't complain about the outcome. I think the others might be coming as well, he added when he opened Victor's letter. It looked like the gang was getting back together again for the night. It was a couple of weeks early. They had all been invited to Neville's graduation. With his parents in St. Mungo's, well, he wanted someone who cared to be there, so Luna and the gang would be there to support him on his graduation day. That's a relief, said Eileen. It would have hurt Harry deeply to have lost a friend. Are you okay? Asked Harry, frowning at Eileen. I'm fine, she said immediately. You both said you had some news to share. She asked, changing the subject. We do, teased Harry, grinning wryly, seeing the smirk Severus was supporting. He hadn't told her she was going to be a granny in 7 months' time. Yes, what is it? Asked Eileen, wondering why all the mystery. Had they invented a new potion? Had the one on the Longbottoms worked? She wished she knew. She hated being in the dark. In 7 months' time, you're going to be a granny, Harry told her, causing Severus to shake his head in amusement. You are adopting, gaped Eileen, her gaze sliding to Severus in shock. She'd never thought in a million years Severus would want a child. Has someone Harry knows gotten pregnant and decided to let them have the child? Or was Harry the biological father of the child? She wasn't sure what would shock her more. No, denied Harry, the child is your blood. He or she will have the Peverell, Prince and Snape bloodlines going through them. Okay, now she was just plain confused. I don't understand. You completed the potion. But that was, it would have had to have been completed 2 months ago. She was utterly flummoxed. The unicorn blood has a very interesting side effect that none of us could have anticipated, explained Severus. While he enjoyed his mother being utterly confused, he would rather see the look on her face when she realized that he and Harry had actually created a child that was currently living inside of his partner, his very male partner. It has magically created everything Harry needs to give birth, figuratively speaking, since he won't be giving birth naturally, to a child of his own blood. You mean you both? Gaped Eileen, joy spreading through her like wildfire. In 7 months' time we will both be fathers, yes, stated Severus Riley. Oh Merlin, exclaimed Eileen, dashing up. She brought Harry into a hug, being careful of course. She was going to be a grandmother. Oh, it was more than she'd ever dreamed of. Sure, she had gotten her hopes up when they had requested the potion, more to do with having belief in Severus' potion abilities than ever seeing it really happening. Yet here it was, they were going to have a baby, and they'd found a way to give the American couple what they desired more than anything else as well. Oh, I am so happy for you both. Tears welled in her eyes. No wonder Harry had wanted to come back and change everything. He'd been pregnant. She hoped the strain hadn't been too much for the baby. Moving away from Harry, she brought her son into a hug, squeezing him tightly, the tears still coming, utterly overwhelmed by what she'd been told and what she'd seen earlier. She could have lost all 3 of them, and the thought was enough to nearly bring her to her knees. Do you want to see? Harry had a smile on his face watching Severus and Eileen. They looked very alike, tall, pale and black-haired. Although Eileen's had gone a bit peppery, he still wondered to this day how he hadn't figured out who her son was. It wasn't as if he'd hated Professor Snape. In fact, he'd rather liked him. He, unlike everyone else, didn't think Nick was anything special. So there was no reason for him not to have joined the dots. It's a bit blurry though. Andy thinks it might be the magic that's causing it. I'd love to, she exclaimed, moving back over beside him, eyes eager to see. Harry murmured the scan spell, Pelego, showing the granny to be a blurry picture of the baby. Oh, I'm so proud of you both, she said, in awe over this. Harry grinned and Severus just arched an eyebrow, but his eyes were soon drawn to the scan as well, drinking up the sight in front of him. No doubt his mother had grown used to the idea of never being a grandmother. After all, he was attracted to his own gender. That didn't give the impression that there would be children in the future. So like her, he had never pictured children. It was going to take some getting used to, but there was never any doubt that he wanted the child. It was miracle really, and he wasn't used to being privy to a miraculous moment, but he knew it would be a long, stressful 7 months. The unknown was quite frankly a scary place to be, and he was a practical wizard. He preferred knowing the what, where, how and when, even the why, but with this, it was a completely new concept. Everything about this was going to be guesswork, totally unacceptable when it was his child and partner on the line. James, Nick, Lily, Potter Manor. Hey, Dad, where've you been? Asked Nick, from where he sat eating his breakfast. He'd asked Tish, but the house elf hadn't known, so he'd settled for something to eat while he waited. He wanted to be out before his mum came downstairs. She was really freaking him out. Growing up, his parents had never shouted or yelled at each other, but last night it was like 17 years worth being spewed out. His dad had been furious with her, yelling that she couldn't keep her head buried in the sand, that he'd found Harry's unicorn in the crib that Voldemort had attacked, that Harry had never gone anywhere without the damn thing, and then yelled, so it was obviously Harry. You can't even say his name had cropped up dozens of times, but at some point they must have realized they hadn't put silencing spells up after an hour of yelling matches, since it went silent abruptly. Street Mungos, answered James, and the ministry, he thought to himself, nabbing a piece of toast and a sausage from his son's plate. What do you mean? I thought Sirius and Remus got out all right, asked Nick, swallowing thickly. No, he had seen Sirius at the ministry, so he was definitely all right. Were you visiting some of the other Aurors? Something like that, murmured James, through the food, talking through his teeth so he didn't end up spitting food everywhere. Dad, don't you go odd on me as well, stated Nick, giving him a look. James started laughing, but it was abruptly cut off. Both father and son jumped as if they'd just been electrocuted when they heard a scream of utter agony from up the stairs, from Lily. The food fell from their hands as they bolted up the stairs, James taking 2 steps at a time to get to her. Both of them ran down the hall, and burst into the bedroom. Both of them had their wands out and found nothing there, absolutely nothing. Lily, called James, trying to get her to stay still, but she continued to read in agony, her head banging against the floor. Hold her legs, he ordered Nick, the horror in him coming out. James grasped a hold of her head, wincing at the heat that was radiating from her. She was burning up. Flinging cooling charms at her, trying to ease the heat somewhat to see if that had any effect on the uncontrollable spasming. Nothing worked. The cooling charms, nor cold water seemed to have any effect. She was still hotter than ever, screaming in agony. "What's wrong with her?" called Nick, wide-eyed. James shook his head wordlessly. He didn't know. He honestly didn't know. "Tish," demanded James, heart pounding, his head as well come to that. It had already been thumping before he'd had to sit next to someone who was screaming their lungs out. "Yes, sir," said Tish, appearing in the bedroom. "Take us to St. Mungo's now," James told her firmly. Nick took a step back, watching his parents disappear, not sure what to think or what to do. One part of him was glad she was no longer spewing nonsense at him. On the other, he feared that there had been something wrong and they'd ignored it. Only time would tell. St. Mungo's would know for sure. He'd eat breakfast, take some for his dad and some clothes for his mother, and find out what was going on. He doubted she'd be out. It didn't seem like normal methods on getting her cool were working. James struggled to hold Lily down as everyone jumped when they appeared with the house elf. The screaming could quite literally wake the dead. "I need help here," he shouted, still casting cooling charms at her. They couldn't bind her. Otherwise it would cause unknown amounts of damage, with how bad she was spasming uncontrollably. "Healers are coming," said the receptionist, wide-eyed. She'd thought the drama would be at a minimum today. She'd been wrong. True to her word, they came walking quickly towards them. A stretcher was quickly conjured and Lily was gone, leaving James standing there, trying to regain his breathing. "Or Potter, are you coming?" asked the Medi-Wizard. The door was open for him to go through and sit in the waiting area until they found out what was wrong. James stared at him for a few seconds before nodding numbly as the words penetrated his spinning mind. Forcing his legs to start walking, he went through the doors and they closed behind them. He took a seat, not able to hear the screaming, and for that he was eternally grateful. She hadn't even been that loud, giving birth to the twins. Had she somehow been cursed during the battle? Or by someone afterwards? She couldn't have been cursed during, since she was locked in St. Mungo's. So afterwards seemed like the only other reasonable conclusion, but she hadn't said anything and surely she would have. He didn't understand how else it could be happening. Healthy, not cursed people didn't just scream like that for no reason. He didn't know how long had passed, but he wasn't spoken to until he heard his son's voice speaking to him. "Dad," called Nick. "Dad, Dad, Dad," he repeated 3 more times before he got through to him. "Nick, what are you doing here? You should have stayed home," he told his son softly, smiling at the food and coffee waving under his nose. "Thank you." He couldn't deny he was glad for the food though. Until he smelt it he hadn't realized how hungry he was. "It's all right. Have you heard anything?" asked Nick. "Nothing," sighed James. "Have you told your work you aren't going in?" inquired Nick, sitting down. "No," denied James. "How long did you take to come?" He wasn't sure how long had passed. "An hour. I have some things for Mum in case she needs it," said Nick. "Do you think it has anything to do with how she's been behaving lately?" "She was worse than usual, and that was saying something." "I think we want it to be more than it being the reason," admitted James, patting his son's shoulder. He couldn't tell Roxy. Despite the fact they're angry at Lily, they still loved her. She was their mother after all. At least he liked to think so, since Lily's actions were no worse than his own, and he didn't like the thought that they hated him. Although the only difference between them was the fact he had owned up to his mistakes and apologized, Lily had no. Which of course, created a whole other mess with this. Merlin's law. It should help her realize what she did wrong, but Lily seemed to be just burying her head further in the sand. The minutes seemed to tick on by, as both sat there, in silence as they waited. Eventually James spoke, unable to take much more silence. "Head home. There's no point to both of us being here all day," said the Auror. "I'm here because I want to be, Dad, for you," said Nick, and he was curious to know what was wrong with his mother to a certain extent. "If you are sure," James said grudgingly. He was surprised any of his kids wanted to be near him. Roxy had become someone she wasn't to please him and Lily. Merlin, it was only last year she'd came out of her shell once sorted into Ravenclaw. The differences in the letters alone showed him how much happier she was. They'd wanted Nick to be proud and strong, but they'd turned him into a coward. But somehow, despite it all, he'd grown up and become a young man he was proud to say was amazing. Somehow Nick had picked himself up and turned himself into someone strong, worthy of recognition. Although that recognition wasn't as the boy who lived, but he knew his son was secretly pleased with that. A few years ago it would have been a whole other ball game though, he knew that. Perhaps the truth had come out when they were both ready. Harry hadn't exactly been waving his hands telling everyone he was the boy who lived either. James jumped to his feet when people came out of the room twice for nothing, but upon the third time it wasn't. "How is she?" asked James immediately. "This is trainee healer Tandil. She is training to be a healer under me. Would it be okay if she is in the room during the conversation?" asked Healer Woodbridge. "No," said James, shaking his head. He didn't want the information to be spread out over the pages of the Daily Prophet. "Understood. Follow me," she told James, moving off towards her office, holding the door open and closing it behind them. "What happened to her?" asked James as he took a seat, barely looking around the office. "I'm sorry to report that her magical core is burning out. There is nothing we can do to stop it, and we've tried every conceivable way to do so. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, and there seems to have been no spells placed on it to remove," said the healer softly, as if she could soften the blow. "We are at a loss. We are finding it difficult to keep her temperature down. It's extremely elevated due to the stress her body is going through to retain her magic." James' jaw dropped as he stared at her uncomprehendingly. "I want to assure you we are looking in every available resource to see if it will work. I have two of my best healers going through the older books to see if we missed something," she added. "The problem is, it looks as if there was something already wrong with her magical core, and it was off color." James's heart sank when she told him that tidbit of information. County could it have something to do with Merlin's Law? He managed to get out. Merlin's Law. Woodbridge's eyebrows shot right up. She'd heard of it. Everyone in the professional magical community had. How long has she been suffering from it? Already realizing there was nothing she or anyone else could do. Magic itself was punishing her for her crimes of harming an apprentice. James stared at the floor as he admitted this. "Since she attacked our son." 3 years. Nearly 3 years. "Why is this the first we're hearing of it?" she asked aghast. How could she have hidden the loss of her magic for 3 years? It was inconceivable. To start with, she just couldn't cast anything remotely harmful, even a levitating charm. Something changed since last night and then she just started screaming before I brought her in," confessed James. "It's taking her magic," summarized Woodbridge. James merely nodded. "Will she, be able to survive this?" He'd never heard of anyone losing their magic. Having it bound, yes. Temporal core split, yes, but losing it? No. I honestly do not know. Right now our biggest concern is keeping her temperature down," said the healer honestly. "Can her magic failing cause mental instability?" questioned James. "If she knew, I could see it causing a breakdown of sorts. But no, not the sort your wife has been suffering," confided Woodbridge. Everyone knew it had been in the newspaper. Lily Potter was being utterly trashed by the press for her behavior. "My son has some clothes and nightwear for Lily," James trailed off tightly. "We will get them to her. Right now she isn't aware of her surroundings, and we've given her a dreamless sleeping draft to stop the pain she's currently experiencing. Unfortunately, at the rate her magic is fading, it will be the last one we can give her, and she will need to be transferred to the Muggle division where she had received the proper medication and treatment," the healer told him. "She was scheduled to come in for a mental health checkup today," James said grimly. "It will need to be rescheduled. She isn't fit for any checkup," replied Woodbridge. "I know," said James dryly. He wasn't stupid. "I want someone to see her as soon as they can. I can understand this is an anxious time for you, but we will do the best we can for her," said Woodbridge. "Thank you," sighed James, giving her a grim smile, although it looked more like a grimace. "Follow me. We took her to the ICU since she will need a lot of care. We are a bit understaffed at the moment, which is why we are using the Medi-Witches and Medi-Wizards as well as trainee healers to help us with the less urgent cases," explained Woodbridge, talking as she walked along to the ICU ward, where the most life-threatening cases were. The cases varied, from animal bites to knife wounds and such that wouldn't heal up, curses and hexes that they didn't know how to heal and were trying to figure out what it was. There was even someone in right now that had taken a potion they didn't recognize. They were now trying to flush the toxins out of his blood. "She's a little pale right now, but try not to worry too much," All right, agreed James, turning back to look at his son who was following along with the trainee. He couldn't remember her name. He honestly couldn't care right now either. Life just went from complicated to 10 times more bloody complicated in a single hour. Here you are, she said, opening the door and leading him towards the bed. Lily lay in. Hale was right, the sheets she was under looked as if they had more color than her. She was sleeping, looking rather peaceful right now. He envied that. Sitting down beside her, he breathed deeply, unsure of what to do or say, especially surrounded by all these people. He didn't want the last thing he ever said to her to be that damn argument. He just wanted her to get better. He didn't love her anymore, but he still cared about her. Thank you, he told her, nodding firmly. No problem. If you need anything, Healer Barnes is just over there, Woodbridge said before she disappeared, her trainee healer following silently behind her. So what's wrong with Mum? Did they know? Asked Nick. So James began to explain. Thankfully he already knew about Merlin's law, so it was one less thing to explain. Prince Manor. Harry and his friends. Harry, this is ridiculous, said Fleur, looking at him wide-eyed. I swear 5 more boxes have arrived since we came in. Harry laughed, as he put aside yet another box of chocolates with a marriage proposal next to it. You think, he muttered, 1 box and 29 marriage proposals, and they aren't even all from the UK. Make that 39 if you add the ones from the box I've got, added Cedric, waving them at the group. Oh, Harry, I want to have your babies, he said in a high-pitched squeaky voice. Defeats the point that he's having one of his own, Victor pointed out. I have 5 here, but the chocolates are missing that they said they brought. Yep, they think I'm stupid enough to eat a love potion-laced chocolate, snorted Harry. I think they've forgotten what I am. He was a potions master. He knew the smell of a love potion for Merlin's sake. I assume the house elves are screening them, inquired Neville. Having grown up with the creatures, he knew what they were like and the tasks they received. Yeah, nodded Harry. Feel free to take any home with you, I'm not eating them. Oh, look, this is a care package from the Weasleys, said Cedric, handing it over. It looked as though it had an assortment of food in it. Fudge, cakes, a jumper with an H on it. He'd heard of the Weasleys' famous care package, but it was usually just the kids that got them. Harry picked it up, his eyebrows sky high. I'll wear that when I want to itch myself to death. The color is very unappealing, Fleur said in disapproval. Indeed, replied Severus, surprising them from the doorway. He looked around the room, shaking his head. This was ridiculous, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. They could send them back, but he had a feeling the stubborn idiots would just continue to send it back. Hungry? Inquired Severus. Dobby is bringing up a few platters. They had been at this for hours now. After the news of Harry's pregnancy had ped, Harry had asked for their help. It didn't look as if they were getting anywhere, but he knew that more were arriving by the hour. Replacing all the work they had done, he had seen all the drugged edibles and drinks. A list of items that had been charmed was also available to him, and some of them made him grit his teeth. I'm actually thirsty, mused Cedric. Oh, look, another marriage proposal. They have 2 villas in France, a chalet in Switzerland, and homes spread around the world. As if that would make Harry want to marry them. They were utterly insane. Just put them in the bin, it's not even funny anymore. Harry told him absently, as he did just that with his pile. One by one the others all did the same. I think it's funny, giggled Luna, amused. Harry just gave her a bemused look before getting back to the piles. Should I just banish them all? He groaned. I don't know, some of them are really sweet, argued Cho, just saying thank you. Another one with money, said Lucas, plonking the pouch into the money bin. At this rate I'll need to find 2 different charities, grumbled Harry. He didn't want their money. Food for Master Harry and Severus guests, said Dobby, popping the plates on the only empty table in the room. Thank you, Dobby, they called together almost in unison. Dobby just blushed and disappeared. Severus stared at Harry. He had been planning on properly proposing tonight, but would there ever be a more perfect time? Surrounded by his lover's best friends, all of them in a good mood, and he didn't have to fear that Harry would reject him, and there was no war to stop him. His mind made up, he moved over towards him, his long nimble fingers already fishing the rings out of his pocket as he knelt down beside him, taking in Harry's wide surprised green eyes. The room silenced. All of them were waiting knowing it was coming. I cannot think of a better time than when you are surrounded by the people who care about you most. I know I'm not the most romantic of men, but will you marry me? He asked, finding it difficult to get the words out but succeeding. Yes, said Harry immediately, wrapping his arms around him, beaming with happiness. Then the cheering started, bringing the newly engaged couple in for a group hug, not for long knowing that Severus wasn't one for physical contact. Then they took turns in hugging Harry, wishing him all the best. If anyone deserved it, it was him. None of them cared two hoots about the fact he'd been the boy who lived all along. To them he was Harry, their best friend, and the smart one of the group. "May I have my fiancé back?" inquired Severus silkily. Laughing, Luna let him go, eyes twinkling brightly, not just with happiness but with knowledge. With that, Severus placed the ring on his finger. It was a perfect fit. As if there had been any doubt, he thought to himself wryly. "I love you," said Harry, giving him yet another hug. He knew that this had been for him. Sev would have preferred something much more quiet and just the two of them. "And I you," replied Severus, and with that he quietly joined the group, opening letter after letter, smug with the knowledge that they couldn't offer him anything that Sev hadn't already. Life was good. Of course it was. He was alive to enjoy it all because of this determined young man. He deserved someone who would openly show him affection. It was a vow he promised to do more often, even if it was just with these people, and he found he could tolerate that. "Visitors at the wards for Master Severus and Harry," said Dobby, speaking to Harry, who was busy with the rest of the correspondence. Severus was in the potions lab, much to Harry's consternation and envy. Not being able to brew had been the biggest hit this far. Honestly, he hated it. It was like losing a limb or something. It was hard to explain, but he hated no loathe not being able to brew. He'd started to stand earlier, ready to go down with him and brew, when Sev's pointed look had him sitting back down, extremely disgruntled. Thankfully Sev didn't find it funny. In fact, he sympathized, but it was for his own good, and their baby, of course. It didn't make it any less annoying. He was bored out of his wits. It's why he was reluctantly going through yet another box of letters from complete strangers. Thankfully there weren't that many more marriage contracts being sent to him. He couldn't believe people were so willing to marry a stranger or marry their daughters to a complete stranger. It was diabolical, really, and it was a good job he wasn't a proper psycho, or some unsuspecting female might have ended up being told they were getting married. A few of them weren't even 17 years old yet, not legally able to marry. "Who?" frowned Harry, coming out of his letter to stare at Dobby curiously. "Alex Selwyn Warren and Daniel Foley, sir," explained the house elf. "Will Dobby ask them to leave?" "It's that time already," gaped Harry, looking at his watch surprised. Bloody hell, he'd been reading this stuff for over 3 hours. Well, the box was nearly empty, but still, he was surprised by how quickly time had gone by. "Dobby, go and let Sev know, then let our guests through the wards." Not only was it a sign of wealth and power having house elves invite guests in, it was also quicker than him walking down to the end of the wards and inviting them up. The wards had been changed and tripled since the end of the war. They didn't want bothered by press, so this was the only way to ensure complete privacy. Nobody could get through without first being invited. "Rose," called Harry, once Dobby had disappeared. "Yes, sir," inquired the female house elf, answering her master's call. "Bring some refreshments. We are about to have 2 guests, asked Harry, standing up, looking around, making sure it wasn't untidy. Normally he wouldn't care, but these 2 men were the purebloods of all purebloods. He had no idea what their personalities would be like. Although the manor was absolutely breathtaking, technically neither he nor Sev were purebloods, and people like them were raised knowing their blood was supposedly superior. No, thought Harry to himself sternly, he couldn't think like that. It wasn't fair on them that he was judging them before even meeting them. Look at Victor, pureblood, famous Quidditch star, and the most down-to-earth guy he'd ever met. Fleur was also raised with a lot of wealth and influential parents who were deep in the political world in France and had a lot of connections. Frowning, deeply perturbed by his irrational thinking. He did not care what people thought, so why was he suddenly thinking like that? "Are you all right?" asked Severus, moving towards Harry, concerned, worried about both him and the child as well as the oncoming conversation. His hand bringing Harry's face up to meet his, black eyes probing and concerned. "I'm fine, it's just nothing," said Harry, shaking his head, causing Severus to drop his hand down. Are you sure? Inquired Severus. Harry would tell him when he was ready, as always. He had difficulties understanding how he felt sometimes, and even worse time trying to explain them. Which would make this pregnancy worse, especially considering Harry wasn't used to the emotions that would come with it. Women weren't able to cope sometimes, but as his mother said, she had plenty years to get used to riding the dragon. She was more used to the emotions, especially more used to such a thing than Harry would be. He had dismissed the conversation they had 2 nights ago, while Harry was with his friends, but perhaps she had a point. I'm fine, repeated Harry, and he was, now. Although he was a little bit tired, he hadn't been sleeping well, even with Sev with him the nightmares kept him awake. Thankfully he managed not to wake Severus up, well last night at least, the night before he'd woken him up twice. They're here, said Severus, his head snapping up when he heard Dobby's voice leading the 2 men into the manor just as he felt a shimmer indicating they had stepped through the front door. Rose appeared and clicked her fingers. 2 large silver platters appeared on the table, polished to perfection. Severus noticed it was his grandparents' wedding gifts. The coat of arms was stamped elegantly into the handles. He had never used them. In fact, anything of his grandparents had been placed in boxes and put down the basement when he moved in. He loathed his grandparents. They had disowned his mother and left him to struggle through school without a penny to his name. They had so much money, they could have spared some to make his life a little easier. He was magical after all, it had to count for something, more powerful than any of the princes had been since his great-grandfather according to his mother. His hatred ran deep, perhaps even deeper than his mother's ran, since she hated them as much as she loved them. Thank you, Rose, you may go, Severus told her, absently noticing Dobby had made the elf another skirt, thankfully in a rather sedate color. Dobby for some reason enjoyed knitting and crafting clothes for the other house elves and himself. Harry had made sure the house elf was given either the material or money to buy some. Harry insisted that Dobby had helped him invent Eileen's potion, and since he couldn't put him down as a participant in helping create it, he would give him other things instead. House elves were servants, belongings according to the magical world, so he couldn't be put down as co-creator or helper. Master Severus, Master Harry, your guests have arrived, said Dobby, appearing at the door with the 2 of them. Once that was done, he disappeared like all good house elves. Harry gazed at them. They were both very different, night and day, one in short, the other red-haired and extremely tall. Severus kind of tall. They were dressed similarly and impeccably. They bled of confidence and wealth, but he could see in their eyes that they were apprehensive about this meeting. They were curious enough to come, but worried about what they were going to be told, he'd bet. Your home is magnificent, commented one of the wizards, his American accent noticeable. The Arabians are just stunning. Daniel, chided Alec, sounding very familiar in accent. My apologies, I'm Alec and this is my husband Daniel. He introduced the pair of them, his hand out as he shook Harry's hand. Severus Snape, said Severus, nodding his head curtly, only shaking Daniel's hands very briefly. He was not a people's person, and he was rather apprehensive about this upcoming conversation. Hence why he had chosen to have it in his home. Should things go wrong, he could evict them. Harry Peverell, stated Harry, while shaking Alec's hand. Sit. Would you like some tea, coffee? Coffee would be great, replied both men, taking a seat after staring at each other. They weren't sure what to have expected. Their greeting could have been warmer, and neither seemed inclined to touch them very long, which gave them the impression that perhaps they had something against their UAL preferences. Then again, why would they agree to the project if they were so against it? Needless to say, both of them were rather perplexed, but the purebloods they were, they didn't let it show. Severus smoothly poured the coffees into 3 cups and tea into the 4th and fed it to Harry, who was sitting next to him on the couch across from the American couple. The other cups were swiftly picked up and the awkward silence continued until Harry broke it. Is this your first visit to the UK? Asked Harry. To the magical one, yes, but we visited Muggle England 5 years back, said Daniel. London is quite bustling. Have you ever been out of the magical world? No, I wasn't given the opportunity, said Harry, although I know quite a bit about it. Eileen, Severus' mother, speaks of it with fondness. It is fascinating, agreed Daniel. Do you plan to visit Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade while you are here? Inquired Severus, relaxing just a little. We do, stated Alec, speaking for the first time. As much as I love pleasantries, please, do not go into it on our account. Severus smirked, finding himself rather admiring Alec and his no-nonsense attitude. It reminded him of himself. It's a rather delicate situation to broach. We certainly don't want you getting the wrong impression, he told him honestly and firmly. I see, said Alec. Well, we would rather the truth as it is, and not sugar-coated. We understood it was a long shot, probably impossible, when we asked. He reached for Daniel's hand and squeezed it firmly. If anyone, it was Daniel who would be hurt. He had gotten his hopes up, especially during the portkey here. Yes, I wasn't making very much progress on the potion when I found something out. Part of me thought I wasn't giving it my all due to the war, confessed Severus thoughtfully. It's understandable, agreed Alec. I lost my grandfather to war with Grindelwald. While it's not the same, I understand the worry and fear. His father hadn't been the same for years after that. Who would be after seeing their father struck down? And had suffered from terrible nightmares that the magical world now identified as post-traumatic stress disorder. He got better, slowly, with the help of a familiar and seeing someone. What did you find out? Inquired Daniel, placing his empty cup back on the tray. Darjeeling tea. It had been lovely, but it didn't stop his heart pounding like a drum. He fiddled with his long hair absently, unable to settle, which wasn't like him, but this had the potential to be life-changing. Ever since they'd ridden to the potion masters, he'd known deep down if anyone could do it, it would be them. He was really worried that Alec would bow to his parents' pressure. He hadn't yet. Part of him knew it wouldn't happen, but a greater part did think it might. My partner is 2 months pregnant, said Severus, watching confusion wash over both men. Congratulations, said Alec, his tone filled with sincerity. But I am unsure of how this relates to our current conversation. You understand that this was before I received your missive, correct? Stated Severus, so there were no crossed wires. Of course. Daniel trailed off, giving his partner a look that said, what the hell is going on? But Alec's eyes showed he had no idea either. I do not want the public finding out about this, at least not until they have to find out when it's over, said Severus firmly, when Harry had already had their child, so he didn't end up stressed or accosted every time he stepped out the manor. We are hoping that the situation can be replicated, but I can understand if you do not wish to risk the potential harm. Find out about what? The idea for the potion? Asked Alec, sitting forward, his full concentration on Severus. We did promise that nobody would know about it. It isn't as if we sent letters to more than one potion's master, urged Daniel, glancing at Harry to find the younger wizard asleep leaning against Severus. My partner is a wizard, Severus told them bluntly, watching shock bloom on their faces. How? Alec asked, amazed, shaking his red head in shock. It's Harry, isn't it? Asked Daniel. He could scarcely believe the young boy next to him was pregnant. This was life-changing. He would do whatever it took, no matter the dangers, to give Alec what he wanted more than anything else in this world. A child of both their blood, someone to continue on their lines. He couldn't have been more surprised that they were together. They certainly didn't give any indication that they were. Indeed, stated Severus calmly, you'll have to forgive him. He's not been sleeping well as of late. I am not surprised if the rumors are anything to go on, said Alec, nodding his head. Surprisingly, the rumors are extremely accurate, Severus told them dryly. How did it happen? Asked Daniel. A potion. A spell. There was an accident 2 months ago that caused an explosion. Harry was injured as a result of it. It's not something he likes to think about often, especially considering he had just ped his mastery, explained Severus. The ingredient we made the changes to Harry is unicorn blood. Wait, unicorn blood? Forgive me, but isn't that an extremely rare ingredient? Questioned Alec. I only have a rudimentary understanding of potions compared to you. Very rare. Of course there are those who sell blood on the black market, but that blood is not willingly given and had turned black. Most people wouldn't conceive of buying it since the potions require willingly given silver unicorn blood, answered Severus, educating them. If this news gets out then, whispered Daniel worriedly. It would turn grave indeed, said Severus grimly. The unicorns would be makered by idiots thinking they knew what they were doing. Not to mention the idiots who agreed to the procedure, ending up with a half-life, a cursed life. This could never be published. The consequences could be dire. He felt the need to add. Of course, agreed Alec. Unicorns were a rare species as it was without this getting out. Which is why I have this contract for you to sign, ordered Severus, handing over a document he took from his cloak pocket. He didn't bother telling them what it was and expect them to sign. Any pureblood worth their status would always read and check out a contract before they even contemplated putting their signature on the paper. When he moved, Harry's head slid down his back. Severus turned and moved Harry, putting his head in the opposite direction so he was a little more comfortable. He contemplated wakening him up, but he knew Harry needed his sleep, so refrained. He could just tell him how it went. He looked as if he hadn't had any sleep last night, which was why he'd made an herbal remedy to help ease him to sleep, which wouldn't harm the baby, of course. Daniel watched Severus closely, seeing for the first time an indication of love between both men. The look in his eyes, it was familiar, the way Alec looked at him. They weren't just dating, he realized, as he watched Severus move a stray piece of hair from Harry's face, noticing the ring on his finger, on both their fingers. It was a very exquisite design. They had contemplated something more daring like this, but decided on something less, a plain band with an inscription close to their own hearts. They were extremely lucky. Was there a chance that what happened to them happening to him and Alec? Circe, he hoped so. It would be a dream come true. Done, stated Alec, signing it with a flourish. Dan took the pen next and signed his own signature as well. Thank you, replied Severus, accepting it back, flicking his wand, and the parchment curled up and disappeared with a quiet pop. You really think it can be replicated? Inquired Daniel, his tone casual. He knew he wasn't fooling this wizard a single bit. He just had that smirk on his face as if he could read his very soul. There is only one way to find out, but I suggest you take some time and think this through. We just do not know the consequences of this, said Severus firmly. You said that an accident occurred, a potions accident. Pray tell, how on earth did the ingredient survive that? Asked Alec. He was aware of the accident. He received the daily profit, getting a week's worth on the Sunday from the newsagents who held them for him. Pure luck and the precautions we take with them, said Severus simply. What exactly did Harry do with the unicorn blood? Accidentally ingest it? Inquired Daniel, keeping his tone quiet, not wanting to wake the pregnant wizard up. No, it got into his bloodstream, stated Severus. And there has been no other side effects? Asked Alec, gazing at the sleeping wizard. He looked normal. He couldn't help but wonder what else the unicorn blood could have changed. No, our healer did 2 thorough scans to be sure. Nothing has changed except that, urged Severus. How exactly did the, forgive the CR-ness of this sperm get to where it needed to be? Alec just couldn't conceive it. He believed him, but his mind couldn't wrap the notion around it. Your guess would be as good as mine, Severus replied sardonically. Magic. Have you tried any test subjects? Already knowing the answer. Not as of yet, and to do so risks what little is left, said Severus. It had been a miracle that Harry had managed to get unicorn blood the first time around, at the age of 11 no less. So we take a risk or the opportunity will pay us by. Summarized Daniel, nodding in understand. He finally understood why the potions master had asked them to come. He didn't even think of the possibility of getting unicorn blood. The only ingredient you could get from a unicorn when they're dead and unwillingly was their horn. Blood even after they've died if taken would turn black. To put it bluntly, yes, Severus told them grimly. May I see a copy of the healer's results? Asked Alec. He would never risk Daniel's health, not even for this. I thought you'd never ask, replied Severus dryly, pulling out 4 sheets of parchment and handing them over. One was a scan done before the potions accident, one after, one with blood, and of course a picture of his child as proof that Harry was indeed pregnant and they were not trying to scam the couple. I understand if you need time to decide. It's not a decision lightly or easily made. So sorry, don't let me interrupt, said Eileen, making her way into the living room with a large vase full of flowers. The smell of them immediately pervaded the air. She quickly placed them on the mantelpiece to the left. There was another one filled on the right. Alec Selwyn Warren, Daniel Foley, my mother Eileen Prince Snape, mother Alec and Daniel, said Severus, giving a quick introduction. I'm ever so pleased to meet you, she said, shaking both their hands, beaming at them as if nothing had pleased her more than to meet them. You also, said Daniel, smiling kindly in turn. Please excuse me, she said, making her way out of the room, letting them continue their meeting. She had decided to help Harry with all the mail he was getting. She had been tempted to burn 5 rather lewd letters, but she decided to keep them in a folder, just in case Harry continued to get the letters so that charges could be pressed if anything should occur or if the letters became threatening. She made a mental note to let Severus know, although she was worried about his reaction. He hadn't cared one iota of the marriage contract, so hopefully these letters would not cause the opposite reaction. I think perhaps it's best if this meeting is adjourned for the moment. Perhaps tomorrow afternoon we can continue if you do not have anything to do, suggested Alec. He had to have a private conversation with his husband about it. We are busy tomorrow afternoon. I'm afraid we will only be available from 10 until 12, suggested Severus. Dom the young werewolf was coming for a visit. Harry might not be able to brew, but he can still figure out what to do about his new potion. Dom would hold the answer to whether Eileen's potion helped for more than just a single month. There was little point to putting the potions together if Eileen's potion did the trick once. Remus was also coming. He had taken Harry's new potion, the one without Eileen's potion in it. Both were going to be checked over and asked a few questions regarding the full moon night. He had no idea how long they would be busy. The day after that they would be shopping, mostly for new robes and a few things for the baby. Harry wanted new robes for graduation, having decided he wanted to get his certificate and be there for that day. So he would need graduation robes and a cap. He wondered what Harry would look like in the royal blue robes. I'm sure that will be doable, said Alec. They could fit their planned trips around that time. They had nothing planned today, so he could have a serious conversation with Daniel in the privacy of their hotel room. If it could be called as such, he was very tempted to go into the Muggle world and find a more suitable accommodation. It was absolutely filthy in the leaky cauldron. It had of course got his work mind going, thinking of placing a hotel with higher standards nearby, so anyone that visited did not have to deal with such grubbiness. He was sure there would be manors that could be converted, like Prince Manor. He could imagine the people would flock all over to see it. They didn't even have a television in the room. It was barbaric and very simple, not something he was accustomed to. So, yes, he was very tempted to invest in the area and give it a bit more life. Fantastic. Then I shall see you both then, said Severus. Feel free to use the flow should you wish it, giving a gesture towards the fireplace. Thank you, said Daniel, shaking Severus' hand again. This time he wasn't worried that he was secretly disgusted by their UAL preferences, since he too went for his own gender. Give my best wishes to Harry and congratulations. Indeed, said Alec, agreeing with him. I will, he said firmly, watching both men step into the flow after grasping a hold of flow powder and disappear into the network. Only then did he give a sigh of relief. It had gone much better than expected. He was now wondering why he'd gotten anxious about. The dates proved without a shadow of a doubt when it happened, proving that it had indeed been before he received their letter. The second they left, Dobby popped back in, snapping his fingers, and the platters disappeared. At the very same time food appeared on the table, along with their mail from people they knew and the newspapers. Breakfast was late, but they had known it would be, hence he had told the house elves to hold off on it. Thank you, Dobby, said Severus. Let my mother know breakfast is ready. She was probably in the kitchen again or outside the back of the house with the plants. Dobby will do that right away, said the house elf, disappearing. Sitting down at the table, he opened the front page of the Daily Prophet and stared in stunned disbelief. Lily Potter, a squib. Upon reading the paper he found that losing her magic due to Merlin's law was only the icing on the cake. She had also been institutionalized at St. Mungo's, after failing a psychiatric evaluation, something of which had been started by James Potter. Potter wouldn't have wanted this published. Either one of the patients had overheard something, or worse, a healer had revealed the information. If that was the case, no doubt someone would be losing their job soon enough. That is, if Potter pressed charges. He didn't have the power he used to have, so he might not even try. At least he wouldn't need to worry about her casting any spells on Harry. He had been infuriated when he learned what she had done in front of the emergency room at the hospital. The flow activated suddenly, causing Severus to look up from his newspaper to find Sirius Black's face floating in the fireplace. Yes, inquired Severus, arching an eyebrow at the wizard floating in his fireplace. placing the newspaper on the table, contemplating the idea of hiding the paper from Harry, but it would likely be a waste of time. The news would be everywhere and it would only be a matter of time before he knew what was happening. Dear Merlin, he was turning into a bloody mother hen. That would have to stop, but he didn't want Harry stressed. Stress wasn't good at all for someone pregnant, least of all a man. Can I come through? Asked Sirius, wondering if the comradeship they had built finding the Horcruxes was gone now the danger was. Be my guest, said Severus, it's open. Just as soon as those words were out of his mouth, the fireplace became empty as Sirius withdrew from the flames. What's open? Asked Eileen, coming through, as Harry still having trouble sleeping. She inquired quietly, not wanting to wake him up. Then again she had slept a lot when she was pregnant, but she couldn't remember it beginning so soon in her pregnancy. Harry was only 2 months along, but they didn't know the effect it was having on Harry. Women were made with the ability and cope with it, men weren't. I've made a herbal remedy that should help with that, said Severus. We are having a guest. Sirius Black will be through any second. A small ding alerted them to Sirius coming through before he was actually spitting out of their fireplace and standing in front of them. Good morning, said Sirius, not as awkward with Eileen or Severus as he used to be. When he realized this, he wondered when he had gotten comfortable around them. Well, comfortable might be a stretch, but there wasn't the all-comping strain there used to be. Have you eaten? Inquired Severus, giving a quick glance at Harry, wondering if he should wake him for something to eat. No, I didn't get a chance, admitted Sirius, following Severus' gaze to Harry, a small smile slipping onto his face. It was nice to see Harry so content. He had looked so pale and shaken after the battle. He had been so busy with the cleanup that this morning was the first day he'd had off. Then sit. The house elves made enough to feed an army, as always, said Severus. There was little point to wasted food. And explain what you want. He was hungry. It was improper to eat, especially with a guest just standing there, so at least if he sat down he could eat his breakfast in peace. He'd been up for hours, and brewing just to get Harry's potion finished. His fiancée needed sleep, only then would he feel better. The fact he wasn't getting to brew was making him feel extremely bored, which didn't help matters. Thank you, said Sirius, sitting down. Is he okay? Severus looked at Black before opening his mouth and replying. Do you remember the first time you had to kill a suspect? He gave the wizard a pointed look. Sirius' eyes glazed over as he thought on that particular day. It had been an accident actually. He had been trying to bring in a wizard who was illegally breeding dragons, and exposing the magical world at the same time. Two of the biggest rules: no wizard would willingly come in with the sure threat of Azkaban hanging over them. He had fought back. John Jarim was his name. He had cast a blasting curse, which had the fighting wizard flying off his feet, but he'd fall through a spike of upturned wood that looked as if it had once been used to keep dragons in when they were babies. This was before Crouch had declared that Aurors were allowed to use unforgivables. The accident had haunted him for a long time. Drinking had been the only relief he got before he saw the wizard again, even when he closed his eyes. Touché, conceded Sirius, although it was a stupid question really. He was 17 and he'd been forced to kill to stop himself being killed, him and the people he cared about. Ask a stupid question, stated Severus bluntly. Sirius grinned, amused, watching Severus give him a weird look before plating his breakfast. So, inquired Severus, as he dug into his food, as his stomach rumbled hungrily. Did you know? Asked Sirius. He had read the reports that came in, shocked. Probably as shocked as James and Nick had been when they heard Voldemort talking about it being Harry who had defeated him that night. James had confessed that he'd suspected it after going to Godric's Hollow to tidy up and bring a few things to the manor. Explaining the toy unicorn and how Harry never slept without it. Which was true. Harry always had the toy with him clutched in his hand or mouth. No, echoed Severus, arching an eyebrow. He suspected what this was about, but he wasn't going to make it easy on the wizard. About Harry, that he had defeated Voldemort, explained Sirius, his face a look of glumness and pain. Yes, he replied sharply, having no reason to keep it hidden. Why didn't you tell Albus? You were both close, although not so much lately, said Sirius, frowning as he remembered that Severus had rarely been at any of the Order meetings this time around. He had been at a few, don't get him wrong, but even then he had remained aloof even from Albus, which was different from how they'd been during the last order. He wondered what had happened to cause that, but there was no way Snape would tell him about that if he asked outright. Not lately, no. He awarded over 100 points to Gryffindor at the leaving feast, giving no chance to my students in catching up, leaving them devastated. It may not seem like much, but at Hogwarts they get the chance to be a child, said Severus darkly, remembering how he felt during that brief moment. That, and I no longer wanted to teach. I had scarified my career long enough. I know how it is, said Sirius, sagely. It was the same with me. He hated going home. The only time he ever did was during the summer. He'd hated his parents, still did despite the fact they were dead now. They hadn't known about him preferring his own gender, which was a good thing, otherwise he would have heard about duty and the need for an heir. Especially now, since he was in fact the last of his line. To think just years ago the Blacks had been everywhere. To make matters worse, he gave points to Nick Potter for something he didn't even do, Severus added, his voice still dark and bitter. Wait, I thought he did? Asked Sirius, confused. What's courageous about going into the lower dungeons and looking into a mirror? Sneered Severus. I thought there was something about Voldemort. Asked Sirius blankly. He occupied the back of Quirrell's head, the new defense teacher. Harry stunned him and locked him in a room without his wand. Voldemort's spirit fled, killing the wizard for failing. Whatever you've heard is nothing but insipid lies. Severus told him, lips drawn back in a silent sneer. Sirius closed his eyes, feeling sickness crawling up his spine, although it wasn't fully to do with what he was hearing. He'd drank himself silly with James last night. He hadn't eaten yet. Opening his eyes, he grabbed a piece of toast and began to slowly eat it. He didn't butter it, hoping that the dry toast would help calm his churning stomach. The wrongs done to Harry just continued to grow colossally bigger. The kitchen is through there if you are going to be sick, said Eileen, shifting her chair to the other side away from the black air. I'll be fine, thank you, said Sirius, rubbing at his stomach, breathing deeply through his nose and letting it out. He repeated it a few times between bites of toast. Why didn't you tell me and Remus at least? I mean, we swore a vow, and we kept it, said Sirius. Obviously, he didn't fancy losing his magic. Thank you very much. It had been difficult keeping it from James. He was his best friend after all, but conceded at the time James had enough to worry about, while he had been under the impression Nick had to take out Voldemort. Harry didn't tell me willingly. I pushed for a truthful answer, when I noticed he was leaving parts of what he went through out. He dreaded loathed the thought of anyone knowing. He begged me not to tell anyone, on the verge of a panic attack. I conceded to his demand with a stipulation that he learn defense to keep himself safe, stated Severus sharply. Sirius quickly realized how long Severus had known. 4 years, when Harry had begun his apprenticeship. What he went through part must be when he'd been kidnapped by Voldemort and tortured. Merlin Kingsley was still recovering from what had happened to him, and he was a grown man and Auror. Albeit he had been held much longer than Harry had, but still his godson had only been 14. He wanted to curse. He had thought Harry was beginning to trust him, get closer, but were they? It wasn't as if he told Harry everything about himself, so why should Harry do that to him in turn? Albus showed up at Potter Manor last night, wanting to go through Nick's memories. He wanted to be sure what happened actually happened. He spoke about Nick may have been the one to do it when they were children, and that the prophecy was about both of them. Said Sirius. I could tell by the look on his face that he did not believe a word coming out of his own mouth. I think he just wanted to make sure he had the truth this time. It must be a knock to his pride that he believed something without finding out if it was true or not. I think guilt comes into it somewhere as well, but why he feels guilty I have no idea. Severus snorted before answering Sirius. Albus will have suspected at some point, probably quite a few times actually, that Harry seemed more like the hero they needed, but when compared to Nick most people would have been. Then why would? Questioned Sirius, baffled. He was too heavily invested in Nick Potter at that point. He will have buried any suspicions he had. Either that or something will have come along convincing him that his thoughts had been stupid to begin with. He alienated all the students bar the Gryffindors to get Nick fond of him so the boy would wish to train. A wry smirk on his face. He knew Albus well, and he had antagonized everyone in his attempt to get Nick to revere him. To look up to him and see him as a mentor, so when the time came the training could commence. Albus may have thought nobody could see through him, but he had. It wasn't difficult, especially for a Slytherin. I don't know if I should give this to Harry, at least of all now, but James begged me to, and well, you know him best, so you can give it to him when you think he can take it," said Sirius, removing a small box and enlarging it. It was still small, but not as small as a matchbox. "What is it?" asked Severus, arching an eyebrow. Potter had no idea what he'd done for Harry, and quite frankly he was leery of letting the wizard know. He did deserve to know. Potter was bound to be confused why Harry's feelings had changed so abruptly, at least to him they had. He doubted Harry would ever forget what Potter had done for him, for them. "It's of things that Lily and James saved up from when Harry was born until he was 1 year old," explained Sirius, opening the latch. "His first booties, his favorite toy, his birth certificate, pictures, a special rattle that I bought, a special box with Harry's first tooth, a lock of his hair, a pendant that James got from his father and wanted to give to Harry, and a bunch of other stuff. Including a book of all Harry's accomplishments recorded, his first accidental magic, his first word, things like that. Some of it James had actually only added lately. Included inside was a letter James had written, and in his drunken state he'd gathered up the courage to give it to him." "I see," said Severus, staring at the tiny mitts and booties. They were so small. To think he'd have something that small in his hands 7 months' time. A little boy or girl. Oh, he owed Potter more than he cared to admit. "You all right?" asked Sirius, giving Snape a deep, penetrating, cautious look. If he didn't know any better he would say Snape of all people actually wanted a kid. Out of all the things he suspected about Snape, that was nowhere on the list. "I'm fine," said Severus smoothly, averting his gaze. "He's so cute," cooed Eileen, as she flipped through the pictures, her breakfast forgotten. There were a great many, including ones with Harry in the bath. All parents did it, even she had. "I don't think I've seen any of Harry so young. Would her grandchild look like that? Or perhaps a combination of Severus and Harry?" Oh, she couldn't help but imagine Harry's cute button nose and face, with Severus' hair and bejeweled black eyes. What a stunner they would be, as long as they didn't get too many prince features. "Keep doing that until he wakes up, I dare you," said Severus, smirking mischievously. Harry would be utterly mortified. "Shall I show Harry yours?" was Eileen's. "Come back," wiping the smirk from his face. "You dare," warned Severus, his eyes narrowed distrustfully. Eileen just smiled smugly, before placing the pictures back in the, having looked at them all. So little, but she summarized, it had been special pictures that were placed in there. From his birth to his first birthday, he had looked happy and doted on. She couldn't believe the attack had changed them so much. Nearly dying. Shouldn't that have made them overly indulgent with both of them? There was just no point to thinking on things like that. It had happened and Harry was over it, starting a family of his own. Sirius bit his tongue to stop himself laughing. He didn't want to wake Harry up. He was slightly envious of the relationship Snape had with his mother. He could remember a time when he wished his own parents were like that, instead snarling and shouting like banshees at him. The only time he'd actually seen them proud and on the same page was when he and his brother displayed incidents of accidental magic. He'd been envious of the relationship James had with his parents, but he'd grown to love them as if they were his own. "Are you working today?" asked Severus, wondering when he could get rid of Black or if he would have to put up with him all day. "No, but I need to head off soon. Remus and I want to spend some time together," said Sirius, something they hadn't been able to do lately. Especially with all his work and Remus, work for the Order. "Indeed," said Severus, nodding curtly. He understood that desire, which was why he wasn't going to be brewing for the rest of the day. Since the next few days were going to be busy, it would mean the rest of the day was for just them. In fact, he planned on trying not to brew too much for a few months. Harry shouldn't be the only one to sacrifice what he loved most, but he knew even as he though that it wasn't doable. He wouldn't last long. He loved brewing too much and it let him glimpse how Harry would and will feel. "I went to visit Frank and Alice and I swear they look better," commented Sirius, his brow furrowed. "I swear on my parents' graves that he was looking at me and understanding what I was saying." "That's because he does," revealed Severus. "He's shown rapid improvement since he was given Harry's potion." "Harry created a potion to battle the insanity created by the Cruciatus curse," gaped Sirius, wide-eyed. He'd known Harry was good, Hell, Eileen's potion had done wonders for them. He'd seen them before the potion and it had made him sick. Now this. He was overwhelmed, and he knew Harry was also trying to create a potion to help with lycanthrope or something. He wasn't sure what. He'd only heard Remus mention it in Ping and actually take the potion instead of the wolfsbane potion he usually took. How did he have the time? How many potions had he created in a few years? There was the water-breathing potion, the teleportation potion, the animagus potion he'd tested, and of course there was Eileen's potion. Yet he had invented one to heal Frank and Alice as well as the others in St. Mungo's suffering from the Cruciatus-induced insanity, and one for werewolves. Has anyone ever created so many potions in their careers? Yes, but usually only one is ever invented that people remember, that a potion's master is known for. Such as Rubens Winicus and his Skele-Gro potion. He invented 9 potions during the course of his career, none took like Skele-Gro, which of course he had patented, stated Severus. Sirius nodded, not surprised that Snape knew all this. He was a potions master. He invented 10 actually. You're forgetting about the one he created as an apprentice, said Harry quietly, as he sat up rubbing his eyes tiredly. Oh, of course, if you can call it a potion, it only turns water into a different color, Severus pointed out as he figured out what Harry was talking about, not one of the finest inventions ever made. Still an invention, shrugged Harry, yawning as he blinked his eyes sleeping and slid into a seat, giving Sirius a small smile, still too tired to talk much. He immediately dug into the food, filling his plate up until it was spilling out the sides. He was unaware of Sirius watching him perplexed. Why are talking about potions anyway? He asked before yawning again. He knew Sirius didn't know squat about potions. It seems Frank and Alice are visibly getting better, explained Severus, needing no further conversation for Harry to understand what he meant. They should be, he muttered, shoveling scrambled egg in his mouth. Merlin, he was starving. They aren't talking quite yet, revealed Sirius. No, they won't. It's repairing the damage done to their mind. We estimate, or rather Harry estimates, that they should begin interacting with people in the last few days of the potion, explained Severus. Thankfully, due to their limited mobility, they won't need to undergo rigorous physical therapy. But they will need some though? Asked Sirius, wondering if he understood that statement correctly. Of course, they've been bed-bound for a long time. They'll need to get used to movement again, replied Severus, pushing his empty plate to the side and poured himself a cup of coffee. Sirius nodded. He had understood then. Good. At least Frank and Alice would be getting better. They were lucky Harry had chosen to be a potions master by the look of things. Although if anyone else could have done it, Snape could have. You finished with the paper? Asked Harry, after swallowing down his bacon. Finish your breakfast first, said Severus, his tone serious and booking no argument. Harry stared down at his food, before shrugging his shoulders and digging in again. Now he was curious. What was in that paper that Sev didn't want him to see until he'd eaten everything? Had the press found out about him being pregnant? No, not possible. Only Healer Welsh knew, and she wouldn't tell anyone. Andy was more of a friend than just his healer. Hey, where did they go? How did the meeting go? Asked Harry, realizing he had slept through the entire meeting. Took you long enough to ask. It went well. They are returning tomorrow morning to discuss it further, said Severus, saying no more. He didn't want anyone finding out yet. Was the only noise Harry made as his fork and knife clattered onto his now empty plate. He nabbed the paper and opened it, for his eyebrows to shoot up in shock. How did this happen? Wondered Harry curiously, not really caring for Lily but the circumstances. Do you think it's because she threatened me again? It's a high possibility, said Severus in agreement. Wait, she what? Cried Sirius. Lily had been the smartest of them all. Why would she threaten Harry after going to Azkaban? What on earth had happened to her? Well, he knew what. She'd suffered a mental breakdown of sorts. The question remained was when it had happened and how she'd managed to hide it so long. People say those closest would be first to notice, but the truth was those that loved you chose to ignore it in a stupid attempt that if they ignore it long enough it would go away. She said Voldemort wasn't gone because Nick hadn't been the one to kill him and that he would be back, and I'd put everyone in danger, said Harry, rolling his eyes. He noticed an entire page was dedicated to Merlin's Law and explaining it for people to understand. There was also a picture of what he UMed was a copy, since he was sure that the ministry didn't just let everyone wander down and take pictures. Sirius sighed, rubbing his temples. James hadn't told him that part. Was she always like this and we were blind? Sirius asked Severus, looking defeated. Don't look at me, I've rarely interacted with her since we were 15, as well you know, sniped Severus, although truthfully it had been on his mind as well. Mental illness are usually always there, just waiting to show itself. Sometimes it's trauma that brings it out, explained Eileen, or a rapid change in circumstances. He hadn't seen Lily very often. Severus always went to the park to meet up with her. He spoke of her often and with reverence, mostly because she was his only friend. There had been a time where she thought Severus loved her actually. She didn't blame him for not wanting to bring Lily to their house, not with Tobias nearby. Which was nearly all the time when he lost his job, unless he was down at the pub, but they never knew when he'd return or what his mood would be like. Lily had given Severus a slice of normalcy, away from both of them. Hopefully the mind healers can help her, said Sirius. I don't think there is any hope of her recovering, stated Severus bluntly. Losing her magic will have been the last blow that broke the hippogriff's back. I don't think anyone could recover from that, can you imagine it? Sirius shuddered at the prospect. No, I suppose not, conceded Sirius. How are the children handling their mother's second incarceration? Asked Eileen. They had a girl, didn't they? Harry technically had a sister. What was her name? He'd heard it before, he just couldn't remember it at all. Nick's taking it well. She was beginning to scare him with what she was saying. Roxy has come home. There is only a few days left in the term. I don't even think she knows, if I'm honest, explained Sirius, surprised that Eileen would ask. I think in the long run it's what's best for them. Who knows what she might have done if she had been allowed to continue unchecked, said Eileen. It was mostly always the people closest that ended up hurt the worst if mental illnesses was ignored. You think she could have hurt them? Asked Sirius. Mental illness wasn't spoken about often in the magical world. It was like one of the biggest taboos, especially since most wizards were nuts. With all the interbreeding, his parents were completely nuts. Look at Bellatrix. Anything is possible, said Eileen. If she learns her lesson, Merlin's law could give her it back. If it's capable of taking it away, surely it can bring it back. There's nothing in the law that states anything can be permanently done. It was only to make them learn their lesson and prevent what caused Merlin's law to intervene from reoccurring, stated Harry thoughtfully. Indeed, stated Severus, smirking as he nodded slowly. It was true, there was nothing in Merlin's law to indicate it was permanent. It was meant to be used as a punishment to make wizards or witches learn from it. Bloody hell, do you have eidetic memory? I'd been forced to read that damn thing at least 5 times and even I didn't even think of that, muttered Sirius, shaking his head. Talk about thinking outside the box, yet pressed up alongside it. Harry shrugged, not really interested in this conversation. The last thing he wanted to do today was talk about Lily Bloody Potter. Damn, is that the time? I have to go. We need to meet up and have a chat, Harry. So I'll you all right? Said Sirius, clasping Harry's shoulder, squeezing it in comfort. Try not to dwell on it too much, keep yourself busy, he recommended. Okay, said Harry, nodding. All the marriage contracts I'm getting, I'll be busy for the night year, he added dryly. Sirius gave a bark of laughter, shaking his head before he gave Snape and Eileen a curt nod and disappeared through the flow. Like all good Ravenclaws, and that's exactly what Roxy was, and always had been at heart, even if she had forced the hat to put her in Gryffindor for the first few years. Something she regretted immensely, since she could have had her friends back then, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She was finally happy, and in the house she'd meant to be in all along, with a boyfriend to boot. When she heard what happened to her mother, she had immediately begun searching Merlin's law, wanting to understand it completely. She, unlike her brother, hadn't been there the previous times it was discussed and didn't know much about it. Only the very basics. It was something Merlin himself had stipulated in law, to make sure apprentices couldn't be harmed, because their education was ensuring the survival of knowledge, to pee it on to the next generation. Something that had been extremely important back then, especially to those who were powerful and held a lot of influence. Before Merlin came along with it, many were being abused and used for their master's own gain. Merlin had rescued them, furious with those who were daring to harm another, and in doing so he created the law and saved the next generation from suffering the same way. That was all she knew. She had UMed like everyone else, it was only the master who was under threat from the law, not everyone. And so she began to search Potter Leary looking for something that would aid her in her quest to get more information. Potter Manor Leary was not as full as it could have been. A few of the rarer books had been sold to tide them over when Harry became the de facto head of house and left her parents without money. Her dad had never been one for reading, but her mum used to love reading. She'd taken many of the books from the Potter vaults and read them at Godric's Hollow, somewhere they still were to this day. From what she understood, her parents had never ventured back into Godric's Hollow before a few weeks ago. After the attack they'd basically fled to Potter Manor, not able to feel safe in the small cottage. Roxy didn't pay attention to the newer books, if such a thing could be claimed as such. There wasn't a single book been put in Potter Manor for the past 2 or 3 decades, not since her grandparents had lived here. She hoped one day that she could restore the Leary to its grandness again, like it always should have been. It would take a long time, a lot of money and patience, but it was something she felt very strongly about. Finally she was at the section she required, her fingers trailing from book to book, dismissing the ones on creature laws, Wizengamot law and of course ministry law, and finally at long last she found one book that might be able to educate her. She would have read the Daily Prophet, but it only contained snippets to give everyone a general idea of what Merlin's Law was about. "Roxy, are you okay?" asked Remus, giving the door a knock before entering despite the fact it was already open and it being a Leary. His amber eyes filled with concern for the teenager. It was a lot to take, and so much change was hard for them, him and Sirius. "Never mind, Roxy. I'm fine," claimed Roxy, eyeing her uncle, giving him a small smile as she slid into her seat. "I didn't know you were here. Is everything all right?" she then asked him. Normally, as of late, something had happened when she saw her uncles. Although now that the war was over, maybe they would be there more often. "Yes," said Remus pensively. It was hard to believe that Roxy was only 13 years old. She acted wiser than her age. She would be entering her 4th year at Hogwarts after the holidays. Hell, she even had a boyfriend. She was much too young to have one, in his opinion, but at least he knew it wouldn't go anywhere. A 13-year-old's definition of boyfriend was someone they liked, had a crush on and went to Hogsmeade with an, well, Ed. If they had any sense they wouldn't go further. "Interested in Merlin's Law," he stated, noticing the book as he wandered in further. He could remember reading to Roxy when she was younger. He had missed out on both Nick and Harry's growth but not too much of Roxy's. They were as close as he would ever get to having children, and wished he could turn back time and stop himself leaving them behind. "I want to know more about it," she said, shrugging her shoulders. Remus moved his hand out and held onto Roxy, squeezing her hand tightly. "Merlin's Law is impenetrable. No amount of research will help you make your mother better. She has to do that for herself." His soothing voice filled with sadness and pity. "I don't want to help her. I just want to understand it," argued Roxy. "Really?" inquired Remus, his tone skeptical. He didn't want Roxy telling him what she thought he wanted to hear. It wasn't good for her if she suppressed her real feelings. "Honestly, Remus," said Roxy, "I haven't really been close to Mum for 3 years. Or Dad, but at least he made up for it. Mum didn't. It hurt her. She was only 13 after all, but at the end of the day she still had her dad and her family wasn't what it used to be. She'd had to get used to it and now she was. Hell, her mother had been put in Azkaban. If that didn't change someone, she wasn't sure what could. She was so ashamed of her family and how they had been with Harry, and most important, she was ashamed at herself for how she'd been, despite the fact she knew logically she had only been following the example they set. She had still noticed her brother's absence even when her parents and Nick didn't. "She still loves you," said Remus, "no matter what happens or happened." Sirius had told him about his conversation with Severus, Eileen and Harry. How she could have always been mentally ill, or how the change of circumstances could have brought it out in her. The most chilling part was the fact that she may have ended up attacking or doing something harrowing to those closest to her. Which made sense, really. After all, it's those closest to someone mentally who ended up suffering in the end. For the children's sake, he hoped she made a full recovery, although he couldn't really call them children now, could he? Nick is legally an adult and Roxy wasn't far off it. 4 more years and she would be an adult as well. Roxy just smiled absently as she began reading from the book. "If there's something you don't understand, you know where to find me," said Remus, glancing quickly at the time. He had get going. Harry was expecting him. He wasn't looking forward to seeing Dominic, or as Harry called him, Dom. They did not like each other, and each of them knew that due to their senses. He hated the fact that Dominic did not take the Wolfsbane potion and put human life at risk due to his selfishness. "I know," said Roxy. She always went to her Uncle Remus when she was perplexed and couldn't get an answer. He was the one who had encouraged her love of books and had always spared the time to read to her whenever she asked. In fact, she couldn't remember a time when Remus had ever denied her. "Good," replied Remus firmly, standing up, giving her one last penetrating look before he left the Leary. Closing the door slightly behind him, then making his way to the living room, where he would use the flow. "I'll see you at home?" questioned Remus, gazing at his partner expectantly, who was sitting on the sofa beside James, quietly talking to him. "Yeah, I'll be there before you get back," said Sirius. "I'll pick us up something to eat at the Leaky Cauldron. Not wanting to cook today again, they'd done the same thing yesterday." "All right, I'll see you both later," said Remus, grasping a handful of flow powder, and he shouted in his next destination. Which was, of course, Prince Manor, and he was thankfully permitted entry. The flow network must still be open, either that or it had been opened for him coming. He wouldn't be surprised if it was the latter, since Severus was very cautious when it came to his family's safety. "Prince Manor. Hey, how are you doing?" asked Harry, smiling. "Come on in," inviting the werewolf into the manor. He looked a little rugged, but happy enough, if he could call it that. He never used the flow. He didn't have a house to use the flow network or the money to buy the flow powder, comes to that. "I'm good," said Dom, wandering along with Harry, inhaling sharply every few seconds, wondering if he was getting it wrong, but he couldn't be. His sense of smell never let him down. The boy's scent had changed. It was co-mingled with another one. It was weak, but it only happened to people who were pregnant. It's probably what made being a female werewolf worse. They could sense they were pregnant before they lost it due to all the shifting innards when they changed shape and form. There were 2 females in his pack, and it hurt them all seeing the state they got into. Unable to help himself, he leaned over and sniffed his neck. Harry turned around, face to face with Dom, close enough that he could smell something decidedly unpleasant on his breath. "What are you doing?" he demanded, a deep frown on his face, his hand idly clutching the door handle to the living room, puzzled by the werewolf's actions. He had never acted like that before. "You smell different, but it's not possible." "But I can spell it," Dom told him, stiff sniffing the air between them. A protective growl leaving his lips, it surprised even him, if his amber eyes widening was any indication. His wolf did not consider this boy pack, surely. That was impossible. The wolf didn't consider anyone other than werewolves as pack. Wasn't it? Or did it have something to do with the fact the boy had saved him despite knowing what he was? Feeling decidedly off kilter, he stepped back, face imp of waiting on Harry moving. "Would you like something to eat?" asked Harry, finally opening the door. He wasn't sure what to make of the fact Dom knew he was pregnant. "Sure," agreed Dom. Harry always gave him his favorites, liver and kidney. Sure, it was a bit cold, but he didn't mind. Looking around curiously, usually they went to the potions lab, evidently not this time. Sitting down when he was silently gestured to sit down by the human. Why was his wolf protective of him? He didn't understand it at all. His wolf was usually only protective of pack. "Dobby," called Harry, waiting for the house elf to show up. "Can you bring Dom his usual, please?" "How can you be pregnant?" asked Dom. He knew the boy was, he could smell it. Despite the fact his mind was telling him it wasn't possible for a human wizard to be so. Barely hearing the house elf's reply as he gazed at Harry with rapid attention. Harry pursed his lips, glaring at Dom, not in a bad way, just essing him, wondering if he could truly trust him. Information like what he would reveal would be worth a lot of money, especially considering the press's interest in him right now. While he knew in general most werewolves lived in the wilderness and loathed wizards and witches, could he reveal it and the secret remain just that? "A secret, I am," confirmed Harry. "The how though, I'd rather keep out of it. It's not because I don't trust you, it's just delicate information." Dom nodded his head silently, declaring that he understood. He only wished it was the same for werewolves. There were only 1 or 2 werewolf cubs born each generation. Mostly by those that decide to live amongst the wizards that despised them, living in brick houses like humans, which they weren't. Partnering with a muggle or witch, taking the damn wolfsbane potion that basically destroys you. Most just found cubs of their own, biting them, raising them, but they soon found out it didn't work. What child would forgive the one that had bitten them and caused them so much pain every month? Now though, there was a possibility that it wouldn't hurt anymore. At least not for his pack, since he had been promised the potion for all his packmates and Alpha. It was mostly the only reason he had started this. Now though he liked Harry, but he was a human, a wizard. How was the full moon night? Asked Harry, gazing solemnly at Dom. It was exactly the same. I changed without any pain, replied Dom immediately. He had expected it to come back if he was honest. He didn't get how a potion could eradicate the pain completely with every transformation. Yet it seemed to so far. To put it bluntly, he was glad he had been attacked by those damn Death Eaters. A ding interrupted their conversation. Dom looked around for the cause of it, but he saw Harry gazing at the fireplace and realized what it must be. The fireplace activated, going green before Lupin stepped out of the grate. "Hey," murmured Remus, speaking solely to Harry. "Hi, sit down, do you want something to eat?" asked Harry, gesturing to the seat next to Dominic, much to Remus' silent irritation. "I'm fine," said Remus immediately. The last time he'd nearly been sick, Harry had brought raw food up for Dominic as if he understood him, encouraged his disgusting behavior. He wasn't a wolf. He was a man, a wizard who had to live with a curse every month. He shouldn't be eating raw food like a dog. It was utterly disgusting. He loathed what he was and everything associated with it, but he could never tell Harry that. He was just mending bridges. He wasn't having something temporary like this get in the way. Sitting down, he forced himself to relax. It also didn't help that Dominic was Fenrir Greyback's packmate, that the man had turned Dominic and held no ill will towards him. He should be furious about what Greyback had done. He still was, no matter how long it had been since it happened. "All right," said Harry agreeably, turning back to Dom. He continued his conversation as if it had never been paused. "So you felt nothing at all? Transforming to and back?" "Nothing," echoed Dom, sounding thoughtful. He hadn't dared to dream that the pain would be eradicated, not even with a potion. He would never take the wolfsbane like Lupin. It was killing the wizard and he didn't seem to care. Lupin was weak, a disgrace to wolf kind. Even his Alpha was disgusted that a weak runt had lived so long on the poison he led down each month, had essentially came from him. He had changed him after all. Don't get him wrong, he could handle the pain. He had been doing so for years, but it was nice to get a reprieve from it. As the deal still on? He didn't like to think that Harry would go back on his word, but he was a wizard and Dom didn't have many good experiences with them. "What deal?" asked Remus, genuinely curious. Harry frowned at the look in Dom's eyes. It was as though he expected him to laugh and deny him. "I know most wizards are, well, childish when confronted with someone from the lichen community, but I am not one of them. I would never go back on my word. Do you wish to have them today?" "Yes," replied Dom. Lichen community. That was definitely a new one. His Alpha would like this wizard, and that was saying a lot since his Alpha couldn't stand any wizard. They had met before though, and Fenrir had been amused with the fact that the boy had stood up for himself despite knowing who he was, and he had been cautious but not disgusted by his presence. Harry was an odd wizard. There weren't many out there like him. He certainly kept odd company, and yes, he meant Lupin. "How many are there in your pack?" asked Harry, hoping that there were enough for them all. He couldn't brew and would have to ask Sev to do it. Dom's face went impassive. He shook his head, which was something he definitely couldn't reveal. Wouldn't reveal, he would never risk his pack for any potion in the world. "All right, will 30 be enough?" inquired Harry. He knew there were some things Dom couldn't or didn't want to reveal, for the safety of his pack. It had been made clear the first time he began asking questions, but Harry had simply said he wasn't fishing for information on his pack, the werewolf way of life, or where they stayed. He only wanted to know about his potion and how it was working. Dom relaxed again and nodded curtly. 30, are you paying him?" inquired Remus. It didn't sound right from his previous question, but it was the only conclusion he could reach. "No," replied Harry, frowning. They don't need money. I thought you worked with the lichen communities all over the world. I did, replied Remus, immediately. They needed money, but all I could give them were the potions, a safe place to sleep at night and some food. While it was a nice thing you did, you should have been helping your own people. The lichen community in Great Britain. They have clinics all over the world already, while here there are none, due to the restrictions placed on those with lycanthrope, stated Harry calmly, and he truly believed that. We don't need that poison, sneered Dom, unable to help himself. Of course not, said Harry immediately. The original wolfsbane potion poisoned the wolf within them, causing more madness and unsettlement. It drained them of their life. He had created one that wasn't poison, but he wasn't sure whether it prevented the werewolf from overtaking, which was why Remus was here. He had tested his new potion, and he was praying that it was successful. I was thinking more along the lines of somewhere for lone wolves to stay, somewhere they can eat, or even packs to come and eat when the weather is too severe to hunt, somewhere you aren't going to be killed. Well, you know what they say, said Dom, if you want anything done, you do it yourself. Believe me, I know, said Harry wryly. Is your sense of smell or hearing any different? Getting back on topic, his pen poised to write once more. Definitely not, said Dom, twitching when the house elf appeared, inhaling sharply. Definitely nothing wrong with his sense of smell. A sly smirk twitched onto his face. He knew Lupin loathed that he ate raw food. He had stank of the foul stench of disgust and shame. Thank you, Dobby, said Harry, giving his thanks before the house elf disappeared. Dom picked up the plate and quickly began eating, relishing in the organs, not eating as messily as he usually would. Remus, your turn. How did it go? Asked Harry, holding his breath, hoping for the best. He avoided looking at Dom. His stomach was doing flips just looking at the food. Considering it hadn't bothered him the last time, it must be because of his pregnancy. It was a testament to what the wolfsbane potion did to werewolves. Remus couldn't smell that he was pregnant like Dom had. The transformation was a little painful, said Remus in awe. I kept my mind. I could even remember everything like never before. Harry grinned in triumph. Brilliant. The potion worked. A little painful. So less than usual. Yes, a lot less, replied Remus. Amazing, muttered Harry. Without the wolfsbane plant the transformation wasn't as bad, which meant even after only one dose the poison was beginning to fade. You might actually live to see your 50th birthday after all. Hopefully he would be able to convince the werewolves taking the damn wolfsbane potion to stop and take his new creation. To do that might mean having to give one batch away for free, but in the long run it could be beneficial not only to him but the werewolves taking it. What? Asked Remus, cocking his head to the side. Well, your hearing definitely hasn't improved overly much. Are you able to smell things better today? Asked Harry. Or would that require a few more months before he was fully healed from the damage? Could he though? He had been taking it for a long time. No, replied Remus, shaking his head, feeling like he was at a healer's office, especially with the way Harry was writing everything down. Harry nodded his head, feeling better than he had in days. Not being able to brew potions was killing him. He felt more useful that he was able to do some things, even if it was only theoretical work. He had to remind himself it was only 7 more months then he was free to brew again. Well, sort of. At least 2 of his potions were coming together. He still needed a name for both of them. Soon they would be published, but he wasn't going to another conference, not for these ones. How are you feeling? Asked Remus, his tone soft and soothing as if he was worried about insulting Harry. About what? Asked Harry, his head snapping up, staring blankly at Remus, his mind still mostly on the potions. Everything, the battle mostly, said Remus, sympathy written across his face. I would do it 100 times over to protect the people I love. Harry revealed seriously, I have no regrets or concerns about it, Remus. Everyone I care about survived, and that is all that matters to me. He had absolutely no nightmares about ending Voldemort. If anything, it's Sev lying dead he saw, only to wake safe in his arms with the knowledge he had succeeded. Dom, amber eyes glimmered with understanding and pride. The boy didn't think like a wizard, he thought like a wolf. It was exactly how his alpha would act and do. He could smell the truthfulness of his statement. It made him respect the wizard, a little bit reluctantly, only because he was a wizard. Harry, called Severus, entering the room. You are aware that we have another commitment in less than 5 minutes. Sev, can you get me 30 vials of Eileen's potion for Dom to take with him? Asked Harry. Severus arched an eyebrow. Very well, he conceded, turning swiftly and left the room. Good luck and congratulations, grunted Dom, as both he and Harry stood up. If you need anything, you know how to get in touch, and if for whatever reason you can't get to me, call Dobby, said Harry, his tone serious. You're an odd wizard, admitted Dom, wryly shaking his head. Harry laughed as they moved out the living room. He'd never considered himself odd before. I'll take your word for it. Turning to the side, hearing Severus returning, giving him a thankful smile, he obviously had enough to give to Dom, for that he was grateful. Thanks, Sev, he added, accepting the potions from him and pinged them to Dom. Taking no offense when he checked the bag. They're unbreakable, so you don't have to worry. Do you want me to apparate you nearer to your territory? Questioned Harry. He already suspected the answer to that one. It's not too far. I'll be fine, said Dom immediately. Giving a quick goodbye, he wandered out of the manor, grateful to be out in the open again. He wasn't used to being in houses. He preferred the outdoors and fresh air. Do not take it personally. They aren't comfortable with wizards, said Severus, watching the werewolf retreat hastily. Yeah, I can't say I blame him, confessed Harry. He didn't like many people either after being secluded most of his life. Severus said nothing to this, other than to close the front door. He couldn't wait to see what they had decided. He was very curious about whether it would work or not. The prospect of finding out was thrilling. An experiment. It might not be brewing a potion, but it was still potion-based. He was still trying to create a pregnancy potion. They couldn't continue to use unicorn blood even if it did work, so an alternative had to be found. He was much more hopeful that he could create it than he had been in the beginning when the suggestion had been made. Sorry, Remus, said Harry, thank you for helping, I appreciate it. You're welcome, Remus said, his smile somewhat brittle. Really, thanks for doing it. I know you didn't like Dom much, said Harry, feeling a little bit bad for Remus. Remus blinked in surprise. I didn't really know him, was all he said, diplomatically. That is the biggest understatement I've ever heard, Severus snorted in derision. He had noticed it the first time both men had come. He was surprised Harry hadn't called them at different times to make it easier. That's them coming, said Severus, just seconds before the flow dinged again. Remus blinked at the two wizards who appeared. Surely they weren't friends of Harry or Severus. It just didn't seem likely at all, although the one on the right did remind him of Severus with his stiff upper lip. He did feel decidedly uncomfortable. He could tell they did as well. Not wishing to ruin whatever that was going on, knowing they knew he was a werewolf, he decided to leave as quickly as possible. I best get going. I'll see you later, Harry, Severus, said Remus, giving a small nod to each of them. Please, excuse me, he added to the men before he slid into the flow and shouted in his destination, which was Grimmauld Place. Inquired Severus, sighing inwardly at having to play host again, but he did want an answer enough to go through with all the pleasantries. Please sit down. We cannot stay long. We have tickets to see the opera in Muggle London, said Daniel, smiling apologetically. How are you, Harry? I'm fine. Sorry about last time, Harry said, sheepishly. It's completely fine, said Daniel right away, waving it off as not important. So what is your decision? Inquired Severus, straight to the point. We discussed our options. I still have a few reservations, but Daniel wishes to go ahead and I concede point. Alec told him. They'd argued for hours after he told Daniel how he felt. Then Daniel had broken down and made him feel like shit for not realizing how he felt or how badly it was affecting him and wearing him down. He realized then that he had to give Daniel this, had to let him try and keep his own reservations hidden. Severus nodded his head, staring at Alec, his black eyes filled with understanding. He didn't think he would have allowed Harry to do this if their situations were reversed, even with documentation drawn up in favor of it. For the first time he began to realize just how desperate they were to have a child, if they were willing to face the unknown. He actually felt the urge to tell them that it would work out, which was strange. He never lied to anyone, and he couldn't actually say with any degree of certainty that it would. Sit down, said Severus, his tone professional as he took a seat and removed his potions kit already prepared, as he had been for any outcome. He opened up the sterilized new scalpel, and waited until the wizard had taken a seat. "Are you sure?" he then asked, giving them an out if he was in any way beginning to have second doubts. Daniel glanced once at Alec before turning to face Potion's master Snape and nodded firmly. He couldn't back out now, not when the potential was so close that he could smell it. He handed his arm over, watching him closely. Snape turned his hand over and pressed a cleansing swab over his palm, then cut into it with the scalpel. He withheld a wince, swallowing thickly as he placed a substance onto the wound. He knew what it was, unicorn blood, which was pure white and could probably put a dent in his fortune. "Aren't you going to heal it?" Alec asked, after a few seconds had gone by. "Give it a minute," stated Severus, his tone calm and precise. Harry had exploded the potion and they had gotten there as quickly as possible, which he guessed was a minute give or take. He just knew he hadn't run quicker in his life when he heard the explosion. Daniel closed his eyes, praying to whatever deity that looked over them to give him this one miracle. If he was able to, he swore he would give to charity, anything, even if it was only one child. He didn't care, he just wanted a child with his lover. "How long do you think it will take to notice if it's going to happen?" asked Daniel, his heart thumping loudly. "I can't say, but I'd suggest giving it a week," commented Severus, healing the wound and dropping the hand. "Then we will be back in a week. I have some business that cannot wait in America, so we have to return for a few days at least." Alex stated he would be bringing a healer with him. He needed someone he trusted to deal with the medical side of things no matter what happened. "I have an appointment with my healer in a week if you would like to come and be checked out by someone who isn't going to flounder in shock for an hour," suggested Harry, toeing off his shoes and placing them to the side as he curled up. "Perhaps," said Alec, not making more definitive plans, but judging by the sudden smirk on Harry's face he already knew how he was really feeling, perhaps due to his relationship with Severus, who did seem very similar to himself. "I'm sorry that the meeting had to be so short," said Alec, glancing at the time. "Not at all," said Severus, standing up out of politeness, giving them access to his flow powder. Muggle opera, he supposed there was. Worse things, weren't there? He wasn't sure, but it sounded awful. He'd seen it on TV once when he was a child. The thought of even having to endure it for a moment made him feel sick. Needless to say, he was glad it was them, not him, going. "Enjoy your evening." Some of his feelings must have bled through, judging by the amused look on both their faces. "Take care," said Harry, watching them step into the fire. "You also," said Alec, and the powder was flung down and they disappeared from view. "Oh, thank Merlin," murmured Harry, leaning relaxing against the sofa, moving his legs when Sev decided to join him. "How did the meeting go?" he asked Harry, absently stroking up his leg, causing Harry to laugh at the tickling. "Well, the new Wolfsbane potion seems to take the edge of the pain, but I'm not sure whether it's because Remus takes the actual Wolfsbane potion which makes the transformation worse, or if it's just the way it works. I would need to find someone who hasn't taken the Wolfsbane potion or Eileen's potion," Harry told him thoughtfully, his brow puckered as he thought. "I don't know how the hell I'm going to do that. Eileen's potion won't be needed every month though, since it's still helping Dom." "That's a good thing. We only have 5 left," replied Severus dryly. Their shelf had been cleaned out, but Harry had promised Dom that if he came here and answered their questions, brewing on his own would definitely be difficult. He had come to rely on Harry a lot more than he realized until he was no longer able to brew for the time being. "I don't know whether just to advertise the potion and hope for the best. I don't really want to go to a conference. The next one's in Germany, isn't it? And it's around the time it's absolutely freezing," added Harry, plus he would be 4 months pregnant. He didn't want to risk anyone finding out. "Indeed," said Severus, confirming Harry's thoughts. "If I open a clinic for werewolves we might have better luck," suggested Harry. "What do you think? I know you have a soft spot for Dominic, but do you really want to deal with potential volatile werewolves? Most of them are like Greyback, they do not trust wizards," cautioned Severus, not totally against the idea. "I don't want them to trust me, I just want to help them if I can," Harry told Severus, sighing softly, turning around and snuggling into Severus. "I mean, Remus went all around the world helping them, opening clinic after clinic, then coming back here. I don't understand why he never did it here. And Remus hadn't said either." Severus chuckled bitterly, It wasn't his idea in the first place, it was Dumbledore, and he was hoping to have the werewolves on his side this time around. He knew most werewolves here would never trust him. They listened to Greyback, and would follow the wolf wherever he went. The Dark Lord made a big mistake in recruiting the idiots who attacked Dom. They in one fell swoop cost him his secret weapon in the war. Greyback left and the Rouges followed him. Why would he even think they'd leave their country and follow Remus? Asked Harry, incredulity coating his voice. I mean, if it had been Greyback I'd see it, but Remus. He hates what he is. He isn't alpha material, and werewolves are like actual wolves and follow the alpha. He was desperate, guessed Severus. As always, Lupin would jump at the chance. Do you think Dumbledore let Remus attend Hogwarts to try and get him to do that? Wondered Harry. He didn't like to think so. Yet he couldn't help but remember how he had been with Nick, and realized he would have done it if he believed it would benefit the greater good. It might have been a possibility. Everyone Greyback turned followed him, and he took them in and cared for them. Perhaps Albus thought that the wolf would want him. In the end, convinced the man to change sides. With Albus there is no way to truly know. He's powerful, a brilliant strategy, thinking ahead, but he's also human and believes the best in even the worst of people. Revealed Severus, remembering his first encounter with Albus after leaving Hogwarts. You weren't the worst sort of person, snapped Harry with fire, not liking Severus thinking that of himself. I have a past, Harry, said Severus. Harry knew that much, but it warmed his heart that Harry never thought any less of him. Not that he would ever admit that, of course, but he was sure Harry knew. I don't care, said Harry, sounding petulant. Severus laughed softly, shaking his head. He hoped Harry never changed. So what do you think about the idea then? Asked Harry after a few moments of silence. Which one? Replied Severus. The potion idea or the clinic idea? Opening a clinic, confirmed Harry, his tone eager. Severus' opinion always meant the most to Harry, so it was hardly a surprise that it could be heard. Well, you are hardly strapped for money. If it's something you feel strongly about, then do it. If you do it long term, you will need to see about setting it up as a charity. You cannot pour all your money into a loan. Fortunately, not all wizards and witches loathe werewolves as they seem to think, so there will be donations. Albeit most donations will be from werewolves that are hiding what they are or living in houses such as Lupin. Severus told him. Harry smiled secretly. Severus hadn't said it outright, but this was his way of telling him to go for it. Victor. Fleur squealed as she saw him and brought him into a big hug. Once she let go, she brought Lucas into one as well. Both of them were dressed up for the occasion, in their finest black robes. 3 members of their group, their best friends, were graduating today. Harry, Neville, and of course Luna, who had worked herself to the bones the past few months to take her NEWTs a year early. You both look very handsome, she added, giving her nod of approval. Fashion was something she felt very proud of and would have loved to do something OCIATED with it. She noticed them removing their very heavy cloaks. It must be colder where they had been. She wasn't sure if they had been at home or on the road. It had been Harry's idea for Luna to take her NEWTs, since Luna hated the thought of being separated from Neville for an entire year, staying at Hogwarts while Neville looked for an apprenticeship as herbologist. He was stuck between accepting someone close to home, Pomona Sprout or Tilden Toots, a very famous herbologist who had his own chat show on Wizarding Wireless, and last but no means least, Winona Wilma, one of the best herbologists out there. She was located in Wales but frequently remained in America for months at a time. Which of course is where the best ingredients came from, added to fact that some just couldn't grow in the UK due to needing intense heat all year around, something that wasn't freely available here. He didn't know what to do, but he had time to decide. After all, he was only just graduating today. He, unlike some people, wasn't completely flustered and desperate to choose at the moment for fear of it being snatched away. Thank you, as do you, as usual, Victor teased, relaxing as he always did when he was here. He didn't have the press hounding him when he was in Britain. It's why he continued coming back. Although his friends were a big incentive, the piece was part of the reason too. The dress was similar to what she wore during the tournament. Boy, did that bring back good memories, but it was light purple instead of the baby blue. She didn't have a hat on to match it, but she still looked very striking. Are the others already at the podium? No, Harry's gone somewhere. He said he will be back in a few minutes. Luna and Neville just started making their way up. You missed them by a few seconds. Fleur explained, smiling secretively. She knew what he was up to, so did Luna. It's why she'd been so quick to drag Neville towards the stage. It was Neville's greatest wish to have his parents at his graduation, so Harry was making it a reality, pulling strings where he needed to, so they could attend. Where? Lucas asked. What could be so important during his graduation ceremony that he had to leave? Whatever it was, it had to be imperative to Harry. He was very punctual. In fact, Lucas had never seen him late for everything. Fleur leaned forward and whispered, "To get Neville's parents." One of the stupid student healers told Neville his parents weren't well enough to come and he didn't even ask a second opinion. She revealed, exasperated. Harry just found out about it when Luna told him. He made his excuses right away. Severus went with him, Victor asked, already knowing his answer. The pair of them was practically inseparable. He'd always known Harry would end up with someone older than him. He might appear fiercely independent, but he needed to rely on someone that wouldn't stomp on his heart and someone to be strong when he had his doubts about everything. When Harry got an idea in his head, it stuck, but there would be times when he wavered. He just needed help to remain grounded. Just like during the tournament, Harry would always have a place in his heart. He loved him, but he wasn't in love with him. Both of them had found comfort in each other, knowing it would never be long-term, and remained very good friends afterwards. Yeah, Fleur nodded, smiling sweetly as she thought of them. Severus wasn't the most outwardly affectionate of men, but there was no denying how he felt. He'd barely taken his eyes off Harry the entire hour they had been there, despite the fact they were at different sides of the Quidditch pitch having conversations with other people. He was better than he had been a year ago. He was making an effort, and she knew it was purely for Harry's benefit, and she was so grateful to the wizard for that. Harry deserved the best, and apparently he had found it. "Where is Gary?" Lucas inquired. It wasn't often he saw one without the other. "He's over there," Fleur gestured, "getting us some drinks. It's a bit hot today. Nothing like France, of course, but she was getting used to British weather, which meant the heat was a bit much than she was used to these days." Lucas and Victor nodded in agreement. They had only just used a portkey to get here, yet they had felt the heat immediately. "Ladies and gentlemen, children, please take your seats. This year's graduating ceremony is about to start," boomed the voice of Albus Dumbledore, magnified all over the castle grounds. Almost immediately everyone began to sit down on the white chairs that had been spread out all over the Quidditch pitch for people to sit. The teachers ascended up beside the students, sitting at the other side of the soon-to-be graduated students. "Come on," Fleur sighed, looking back towards the gates in concern before she sat down in the second row along with Victor and Lucas, leaving a seat for her boyfriend as well as Severus and the two Longbottoms and of course Cedric and Cho. Hopefully they would be there. "Don't worry, it will take them another 10 to 15 minutes to set up," Lucas said to her in a soothing manner, watching as she continued to look back for Harry. She presumed, "By the look of things they don't have the graduation certifications out yet. Unless they were underneath the podium, which would be an ideal place to have them. Actually, the valedictorian gives a speech first," Gary corrected Lucas in an amused voice, handing over a bottle of butterbeer to both men, winking with a devious smile before handing a closed one to his girlfriend. Lucas and Victor threw him odd looks. It wasn't until they drank from their bottles did they understand it. He had put fire whiskey in it. Nodding their thanks, they sighed softly as they waited for it to start. As happy as they were to be there for their friends, it didn't make it exciting. They'd all already graduated. They'd never thought they would be back at another one so soon. They noticed Neville looking around, probably wondering where Harry was too. Did Harry tell Neville he was going anywhere? "He looks worried up there," Lucas pointed out, as they all turned to see him arching his back to see over the crowd of people wondering where Harry was. "No, but I'm sure Luna will think of something," Fleur chortled before laughing. No doubt it would leave Neville confused. She was good at confounding people, certainly had that effect on her a time or two. "Thank Merlin we made it in time," Cedric exclaimed. "Hi, you did, come on," Fleur said cheerfully, standing up and letting them squeeze themselves in. Cho let Cedric go first, not wishing for the two old flames to sit together. She didn't like it but never dared to bring it up. She never wanted to make Cedric choose between her and his friends. Maybe deep down she knew who he'd pick. They had a bond together, and fused through a troubled and difficult year, Cedric's last year actually. Especially the trauma at the end of the tournament, when they thought Harry had died, only to find out later that he wasn't. Did you find what you were looking for then? She inquired. Yes, it was bloody difficult mind, but I got it, Cedric revealed, grinning lopsidedly. What did you get? Victor asked, curiously. A book Harry's mentioned a million times. I looked all over for it but eventually found it in a small bookstore in Ireland. It's taken me days to find it. Cedric exclaimed quietly, but it was definitely worth it. Got it really cheap as well. I don't think the store owner realized how rare it was. He added thoughtfully. Wouldn't be the first time, Victor mused. I've gotten a lot of huge deals on my travels. My family loves the books and trinkets I send home. Mostly at markets during the weekends. He had a keen eye for antiques and books. Lucas nodded his agreement vigorously. They did find amazing deals sometimes. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls to Hogwarts graduating CL of 1997. Albus Dumbledore said, dressed in bright purple robes. Beaming at everyone as if nothing gave him greater pleasure than being there to give the students their diplomas. Which was very close to the truth. He'd had a very close call with death during that battle, not that anyone knew, but thankfully they had been near St. Mungo's and he had been very quick to get healed. He waited patiently for the cheering and wolf whistling to die down, still smiling. He was grateful that it was the end of term. Truth be told, he needed a long holiday. As most of you know, it has been extremely difficult these past years, yet you all did, everyone from your parents to your teachers, proud. Your grades have been exemplary despite the dark times that has been upon us. Another round of applause caught him off guard. He had not been finished. Now please help me welcome this year's valedictorian, Harry Peverell. Albus, gazing at the students behind him, expectantly waiting on Harry showing himself. Did Harry tell you? Fleur was floored by that announcement. He hadn't been a student in how long? 2 or 3 years, probably more. Better question is, did Harry know? Victor muttered uneasily. Harry wouldn't have agreed to this. He hated publicity, loathed being in public, never mind giving a bloody speech. He knew it. There was absolutely no way Harry would do anything like this, which meant Dumbledore had sprung this on Harry without even a moment to prepare. Everyone else that didn't know Harry as well as they did, were cheering manically. Back to Severus and Harry. Are you ready to go? Harry asked as he entered Frank and Alice's room. They had their cloaks on and were sitting at the edge of their bed. Harry had asked them if they wanted to go. Of course, it wasn't as if he could force them. They did want to go. Very much so, but Neville had been adamant about them getting better, that his graduation wasn't that important as them. Needless to say, when he told the head healers about what the student healer had said, they were furious. She would be getting a dressing down for overstepping her place. Yes, Alice proclaimed, smiling warmly at Harry, who she knew was one of Neville's best friends. Neville had been quite a loner, never really speaking of having many friends before they were injured. Now she and her husband were being bombarded with warm tales of the friends he'd made and how happy he was engaged to his fiancée Luna. She was a very sweet girl, perfect for her Neville, although his grandmother didn't quite agree, but it had nothing to do with her. He'd grown up so much it saddened her that she hadn't been there to see it. Yet she knew she owed it all to Harry, that she was even here to see her firstborn son graduate from Hogwarts and to see her younger son graduate in a few years' time. Let's go, then, Harry said, helping the woman up from the bed, and keeping a tight grip of her as she shakily began walking. She had to rebuild her muscles, and once she could perform the basic tasks she would be fine to go home. Neville's going to be over the moon to see you. He wanted you there desperately. It was his greatest wish when you were cursed. He did indeed, Severus stated quietly. Sliding into the room, he reluctantly helped Frank up from the bed. He wasn't as bad off as his wife, thankfully, and could walk practically unaided, just needed some support. The things he did for Harry. He wasn't about to let him do it on his own. He was pregnant and he wanted nothing to happen to his unborn child. The baby, according to Healer Walsh, was prefect, right size for how far along he was, and Harry's vital signs were normal. Daniel and Alex had been offered to come with them, but they weren't back from the USA yet. They had things Alex had to deal with at home before they returned, which they say could take anything from a fortnight to a month. Hold on, Severus told them, as he pulled out the portkey, which would take them straight to Hogwarts gates. They could go no further than that. The wards had been changed after Harry was taken by a portkey. Nothing got through the wards unless it was approved by Albus, and he hadn't gotten the portkey from them but created it himself. Once he was sure they had a tight grip of it, he said the activation word and they disappeared from St. Mungo's and appeared just outside the wards of Hogwarts. "All right?" Harry asked them, worried that the journey had taken a lot out of them. It might just be a portkey, but it did make you feel like throwing up and disorientated. "I'm fine. No need to worry," Alice told him comfortingly, patting at his arm as if to prove his point. She was stronger than she looked. If anything, she was excited. It was maddening being in that hospital room for her. She was an Auror. She'd constantly been on the move, never in one place very long, with the obvious exception being the ministry, especially when she was on desk duty. Which had been a grand total of twice when she'd been pregnant with her sons. Severus looked over when he heard Harry speaking. Nodding in his direction, the pair began leading the two Aurors towards the sitting crowd. They were quiet. Albus was standing at the podium, so he had either paused from speaking or was finished and they had missed the applause. He just allowed the silence to surround him, knowing it wouldn't last. Graduating ceremonies were loud and annoying. It's not something he had missed in his 6 years since he quit, deciding to focus on his career, one of the best decisions he had ever made. "Now please help me welcome this year's valedictorian, Harry Peverell." "What?" Harry hissed out indignantly, jolting Alice a bit too roughly in his surprise. "What the?" He hadn't asked to be the bloody valedictorian. "Why me? Shouldn't it be Granger?" "No," Severus replied at once. "You have the highest grades in your year, not only for your OWLs but your NEWTs as well." "I didn't agree to this, Severus," Harry said, cursing inwardly. He has no right lobbing this at me. He hated this. He didn't even want to go to conferences where he was in his element talking about potions, for crying out loud. "No," Severus said darkly, "that he didn't. But Dumbledore didn't care about that. No doubt this was his attempt to make it up to him for favoring Nick for years. Of course he didn't realize he was going about it the wrong way." Albus liked to think he knew Harry, or was probably deluding himself that he did, but it was so far from the truth it was almost hilarious if he wasn't silently despairing. "Question is, are you going to go up?" Frank asked, speaking up, sweat pouring of him. He was panting every few minutes. This was taking a lot out of him. It was hardly surprising since they'd already had their physical therapy today. Harry scowled darkly at Dumbledore. "I guess," he answered, reluctance coating his voice. "Go on then," Alice said cheerfully, paying no mind to the bland look on Harry's face. She turned to face the graduates looking for her son, but she couldn't find him. "Harry," Albus called once more, a frown creasing his old face, as everyone began to look around wondering if he was even there. "Let's get you seated," Harry said, finding Fleur's white hair, using it as a beacon to guide them to her. Harry seated her gently. Fleur gave him a nod that he would take care of her. "Do not worry. Just speak from your heart," Severus told him quietly, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze before he guided Frank into a seat and sat down himself as Harry made his way towards the podium, his entire body stiff, showing just how much he hated this situation he'd just been thrust into. He could only imagine the look on his face, stifling a smirk, knowing Harry always rose to the challenge in the most amusing way. He had taught him well, it seemed, although he couldn't take all the credit. Harry cursed Dumbledore in his mind the entire way up, his insults becoming more derogatory as he did so, some he had learned from Severus as well. Keeping his face impassive, he smoothly stood up the few steps to get into the platform and made his way towards the podium, ignoring the cheering that rose up. He knew they weren't just cheering due to politeness, but because this was the first time he'd actually been out in public properly since he had defeated Voldemort. He had been shopping, of course, but undercover, so nobody knew who he was. He didn't relish this happening. He wasn't Nick. He'd never aspired to be famous. Rich, yes, but that's only because he knew what it was like to be poor. Sort of, and he never wanted to go back to that. Not having things he wanted or needed, it wasn't a life he wanted. Turning to face the crowd, stamping down the sick feeling in his stomach, he began to speak. "Thank you very much for this unexpected honor, Headmaster Dumbledore." It was evident by his tone that he didn't think it was an honor. He noticed everyone looking at him, smiling, evidently believing the words coming out of his mouth. Judging by the look on Dumbledore's face, though, he knew at least that he wasn't happy. Well, the past 7 years of Hogwarts has certainly had its share of highs and lows, different for each and every one of us, including the teachers. From petrified students to tournaments, instead of running we stood firm, and you should pat yourself on the back for that since it couldn't have been easy. Harry told them, wondering what on earth to say. It was supposed to be upbeat, right? Something funny and encouraging. What could he say that was? For me the happiest time in Hogwarts certainly was the Yule Ball, and the tournament which allowed us to interact with other schools, gain new friends, some of them for life, and give us an understanding on what other schools did in their courses. Although I know a lot of people were disappointed by the lack of Quidditch that year. He chuckled softly, feeling accomplished when the students behind him laughed and clapped their agreement. He obviously wasn't doing too badly. It's now time to leave Hogwarts behind, and I know people will fear losing touch with friends when they go their own way to their own career. All I can say to you is do not let it happen. Sure, you won't have a huge amount of time together, but when you do it's always interesting. Friends and family are forever, and should always be, no matter where life takes you. If you have your career choice picked out, then I and everyone here wish you the best of luck. Do your best and have no regrets, since life is filled with them. If you haven't chosen one, do not let that deter you. If you don't know what to do, use this time to decide, for it is by far much better to know decidedly what you want to do than guess and be miserable. Life is an adventure. It should be exciting, fun and lively. Make it so. Each and every one of you are masters of your own destiny, so go out and seize it, remembering that this is your life, nobody else's. Everyone stood up and cheered, so Harry's sigh of relief was lost in the thundering claps. Very well done, Albus said, his eyes twinkling. Perhaps one of the best speeches I've heard since I became a teacher. Well, I was put on the spot, quite literally. Harry stated, his tone sharp. Abbott, Hannah, Dumbledore called, pointing out the basket of diplomas to Harry, causing the teen to grimace before doing as he was told and lifting the correct one out. Hannah stood up, and walked over to them both, shaking hands with them before accepting her diploma and facing the crowd, grinning at her parents, who cheered loudly over the polite applause that had started up. Pictures were being taken and Harry stepped behind Dumbledore so he wasn't in the picture. Brown, Lavender, Dumbledore called the next person forward. The hyper girl stood up, simpering at Harry as she accepted her diploma, which caused Albus' eyes to twinkle at the ignorance of youth. Simpering just wasn't appealing, especially when the girl had way too much makeup on and a pout that made her look constipated. Polite applause started up as Lavender smiled at her mother, the only one there for her on her special day. Her father was no longer with them. Unable to see her mother crying, she moved down beside her, soothing her through her tears. She watched the rest of the graduation from there. Terry Boot, Mandy Brocklehurst, Millicent Bulstrode, Susan Bones, Michael Corner, Vincent Crabbe, Morag McDougall, Seamus Finnegan, Justin Finch Fletchley. Hermione Granger, who looked decidedly put out for some reason. Oh, she knew why. Hermione had been up the entire night working on a graduation speech, thinking she would be picked, and they all thought she would be. She, other than Harry, was the student with the best grades. It wasn't meant to be, and Harry had given a good speech, but what else could you expect from the hero of the wizarding world, and a Ravenclaw to boot? Lavender thought in amusement. The names continued on. Anthony Goldstein, Gregory Goyle and Neville Longbottom. The look of pride, excitement on his face when he saw his parents there, was unparalleled. He seemed to have known it was Harry, since he thanked him and hugged him tighter than normal. Harry had done so much for him, that he wished so badly that he could do something in turn, but there was nothing. Harry had all he wanted, all he cared about. Hopefully he would like his graduation gift though. Luna Lovegood, Ernie Macmillan, Lily Moon, Draco Malfoy, who she thought had changed the most since they were 11 years old. He was still gorgeous, still broody, but the smug arrogance had been bled from him. It had been years since she'd heard, "Wait until my father hears about this," from him. She actually pitied him at first. It was tough losing your father, and she knew that. Losing his fortune had been tough too, she'd bet, but not all had been lost. He still lived a comfortable life. He had lost a lot of friends a year after that, when he had declared himself neither light nor dark, remaining neutral. He was good friends with Theodore Nott, who had joined Draco and declared himself neutral, and Blaise Zabini now. Theodore Nott, Pansy Parkinson, Sally Ann Perks, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil. The Slytherins hadn't been forced to pick sides. The war had ended before they had a chance to ruin their lives forever. For that a certain wizard called Severus Snape would be forever grateful. Just because he had left Hogwarts, it didn't mean he had stopped caring about his SS or worrying for their future. "Nick Potter," Albus called, placing himself between Harry and the inevitable approach of Nick. He didn't want another WL like the one in their 4th year. Although it couldn't have been called a WL, Nick had been beaten hands down with a few punches. He'd never seen such a disgusting display of Muggle fighting in his school, and he rather hoped it would never happen again. Nick walked forward nervously, barely able to meet his brother's eyes, but as he stood in front of him with Dumbledore annoying close, he held out his hand, his breath halting, wondering if he would want to. Green eyes met his with nothing but peace as they shook hands firmly. "Harry, Nick started, not sure what to say. How could he say anything really after all he had done to his brother? "Not here, not now," Harry said, shaking his head. "Okay," Nick replied, sighing softly before accepting his diploma and giving a thumbs up to his dad and sister who were sitting at the front cheering for him. This wasn't how he had seen his graduation all those years ago, but he had been a very shallow person back then. He had a stronger relationship with his father now that he was laying down the law, more respect too. He and his sister also spoke more, or rather wrote a lot since he hadn't been at Hogwarts. She'd asked for his advice a few times, and he finally felt like a big brother, a better son. He had made peace with his mother's most recent incarceration, allowed himself to acknowledge that he did love her, but he did not like who she had become, and acknowledging it had made it easier to accept and understand. Now if only he could have a relationship with his twin, if he could just make up for his actions, resolution would be his. Albus sighed in relief when they both parted. It hadn't been as volatile as he had feared. "Harry Peverell," Albus said, smiling slightly as he turned to face the teenager and picking up the diploma and ping it over. Putting his hand around his shoulders and facing the crowd, light bulbs immediately began going, almost blinding Harry in the processes. Viciously yanking himself out of Dumbledore's hold, he glared at his unrepenting face. Albus turned to the next person on the list, unperturbed by the look on Harry's face, and called the last of the students forward. Zacharias Smith, Lisa Turpin, Dean Thomas, Ron Weasley, and last but no means least Blaise Zabini. The Weasleys were by far definitely the noisiest of them all, parents and friends who had come to the graduation ceremony. They'd made enough noise to wake the dead. A few parents and students' closets to them had actually flinched at the loudness. Once it was over, Harry, Neville and Luna moved towards the group. Fleur was just sitting Alice back down on her seat. Frank was still standing and brought his son into a bear hug, telling him how proud he was. Harry smiled. Out of everyone, Neville deserved this most of all. "So, shall we go for a bite to eat at Madame Puddifoot's or head to the manor?" Harry suggested. He couldn't tolerate being here any longer. Dumbledore had decidedly ruined any good mood he had. "You aren't going for the boat ride?" Alice asked, frowning. It was the best part of graduation, deepened the sense of nostalgia. "No, I can't put up with much more of this," Harry admitted, shaking his head. "If you guys want to go, we can wait though," Harry added, not wanting to sour his friend's graduation day. "Actually going to the manor for a bite to eat sounds good," Victor piped in. "I'll meet you there in say half an hour." Neville suggested. He had to get his parents back to St. Mungo's. "Here is the portkey. It will return them to their room," Severus told him, understanding where the teenager was coming from. "Nonsense. He'll be right back. You aren't spending your graduation day sitting beside us. You need to go out and sell it with all your friends and fiancé." Alice scolded her son firmly. Seeing that Neville was about to argue some more, "I think your father and I need some rest. We will probably sleep when we get back," and Neville's resistance broke as he nodded. "All right," Neville agreed. They did look exhausted, and obviously coming had taken a lot out of them. The healers suggested they could be home within 3 weeks if their physical therapy continued going so well. Not that it surprised him. His parents were extremely stubborn, and when they put their mind to it they could do anything. "We'll see you at the manor. Go on ahead." "See you soon. It was lovely meeting you," Lucas told the Longbottoms, and after they'd all said their own goodbyes they swiftly began making their way through the crowds and towards the gates. It wasn't easy as they began moving towards Hogwarts, ready to go to the boats for one final ride. Luna and Neville waited for the crowd to disperse before walking Frank and Alice towards the wards so they didn't end up pushed and shoved by the crowd. James stopped briefly to speak to them, letting them know he would be by to see them tomorrow. "How are you feeling?" Severus asked as he ventured into the living room, where Harry and his mother sat buried under what looked like 100 documents. Harry was looking for a decent place to build a clinic for the werewolves. When he decided on something, he poured his 100% into it. Although he would have a few doubts here and there, he never gave in. He was determined to help those that needed it. Most of the documents were land that belonged to the Peverell estate, his estate, but some were possible areas he liked the look of that was available to buy. "I'm fine. Did you get all the potions done?" Harry asked, giving him a smirk of amusement, before going back to his work, before putting the paperwork in his hand in the non-acceptable. There were enough acres he wanted somewhere secure, big, so that when they were in wolf form they won't feel locked up. At least the ministry wouldn't be giving him a hard time. They would be nuts if they did. For once he wouldn't actually mind using his fame to help someone. Now wasn't that mind-boggling? He would never use it to further himself though, but his soon-to-be husband had pointed out that everyone knew, the only person suffering was himself. It was pointless, it wouldn't change anyone's opinion of him. That the public would think whatever they wanted to think at the end of the day. Harry knew that it was true, having seen Nick grow up in the limelight. "This one looks good," Eileen commented, ping one of the property documents to him. Discreetly, removing a tissue from her wrist and blowing her nose. She had come down with wizarding flu just days before Harry's graduation. She felt so guilty about not being able to go, but there had been too many people around to risk ping it on. So she had gratefully taken Severus' version of events and watched it in the pensive. It wasn't the same, but it was the best she could do. In fact, she'd stayed well out of Harry's way. She didn't want to risk him getting sick and losing the baby. She was feeling a lot better now and she was no longer contagious. "Yes, for the moment," Severus replied wryly, picking up a wad of parchments and sitting himself down across from them. At least they weren't buried under requests for potions anymore. The ministry had bought the rights to the teleportation potion, which Harry had managed to negotiate a much higher price and retain the ability to brew it himself. Not that Harry cared about the money, he just wanted his fair share, and he knew he would make more brewing the potion in a year than what their first offer would have given him. Plus, with all his plans, he would certainly need all the galleons he could get. Of course, there were still those that would prefer getting the potions from them, and not the inferior ones the potion masters at the ministry created. "Hungry?" he asked. Harry had been eating at odd times. He suspected it was due to his lack of sleep, but his mother thought it might be to do with his pregnancy. He was on the opinion that they liked to blame even the slightest change in routine on pregnancy, but he would never say that out loud. "Starving," Harry admitted. It was nearly time for breakfast though, so he had no qualms about waiting. "Dobby," Severus called immediately. "Yes, sir," Dobby replied, his luminous green eyes gazing at Severus questioningly. "Begin breakfast immediately. Harry is hungry," Severus told the house elf firmly. He was as welcome to that, but it happened when you woke up hours ahead of your normal times. He was a slight sleeper, so when Harry got up he'd reluctantly admitted defeat and began brewing the last of the potions. With Harry occupied, he wasn't missing brewing quite as much as he had as of late. This project was definitely what he needed, hence why he was encouraging him. "Would Master Harry like some cornflakes while breakfast is prepared?" Dobby asked, aware of how pregnant people could be. Just remembering what Narcissa Malfoy had been like made him shudder. Severus turned to face Harry, his eyebrow rose in silent question. Did he like the sound of cornflakes first? "No, I'm all right, thanks Dobby, I'll wait," Harry said, shaking his head. He didn't eat cornflakes often, so it didn't appeal to him at all. "Dobby will be as quick as possible," the house elf replied, bowing low before leaving to make their breakfast. With the other house elves' help it would be done in no time at all. A pop had the three of them looking over. They found the mail and newspaper on the table. The house elves normally brought it in, but apparently Harry's breakfast came first. Suppressing his amusement, Severus stood up and went to get the mail, absently sorting it out on the way back, handing Eileen the brown package box that came and Harry his own letters before reclaiming his seat. "The rest are unsuitable," Eileen said absently, placing the paper stack on the table. She knew what Harry was looking for and these weren't it. Once she was done with that particular task, she used her wand to snip of the strings wrapped around her parcel, and then ripping the paper to unearth the contents within. "Flowers?" Severus asked in curiosity. They had more than enough. there were always fresh flowers in the manor, well during the time that they flower of course. It was winter that they didn't usually have a vase full of flowers somewhere, and then again poinsettias were hung all over during winter. Which had been a tradition of his mother's, far back as he could remember. She loved her plants and flowers. None more than herbs and her potion ingredients. When she spoke about them when he was a child, there had been reverence in her voice. It didn't surprise him that she would take up in the greenhouses every day to cultivate not only magical herbs and plants but muggle ones as well. Yes, hopefully they'll bloom just in time for our new arrival, Eileen said smugly. She had ordered plants with specific meanings. Of course there would probably be an influx of them when word got out, but she didn't care. Hers would be grown with tender love and care. She had gotten carnations for fascination and devoted love, violets for modesty, faithfulness and virtue, daisies for innocence, youth and purity. Hunail for devoted affection, water lilies represent purity of the heart. Gladiolas for strength of character, sincerity and generosity. Daisy would probably be the most popular choice for those sending their best wishes. If there were any left over she would make sure to preserve it for Alec and Daniel, who were confirmed to be expecting as well. Severus shook his head in amusement watching his mother presumably make sure everything was there. His attention was stolen when he heard Harry groan in what could only be described as exasperation. "Something the matter?" Severus inquired, leaning forward. "Nick, he's asked to meet me," Harry grumbled, half tempted to scrunch up the letter and throw it in the bin. The letter was desperate, pleading, not at all how he was used to his brother. The look on his face from graduation flashed before his eyes, the despairing look until he said not here and tentative hope had bloomed in its place. "Why won't he just leave me alone? I think perhaps," Eileen began, ignoring her son's shaking head. Harry had to be told that he needs this, to move on himself. The fact he wants to get in touch conveys that he is weighed down with guilt and a deep-seated need to actually apologize. "I know what he did to you was inexcusable, but perhaps you should meet him and both get what you need to say off your s. Only then will you both go your separate ways unburdened by guilt." "I don't feel guilty," Harry pointed out the flaw in her logic. "No, but you are angry. To truly move on with your life you need to let go," Eileen admitted softly. She'd done just that. Let go of the guilt for not being a better mother, let go of the guilt she felt for staying with Tobias, forgave him for everything, for he had given her one thing she loved more than her own life, her son. She'd had to. She had been drowning in her misery, anger and guilt, but slowly she had rebuilt her life and relationship with her son, which had only gotten stronger with Voldemort's second return. Harry said nothing, but neither Severus nor Eileen failed to notice that Harry had kept the letter instead of destroying it. Harry opened and read through the rest of his mail. Some were mail orders, others were from his friends. "Lucas is transferring to the main NCH of St. Mungo's. He's going to be working closely with Healer Walsh. How does Victor feel about that?" Severus asked absently. "Breakfast is ready," Dobby said, interrupting their conversation as the food appeared on the table. "Thank you, Dobby," Eileen said as the house elf disappeared. "Well, they won't get to see each other much, but it will only be for another month or so before the Quidditch season quietens down. I assume Victor will join him here," Harry said thoughtfully as he sat down at the table. "It won't be permanent. Victor would miss his family too much, I think." "You'd be surprised," Severus replied, digging into his breakfast. Harry seemed to think that any family that was close had to always be tied at the noose. The truth was there came a time when parents had to let their children go, live their own life. Fleur's parents had already done so. Since she was living here with her fiancé, nearly the whole group were engaged now, with the exception of Cho Chang and Cedric, of course. Cedric seemed more interested in his career right now than anything else. Which was deserved. He was a very good oarer, and had been injured quite a few times in the line of duty already. Anyway, he's asking because it would put him in direct line of mine and Daniel's pregnancy. Harry added, "He's smart, so of course he would ask. What he would learn during the course of the pregnancies would allow him to go much quicker up the ladder." Severus replied wryly, "He spoke about that. It's something he'd like to do. He actually wants to open his own clinic, but to do that and succeed you'd need quite a reputation, and a clean one." Harry told them, "Healer Walsh is very good. I wouldn't be surprised if under her he became known himself. He might just be able to open his own place one day. Why doesn't he do it regardless?" Build it up. On his own, not everyone can afford street mungos. Eileen pointed out. She had noticed that each of Harry's friends had high ambitions. Regardless of money, they seemed set on doing very well for themselves. Although Lucas didn't have influential parents, that probably attributed to his desire to have a good career. Experience, Harry said simply. Not something that can be gotten on your own, Severus conceded, nodding. When does he arrive? He's not coming until after Victor's next big game. He's having a property bought and designed by the goblins, so he has somewhere to live when he comes. Harry answered. Merlin, he was starving, even the food that had been on his plate wasn't enough. He added more scrambled egg. As he spoke, he didn't say where, but I'd imagine it's somewhere near St. Mungo's, but in a magical area. He doesn't know much about muggles. At least not enough to live successfully amongst them. That and Victor didn't like going to muggle areas only because of the looks he got from them when he did have to, which wasn't very often. Harry had thought it was probably his intimidating figure, because he could look cold and lethal when he wanted to, especially when he was scowling. So what are you doing today? Eileen asked after she'd finished her breakfast. I have a few errands to run, primarily in Hogsmeade, a few in Diagon Alley. Do you want to come? Severus inquired, focusing on Harry. No, I'm going to get through that pile and make a decision, and reply to him. Harry informed him, shaking his head. By him he of course meant Nick. Maybe they were right, but he was never going to have a relationship with them. He couldn't. Too much had been done and said, mostly on their part. Fleur's coming over to help since she had nothing to do. Harry, if I made you feel as if you had no choice but to speak to him, I didn't mean it that way. I just think that negative emotions tear you apart. Eileen said softly, patting at his hand, looking worried and sorry. No, you're right. I need to get this over with. I don't want letters continuing to come. I'll give him one thing, Harry said grudgingly, squeezing Eileen's hand in a way that conveyed, everything's fine. He doesn't give up. They don't give up. He'd lost count of the amount of letters filled with useless, in Harry's book, apologies he'd gotten from the Potter family. I'm going to hit the shops now while everywhere is quiet, Severus insisted, glancing at the time as he stood and drank the remains of his coffee. Will you be back in time for lunch? Harry queried, his neck slightly arched as he stared up at Severus. Probably. 11-ish is when the alley starts getting packed with students, so I definitely want to be done by then. The trip to Hogwarts shouldn't take me an hour, Severus mused. It wasn't that he hated them per se, it's just that he didn't like trying to make his way through the crowd. It was maddening. That and they all knew his reputation. It was admittedly amusing to see the look on their faces. Unfortunately, all students that would now attend Hogwarts wouldn't know him or recognize him. He found it hard to believe that it had been 7 years since he'd left Hogwarts as a teacher. He hoped his Slytherins were doing well. He heard from a few of his students now and again, mostly those he had made prefects and head boy. All right, I'll see you later, Harry told him, knowing that Sev wanted to get going, the sooner the better, since he'd be back quicker. Be careful, son, Eileen said, as always still worried about her boys despite the fact the threat had been neutralized. She knew that Voldemort wasn't the only evil in the world. I will, Severus replied to both of them before he was gone with a pop. Do you think he'll answer this time? Nick sighed wistfully as he ate. I don't know, son, James admitted. How are your applications going? It wasn't easy being a Potter these days, where years ago he would have been accepted into any course he wanted. Now with the stigma attached, things didn't go so smoothly. I've heard back from 3, they've got their positions filled already, Nick said sadly. I think it's going to be the same with the others. I should have sent them off earlier. I might have had a chance, but I think their answers would have been the same. James closed his eyes. I'm sorry, son. He had brought this down upon them. If he had just been a better parent, a better dad to both his sons, this wouldn't have been happening. It's not your fault, Nick answered firmly. I'll find something I want to do. If you want someone to help you with mastery, there is money put aside. James informed him. It just meant he would be getting tutored one-on-one instead of a course or with a CL. It would leave a dent in the vault, but he was working his ass off to make sure more money was put in than was taken out. He would leave enough money for his children, but without investments it wasn't easy to do. The only investments he could do were Muggle ones, and he wasn't comfortable investing in them. He knew next to nothing about Muggle technology and he didn't trust the goblins after what they'd done. He wouldn't lose what they had left, of that he was adamant. I don't know, Nick said, sighing softly. He'd applied to places he really wanted to be. It was very disheartening for them all so far to tell him no. Unfortunately, he understood that, his name aside, other people were more qualified for the positions, mostly due to their exemplary results of both their OWLs and NEWTs. His were good, but nowhere near the top. He'd only started taking his education seriously the past few years. I guess I'll have to wait and see what the others say, he added, staring at the rejection letter beside his breakfast. We are sorry to inform you. How he hated those words now. How about working in the ministry? James suggested, already knowing the answer. No, I need to find my own way, Dad, Nick said adamantly. Do you know how proud I am of you? James said, his brown eyes gleaming with pride. His son was going his own way, finding his own desires and wants. He had followed his father's footsteps, no questions asked. It had been expected of him. There had been once, when he had considered a different career. Just after Nick and Harry were born, being an Auror meant he couldn't spend much time with them, so he had considered for a brief moment, but he hadn't been able to break the mold. So he had remained an Auror. He didn't have any regrets. It was challenging work, but good work, honest work. Nick just smiled a little brittle smile. Right now things weren't where he imagined them to be growing up, but he was determined to get his life sorted out once and for all. He wouldn't give up. Not on Harry, not on his choice of career, no matter how long it took to achieve it. Thanks, Dad. Maybe you should ask for more forms, James suggested. Mix it up a bit. Not until I've got all their answers, Nick replied, shaking his head. The others are in Wales, so they will take a little longer. Depending on when they sent out their replies, some places only do it once a week, others twice, but the bigger businesses do it 5 times a week. He hoped they might have more positive replies, since Wales hadn't been involved much in the Wizarding War, just Scotland and England. Answers to what? Roxy inquired as she stumbled in, yawning tiredly, still dressed in her nightwear. Work, Nick answered, grinning in remembrance to the carefree days after school was out for the summer. Merlin, it was painful to even think about, to be honest. Let me guess, you stayed up late to do your homework? James said, gazing at his daughter amused. No, Roxy denied, as she slipped into her seat. Not all of it, just my defense and transfiguration homework. That took you so long? James asked doubtfully. Well, I got looking at some of the subjects Hogwarts offers that I didn't take last year, Roxy admitted. I was wondering if I could still get to take them. This year, I mean. I don't think so. You'll be taking your OWLs in a year's time. Spreading yourself out will only make you exhausted and bordering on comatose come exam time. James cautioned against the idea. But I like the sound of taking care of magical creatures. This is a good way to get experience, especially with the animals Hagrid likes. Roxy argued. That isn't helping me agree to your decision, James informed her grimly. Fine, I'll just take my OWLs and then take an apprenticeship with Hagrid after. Roxy said defiantly. James refused to be baited. Instead, he stared with narrow eyes at his daughter, angry and showing it for her words and the fact she would be willing to risk her future so recklessly. Roxy, a boy isn't worth this, Nick said quietly, solemnly shaking his head just slightly. Roxy blushed, unable to help it. She couldn't believe her brother had just said that. Look, you don't need to be in the same class. It means you'll have something to talk about when you meet up. You also don't need to have the same career as him, James warned, not liking the thought but knowing he was bowing to the inevitable. His daughter was becoming a hormonal teenager. But I do want to take it, Roxy groaned, lying to her dad and feeling a little bad about it, but she wanted to be in his class. All right, I'll speak to Min, Phileas about it, James said, giving in. It was time she made her own mistakes in life. He couldn't protect her, so if it got too much then she would just have to deal with it. Roxy beamed in happiness. Thank you, Dad. With that she got up and disappeared out of the room. I think it's time I had a word with this boy, James said, his eyes narrowed on nothing in particular. I wouldn't, Nick said, now the one cautioning his dad. She'll just get worse. I would have, he commented as he put the cutlery down on his empty plate. James grimaced. Oh, he knew it was true, and he also knew he would have as well. but he'd been happy with dating the girls who hardly had any clees with him. It just meant they didn't cling to him all the time. He'd changed though, had worked hard to get Lily to believe he didn't just want to date her for a while. He had fancied her a lot, and proved himself. In the end they'd married and had 3 kids. Now his wife was locked up in St. Mungo's after being imprisoned in Azkaban, certainly not something he'd envisioned on his wedding day. No, he had seen them growing old together like his own parents. "I'll talk to her," Nick promised. "Thank you," James said, knowing sometimes it was better coming from someone that wasn't a parent. "Would you like to accompany me?" "No, Dad, I'm not interested in going to see her," Nick said. He didn't want to go to St. Mungo's, knowing what was coming next. "Are you sure?" James muttered tiredly. "Yes," Nick confirmed. "I don't understand why you keep going." "It's once a week, on visiting hours. Nobody else is going to go," James admitted tiredly. "Guilt then." "Dad, it isn't your fault," Nick replied softly. "Perhaps not," James answered thoughtfully. "I best get going. They don't like it when you're late." "Do you want anything brought in?" "I'm fine," Nick said flippantly. "I'm just going to head to the Leary, maybe talk to Roxy." A lot of the books were missing, but there was still quite a few good books still to be read. James nodded before apparating away, spending yet another morning in a hospital listening to Lily lamenting. Apparently it was something her mind healer was working on, but he shamefully hadn't been listening. He'd been caught up in thoughts that Lily was bringing up, which made this situation 10 times worse. He felt as though all his memories were tainted somehow, dark, as much as his own mind healer had tried to make him see that making amends was the only way forward. He felt unworthy of it. Just looking at the letter his son sent helped in that regard. "Ah, Severus, come in, Albus said, beaming at the wizard, very glad to see him. It had been far too long, and his letters had been far too short. It was almost as if Severus was angry with him, but Albus couldn't think of anything he could have done to annoy the easily irascible wizard. He had obviously been busy before coming here, since he had a few boxes tied together in his hand. "Minerva, is it all right if we speak later?" As always, making it sound like a suggestion when what he really meant was leave now. "I'll talk when I have time," but he was far too polite to consider saying such a thing. "It's good to see you, Severus. How have you been?" Minerva said, giving her version of a smile to Severus, which was merely a quirk of her lip. She was much like the wizard standing in front of her when it came to not showing much of how she felt unless something unexpected happened. "Very well, thank you, Minerva. I hope the students haven't been too much of a handful," Severus replied, a smile playing across his face. He was better than he'd ever been, would have been in fact, if it were not for Harry, who had risked everything to save his life. He had a child on the way, a baby that was somehow being sustained on magic inside his fiancée. A baby that continued to grow. The 2 scans he had were on his beside table, and he honestly stared at them for what felt like hours, wondering at this miraculous happenstance. He'd never been fond of children. They were loud, overbearing, and cheeky. He'd heard the saying that people changed their mind when it was their own, and he had to agree wholeheartedly. His child wasn't even here yet and he already felt different. Minerva's breathing hitched seeing that smile. Never in all her years of knowing him had she seen him so content. She caught the sight of the ring glinting in the sunlight on his finger, and she felt barreled over. Why hadn't Severus told her? They weren't especially close, but they had worked together for years as colleagues. "I hope to receive an invite to the wedding," Minerva pointed out, some of her dismay bleeding into her voice, almost making it sound like a reprimand. Albus' eyes widened when he heard her proclamation and automatically gazed at the ring finger, only to blink once more, utterly stunned. He was engaged to Harry Potter. Perhaps he and Severus were more estranged than he first thought. He'd always considered him a son, and it hurt him deeply that he hadn't been told of this. Had he UMed wrongly? Did Severus not care about him at all? Had he gotten the wrong impression all these years? He just didn't understand, so lost in thought he didn't hear the short conversation between Minerva and Severus. Nor did he notice Severus sitting down or staring at him. "Albus," Severus said loudly, placing the items on the floor at his feet, staring at the headmaster, perturbed from where he sat across from him. He didn't think he'd ever seen the man space out before, not like this. "You were to be married." Albus managed to speak after a short pause. "Yes, Severus confirmed, there is no date set. He didn't want to have to defend his own actions again, apparently not telling them made him somehow wrong. With Harry? Albus questioned, sitting up straighter. Indeed, Severus stated dryly, Albus and those close already knew, it hadn't hit the paper yet but people weren't blind. Do you think that is wise? Albus asked, disapproval leaking out. Severus arched a single eyebrow, not replying to that absurd statement, although part of him felt extremely hurt by the words leaving the older wizard's mouth. He had spent years alone, secluded, never allowing himself to share his life with anyone, never mind a significant other. He had never planned on having one either, until Harry had wormed his way into his heart and convinced him that he was loved. Now when he was finally living life, Albus had the nerve to berate and question him. Harry has the potential to do so much with his life, he is not even 18 yet, and look at what he has accomplished already. He could go down in the history books, be greater than Merlin himself if he put his mind to it. Albus said reverently, and what? He cannot do that with someone at his side. Severus uttered sarcastically, how dare he? He didn't know the first thing about Harry and he was sitting there insisting that's what he would like. If he knew Harry even one iota, he would know that was the complete opposite of what Harry wished for. Oh, he had said it often enough, that Harry could go on and do amazing things, but to him potions was an unequivocal representation of amazing things. Apparently Albus didn't. It might explain why he hadn't advanced himself further in the field of alchemy or potions. The ironic thing was that had only accomplished what he had because someone believed in him, pushed him, taught him. Something that had been sorely lacking in his life up until 4 years ago. I just mean he could do so much better than just tinkering away at potions, not that there is anything wrong with that, I just think he hasn't expanded his potential, that is all. Albus told him. It sounded much worse when he said it out loud. You mean become your next defense against the dark arts teacher? Severus scoffed in derision. That is what you think expanding your potential is? Watching student after student learn the basics over and over again. Stuck in an endless loop, unable to do the things you really want to do in life. So much disgust was poured into the words, Albus watched him stunned by the diatribe. Let me inform you, that being a teacher is the last thing Harry will ever do. If he should sometime in the future, I will support him like I always do, in everything he does. Teaching and helping the next generation is the most important thing anyone can do, Severus, they are the most important thing we have. Albus said, pausing briefly before pushing on. Harry could do a lot worse than be a teacher for the most prestigious school. Severus snorted, actually amused by the words coming out of Albus' mouth. Harry hasn't just helped one generation but all generations with his potions, and he's only just beginning his career. Albus, why are you so determined to turn Harry into your version of what a hero should be? Was he that bored he couldn't find anything else to do with his time other than meddle in the affairs of others? The Potters had been his main focus for all these years and now he had no reason to meddle in their affairs. I'm doing nothing of the sort, Albus insisted. Severus the First didn't ask you here to fight. Was he really trying to turn Harry into a hero? No, he was just trying to help him expand his potential. Let me ask you, Albus, who are you trying to fool? Me or yourself? Severus stated sharply. Just because you made mistakes all your life and ended up stuck here, you think you have the right to tell everyone else how to live their lives. I have no mistakes, Albus protested, feeling frayed alive. He didn't like to think about this. No. You yourself could have been Minister of Magic, could have changed the world, helped make things easier for a lot of people and those deemed creatures. You had a voice, people listened to you. Instead you chose to become a teacher, teaching students how to turn matchsticks into needles. Then later a headmaster who was happy to sit back and watch as events happened. Never intervening until it suits you, then picking a student of your choosing who you think will be the best. You did it with James Potter. You did it with Nick Potter and now you think for a second Harry is going to let you do it to him. You are deluded, old man. Harry knows what you are like and he despises you. Severus spat, his rage tapered off some, but not much. You're clinging on to him as a way of preserving your own name, terrified of being forgotten and not wishing to realize or think on your own failures. Albus sat there stunned into silence. Nobody had ever voiced his worst fears out like that before. He rarely thought about his dark thoughts, and to be told like that made him sound nefarious, someone evil. I'm sorry you feel that way, and you are correct, Harry will go on to do great things. He will, Severus stated surely, still standing glaring at the headmaster. He will be known throughout the world, his words filled with fire and urence. Albus stared at him. He'd never heard Severus so peonate before, so sure of something in his life. He wouldn't speak like that unless he knew for sure it would occur. His twinkle came back. Oh, he couldn't wait to find out what this was about. Another potion perhaps. Oh, he had no idea how wrong he was. Unfortunately, it would be a great many months before he found out. 6 months to be exact. Harry glanced at his time for the 5th time since he had sat down, only 10 minutes ago. He honestly didn't want to be here, but he wasn't about to chicken out now. He'd already written a very curt reply to meet at the Leaky Cauldron early morning, where there wouldn't be too many people around. He knew that this wouldn't go well. His brother would just try and demand from him to make himself feel better. It had been a while since he'd seen him. Months, years if you didn't count the final battle. He'd had other things on his mind, like killing Voldemort to make sure his family and friends remained safe from the evil he spread. Harry's head jerked up to face the door when he heard it open, only to be relieved and a little irritated that it was someone else, a woman carrying what looked like a dozen parcels and placing them on the counter. He didn't listen to her and Tom's short conversation. Why was he even here? He should never have listened to Eileen, he thought angrily, before a pang erupted in his heart. Eileen always had his best interests at heart. She loved him, and she would never suggest something unless she truly thought it would help. Hopefully he wouldn't show up and he could go home. At lunch he and Fleur, Cedric, Luna and Neville were going to put the finishing touches to the clinic they'd set up. He had decided on a property and paid for it that very same day. 3 weeks ago it was nearly 4 weeks now. To his internal dismay the door opened and Nick walked through it, his face full of hope and apprehension as he looked around. Harry had to stop the grimace of distaste when he saw his face light up when Nick obviously spotted him. That look was usually reserved for whenever he used to get his way when they were children. "Harry," Nick exclaimed, I didn't think you'd come." He added, staring at his brother now that he was there sitting in front of him. He wasn't as vague as he had felt for what was going on nearly a month. "I did say I would be here," Harry replied. The silence began to stretch, making the uncomfortable meeting profoundly more so. "What is it that you wanted? You set the meeting. Usually that means you do the talking." Turning his face away, grimacing, the smell in here was utterly disgusting all of a sudden, and his stomach began to roll uncomfortably. Clutching his stomach, trying to keep his composure, he certainly didn't want to lose it in front of Nick of all people. Harry, Nick asked urgently, "Are you all right?" Clutching his brother's shoulder as if he was hoping to try and steady him. "I'm fine," Harry stated almost defensively, hating the fact Nick was showing concern now. Merlin, it would have meant so much to him if that had happened when they were children. To know at least one person cared about him, loved him even. As cold and hard as his heart had been, seeing the Weasley twins and the closeness they had shared had been heartbreaking. Just back off. You lost the right to any concern a long time ago." Nick swallowed thickly, stepping back, nodding resignedly. It was true, and he couldn't refute that statement at all. Feeling weak in the knees, he sat down on the chair opposite Harry, struck by how mature, how old he looked. Did he have that same look? How could he really? He hadn't had to kill someone, no matter how much they deserved it. He knew how it felt, and he hadn't had to strike the blow that killed him. "So," Harry asked, "what do you want?" His question might have seemed demanding, but his tone was just filled with tiredness, as if he was fed up with thinking and talking about it. "Harry, I owe you so many apologies. You know I stayed up late last night writing them down," and the list just continued getting bigger and bigger. Nick chuckled humorlessly, his eyes gleaming with sadness as he stared his brother in the eye. "I know I shouldn't ask it of you, but I have to. I feel so bad all the time. Every waking moment I spend wondering what you're doing, how you are, thinking on the past." He trailed off. "I'm so sorry for all the shit I did. I'm really sorry." Harry blinked, staring at his brother as he continued to talk. He was apologizing. He could see that he meant every word. He had never seen his brother this honest or open before. It was like he was a different person altogether. He couldn't help but wonder as he listened, What had caused such a drastic change in him? Maybe Eileen had been right after all. Perhaps both of them needed this. I could say it a million times and it won't matter. I know that. I doubt if the roles had been reversed that I would accept any apology. Nick admitted bitterly. I just had to let you know that I am sorry though, and if I could go back and change it all I would. I really would. You're my brother and I should have been better than I was instead of caring only about myself. Harry had nothing to say, so continued to listen to Nick vent. Nick's hands shot out and clutched at Harry's. I don't even know why I did half the things I did. I mean, I already had friends, recognition, money. I honestly couldn't say why I had to claim I did things I didn't, the things you did. Nick squeezed Harry's hands further, desperately trying to convey the depth of his sorrow. If I was granted a single wish, it would be to go back, to change things. When I see the Weasley twins I can't help but wonder if we would have been like them, or the Potter twins. Maybe they did think more alike than he ever met. Scary that. Say something. Anything, Nick said, daunted by the continued silence on his brother's part. I won't stop you, or defend myself, just please. What changed your mind? Harry asked after a few seconds of contemplation. My mind. Nick's brow furrowed. When I first realized I was wrong or changed in general. Harry shrugged. They were both the same thing in his mind. He was curious though. He didn't even know why really. It wasn't as if anything was going to change. After today, no matter what was disclosed they'd go their separate ways and probably not interact much if at all. They were never going to be brothers. Too much bad had happened for that. They were too different to be friends, and he had all the friends he wanted and needed. Do you know I couldn't cast a Patronus charm? No matter what I did, even with Remus help, I just couldn't do it. Nick began. Seeing his brother shake his head he continued on. Nothing was working. Remus told me to dig deep, so I did. Tears were brimming in his eyes, just remembering the memory. The memory that helped me cast the spell was us, both of us, before the attack, magically summoning each other's toy then giving it back. I was in a trance-like state, which means I felt it too, how much I loved you. He choked out, a lone tear making its way out of his closed eyes. Harry swallowed back the lump in his throat. Why tell me this? What good can it do? He just wanted to get on with his life. Nick hastily wiped the tear away, looking around self-consciously. I don't know, Harry, I don't know, even just. Talking about it with you is helping somehow. Looking down at the table, he began to play with the edge which was uneven, broken and peeled. You won't have to worry about me being near for the next few years anyway. Why's that? Harry arched a curious eyebrow. You remind me of Snape when you do that, Nick commented, giving a half chuckle. I applied for apprenticeships, mostly in Scotland and England but I was denied. I sent a few others out to Ireland and Wales, and I successfully got accepted into a company in Wales. Doing what? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Inventions. They deal in primary with broomsticks, but they have their hands in other things too. Nick said enthusiastically. I have 3 years as an apprentice before I can make anything or work my way up, but I'm going to prove myself. I'm going to be good at something. He would work his way up and invent things, make sure he had enough money for any family he had. There are no properties over there in the Potter holdings. Have you found a suitable accommodation? Harry asked, meanwhile wondering why he cared at all. His emotions were all over the place. Maybe he shouldn't be here right now. Who knows what he'd end up saying. Not yet. I'm going in 2 days' time. Hopefully I'll find something decent enough, Nick told him, relaxing slightly. At least something decent enough in his price range. He couldn't give off the Potter money. It was nowhere near as much as they used to have. That and the money they removed weren't being replenished with investments. He would change that though. He would provide his father, sister and more importantly for him and Susan to have the money they needed to get by and live comfortably. Which company? Harry queried. Adaran Quidditch Inventions, Nick answered. The one in Leopardstown. Harry guessed correctly. There were only 2, one in Dublin and Cardiff, but the one in Cardiff was their main shop, not operations warehouse. He had interests in that business. They were very profitable. Yes, Nick nodded, surprised that he knew. Harry sighed. I have a flat in Wales you can use. It's in Woodside, quite a bit away from where you will be going, but you will probably be apparating anyway. He was going soft. Nick blinked rapidly in surprise. Why would you do that for me? Look, we're never going to be brothers, not after what you did. Sorry doesn't even begin to cover it, but you already know that. I'm merely extending a hand. Go live your life, find someone to share it with, have a family, a career, be happy. Harry told him, standing up. You don't want to see me again, do you? Nick guessed, also standing, his eyes dimming in sadness. I'm not saying that, it's just we won't be friends ever. Who knows, maybe one day we will see each other again. Harry said, you will be back here at some point. You have to understand, seeing you hurts Nick. Even now, I was tortured for 3 days, 3 days, by Death Eaters because you left me behind, because you then lied to everyone and told them I was dead. If you hadn't, they could have rescued me right away. If I hadn't gotten out of there, who knows how long I would have been tortured before being killed. I wake up screaming still with those memories. I'm scarred mentally, despite the fact the scars were healed. Nick closed his eyes in anguish at having to hear this. He had expected it, didn't make it any easier to hear. How the hell had his brother become such a good man? He'd had nobody to rely on, nobody to look up to. What would he have been like with encouragement? It's time we both moved on, Nick. Leave the past behind, focus on your future. It's what I'm trying to do. No, it's what I am doing. I'm happy, extremely happy. Harry confided. He was pregnant with a child. On the way, engaged to a man he loved more than his own life. He had put the past behind him, but sometimes when he slept it crept upon him. He had Severus to soothe away his fears. Good luck at your apprenticeship. I'll send the documents and keys out to you after I've been to Gringotts. Nick exhaled sharply, nodding his head. Thank you, Harry, for seeing me. I just wished there was a way to make up for what I did. There might come a day when you might, Harry mused. His back ached like blazes. He was going home, and he'd get Dobby to get the documents and keys Muggle flat to Nick. Goodbye, Nick, Harry added before he walked away, not turning when he heard Nick say goodbye back. Sighing in relief, he'd gotten through it, and for the next 3 years he would be in Wales, less chance of him asking to meet during that time. He was half being selfish giving him the flat, the further he was away the better. The other part of him, well, he was liable to blame it on his bloody wayward emotions as of late. He owed the Potters nothing, yet he continued to help them. He must be a secret masochist. He'd given James a good chunk of the family fortune back. Although he'd give it all back with the knowledge he had now, without him he would have lost nearly everything. Dobby, Harry called as he moved towards the public flow access point that the leaky cauldron had. The house elf appeared in front of him almost immediately, looking deeply concerned. Is Master Harry all right? He gushed, worried about both Harry and the baby. I'm fine. I need you to go to Gringotts for me and get the deeds to the flat in Woodside. It's in Wales, there's only one, so you should be able to get it without knowing the full address. If you need it, I'll be back home. Just come and get me if you need to. Get the keys as well and give them to Nick Potter. You can find him, can't you? Harry asked, arching his spine, trying to get the pain to stop even if only for a few seconds. It didn't work, it never seemed to work. Nick Potter, Dobby said, hiding his surprise. Why would his master want to give anything to him? He didn't question him, merely sought confirmation on his orders. Yes, now go on, he will probably still be nearby when you're done at Gringotts, Harry confirmed. I'm going to go and sit down for a few hours. Dobby immediately nodded, so Harry stepped into the fire and was quickly handed some flow powder before he could turn to get some. Honestly, they were all being really protective of him. He would yell he wasn't made of GL if he wasn't as terrified as the rest of them that something might happen. They didn't even know if he could carry the child to term. What would happen when the time was ready for it to come out? The unknown was terrifying them all, which meant he was rarely left alone, but after all the years of being alone he didn't mind so much. He was spat out at the other end. The warmth welcoming of Prince Manor met him, as he all but slumped on the couch. Giving a grunt of relief, he relaxed back, already feeling the pressure disappearing. Tired, Eileen said, giving a wry chuckle as she entered the room, still dressed in her pajamas. It's not funny, Harry grouched, opening one eye and giving her the evil eye. For centuries women have wished their men would or could understand what it was like to be pregnant, more specifically give birth. A man thinks he's known pain, but that of giving birth to a child is the most pain a human can tolerate and come out sane. Eileen said as she sat down on the chair next to the couch, and Harry. All worth it in the end. You. Thinking of the day her son had been born. She'd been alone, Tobias had been off drinking. After Severus was born, he had stopped drinking, for a brief while took an active interest in his son. She had thought everything would be okay, it was as if he had forgotten everything negative. Then the worst possible thing happened, he'd seen their son using magic. Merlin he'd been only a few months old, she's known there and then he would be one powerful wizard. As soon as he had been old enough she had taught him all she knew, kept it between them. She could have done more, she should have protected him. No, she didn't want to remember the bad times, they'd gotten over the past, she had a grandchild on the way. You don't think it's weird? Harry questioned, turning to stare at her curiously. Find what weird? Eileen wondered, staring straight back. That I'm exhibiting all symptoms other than the main one, Harry explained. His stomach was flat, he had absolutely nothing to show other than sore ankles, backaches and a horrible bloated feeling. That and I don't feel anything, ever. The only proof I have is when I cast the scan spell, so I can see for myself that this is real. They say in the books you should feel something, but I don't. You're really worried about that, aren't you? Eileen said sympathetically, hearing the tone in his voice, her heart hurting for him. Yes, he admitted, I worry about a lot of things. I mean, I even worry about if I did something to the baby while I traveled back in time. It's stupid, I know the baby is there, but there's so much different than it should be. Harry, your body is different from a woman's, so of course your pregnancy isn't going to be the same. There are no documented records of this occurring, it might not be the first time someone figured it out, or were gifted with such a miracle. Maybe like Severus and yourself they kept it secret, to keep the child safe, to keep the magical world safe. Magical world, Harry repeated, staring at the ceiling, chewing on his bottom lip absently. Some say that when the last magical creature dies, magic dies with it. It's a superstition that is held most dear, especially in most pureblood circles. It is why there are many sanctuaries for magical creatures, even dangerous ones that we cannot hope to control. Why it is illegal to hunt them, even the most dangerous ones, such as basilisks or dragons, not that it stops them. Eileen explained seriously, evidently believing every word she said. In your case it was self-defense and perfectly acceptable, she added, knowing what Harry would be thinking. Thinking about the basilisk in Harry's second year. I've never heard that before, Harry said thoughtfully, wondering if it was true. Would magic be unable to flourish without magical animals? Yes, well, that belief is dying out, like many other things, the old ways have been all but forgotten by us all. Eileen explained sadly. You mean the old region? Harry perking up. He'd read a few things on the old region but not much. There was a few comments on it in the older books from the Peverell Vault, but it was so sparse that I never really got answers, sitting up curious to know what Eileen did. I had other things to worry about though. It used to be called that, in the beginning, when there wasn't much known about magic, at least that's the umption and belief. Eileen told him, you wouldn't believe the knowledge the ghosts of Hogwarts have, if anyone just took the time to talk to them, learn from them, they would know a great deal more. The Grey Lady, Harry queried smiling. I only ever saw her a few times, she's very reclusive for a ghost, and I saw more of the others than her. She's very knowledgeable, Eileen said, giving Harry a secret smile, one that said she knew something he didn't. It was wiped away seeing the look on Harry's face again, she wanted so badly to reassure him that everything was going to be okay. Oh, Harry, dear, I wish I could help you. Talk to me, tell me everything. If I can't help, maybe just discussing it will make you feel a little less burdened. I already do, I'll be fine, Harry said, giving her a placating smile. You don't have to pretend with me, or Severus, it's natural to have fears and worries and confide in people. Especially during a pregnancy, my own emotions were all over the place, doing things I wouldn't normally and of course feeling things 10 times more deeply than I usually would too. Eileen admonished gently. Harry laughed. He understood that all too well. I know, he urged her, very seriously, and he loved her for it. He had needed her more than he could even fathom back then. She had let him into her home, into her life, and trusted him without really knowing him. Gave him a guiding hand he'd so desperately needed. A mother figure. Good, Eileen replied, knowing Harry would talk sooner or later, just as soon as he could articulate what he was actually feeling. He'd never really been good at talking. she always had to get tidbits out of him. Now have you even eaten breakfast while you were at the leaky cauldron? She stood up, bringing Harry with her as they both moved over to the breakfast table. No, Harry admitted, he had been too damn nervous for that. Sliding into his seat, moments later food was in front of them. Only then did he realize just how famished he was, quickly digging into his food, the smell not making him nauseous. How did it go? She asked as she broke open her egg and dipped a strip of toast into it. And so Harry told her everything. Well, we did it, Fleur said, raising her GL, to the sanctuary. And to us for making it possible. Here, Cedric proclaimed, as they all clinked their glees together, sharing a bottle of champagne together in celebration of their success. Minus Harry, of course, who was drinking orange juice instead, but just as happy as the rest of them over their recent success. Everyone sat around the living room, still knackered from all their hard work. Thank you for helping me, I wouldn't have been able to do it without you guys, Harry said seriously. Well, I would have, but I think it would have taken me 7 or 8 more months with you. It's been fun, Cho admitted, even if it was long grueling work that she wasn't used to. Spending proper time with Cedric and the friends truly helped put her at ease completely. She actually felt as though she was one of them now. She wasn't just an interloper dating one of their friends, and she felt elated by that. It had been a long time in coming, and she was determined to make sure it lasted even now that the sanctuary had been built. Do you think the ministry will help us though? They aren't getting their hands on the sanctuary, not even to help, Harry told her immediately, shaking his head. It will stay independent, exactly as the name suggests, a sanctuary for all werewolves. I won't have them avoiding it because they feel secluded or because the ministry will try and force them to put their names down on the registry with or without their consent. There are sanctuaries all over the world. They're funded independently and survive on donations and the help of wizards and witches, and I see no reason why the ministry would need to help this one. Victor agreed with Harry. It's true, I think, if the ministry become involved then the werewolves would leave. It was best to leave it neutral ground, in his opinion, he thought as he finished of the champagne that had been opened and bought for this special occasion. Is the ministry really that bad? Cho asked, her brow furrowed. She hadn't thought about it before now. They're right. To most people in the ministry they're not people, they're creatures. Things are changing through, but for now nothing has changed enough for the werewolves. Cedric admitted, you said you wanted to get someone that will help the cubs with school matters. What are you going to do about their magical education? Well, most packs tend to do the educating themselves, but I've been told of a few that don't know how to read and write, that they were turned too young to remember any of it, and there's hardly a place for them to retain and continue their education practically living in the wild as there. I want someone in who can teach both the children and adults who are willing to learn. As for magical education, I don't have a clue. I'm not sure Dumbledore would let them attend. I don't know why he did with Remus, and I think he's the only one who's had the privilege of an education. Harry admitted the problems weren't over just because the construction and everything was done. Yet they were problems that could be solved quite easily. Well, if they need a healer, you know I'm up for it, Lucas informed him. He had made Harry a promise and he would keep it, although Harry had learned a lot of spells in regards to healing to know what he was doing himself. It was part of the package that came with being a potions master really. I can make them their wands, I'll just take it off my own commission, it's the least I can do to help them, Gary imputed. Harry had helped him open his own business, which was thriving. Ollivander stuck to 2 or 3 woods and cores. He was a little more flexible in his creations, and he hadn't let down a customer yet. Giving his fiancée a smile when she cuddled into him, beaming in pride. I will make sure to speak of the sanctuary. That will help word spread, maybe help with donations coming in, Victor suggested. That's a great idea, Victor. Luna said eagerly. I'll do an interview with you for the Quibbler, that's if you don't mind. Which was selling more these days. It had done well ever since she started giving her dad advice on what to put on. It had begun during her 3rd year, Harry's 4th year in the whole tournament. When she had seen the newspaper going on mostly about Nick, she had sent a picture of all 5 of the champions to her dad and advised him to put it on the front page. It had been done. Victor wasn't one for giving interviews, but she hoped he would make an exception for the Quibbler. It would spread the word quicker than word of mouth could. Only one. Victor conceded, and you do the interview, the editing of the interview and publishing it. Don't worry, people will love it, Luna promised, her bright blue eyes twinkling brightly with otherworldly knowledge only she knew and was privy to. And Harry, speak to Daniel about the project and what you hope to do, he will help you. Harry blinked. How could Daniel help? He nodded immediately, knowing better than to doubt her by now. He was curious though, what Daniel could do. It obviously wasn't him, since he was pregnant, and currently on cloud 9. Both he and Alec were. They'd gone so far as to buy a property in England somewhere, an old manor, and were currently staying in the only usable wing as the rest of the proper underwent renovations. They corresponded quite often, but he had never brought up sanctuary. They mostly spoke about their fears and worries. As much as their partners tried, they couldn't understand how worrisome it was. How different it was from a normal pregnancy made them feel as if something was going to go wrong any moment. Daniel wasn't as far along as him and was only beginning to worry about the things that plagued him. How is he doing? Fleur asked. She, Luna and Lucas were the only ones in the group who had met. Daniel so far. Excited, worried and afraid. He keeps going back and forth. He's feeling it more emotional than I have, Harry confessed, grinning wryly. It's to be expected. Everyone's pregnancy is different, Lucas replied. It's fascinating being able to study it though. I just wished I could publish it, he admitted, already knowing that he couldn't. He would never do that to Harry and Severus. You might be able to, Harry said. Sev is getting close, either that or it's beginning to frustrate him. Seeing Fleur looking at him not really understanding, Harry added, he's spending a lot of time in the lab. The only time he does that is when he's close to a breakthrough or if he's getting frustrated by the lack of progress he's making. You think he'll be able to make a male pregnancy potion? Cho asked from where she sat. Sev can do whatever he puts his mind to, Harry said immediately, defending his fiancée even if Cho hadn't meant it in a disrespectful manner. Potions are just in its adolescence. We are coming up with more important things that potions can do, more than we in the potions community ever suspected back when they first began brewing. I have every confidence that he will succeed. He's brilliant. And he meant every word. Severus had made him what he was. Without him, well, it didn't bear thinking about. Luna just sat there with a smile on her face. She knew alone just what Harry and Severus was going to do for the magical world. To think it wouldn't have happened if Harry hadn't gone back and made sure he survived. Harry would never have brewed again. All the potential would have been lost. She had seen both worlds. She suspected that this was always going to happen, Harry going back, as if it was meant to be. The small paradox that had been created was already dealt with. Oh, by the way, the seeds you gave me, Harry, they're blooming. I'll send some cuttings over, Neville told him, as he filled everyone's glees back up. He would need to visit Egypt himself. Perhaps Luna would like to go there for a holiday or maybe honeymoon. He definitely planned on bringing back some seeds, no matter how long it took him to find the market Harry went to. Just call on Dobby, he'll be glad for something to do, Harry replied, grinning. All right, Neville replied, smiling back. How's your apprenticeship coming along, Nev? Cedric inquired. He hoped it wasn't as difficult as his Auror training, which had been hellish. It had been worth it though, and he was proud to be an Auror, despite the ministry not being what he wished it was. Difficult, Neville decided on, but I had no illusions about it being easy, despite it being something I enjoy. At least I won't have to come up with 3 potions like Harry had to in order to page. Yes, but you'll have to work at it for 3 years, there's no getting qualified early, Harry pointed out, plus I had an added reasons for wanting to pee early. It had nothing to do with being the youngest potions master. He didn't need to tell them why, they already knew. He kept nothing from his friends. He had wanted to be with Severus, but he had drawn a line and wasn't going to give in. He respected him for that, keeping his word, and for thinking about him. Although nobody seemed to think for a second anything untoward had occurred, and it was a good thing. Severus would have gone nuts if they so much implied anything. How about Remus? He's a good teacher, and he would be perfect for the werewolves. They would actually trust him. Gary jumped in enthusiastically as he realized something. I don't know, Harry mused thoughtfully. It's true that they would, especially with him being Greyback's cub. They would have one problem with that. Remus is disgusted by what he is. The children would pick up on that and it would grate on the adult's nerves. Or it could have the opposite effect and help him realize that there's nothing horrible about the affliction. Lucas added thoughtfully. He could teach them magic, he's really good at that. it would mean only finding someone to help with the primary education. Guys, come on, this is a solution. Cedric shouted. Let's sell it one thing before we worry about the next thing on the list. Before adding in an exasperated tone, and yes, Harry, I know it's impossible for you. He couldn't let something go until it was done. He was looking for the perfect time to propose and that had come and gone now. Cursing inwardly, he couldn't help but think perhaps it would be best over dinner, or get Fleur and Luna to help plan something really nice that girls liked. Harry laughed in amusement, giving Cedric an almost sheepish look before he turned when he heard urgent knocking on the door. Frowning in confusion, why would someone be knocking on the door? If it was so bad, why hadn't they used the Flow network? Just a minute, Harry said to his friends, and he hoisted himself off the couch and left the living room, making his way to the door as the pounding continued. I'm coming, he yelled, still mystified. He grasped a hold of his wand as he warily opened the door. Dawn, Harry muttered in confusion as he opened the door further. He looked like hell. What's going on? We need your help. Dawn managed to pant out through ragged breaths. Please, you promised to help us if we needed it. Is someone hurt? Harry fired off immediately, still keeping his wand in hand. He heard his friends venturing out of the living room, curious to know what was happening. Kneel down, breath steadily, he added, before turning to his friends. Accio Potion's bag. He had a feeling someone was hurt. He couldn't think of any other reason why they would. Turning back around to face Dawn, who had done as asked, and by chance he happened to look up at the sky and noticed the moon was rather full, which could have meant someone had been hurting during the full moon. Do you need a calming draft? Lucas asked, checking his pulse, trying to make sure he was actually all right. No, we need to go, Dawn rasped out. He'd been running for an hour to get here. All right, just think of the area where your pack is right now and look at me. I'm going to use legilimency. I won't dig into your mind, you have my word. Harry swore. Seeing Dawn look him over for a few seconds, judging his sincerity, he nodded, albeit somewhat slowly. I'm coming, Lucas declared. I'm a healer, he added, so that Dawn wouldn't protest at the thought of someone else coming. Be careful, Fleur said, as Harry did his thing. Are you all right with someone else coming? Harry asked, getting what he needed and exiting Dawn's mind. Hurry, Dawn replied, strained. Just hurry. They had no idea what was happening, and that was terrifying for them. Harry grasped a hold of Dawn, as Lucas held on to Harry. One nod to his friends, he apparated the three of them away from Prince Manor into a forested area. Immediately he noticed the pack surrounding someone. Fenrir's presence was the most noticeable. He was much larger than anyone there, but he wasn't an alpha for nothing. Running towards them, making sure to hold on to the trees, he didn't want to fall and hurt himself or potentially his child, no matter how much he wanted to help. What happened? Harry asked, kneeling down beside who he realized was a female werewolf, who was shifting from human to werewolf, screaming in agony, apparently unable to control her phasing. He had never seen anything like it before in his life, and it was quite frankly scary. We phased back, Amelia didn't, not at first. Then this started happening, Fenrir stated, his tone clipped, but Harry could see the worry in his blue eyes. She was pregnant. We noticed it weeks before. We knew what was going to happen, his tone strained. Yours? Harry inquired loudly, his wand out, casting a diagnostic at Amelia despite the screaming. Yes, Fenrir admitted grimly, not once meeting Harry's eyes, in the first display of vulnerability he'd ever encountered in Fenrir Greyback. She's still pregnant, Harry shouted, gazing at the results, somewhat surprised. He didn't understand how. You're lying. That's not possible. The change should, spat one of the werewolves Harry wasn't familiar with. Enough, Fenrir roared, glaring at the werewolf who had spoken. He is helping us. He said nothing after that, but he was obviously conveying something to the entire pack without saying it out loud. Then he went back to staring at the shifting woman in worry. She went from screaming to howling in her wolf form before repeating the process over and over again. There's some sort of protection over her womb, magical protection. It's keeping the fetus alive. It's strained, and it might not last for much longer. Harry said after scanning yet again. Lucas was doing the same thing, nodding along with Harry, agreeing with him 100%. Harry, if she stays in her wolf form, it might just be possible, Lucas shouted. I mean, there won't be any strain if she's in wolf form. It's a long time to remain as an animal, but she should be given a choice at least. You mean lock her form? When she changes into the wolf, that might end up with her having her think like a wolf, act like one for what, 8 months? That won't be easy, especially not for the pack. Harry said pensively. Pregnancy never is, but a decision needs to be made. The magic won't hold forever, Lucas shouted. I'll need to go into her mind, Harry said, speaking to Fenrir this time. I have to know it's what she wants. Fenrir nodded dumbly, unable to believe what they were suggesting, that he could potentially have a child in 8 months. With both parents being werewolves, any child would be like them both, but it is said in legend that moon children born with the ability could turn into a wolf, that they didn't find it painful. It was just a bedtime story that was fed to them. He didn't believe it was true, even though part of him wished it was. Legilimens, Harry muttered, delving into the woman's mind, which was just as pained and chaotic as the rest of her. He quickly eased her pain, bringing her consciousness closer to him so he could speak to her. Hello, Amelia, my name is Harry Peverell. I was sent to aid you. Did you hear anything of what was said just moments ago? No, it hurts too much, she admitted. Not anymore. I'm shielding you from the pain as much as I am able. I need to speak with you since this decision affects you most of all. Harry informed her. Now, you knew you were pregnant, they tell me. Yes, I could sense it. My magic began to change, adapt, Amelia replied, saddened by her most recent loss. It wasn't the first time, and she doubted it would be the last. You are still pregnant, Harry said, not leaving her hanging. The problem is the shield is causing some sort of flux that's making you change between 2 forms. We don't know why, but I will do everything within my power to give you an answer. Now the shield around your womb won't hold forever. There's one of 2 things you can do. I'm what? She shrieked out in shock. Harry winced in agony. Please don't shout. You're giving me a headache, Harry admitted. I know this is a shock, but you need to make a decision. I can either remove the fetus and the pain will stop. Or, she asked, hope seeping into her voice against her will. Or I can lock you in your wolf form for the next 8 months until you're ready to give birth. Harry told her. Is it, human? Amelia asked. Yes, it has to be. If you had gotten pregnant during the full moon, you wouldn't have changed back anyway, not until you gave birth to wolf cubs. Harry explained. We aren't sure how it happened or if you will even retain your mindset, so it's truly up to yourself. Either way had their own set of risks and complications. He knew he wouldn't be able to abort the child himself, not even to save her life. No, Lucas had to do it if that is what it came to. Judging by the sound of hope in her voice, he suspected he already had his answer. Do it, lock my form, Amelia decided grimly. And Harry, thank you, it wasn't often that wizards helped them. You're very welcome, Harry said. I'm going now, warning her that the pain would come back. Hopefully once he locked her form she would stop hurting so badly. Gasping suddenly, he held on to someone. He wasn't sure as he came back to himself. Blinking rapidly, he looked around. He found it was Greyback who had shot out to hold him up, all the while frowning for some reason. Harry nodded his thanks. Turning to face the woman again, he gestured for everyone to step back, which they did, even Greyback. Cataracta. Harry boomed the spell, leaving his wand fast, slamming into Amelia while she was in her wolf form, pure silver with tufts of white here and there. He saw the werewolves tense, ready to fight instinctively, the flight or fight instincts coming to the forefront of their mind before they could stop it. He stepped back himself. He had no idea whether she had a human mentality or a werewolf one. I have built a sanctuary for all wolf kind. You are welcome to move there. The wards will prevent any humans stumbling upon you or wizards come to that. You'll live in peace, help the next generation come to accept their wolf without fear and prejudice of what they are. There are an abundance of wild animals so you can hunt, eat as you wish. There's also cooked food, not meat, since it's known you like it raw, but food like stews and such. Your young will also get the chance at a primary education, as well as a magical one. We have someone who will ensure you get wands if that's what you wish. What better way to defend yourself and your pack than knowing magic? Lucas trying to convince them to come as well. The youngest he could see was at the very least Durmstrang age, Hogwarts age. He would estimate him to be at least 11 or 12 years of age. He kept his eye on the unconscious female wolf. He didn't want any surprises. It's up to you, but you will be safe, Harry finished. Greyback would be able to spread the word quicker. they would believe him. He was after all the most well-known, not to mention notorious, werewolf in Britain. It is an independent sanctuary, not government-run, Lucas added, knowing they wouldn't want anywhere near somewhere the ministry had control over. You know where I am if you decide to do it, Harry said, knowing they would need time to think it through. Giving a nod, he grasped onto Lucas and apparated them away from the forest and surrounding areas and back to Prince Manor, straight into the living room. Are you all right? Severus immediately demanded, coming over checking Harry himself just to make sure for his own peace of mind. I'm fine, a werewolf needed our help, that's all, Harry said, leaning into Severus, content just to stand there with the man he loved beyond all reason. I see, Severus replied, relaxing in relief. He had been told immediately by Harry's friends when he had disappeared to aid Dawn. He knew he was the only one that would have come. Here, he and Remus were the only werewolves that knew this location, and Remus would have used the flow network, so Dawn was the only logical conclusion he could reach. You need to slow down. Harry was doing too much. He was now 9 months pregnant, and he really shouldn't be going anywhere without him. He had promised he wouldn't too. Needless to say, he wasn't too happy. I know, Harry admitted. Have the others gone? Lucas asked, hating to break them up but feeling slightly awkward standing there. They have. They send their apologies. Victor has asked you get home soon as he wants to make sure that you are all right as well. If he isn't home, you know where he will be. Severus chuckled, watching Lucas flush red before nodding, silently gesturing towards the flow network before he grasped some powder and used it to go home. They had been gone for nearly an hour. Lunch break was over, and so they'd had to go back to everyday life, as it were. Victor was due to do training with the rest of his team. Now must I tie you to our bed to get you to rest for even 5 minutes? Severus scolded. Bet you'd love that, Harry said, his breath hitching. I certainly wouldn't get any rest. Severus chuckled in amusement. Unlike you, I have self-control. Not enough, Harry concluded, shaking his head. I just don't know how to rest, Sev, Harry admitted, his voice muffled slightly by the fact he'd burrowed himself further into his fiancée. Don't I know it, Severus admitted. Harry had kept himself busy during the entire duration that he'd known he was pregnant. The only time he truly sat down for a while and rested was when he was trying to come up with a few potion ideas and the like. The sanctuary had taken up most of his thoughts. Now it was slowly dwindling down. He half wondered what his fiancée would do next. Perhaps it was his fault for taking an apprentice on at such a young age. He didn't know how to relax and just have fun. Even on holiday he was thinking about things he could do when he got home. He was just one of those people who liked to be constantly busy and didn't know how to take it easy. Perhaps he should spend a bit less time in the potions lab this month. Come on, sit down, Severus said, realizing they were both still standing. Just as they were both getting comfortable on the couch, Dobby appeared with their mail, which was rather late today, but Severus quickly accepted the pile. Jacob and Penelope have sent a baby gift, Severus said, his voice filled with awe. Moving slightly, he returned the cot to its original size, mesmerized. Harry gasped, as that hand. It is. Penelope is a master at her craft. This is the first time she's made one using this particular wood, Severus said in admiration, running his hands over the smooth surface. African blackwood, the original ebony, Harry murmured, amazed. Indeed, it's not the easiest of woods to work with, Severus said. It was beautifully designed. He was honestly quite speechless by the thoughtfulness behind it. I'm glad we didn't buy one yet, Harry admitted. They hadn't been able to decide, and he was quite thankful for that. I'm afraid I did order it, Severus admitted. It's bought and paid for. They would just need to sell it on again or decide what to do with it later. They weren't tight on funds. Oh, Harry muttered, surprised. I suppose we can keep it to give as a gift to one of my friends. One of them might need it in future. Indeed, Severus replied, leaning back, bringing Harry back with him, as they stared at the masterfully created baby cot. Will you tell me what happened? Is Dawn all right? Oh, I didn't tell you. Well, and Harry told him absolutely everything that had occurred. Even the fact he had used legilimens successfully twice, and about the female werewolf that was pregnant and how they'd told them about the sanctuary. Severus stirred the potion absently, thinking on the last month, which had been chaotic to say the least. At least Harry had finally began taking it easy, although he spent quite a bit of time at the sanctuary. With him of course, he wasn't going to allow Harry to go alone, not when he was so far into his pregnancy. Harry had commented on his surprise when he was contacted by Narcissa Black, who was no longer using the Malfoy name which had been reduced to shame and disgust, who was a healer and expressed interest in working at the sanctuary. She wasn't the only one. Harry had put an advert in the paper, but most had been told no upfront before even getting an interview. In fact, Severus had had to convince Harry to give Narcissa a chance. With so much of the Malfoy family fortune given to Harry in compensation, and his godson's overindulgences when it came to getting whatever he wanted whenever he wanted, the remaining fortune was dwindling very fast. He had spoken to Draco when Narcissa asked it of him, but apparently it wasn't making a difference. Narcissa only had her black vault and it was enough to see her living comfortably, but not with the usual extravagance she was used to. That and her so-called friends weren't associating with her due to her decline down the social ladder. She was lonely, not that she'd ever admit that, and she wanted to make changes to her name before it was too late. Street Mungos wouldn't hire her. She didn't have the experience required, since she had taken her healing course but never used it after finishing it. Harry was unable to deny him his request and so interviewed her. Harry had found her very different from what he saw of her during the trial. She had been straightforward and honest. She wanted to help the Black name, help bring some of the tarnish of the Malfoy name for her son, all the while making some money so that her son didn't end up penniless. She felt at blame for his ways, due to the fact she had spoiled him so much. So she would do what was required of her, and admitted she'd never had a problem with werewolves and would gladly and happily help them. The fact she had called them werewolves helped Harry warm further towards her. The others always called them creatures as if they were beneath them, which had caused the immediate dismissal of their application in his mind immediately. Harry had decided to let Narcissa stay on a trial basis working under Lucas while he took a fortnight's holiday from St. Mungo's and worked at the sanctuary. For the first few days it was mostly just refreshing her knowledge on healing, since it was very quiet to begin with until Fenrir Greyback made an executive decision to get his pack to safety, especially with pups on the way. As much as he loathed relying on anyone, none of his pack was equipped with the knowledge on what to do to help Amelia. He pushed his pride aside to keep his alpha and pups safe. Considering Fenrir Greyback had remained there for 2 weeks, and showed no sign of leaving, it was safe to assume he would be staying at least until his pup was born. The pack was mostly healthy given their lifestyle, but they were lucky, something that became all too apparent when Cedric had come across a young child in the woods, terrified and practically feral in trying to get away from the Auror. He had been hunting for a werewolf, who had killed a few unsuspecting homeless muggles. The muggles believe it was simply an animal mauling, but Cedric had been dispatched to bring in the werewolf and get her or him on the registry. Cedric had defied his orders from the ministry and taken the 10-year-old boy to sanctuary. To say Narcissa had her work cut out for her was putting it mildly, but Severus knew she was enjoying the challenge and being able to get out of Malfoy Manor and do something productive for the first time since her son was 11 years old and no longer needed her full time. With help from the other wolves the boy was healing, but it would take a year to get the child healthy, but at least during the full moon he would have the aid of others of his own kind. It was mostly Fenrir that was able to control him and stop him from hurting himself or others further. That was solely due to his wolf counterpart sensing the alpha in Greyback. Narcissa theorized that he had spent at least 3 years on his own in the wild. His reaction to magic also told them he was either a muggle born or a half-blood unexposed to the magical world on a whole. It had been nothing dramatic. After all, he had spent 3 years turning into a werewolf, or so they were normal had probably thrown itself out of his mind by this. The only time there wasn't someone human around was the night of the full moon. They had the run of the entire place without fear of infecting or killing another person. Harry received updates on everyone every second day. He took a genuine interest in them all and was constantly figuring out ways to make their lives better. When Harry did something, he did it so completely that nothing was left to chance. He had the biggest heart yet refused to let anyone see it, except those close to him. Although everyone knew really, the speeches he'd given gave it away. Severus absently added the next ingredient, not even having to look to see it was the correct one by its texture. He could brew in his sleep. He was just that good, but as a master of his craft, it was expected. The male pregnancy potion was coming along. In fact, it was in the animal stages since theoretically it would work. Everyone knew just because it made sense in theory, it didn't mean it would be a success. Something he was familiar with, especially with this particular creation. Twice he had thought he had it, but twice it had failed. This was his third time, and he was hoping it was the charm. They couldn't keep the child a secret forever. It wasn't the life he wanted for the baby. So it was vital that it worked. It was the sole reason he was spending so much time down here, just to perfect it. He couldn't fail. His child's future was riding on this, and to him this would be the most important potion in all of creation. Harry understood his reasonings and was just as desperate, if not more so than him, that this went right. He had a week. He gave the cat the potion a fortnight ago, to wait before he could get confirmation on whether the cat was indeed pregnant and if it was holding up. It was a Kneazle, a magical cat which he had to use since the potion was meant for those with magic in them. The spell to determine a pregnancy was a human one. It didn't read animals well. So he had to examine the cat thoroughly for outside indications that it might in fact be pregnant. Its gestation period was around 62 days, which was around 9 to 10 weeks. Then he would definitely have his answer. Although if he, the cat, was pregnant, then his theory was already proven. All that needed determined was if the pregnancy could hold. Severus cocked his head to the side, listening up the way, as opposed to sideways. He could have sworn he heard something. Perhaps it was his mother back. She had been spending time with old friends lately. Minerva was one of them, Andrea Crabbe was another, thankfully not directly related to Vincent Crabbe, and Kathy something. He wasn't sure of her last name. He was admittedly only half paying attention when she blathered on about them. They were friends from her school times, and since her return had been published in the paper they had been writing back and forth. The stirrer dropped out of his hands when he heard Harry bellowing for him, sounding in agony. He paused for only a second to banish the potion before bolting from the lab, extremely concerned. He couldn't leave the potion to simmer and bubble up before exploding. That was just at the height of carelessness. He was just glad he had the forethought to do it as he made his way to where he was sure Harry's voice had come from. He had help by the occasional grunting Harry was doing. He could hear them getting closer, and he skidded around the corner and straight at Harry. "What's wrong?" he asked in concern, his black eyes filled with worry and concern, or both of them. Bloody hell. Harry was drastically pale. Sweat was already beginning to appear all over his forehead. This was bad. Nobody went into such pain during labor so quickly. It was usually built up, but this wasn't normal, so they had no idea what to expect. He tried to calm himself down some. After all, there was no saying that Harry was in labor, and he could have simply hurt himself. He knew he was just being disingenuous. No, this was it. He could feel it in his bones. "Severus, get the baby out. Now," Harry yelled out. Before a tortured scream left his lips, he felt as though a ton was being dropped on his stomach. This surely couldn't be normal, could it? The pain had hit him so unexpectedly that he'd just managed to stop himself from crumbling to the marble floor in agony. Instead, he slid down the wall, to where he currently half sat, half lay on the floor in utter agony. "Dobby, get Andy now," Severus demanded, his own face paling at the prospect of him having to deliver his own child. "No, that wouldn't be necessary. Andy would be here any moment now and dealing with it." Severus summoned a cloth and spelled it cool before wiping Harry's forehead. His cheeks were deeply red tinged, or maybe it seemed that way since he was so pale. Paler than him at any rate. What if this delay could cost him his fiancée and child? There was no natural way for the child to come out. What if it was meant to be delivered immediately? He had never thought about it before, and he felt such a fool right now for not thinking on it further. He'd just been more concerned about covering Harry's unexpected and unexplainable pregnancy. He would never let the world know about the unicorn blood. He couldn't. The outcome would be horrific. Dobby popped back in, looking extremely worried. "Andy is very busy, Master Severus. She's in theater and Dobby can't get in there." The new wards were extensive, and even house elves couldn't get around the new wards on the theater and secured wards. "Shit," Severus hissed furiously. "Go and wait for her. Get her here immediately." "Go," he repeated urgently when he still saw the house elf standing there. "Rose." "Yes," Rose said without her usual fawning, seeing the direness of the situation. Just standing at attention, ready to do whatever she needed to do, help her masters and the litter master or lady. "Bring me a sterilized scalpel, warm water, covers, and something temporarily to place the baby in, and every potion I might need," Severus said, as he wiped Harry's brow. He never expected to have to do this, and he could feel his stomach quivering dangerously at the thought. He was going to have to cut Harry open to retrieve the baby himself. He wasn't going to risk waiting. Harry was in agony, so much so that he had his jaw clenched so tightly that he feared Harry would break his teeth if he wasn't careful. Swiping his belt from his trousers, he bent it in half before silently urging Harry to bite down on it. "It will be better to have something to bite on," he told Harry. Watching him as he literally had to force his jaw open, a gurgled scream rasping through his throat. Pressing against Harry's stomach, he could feel it quivering in tension. He cursed his shaking hands and nerves. "You understand why I can't give you anything for the pain, don't you?" Severus said softly, concern and worry still written on every line of his face. He wished he could do something for him, but there was nothing that could be given over. It would be worth it when it was over, hopefully, with both his child and Harry intact. Childbirth was always painful, but it was definitely not something men had to endure before. Harry grunted. He wasn't interested in anything other than getting the baby out. Never having felt much, this new pain and tension was utterly horrible. Was it normal pain women felt during labor? Or was there something wrong? The thought that anything would happen to his baby at the last hurdle terrified him. He'd rather die than anything happen to his and Sev's baby. There was nowhere that wasn't thrumming with strain or in pain right now. Even his feet were killing him, and was that even possible? His feet weren't giving birth after all. His eyes met concerned black ones. He didn't think he'd seen so much worry on Sev's face. Not since his potions accident. He nodded grimly just the once, but it was enough to placate Severus and give him the courage he needed to do this by the look of determination on his face. He couldn't say anything for the life of him, but the belt was much better to bite down on than his teeth. At least it ached less. Not that he noticed it overly much, the overall pain was immense. Rose returned with more than she had been ordered to get, but Severus was thankful for that. It would at least allow Harry to be more comfortable. He was lying on a marble floor after all. He didn't dare move him. He wasn't waiting any longer. Damn Andy to hell for making him do this. The house elf placed the necessary items just out of Severus' reach before placing the pillows behind Harry, helping him prop up without aid. There could be no more delaying. It was obvious Dobby wasn't going to show up with Andy. The timing couldn't have been any more terrible. Breathing raggedly, he picked up the scalpel, determined to do this. His steady hand attested to that. Glancing up at Harry in concern, before he exhaled sharply before moving into position. "Hold his legs down. Do not let go whatever you do." If Harry kicked out at him with a knife in his hand, he dreaded to think on what could possibly go wrong. Hopefully she would have the strength to hold him down. He was going to be in agony, so of course he was going to kick out. It's the only way he could express his much pain he was in. Harry complained loudly, but his voice was muffled by the belt, so nobody, not even Severus, could guess what he said. It was probably nothing nice, all things considered, so perhaps it was for the best that they couldn't decipher it. He glared at the house elf until his neck began to protest, and then he just slumped against the pillows. The long gangly fingers wrapped around his ankles felt very weird. Of course, the tip of a scalpel being dug into his skin made that thought leave his head, very, very quickly as he screamed in agony. He didn't want this, he thought in panic. It hurt more than anything else in the world. Please, please just be over with. Yet the pain continued on relentlessly from one side of his stomach to the other without much of a pause. The pain blazed on like a raging inferno, and he began to lose sense of time and himself. He could think of nothing but the pain and the feeling of sickness crawling up his throat. Minutes or hours could have passed, but Harry was oblivious to it all. Unfortunately for him, it was only seconds that had crawled by. Severus grimaced in guilt as Harry screamed. Rose was having difficulty keeping Harry from flailing out at hurting them all. Yet so far she was succeeding. He couldn't dwell on that. He had to get the baby out of Harry so he could give his fiancée pain relief. He had to slice through 3 layers. It wasn't as easy as it looked, especially with the blood and ooze coming from the wound, making the scalpel extremely slippery in his grasp. Just as he felt it was getting too slippery, Rose clicked her finger. How she did it holding on to Harry was anyone's guess, but the blood and ooze immediately disappeared from his hand and the knife was once again sturdy in his grip. He threw her a look of gratitude and pride for her forethought, as he finally made a big enough hole to take out the baby, their baby. He was officially a dad. Merlin, it was so weird to think like that. He prayed that his baby was alive and well, just waiting on its entrance into the world. It would devastate them both if they'd come this far only to lose the baby. Severus let the scalpel drop to the floor. Grabbing a towel, he wiped his hands before screwing his nose up lightly, before sliding his hands inside. He had done a lot in his life, but this was completely different. He was inside his fiancée's bloody stomach. It didn't take him long for his nimble fingers to feel the slippery baby, and he grasped a hold of its neck and legs before slowly withdrawing it. Severus would have cried in relief when he heard the loud wail of the newborn child's cry, but he was distracted by the final and inevitable appearance of Andy. Ever the professional, she immediately dropped her cloak and moved to the opposite side, letting Severus deal with the child, since he now had it in his hands. She knew the magical sac would need to be removed as well, otherwise it would cause a serious infection and probably kill Harry. Without even so much as blinking, her hand slid under the wound, not concerned by Harry's screaming, only to jerk her head back towards Severus as if suspecting she had been seeing something. Surprise flicked over her eyes. The wound, true to her suspicions, was magical. She had more than she should be able to fit into the small area, and Harry hadn't outwardly gained any weight or appearance of being pregnant. "Well, we have a bit of a surprise," Andy said. Nothing had been detected in the scans, but they weren't as good on male pregnancies. It was the same with Daniel. You could only see an outline of the child, not properly. She was definitely certain that it had more to do with the magic around the sac keeping the baby safe. Obviously a woman's womb wasn't magical, so it would be easier for a scan to show everything. When she eased the second baby from Harry's body, Severus looked ready to pee out, but by the look of sheer will alone he remained conscious. "Twins, you'll both have your hands full." Severus was absolutely stunned. The loud piercing cries of his children brought him back to the present, checking the warmth of the water, and he nodded in satisfaction and dipped the baby, towel and all, into the water and began to clean the boy, which became all too apparent as Severus cleaned him. He had a son, a little boy of his own. He felt a small smile slipping onto his face. A family, 2 children, and a man he loved more than anything else in this world. He loved, and suddenly Severus had to swallow the lump in his throat. Dear Merlin, he hadn't felt like this before, and his heart could scarcely contain the feelings. Delicately washing the baby, until he was clean, and he was able to keep his emotions in check. He accepted the second soft towel and dried the baby boy before wrapping him up in a soft cover and placing him in the mosses basket that Rose had brought down. He was afraid he would need to buy another one, with the exception of a cot, since they actually had 2 of them. "Here, I'll need to stitch him up," Andy said in a non-nonsense voice, as she ped the second baby over to Severus with delicate care. Severus took the baby, and began to wash the other little boy. Twins, as Andy had said. The water had been replaced. There was now 3 house elves standing around ready to wait on them hand and foot. He washed the crying baby, noticing that Dobby had taken it upon himself to give the firstborn a dummy to hence his quietness for the moment. He gazed at his second-born, hoping that they took after Harry. He certainly didn't want any child to go through what he had. They both had a head of dark hair though, but that wasn't a surprise seeing as both families had dark hair. Another towel was ped to him courtesy of Rose. The blooded scalpel was also gone, so he didn't need to be too careful. He had just wrapped the baby in a cover and conjured up a little basket for him to lay in until they bought a mosses basket for him. He couldn't help but wonder what Harry would think of this. Twins of all things. "Are the potions fresh?" Severus demanded, as always preferring to use his own when it came to his fiancée. "I didn't bring any. I am well aware of the fact you prefer to use your own by this, Severus. I've been both your healers now for a few years," Andy said, amused, placing the last stitch into Harry's flat stomach. It had been a very odd experience to be inside someone up to her elbows. She wanted to study the sac magically at least before it was banished. It seemed to act like an expanding charm with some sort of protection shield. Hopefully soon she'd have her answers. She accepted the potions that a house elf she wasn't familiar with pushed towards her, and she immediately opened the box and found the ones she needed immediately. Andy spread the salve over Harry's stomach, reducing the redness and swelling immediately. It would ease the pain he would go through considerably. That's not to say he wouldn't feel it for weeks. They'd quite literally just been inside of him. That trauma would take a while to heal from. The stitches would dissolve when it was ready, so there was no need for another trip, but she was definitely going to be keeping an eye on him for the next couple of weeks. I'll give them to him, Severus said as Andy picked up the potions. He took them from her and moved up towards Harry's head, wiping his forehead again as he eased the belt from between his teeth. The teeth marks were embedded deeply into the leather, but he didn't care, it was only an immaterial thing. He flung it away to the side, hoping that everything had gone well. Harry, can you drink this? Come on, it will help you feel better, he said, pressing the vial against Harry's mouth. Holding his head steady so he could swallow it easier, he looked completely exhausted. Tipping the potion in, he helped Harry swallow it, before easing him back down. How is he? Severus asked Andy, waiting on her, reading the results of the scan tests. Ready to pick him up and put him in bed. He needed to rest, to recover. It's the results you'd expect from a woman who has just given birth, Andy said calmly, inwardly relieved, copying a set of the results for herself, and placing it in her bag. She kept anything to do with Harry's pregnancy a closely guarded secret, also under lock and key. The only other person that knew was her husband, and she'd made him also swear a vow before she told him. She trusted him impeccably, but she would not risk her job, reputation and life without a guarantee. She knew how easy it was to slip up, and she wasn't going to have that happen to her. He will be in pain for quite a few days, so keep pain relievers on hand. The stitches will dissolve on their own, so there shouldn't be any complications. I see, Severus said, nodding his understanding, before placing a lightweight charm on Harry and lifting him up, his gaze snapping down when Harry's head rolled on his shoulder. He relaxed his tense shoulders. He was fine, and the scan results proved that the worst was over with. He would recover and be back to normal soon enough. No doubt he would be spending a bit of time in the lab. He smirked to himself before turning to the house elves. Put the mosses baskets in the living room. I will be back down momentarily. Perhaps you should keep him close by, Andy suggested. It will save a lot of HLE and time. Perhaps, Severus said thoughtfully before conceding the point, moving towards the living room and putting Harry on the couch, and just as he had, their duvet and pillows appeared. Expanding it in size, he flung the duvet over him, keeping him warm, and absently slid the pillows under his head. They'd done it. Against all odds they had 2 little babies, and it truly was a miracle. He had never thought he'd have a family, or much of a life, so much had changed in the past few years. He could still pinpoint the exact moment it had all happened. Wiping his hair from his face, letting him sleep, he moved over to the seat and stared at the tiny things, both of them. It was hard to believe they'd been inside Harry. He was able to stop himself smiling and stroking their little faces. He'd been happy for a long time, but this feeling was new, foreign, and he couldn't place it. Can I ask a few questions before I go? Andy said, smiling at the picture he made. She didn't get to see Severus show emotion often, and more often than not it was negative emotions like worry and fear. Not this happiness she could see twinkling in his eyes and clear as day on his face. He was smiling. She just wished she had a camera to capture this moment. Unfortunately, as soon as she spoke, he turned to her impulsively. Of course, take a seat, Severus said quietly. His fingers didn't stop stroking the hair and face of one of the twins. The quicker he got it over with the better. He wanted to be alone. Well, as alone as he could get at any rate, he thought with amusement, since he was definitely not alone with 2 children and his fiancée, and he was very glad for that. He'd been alone for years and had convinced himself that he was happy to be that way, until he had fallen for Harry so completely that he'd been terrified that it was just a crush. When did he go into labor? Andy asked, a scribe, quill and paper already scribbling everything she asked, and Severus answers. Immediately. There was no warning. At least Harry didn't inform me of them, but he wouldn't have risked waiting. Severus informed her hurriedly. What were the effects? Andy inquired. Extreme agony. It was dilapidating. He fell and was unable to move, Severus replied. He demanded that I get the baby out immediately. What was his state between that demand and you doing it? Andy then asked. He was extremely pale, sweating profusely and unable to talk or scream through clenching his teeth so bad, Severus stated, ignoring the quill writing away at the side of Andy. It's something we will have to inform Daniel. If Harry had been alone, she trailed off, not having to say anything further. Today had been her last day at St. Mungo's, having planned to take the week off to be solely on call for Harry for when he needed her. Go figure that he would go into labor on her last day. She had been slightly surprised to see Dobby waiting on her as she left the theater with a patient she had just saved. Was trying to. The bite wasn't healing as it should. They were giving her a potion to replenish her blood every 4 hours to keep her alive while they tried to find an antidote to whatever had bitten her. Fortunately, potions wasn't her deal, so the swabs taken had been delivered straight to the potion masters in the basement labs, and it was up to them now. The house elves knew what to do. Severus replied immediately, paling at the thought. He did not want to think on that possibility, ever. But yes, it's definitely something we need to keep in mind. There was only a short while between him being able to talk and being in too much pain to do anything. Harry and Daniel had struck up quite a friendship. Dear Merlin, he had a feeling the entire house was going to be overrun with people in the next 24 hours. He would also need to keep a close eye on the cat when it came near time. It's exactly 9 months to the very day of conception, Andy informed him. Did you know that? No, actually I didn't, Severus answered, bemused. I will leave you to it, Andy said, standing up. Congratulations to both of you. I shall be back in a few days unless you need me before. She awkwardly handed over a small parcel and a card. I'm afraid there's only one item. I wasn't expecting to. She grinned sheepishly as she let it go. Thank you, Severus said, accepting it as he stood, surprise filtering across his face before he placed it on the table. He and Harry would open it together. It's no problem, Severus, you deserve this, she informed him, before apparating out, having said her piece. Breathing out, surprised by her words, just as he was by her gift, was his insecurities that obvious that the healer would comment on it. He stood there for a few seconds before he brushed it off, moving the children closer to Harry so he could sit down beside him and keep an eye on him, still worried despite the healer's reassurances. He lifted one up, and sat down with him safely in the crook of his arm, stroking his face. Somehow that was becoming very addictive, vowing to himself he would never be his father. He would never ever lift his hand to his children. He would never ignore them, drink excessively, or make them feel worthless. Staring at the small vulnerable baby, his baby, he wondered how his father had been able to dismiss these feelings. How could his mother have stayed and put him through it? He had only known his children for a few moments and he already felt so very protective of them. Almost as if he had conjured her. Speak of the devil, thought Severus as his mother used Harry's teleportation potion to get into the manor. It took a few minutes before she showed up in the living room, only for her eyes to widen comically and her jaw to drop in shock. She was mostly quiet when she came in due to Harry's interrupted sleeping, the only thing that seemed to have occurred at all during the pregnancy that was normal in an actual pregnancy. "Wah," was all Eileen could articulate. Blinking rapidly at her son, unable to believe the sight in front of her. "Why didn't you get in touch? How is he?" "Twins." The last word was squeaked out in shock. Severus chuckled quietly in amusement. He hadn't seen his mother at loss for words before, and it was funny. "Yes, twins, it was a surprise for us all. The healer says he's fine, hopefully he'll wake soon. I wasn't about to send you a Patronus message with the news in front of strangers." "They aren't strangers," Severus admonished Eileen, but the fact she said nothing further said she understood. "Oh, my grandchildren," she said, almost cooing as she picked up the other twin, her face glowing with pride and happiness. The more the merrier. She wasn't just a grandmother to one but two beautiful babies. They were finally here. She took one of the available seats, and just gazed down in adoration. She hadn't held a child since Severus himself was one, such a long time ago. She never thought this day would come, not since Severus had came out, so to speak. "Oh, Severus, I'm so proud of you, both of you," she murmured quietly, beaming at her son. She was so glad the potion had saved her life, so she could be here for this. Her boys meant the world to her. Now she had even more boys to love and cherish. "It's Harry that did everything," Severus said softly, and it was true. Without Harry he wouldn't even be here for this. He had carried those babies in his body for 9 months and had endured agony so he could bring them into the world. He had turned his life around. He was getting far too whimsical. Was that a side effect to having children of your own? He'd done nothing but think on the past since Harry had been ready to deliver. He shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing Harry would wake up. He hated any attention being on him. Then again, so did Harry. He hated it that much. He had feared no dreaded the day the magical world would find out about his true status as the boy who lived. Have you decided on names? Eileen asked, staring down at the baby again, just mesmerized. She had known Harry was pregnant, listened to his fears that something was wrong due to the fact he didn't appear pregnant nor have the symptoms, but seeing this drove it truly home. We have a list, Severus said dryly. We have yet to come up with a name we both agree on, but we certainly won't be holding to wizarding traditions, that has been made abundantly clear. It didn't help that we had no idea what gender the baby would be, so the list has both male and female names. Neither of his children would be named after their grandfathers. It didn't matter that James Potter had given him the time turner that enabled them to come back in time. Too much had happened to even consider putting it as water under the bridge. No child of his would be lumbered with the name Tobias after a drunken abusive bastard. Nor did he want his children named James after a boy who had made his Hogwarts years unbearable and as a man mentally and emotionally scarred Harry during his childhood and made him believe he was nothing. They had also discussed their child never being named after Lily either, but Eileen was probably the only grandparent who was considered, but now well, it wasn't possible due to them being boys. Did you get powdered milk? Or should I go and fetch some? They will be waking for food soon, Eileen said. She knew speaking from experience and there was no other possibility for the boys since Harry wasn't going to be able to express milk for them. Magic didn't work that wondrous. I assumed the house elves would get it when I asked them to get the other last-minute items, Severus said slowly, but obviously unsurely. He had asked them to get dummies, bottles and other small items when the due date got closer and him being obsessed with completing the potion. Dobby, he called. Can Dobby help Master Severus? Dobby asked, his green eyes glimmering with excitement. Did you gather powdered milk while you shopped for the baby things I asked 3 weeks ago? Severus inquired. He rather hoped he said yes, but it was simple enough to go for it, that in the Moss's basket, 2 children, yes, that had been one hell of a surprise. Dobby did. Dobby noticed you hadn't added it to the list or bought some. Dobby said, beaming his puffed out in pride. Great. Before the shops close we need to get a Moss's basket. There is a money pouch on the side of my bed that should be more than enough to cover it, Severus stated, glancing over at Harry when he heard him let out a soft sound. Shifting himself slightly, he watched Harry wakening up slowly. He wasn't in pain thankfully, otherwise his face would have been screwed up, but he would need a potion soon, 3 hours to be precise, maybe even earlier. Wait, Dobby, Severus, did you get baby shower cards? Eileen said, remembering to ask him, like she had been meaning to for the past few days. No, why bother with a baby shower? Severus said, rolling his eyes. To let everyone see the baby. Sell it him. This is the only way, unless you plan on godparents, Eileen explained. She had not been able to do either. She'd had no friends in the Muggle world, so there was just nobody to invite. She couldn't regret it, not ever. She got her son out of it, and if she had to, she would do it all over again. We will see what Harry thinks, Severus said with finality. This wasn't his decision alone to make, plus he was pretty sure they were going to have godparents. It had been brought up once very briefly 3 or 4 months ago. But it won't hurt to get some, he conceded. See what Harry thinks of what? Harry murmured, opening his eyes, not looking any less tired, but he was filled with anticipation, worry and no small amount of fear. Do you want to meet your sons? Severus said, smirking deviously. He had had enough time to process and digest it. Sons. Harry stuttered, staring at Severus agog. Twins, Severus replied, but his smirk disappeared at the look on his fiancée's face. Moving towards him, he placed the baby in his arms, the one he had been holding, trying to figure out what was wrong with him now. Do you need the healer back? He asked, pressing a hand against Harry's forehead, checking his temperature. He winced in surprise by the sudden grip Harry had on him. Wasn't that supposed to happen during the labor? Promise me, Harry said, his fear still present. Promise me no matter what. Even if one's smarter than the other, we won't prefer one to the other. Promise you won't let me do that. Severus' heart sank as he finally realized what was wrong. This should be a time of joy for Harry, yet all he was concerned about was what had happened to him, happening to their child. Harry, that won't happen. They will both be cherished and loved. We are not James and Lily, and you are nothing like them. Severus said heatedly. Now get those thoughts from your head. Look at what you did. 2 little boys, Severus added, wanting to get his mind off those depressing thoughts. Harry looked down at the tiny baby. "What we did," he said softly, looking odd. "Here we go," Eileen said, ping over the other twin, a sad smile on her face before very reluctantly making herself scarce. It was obvious Harry and Severus needed to talk. The poor boy, how he could think he'd be anything like his despicable parents, if they even deserved the title. Which they didn't. She would give them half an hour. That was long enough. She wanted to hold the babies again, she thought with excitement. She was a grandmother. Of course, her excitement was tampered with the fact she couldn't tell anyone yet, but it didn't deter her. She had to get her camera looked out right now. She wasn't going to miss a moment longer without capturing them in a photo that would last forever. "Morning, Siri," Remus said softly as he entered the kitchen and took a seat, yawning tiredly. It had just been the full moon and he was quite frankly exhausted. He always was after a night of running around, although he was so much better now than he had ever been due to the tweaks made in the wolfsbane potion. Sirius was always with him, but he always seemed so awake the morning after the full moon night, even when they were at Hogwarts. Since nobody used Grimmauld Place anymore, he had free run of the place when in wolf form. They stayed the morning after before heading to the new flat they had purchased once they knew for sure that the dangers had paid. "Morning, how are you feeling?" Sirius inquired, as always concerned about his lover after the full moon. "Great," Remus said, musing thoughtfully. "Or do you doubt Harry's potion skills?" He added teasingly. Sirius sorted. "I never have, otherwise I wouldn't have tested his animagus potion. It was awesome being able to turn into other animals, but he mostly kept to his black grim out of habit. Every time he turned into something else though, on the occasions he did, he found it just amazing that he was able to do it so seamlessly. No, he never doubted Harry when it came to his potions. He was a genius, really." "Have you heard from him lately?" Remus asked. They hadn't seen him in a few months. "Yes, his letters are extremely cheerful. It's not like him at all. He keeps adding that he's glad to be able to brew again, although I'm not quite sure why." Sirius seemed bemused by this. "Maybe Snape didn't let him go back down to the lab after his accident, but I am pretty sure he brewed after the incident. Perhaps he's been too busy. He did have to kill someone to survive, and as strong as Harry is, it can't have been easy." Remus pointed out somberly. "Yes, very true," Sirius replied grimly, as he poured Remus coffee the way he liked it, extra strong especially this morning, and slid it over. "Still, every time I flow to speak to him he seems tired and elated." Remus muttered noncommittally. "Has the paper arrived yet?" He gazed around for it curiously, but couldn't see it. "No, you're up 10 minutes too early," Sirius replied promptly without even needing to glance at the time. "Although you usually sleep for a few more hours, you must really be feeling good today." "I do," Remus said. "Each month that pays." I can't believe they were right. He felt like an idiot, but he also knew he wouldn't have changed anything. "What do you mean?" Sirius frowned, not following Remus' chain of thoughts. "The potion I took before, it was poisoning me. That's why each month was so hard. Without taking it the transformations are much easier. Each month gets more and more. There's just no words to describe it," he finished wryly, shaking his head. "Harry and Dawn tried to tell me, but I refused to listen. It's partly why the werewolf community here cannot stand me. To think he spent so many years convincing others abroad to take the potion, which was slowly killing them. It horrified him, really. They'd known what he'd ignored." "They don't all hate you," Sirius defended him vehemently. Remus just smiled bitterly. Sirius didn't know what he had gone through to try and get the werewolves on their side. Keyword being try, since he had failed so spectacularly. In fact, nobody knew just how badly each meeting had gone. He was too embered to inform them, not even Dumbledore. He had just given an embellished version and left it at that, dreading being asked again, which he was over and over again. Thankfully the werewolves didn't interact with wizards, so he was never found out. "How is Nick?" Remus changed the subject altogether. He did not want to think about this, so the best possible solution was to bring up Sirius' godchildren, always distracted him. "He's doing really well, enjoying his new apprenticeship. He's being treated fairly and Nick seems to relish in that. I think he's going to propose to Susan. He's certainly been bringing it up more often lately. I've offered him one from the Black Jewelry Vault. I had to convince him he was entitled to it, seeing as his grandmother had been a black I also added that Susan deserved more than just a cheap ring that got to him, so he's going to arrange a visit soon," Sirius said, although he wants to show off his apartment, or rather the apartment Harry gave him permanently. "I don't think I'll ever understand him," Remus admitted, shaking his head in amusement. "I mean, one minute he can sound so harsh and cold, the next he just turns around and does something unfathomable." Did Nick ever go into details? He had meant to ask the last time, but he was honestly lost for words. Nick didn't say much either. "Now that I think about it," Sirius admitted, "just that they met up and well, obvious the flat as a result of that." "Ah," Remus uttered, "if he gave him a flat, then it's safe to say they've obviously resolved their differences at least." "Maybe," Sirius said, not fully agreeing or disagreeing for that matter. "Do you think you'll have enough confidence to stop using his place now?" "I don't know. I've gotten so used to it. And it's safe and protected too." Remus frowned. "I guess you want to sell it." "Well, it's going to take a while to get everything magical out of it. I'd estimate at least 30 galleons in total just for downstairs. Upstairs isn't so bad, so I'd say maybe only a further 10 to 20 galleons for the rest of it. Once that's done, I can just hire decorators to get the place in some semblance of decency so it can be sold." Sirius told him. There was so much dark artifacts left in the house still, and they would need removed before it could be sold. "Why not ask Molly to decorate it after? I'm sure she'd love the chance to earn money," Remus said, "and maybe Bill. I'm sure as a favor he would work for half any company or the ministry would take. With a kid on the way, I'm sure he wants to save up everything he can." "I don't know. It's a lot to ask anyone, especially at a discounted price," Sirius said. "Only a few rooms are actually free of the taint." "Then give him full price." Remus shrugged. It wasn't as if he couldn't afford it. He had the entire Black estate in his back pocket. Still, he was better off helping friends than the ministry or a company. He might not agree, so there's no point to thinking about it further. "If you want to sell it, Siri, then do it. I don't mind. Our apartment is more than enough. If anything happens, you also have the small apartment from your uncle. I can use it until I find somewhere." Remus said, always the voice of reason. Sirius rolled his eyes. They did have their falling outs, which did result in them storming off to cool down, but it never lasted long, a few days at most. They'd never had a major argument that caused them to split up for any amount of time. Still, it was probably such a Remus thing to think about, always the logical one in the group. "Can't hurt to ask, I suppose." Sirius shrugged. Just as loud, insistent pecking was heard at the kitchen window, followed very closely by 2 other owls, both also pecking to get in. "That's the paper now," Sirius said, standing up absently as Remus poured himself another coffee. "And letters. Strange, that looks like an official invite. It's addressed to both of us. Do you know anyone that's selling something?" he inquired as he accepted the bundles, leaving the window open and spreading some seed on the windowsill and adding some water to the empty metal container. "Maybe Nick's making it official," Remus said, curious himself now. Sirius eagerly opened it up to find out, only to stiffen completely, blink rapidly as he tried to understand what he was seeing. He stood there, jaw unhinged, as Remus wondered whether to laugh or be cautious. Sirius wouldn't get like that for no reason after all. Sirius," Remus said, standing up himself, trying to take the missive from Sirius, but his grip was strong for someone that was practically comatose. "Sirius," he barked, yanking at the envelope and card, successfully getting it from Sirius' stunned grip. Remus turned it over and read the missive, his eyes going wide. The only reason he had even a small amount of his wits around him was due to the potions he had taken earlier. The pain reliever had relaxing properties, the same ones that went into making a calming draft. He blindly felt for his seat before slumping down, feeling very taken aback. "Harry had," Sirius muttered, shocked. "Yeah, I can see that," Remus said quietly, staring at the shower invite pensively. "But Snape wouldn't stay with him if he—" "I doubt Harry would cheat," Remus pointed out, irritated. "He was gay for Merlin's sakes. There was no way he would have copulated with a woman." "But Snape," he repeated, sounding like a broken record, "obviously loves him enough to allow it." Remus sighed, shaking his head. "But this is Snape he hates," Sirius tried to argue weakly. "Snape hates children. He couldn't even stand 11-year-olds. Harry knew that, so why would he even considering having a kid and having Snape help raise it? Or them as it was, since he'd had twins. Obviously not completely." Remus said soothingly. It's a smart thing to do really, keeps the lines going, although you'd think Severus would do it, he is the last of the princes. I wonder who the surrogate was. Sirius said, snatching the invite back. Why did he keep quiet about it? Why didn't he tell him? Was certainly heard despite the fact it had been worded differently. Sirius, he's just getting closer to you now, don't do anything stupid like demanding why he didn't inform you about this development. Remus warned him cautiously. His and Harry's relationship was amicable at best, but nothing like it should have been, and he did only have himself to blame, but that was life. He just accepted what he could get from the teenager, and hoped their relationship would get better with time. Don't worry, I won't, Sirius said sadly, a small pained smile on his face. At least he was invited to the baby shower. He could have found out in the newspaper or something when they got wind of it. They would sooner or later. Hopefully they wouldn't tear into Harry over it. Considering they loved him, he knew they wouldn't do anything too bad. Plus Harry would sue them to hell and back for slander if they pulled anything. He wasn't like the Potters who tolerated it and did nothing when less than stellar information was brought to light. Good, Remus said, relaxing. They're gorgeous, aren't they? He admitted, gazing at the babies in the photo. Yes, Sirius admitted, moving closer so they could see them. Do you think James knows? Remus snorted at the question. It was the most idiotic one he'd heard from Sirius in a long time. Yes, stupid question, I know, Sirius said, bemused. Of course James didn't know. Why would Harry tell him? Do you think we should tell him? I don't know, Remus said after a few seconds of pause. I suppose it's best coming from us rather than the paper. What a way to find out you were a grandfather. But James had ignored Harry the majority of his childhood. Part of him acknowledged Harry's reasoning on why they wouldn't be close. It didn't mean he didn't feel for his best friend, but at least he would still have two kids who'd have kids and let him be part of their lives and grandkids' lives. He thought to himself, let's not forget Nick, who was going to be an uncle, and Roxy, who was going to be an aunt, and Lily was going to be a grandmother. Roxy would understand the least. She was 14 years old, nearly 15, and she was going to be an auntie, and she'd never get to see them. Roxy was just as much a victim as Harry and Nick, but pointing this out to Harry would do no good. Some hurts just went too deep that it didn't matter who really was at the root of the problem. You're right, we should tell him, Sirius said, nodding in agreement, but first we should reply that we will be there. He slid the reply slip out and ticked the box before putting it on the table. The picture he placed in his pocket. It would go on the board in their new flat next to the other accomplishments that he was proud of his godsons. Of course, Harry's certainly outweighed Nick's by a long shot, since he had done so much in the past few years. He couldn't wait to meet them. He had to get the whole story, and hopefully Harry would tell him. He didn't give much time, did he? No, I suppose not, but it's not like we have a busy schedule, Remus conceded. No, and I'm not working tomorrow night, Sirius mused. Not that it mattered if he had been, he would have just requested time off. Come on, let's go tell him, then head back to the flat. He wanted to talk to Harry, and soon. Remus just gave him a look that told him that he knew what he was thinking. He had known him since he was 11, so of course he did. With that he stood up, taking the newspaper and all as they used the fireplace to flow over to Potter Manor to inform James of this latest surprising development. Potter Manor. Sirius and Remus stepped out of the green flames that surrounded them and out of the living area of Potter Manor. They automatically looked over at the dining table that was at the other side of the room, and found James sitting eating breakfast as he always was, with the exception of the day he visited Lily. James never ate the morning he was due to visit Lily. He always felt sick seeing what had become of the woman he had married all those years ago. Sirius and Remus had to admit, they were still dumbstruck by what had happened to her. They could only think she had either hid it well, or the attack had damaged her more than they could ever fathom. Hey, I wasn't expecting you today. Is everything all right? He said, putting the newspaper down. Glad for the interruption. He was still trying to get used to being on his own after his son had moved out. He'd never admit it, but being in such a big place on his own was depressing. He wanted someone in his life, but he couldn't do that to his kids or Lily. It just wasn't fair whether they got divorced or not. Did you get any post today? Sirius inquired, staring at the table as if it had the answer he sought. James was immediately on guard. Sirius' voice had sounded rather guarded. He could see nothing good coming from it, not anymore at least. Back in the day he knew it would have been against someone else. A few letters, why? He asked, his eyes narrowed slightly. Have you had breakfast yet? He knew they usually had it later than normal on full moon night. Not yet. We planned on going back to the flat first, Remus said, shaking his head. Sit down. You can have some here. As always there is too much, James said wryly, having to bite down on the urge to demand answers from them both he wasn't sure he wanted to know in all honesty. Sirius just shrugged and sat down before helping himself. It saved either of them from cooking, or rather Remus from cooking since he didn't cook. He burnt even toast. Culinary skills were never going to be his. Remus followed his lead after a second's hesitation, turning back to his other best friend. He could see he was dying to know what was going on, but was obviously worried about the information he'd receive. He absently wondered with amusement how long he'd last before he asked. Should he put him out of his misery? The next 10 minutes passed in relative silence as they quickly polished of the breakfast on their plates, and James filled cups up with coffee, wondering if he would need something stronger. Only once Tish had removed the empty plates did James speak. So what's going on? What should I know? Did you get an invite? Sirius asked, already knowing the answer was a resounding no. Sirius, James warned, just tell me what this about and stop beating around the bush, now. Harry is a father. He's had twins. The invite me and Sirius are speaking about is the baby shower, Remus told James, seeing that Sirius wasn't going to. James stared blankly, wondering if this was a joke. Sirius he could suspect of doing it, but Remus. No, he wouldn't joke about something like this. My son is gay. He's in a committed relationship by the look of things, he told them calmly. Are you sure someone isn't yanking your chain? I don't think so, Sirius said, shaking his head. It was definitely Harry's handwriting. With that, Sirius removed the photo of the twins and ped it over with a solemn look on his face. James picked it up, his breath hitching as he looked at the two beautiful babies, his face sliding over to the family portrait he had on the fireplace. The twins were just shy of 4 months when it had been taken. He stared at it intently, or rather the twins, before glancing back at the picture once more. It was hard to say really. It wasn't as if you could tell who a child would take after when they were babies. He had liked to think Nick and Harry would take after him when they were born, but that was just expectation talking. They were just wrinkled prunes when they were born. The picture of Harry's twins, they were sleeping. You couldn't see their eye color. If it was changing yet, they looked to be a few months old, so probably not. He was a grandfather, he realized belatedly, and it hurt worse than anything else had up to this point in his life. He shouldn't be finding out about his own grandchildren from Sirius and Remus, but he had nobody but himself to blame, he thought with bitter distaste. I don't understand, James admitted. I thought he was with Snape. The newspapers commented on the couple often enough. Unless they had gotten it all wrong and they weren't dating, and Harry and Snape had just never bothered to correct them. Oh, he is, Sirius said firmly. He had absolutely no doubt after seeing them together. If it had been anyone other than Harry, he freely admitted he would have called Snape all the lewd names under the sun, especially before seeing them together. But somehow the pair worked. It was rather awkward to see how they were always on the same wavelength, found the same things amusing, and just seemed to click. He'd never thought of Snape in any romantic capacity. He'd never been with anyone at Hogwarts, and he'd never seen him with anyone after Hogwarts, but they weren't friends. It wasn't as if he would be in the know. Surrogate, James guessed. That's our bet, Remus said, nodding in confirmation that this was their thought too. James just shook his head, wondering if things could become even more strange. Snape with kids. He'd never thought he would see the day. Not just kids, raising his grandchildren with his son. Getting to see them, love them, spoil them. Envy and jealousy surged through them, adding to the bitterness at actually feeling jealous of Snape of all people. You can copy it if you like, Sirius said softly, without saying he actually wanted it back, patting him on the back briefly in comfort. We can't stay for long, we have head back. If you want to go now, and then go, I'll meet up later. Remus said he could sense James really needed someone to talk to. All right, I'll see you both later, Sirius said, standing up, and twisting on the spot he apparated out instead of going through the flow network. He's going to see Harry and the children, isn't he? James sighed, gazing at the place where Sirius had just been enviously. Yes, Remus saw no reason to lie. Do you know their names? James asked hopeful. Not yet. The baby shower is tomorrow if Sirius doesn't get it out of him. Remus chuckled in amusement. Sirius was nothing if not determined when it came to certain things. I can't believe I'm a grandfather, James whispered in a heartbroken way. Oh, James, Remus sighed sadly, not sure what he could say to help him. Prince Manor, Master Severus, Master Harry, Mr. Black is at the wards wishing to speak to both of you. Rose said, popping in front of the pair of them. Told you, Severus said wryly, smirking at Harry despite the twinge of annoyance bringing Black up caused. Harry laughed lightly, not wanting to wake the babies up, and rolled his eyes. Let him in, he might as well get it over with. It's why he had waited until the last minute to send out those bloody cards. Everyone else's had been sent out ages ago, especially the ones going all the way to America to the potion master Severus was good friends with. He was surprised that Remus hadn't come with him, in all honesty. Dobby, Harry called, as always speaking lowly, having gotten used to it after dozens of times where he accidentally woke his children up from their naps. We're finished with breakfast, you can take it away now. They usually sat on the sofa these days to eat, just too exhausted to want to sit on a hard chair. Dobby will do that, Dobby replied quietly, clicking his fingers, and everything disappeared before the house elf did, after giving the babies a look of utter adoration. All the house elves were disappointed that they didn't get to look after the twins, but at the same time they were slightly awed. It wasn't often that wizards or witches did the rearing at night, instead preferring to let the house elves did it. Dobby had practically raised Draco Malfoy for the first year of his life. So it was such a shock to see a whole different side. Even Rose and the others had helped raise Eileen, feeding every night, etc. It was definitely an unexpected turn for them. Thank you, Dobby, Harry replied, knowing he would hear him despite not being near. Mr. Black, Masters, Rose said, introducing Sirius before she too was gone. Hi, Harry said, giving Sirius an almost sheepish smile. Hey, can I see them? Sirius asked excitedly. Harry grinned, his puffing out proudly. They were his pride and joy, and he didn't get to show them off, but it was for their safety. Of course, come sit down, they're sleeping right now, so be quiet. Sirius walked over evenly, making sure he didn't accidentally kick anything on his way, and sat down, his gaze going to the baby closest to him in his mosses basket. They were adorable, even more in person than they were in a picture. The photo didn't do it any justice at all. His finger absently brushed out over his cheek. He's adorable. What age are they? What are their names? Sirius asked quietly but with the appropriate enthusiasm. The one you're next to is Hector Severin Prince Peverell. Our second-born son is Hunter Kane Prince Peverell, Harry said. His face felt as though it was being split in two, he was grinning so widely. You adopted them already, Sirius said, giving a quick look to Snape before staring back down at the child. Unbeknown to him, all his thoughts and feelings had shown on his face in that moment. Harry and Severus shared an amused look, having to stop themselves from bursting out laughing. I did not adopt them, Severus answered easily. But they can't have your name, like legally, without adopting them, Sirius pointed out, baffled, sitting staring at them as if they were the strange ones. Again, I did not adopt them, Severus replied evenly, his lip twitching just so slightly that only Harry saw it. Severus, Harry chided, his lips pursed as he tried to keep his own amusement in. He looks ready to burst. Severus couldn't contain his snort of amusement. They're mine, Black. Deliberately misleading him again, much to Harry's amusement. He had his face hidden and his shoulders were shaking as he tried to contain himself. Yours, Sirius croaked, his eyes bugging out of their sockets, sliding to Harry, confused out of his wits, a little hurt that they were toying with him. Severus invented a male pregnancy potion. Harry finally caved in and told him, pride and love shining through his eyes. Myself and Daniel are the testers of that particular potion. I went first, obviously. Daniel is close to giving birth any day now. Sev has sent the notice to the conference, which thankfully is in Scotland this year, and so we can go without leaving the country or the twins for long. Sirius just stared, stunned beyond belief. I think we broke him, Harry commented, waving his hand in front of Sirius' face. Best look I've ever seen on him, Severus replied wryly, smirking when Sirius glared indignantly, the insult bringing him out of his shock, albeit temporarily. Why you gave birth to them? He stuttered out. I did, yes, Harry told him. We don't want it getting out, so I've kept them out of the spotlight. That won't work forever, Sirius said quietly and thoughtfully. No, but once the potion is published it won't be such a big thing, Harry said shrugging his shoulders. As long as they didn't learn the truth he didn't care, he was just so glad Severus had successfully created the potion, the timing couldn't have been more welcomed. The conference in Scotland was 2 days after the baby shower, so the guys were going to extend their stay then leave afterwards. Even Penelope was coming with her little one. It was going to be so great getting to see them again and in a less professional working manner. The only people who would ever know the truth were the ones that did, and they'd all sworn vows never to reveal the information. Hector Severin and Hunter Kane, Sirius said gazing at them again. The urge to pick them up was strong, and he could scarcely believe what he'd been told. He wondered what Remus' reaction was going to be like. They certainly had good strong names. What should they wear? White, blue or green? Harry mused thoughtfully as he gazed at the outfits he had spread out on the sofa, gazing at them critically. This was the first time some of them were getting to see the twins and he wanted to make a good impression. Plus a picture would probably end up on the front page of the Daily Prophet as added proof of Severus' miraculous invention. The ministry already knew and word had got out, which had dozens of letters coming this morning. Quite 3 had been tampered with, as in magically. Not everyone was pleased with the invention, but Severus had deactivated the spells on powders on the letters, getting their names and sending them to the ministry so they could be dealt with. They were Muggle-borns, not raised in the magical world from birth and had the Muggle outlook ingrained in their minds. They would find they had to change their disgusting attitudes or end up in Azkaban for trying to cause harm to an heir of the most ancient and noble house of Prince. Ditching the Snape name had probably been the smartest thing Sev had ever done. It gave him added power and protection. All are gorgeous. They will look beautiful no matter what they wear. Harry, Eileen said as she held Hector close to her, rocking slightly with a large proud beaming smile on her face. She hadn't stopped smiling in what felt like years, not since the babies had been born. She was just over the moon really. Many of the outfits they'd bought for the baby when they thought only one was coming, had been bought again so the twins could be dressed in the same outfit. Something a mother or father with twins seemed to love doing, with the obvious exception of Harry and Nick. I think the blue dungarees are best. Harry decided, taking the 2 of them and placing them on the seat. Then you should use the white tops. It's to be a chilly night, perhaps they're blue jumpers. Severus gave his own opinion as he entered the living room. He was dressed for the occasion. Nothing fancy, but to Harry his fiancée had never looked more gorgeous, as he gave him a look of adoration and carnal appreciation. They'd reaffirmed their feelings physically since he'd given birth quite a few times, but not as often as usual due to the fact they were just bone-tired most of the time. Pepper-up potion only went so far in helping them function. More often than not Harry would feed them 2 to 3 times in a row due to him getting up quicker, and wanting Severus to sleep so he could hopefully complete the potion that would help cover up how their babies had been truly conceived. Will the hall not be warm? Harry asked, naturally alarmed. Yes, but as you know they cannot conserve their own heat. It's better safe than sorry, Severus told him, before eyeing him pianely on the lips, making sure not to squash Hunter that was still in his arms. He had to literally rip his lips from Harry's, otherwise it would have gotten a bit too heated. Considering they were going out to sell it with the babies, it wasn't the best idea to get excited. He could only imagine how the others would react. The ribbing would be unbearable. He could tolerate a lot but not that. He freely acknowledged that he was a bit too proud for anything like that. Warm clothes it is. Harry nodded in agreement, the warm flush on his face making him glow beautifully. Go get changed. I'll dress them, Severus said, quickly gesturing towards the living room door in a way of saying, hurry up, which was accurate. They only had 5 minutes to apparate to the small hall they had set up for the occasion in Hogsmeade. They'd gone by earlier and set up the balloons, and the house elves had already popped away with the food, mostly just party foods they could eat while cellating. All right, Harry said in agreement before leaving the room after giving the twins one last look over. Pee the clothes over, son, Eileen said quietly, hand out from where she sat with Hector safely in her other arm. Severus absently floated them over as he picked Hunter up and began to dress him. His eyes had gotten darker, he noticed, as the baby looked at him. Merlin, how was it that he could feel so proud of them? He felt like his heart was fit to burst just looking at them. Out of all his accomplishments in life, the twins were definitely at the top, along with Harry of course, as he wouldn't have one without the others. Who would have thought an accident that had caused him so much grief over his worry for his fiancée would result in this? You two need to set a date, Eileen said determinedly, in a way that only a mother could possibly get away with. Perhaps when the twins can walk, Severus suggested, which would be around 5 to 7 months if the books he read were accurate. It would mean they could participate in the wedding, added to the fact they would have to wait that length of time to get a date that suited them. I'll speak to Harry about it. They hadn't really discussed it with everything, the war, then the aftermath, and of course the pregnancy, a lot to deal with over a short period of time. That would be so adorable, Eileen exclaimed. You walked rather early though, 8 months old if I remember correctly, and she loved her son so completely. She had stuck with him through thick and thin, even when he went through his phase of hating Muggles and joining the Dark Lord, and of course when he became a spy. There we go, all dressed up. They're going to love you, so they are, and yes they are. She added in a baby voice, cooing over the child. Severus just made a noncommittal noise. He already knew this, usually after his mother had a few too many drinks, which was 1 or 2 since she was not a big drinker, and she used to go on and on about the past, usually things to do with him, when he was a baby, and of course what magic he had cast. It made him suppress a smirk. She hadn't done it in years. The worry she felt for him had driven her to drinking while he was spying, he would summarize. Pressing the boy against his, having finished dressing him, he sat down comfortably, waiting for Harry to return, which he would. Neither of them took long to dress, yes, even for a special occasion. Part of him hated the thought of celibating, but the other part was excited to see the others and show off his children, and he wasn't one to show of anything, ever. Right, let's get going, Harry said, coming in and collecting his son from Eileen and ing his forehead. Merlin, 4 months, it was hard to believe, really. It wasn't pain that was easily forgotten, especially since it took a week or so to actually heal so he could bend over without it being agonizingly painful. He certainly wouldn't ever regret them. He would do it all over again if he had to. Glancing at the chair, he picked up the nappy bag over his other shoulder. It had everything the twins could possibly need for the next few hours. Eileen didn't feel comfortable in apparating with the children, too worried she'd accidentally splinch them. She had never done so with Severus being in the Muggle world, and despite her magical core being renewed so to speak, she wasn't exactly powerful and never would be. So she would leave the apparating to them. Dobby, Harry called, cradling his son close, waiting for the house elf to appear. Can you take the buggy to Hall for me please and set up the last of the preparations with Rose? Yes sir. Dobby exclaimed excitedly. Anything to do to help the children the slightest was met with immediate and enthusiastic replies from all the house elves. He quickly got the double buggy, which was a lovely shade of sky blue with twinkling stars on it, and popped towards the hall and quickly set it up so the children could be placed within it safely and quickly as possible. Nobody was there yet. The portkeys were due to start coming though, with those from America that were attending, but there might be a slight delay in it. Ready to go, Harry said, glancing at both his fiancée and the woman he thought of as a mother. He wrapped his magic safely around both of them, making sure to put as much as possible around his son. Let's go, Eileen said happily, clasping her cloak around her neck mostly for extra warmth if she needed it. She had in her purse all the essentials, including a camera, which she hadn't put down or stopped developing since Hector and Hunter had been born. This was one of the special occasions she was determined that would be remembered. What better way than to capture it on camera? Added to the fact she hadn't been able to do this for her own son, she was looking forward to taking part in it. With 3 distinctive cracks, Severus, Eileen and Harry all apparated, the twins safe in their father's arms sleeping. Oh, it looks wonderful, Eileen said, gazing around. Blue and white balloons everywhere, tables covered with white cloth with plates and cutlery and dishes lined up. Table at the far wall with nibbles on the middle of all the tables. The place was gleaming as if they'd gone an extra mile for them. The aroma of the dishes called to her. It was nearly dinner time, but thankfully the twins had been fed and would be fine for another 3 to 4 hours. By then they'd be safely back home again. The house elves and staff did a good job, didn't they? Harry said in agreement as he laid his son in one section of the buggy. It had silencing charms imbued so they weren't startled by all the noise. He gave him his plush cuddly toy with a rattle ring attached at the bottom. It was one of his favorites. Indeed, Severus commented as he joined Harry in getting the children comfortable. They'd barely stood up when the first of the party began to arrive, the portkey invitation clutched in their hands. Narcissa, Severus said in welcome, and during the hug she gave him, which was very short, she was very much aware of his personality and that he didn't like many people touching him. He was grateful when she let go and hugged Harry as well. They got on much better without Lucius Malfoy's trial in the way. "Congratulations to both of you," she said with a small smile. Digging into her purse, she removed 2 small squares and returned them to their normal size and paid one to each father. "May I hold them?" Her tone filled with longing. "Of course," Severus said in immediate agreement. Watching her pick up his son, he said to her, "This is Hunter." "You are so lucky, Severus, they're precious," Narcissa said wistfully, handling him delicately as if he was the most fragile thing on earth. The camera flashed in the background. On its own, Eileen must have set it to do that, he thought idly. "You do understand the potion will work for you as well, don't you?" Severus commented quietly. "It essentially creates a magical womb, a sac in which the child develops. Your own infertility does not come into consideration. Although there is one thing, you will still need to have the child removed via C-section rather than naturally. It's the only way to get the child from the magical womb it creates." "I do not have a husband anymore, Severus," Narcissa sighed sadly. She divorced Lucius, hence why her decision to take on her own last name again had been so easy. "True, but Dolohov didn't have an heir. He is concerned about that," Severus pointed out, knowing he was pureblood enough that Narcissa wouldn't blanch at the thought. "Especially with his brother dead during the war, he's old and now the heir, responsible for continuing his line, and if he doesn't then the Dolohov estate falls to the ministry." Antonin Dolohov had been the firstborn, the heir. He had joined the Death Eaters, but the brother Aston Dolohov had not. Nobody had cared all that much, thinking he was less than mediocre when it came to magic, and the younger son had never dissuaded anyone of that notion. Truth was, he had kept his magical abilities hidden, not wishing to join his father and brother under Voldemort's thumb. A wise decision. From what he knew, he had spent most of his life abroad and had returned 5 months ago, after the defeat of Voldemort. "I barely know him," Narcissa exclaimed, but Severus could see there was no bite to her words. "Yes, he is 6 years younger than you," Severus acknowledged. "Just think about it. You know where to find me if you want to talk more. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to fulfill my duties as host." "Of course, Severus, I completely understand," she said in agreement, squeezing his arm in silent thanks for his kindness before she took a seat. "Jacob, Penelope, welcome to Scotland," Severus said, shaking Jacob's hand, and was surprised and startled when Penelope hugged him. "It's so good to see you again. The last time we didn't get to say a proper goodbye," she said, scowling softly, remembering the attack at the ministry while they received their awards. "I'm just glad everything went smoothly, or as smoothly as it can get when people died," she acknowledged sadly. "No, we didn't, did we?" Severus said regretfully. "But it was for the best." "Who's this?" he asked, at the 1-year-old clutched closely to her mother. "We didn't tell you her name." Penelope gasped in shock as she hugged Harry as well. "You've changed so much since we last saw one another. Harry, how are you?" Jacob just shook his head. He didn't know how Penny did it, able to have 2 conversations simultaneously. "I'm good, how are you? I hope the journey wasn't too strenuous," Harry said, smiling at them. "Come sit down, others will be coming right behind you." That, and he didn't want to be too far away from the twins. "Her name is Alicia," Jacob said absently, as Penny nodded quickly in confirmation, a small blush on her face at the fact she'd forgotten. "Beautiful name for a beautiful girl. Hello little one, would you like something to eat?" "We have plenty here, and chocolate cake too," Harry said in mock whisper, causing the red-headed girl to grin shyly at him and nod. "Would you like to help him?" Penelope asked her daughter. Alicia's blue eyes flashed to Harry's kind face before she nodded and grasped a hold of his hand when she was let down and toddled over to the food table with him. Harry holding onto both her hands to keep her steady, mesmerized. He hadn't been near many children with the obvious exception of his own, and they weren't walking yet obviously. She was very delicate but gorgeous. To think in 8 months his children were going to be the same, it was mind-blowing really. "Here we go," Jacob said, handing over the large blue gift with a decorative white ribbon tied onto it. He'd never thought he would see the day where Severus actually wanted children. He had changed a lot over the years. Starting with Harry, while he wasn't a Potter now, he had been when Severus had taken him on as an apprentice. Actually, he realized he was wrong. By then he'd already taken on the name Peveril. Still, he had been shocked when he saw them in the Potioneer magazine just before the conference. He was happy for him though, no doubt about it, he deserved it. Although he was so envious of the potion ideas they'd had, they were taking potions to a whole new level and he was extremely glad to be part of it. You shouldn't have. The cot was absolutely breathtaking, Severus admitted. Of course I had just bought one when yours came. We planned on using yours of course, and the other to go into storage to give as a gift instead of returning. We had no idea we would need to use both of them, but everything worked out. Severus chuckled wryly as he flicked the gift over beside Narcissus. Well, I was being rather selfish with the gift actually, Penelope confessed. I am hoping to expand my business overseas, in various different magical shops. While Jacob is at the conference I will be visiting ones here in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. They are beautifully crafted. If they say no then they are absolutely out of their mind. Severus told her firmly. Go to Baby Gladrag's Wizarding Wear. They've just recently started expanding their business, to include other items expectant parents might need, including cots. Now as you know Gladrag's is an upscale place, they'll definitely want it. Purebloods would fall over themselves to get them. I hadn't even considered them. You honestly believe my cots would work well in there? Penelope said wide-eyed in surprise, hoisting her daughter into a chair between her and her husband, as the chocolate cake was placed. Smiling in thanks at Harry before he took a seat next to them again. May I see a picture example? Narcissa asked, from a few seats down at the table. Sorry I couldn't help but over here, she added smiling softly. Well of course, Penelope, I'm so sorry for making this about work, I really shouldn't have. She added to Harry and Severus. Don't be, we're as well, to promote Severus' new potion, Harry said chuckling wryly, as he leaned against his fiancée. It doesn't mean we don't love them. You know it's really rare that a twin would give birth to twins, Jacob commented. Very, Severus nodded. Andy commented on it. It has happened only 2 or 3 times in our entire history. Probably a lot more in the Muggle world due to the higher number of people. Andy, your healer I assume? Jacob asked. Yes, Severus answered, their conversation cut short by Narcissa speaking. These are amazing. You craft these by hand? Narcissa asked, gasping in shocked awe. I do, Penelope flushing red at the scrutiny she was under. May I accompany you when you go to see them? She then asked determinedly. Sure, Penelope, I would like to have someone there. Good. I'll give you my details so we can talk about it further. Narcissa said, flourishing in social situations as always, something she picked up quickly as the daughter of a pureblood. Most definitely, Penelope said, hearing the cry of a child. Oh, I must see them, excuse me. She quickly took the crying child and began to bounce him lightly. The crying quickly tapered off as he looked around curiously. He certainly has your nose if nothing else, Harry. She told him teasingly, as she patted the child's cute button nose. Thank Merlin for that, Severus said, making it clear he was glad for it. Eileen cleared her throat and tried to look stern, but she wasn't fully capable of it. She was the one who had given her son his nose after all. It was a prince trait, as was the dark hair and tallness, and let's not forget the pale skin. Severus was a male version of her. There was nothing of Tobias in him at all. The nose at least was one thing they could strike out in the twins, but the eyes, height and hair color were still unknown, but either way they would have dark hair. Suddenly others began to portkey into the building right next to each other, as the hall began to fill up. All of them picking up the twins at one point or another, commenting on how gorgeous they were, and how lucky they were. Of course it shouldn't have surprised anyone that the potions masters immediately began to ask questions about the delicate brew and the ins and outs of the nature of it. All of them quite frankly still looking stunned, even more so after seeing the twins for themselves. Sirius watched them as he held one of the twins in his arms, his seat next to Narcissa, who was even chatting happily enough with one of the Americans he didn't know. He did know she was the only female there, if you didn't count who he would guess was the daughter. The potions talk just went over his head. Honestly, he understood a few potion ingredients, but other than that he just watched his godson. He was glowing, As he debated heatedly but friendlily with the other potion masters, his green eyes sparkling brightly, the other twin pressed protectively against his. Narcissa felt herself relaxing further and further. She had been dreading this. She wasn't exactly someone anyone wanted to associate with very often anymore. Especially the purebloods of Britain, but talking to Penny was liberating. She was actually enjoying herself. She absolutely adored her little girl, and it made her yearning stronger for her own. After they took a pause in conversation, Penny talking to a man she met was her husband. She looked around, her gray eyes meeting the gray cloudy eyes of Sirius Black. "You seem a little lost, Sirius, everything all right?" Narcissa asked, gazing at her cousin curiously. They had been close as children, but when Sirius distanced himself from the family, well, she had been forbidden from speaking to him. "Isn't your partner coming?" She knew about Remus. Everyone did. In fact, Voldemort had thrown it in both hers and Bellatrix's face. That and Andromeda as well, but that was nothing new. They were used to that. "Remus. Yes, just as soon as he can," Sirius said, smiling slightly sheepishly at her. "And are you both going to use the potion?" Narcissa asked, a slight demand to her tone that she couldn't withhold. "I would like one, but no," Sirius admitted, staring down at the boy. He couldn't deny the thought of having his own children was very alluring. "I don't understand. You are still young. Are you unable to father a child?" Narcissa whispered softly, her eyes wide in sympathy and disbelief tinged with a little bit of horror. Sirius was the last heir of the Blacks, the last direct descendant. Her son couldn't take on the name, not unless he wanted to abandon the Malfoy name, but he wouldn't do that. It's not that. Remus would never go for it. He would be too scared that the lycanthrope gene would be fed on, Sirius admitted tiredly. He would never have a stranger's child. He wasn't that kind of man, no matter what Remus said a day earlier when he'd told him the truth about the twins. He'd ped out on him. Sensible-headed Remus had fainted, and he'd revived him only after he managed to stop laughing. "But there's only 5% chance of that, if that even," Narcissa stated, confused. "I know, but he's stubborn," Sirius said, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. "You are the heir, Sirius, the only one. You have to have a child to continue on the line." Narcissa said desperately. "You have to talk to him about it. Surely from a pureblood line of his own he understands that." She knew he wasn't a pureblood himself, but the name Lupin was well known. In fact, any child of Lupin's would be considered a pureblood if they married someone with magical parents. "No, not really. He's dead set against it." "You wouldn't think so since it's only been a few days," Sirius admitted, shaking his head. "Well, keep trying," Narcissa urged. "Maybe the idea will warm on him." Just then a crack of apparition was heard, causing them all to look around since only those using a portkey had gotten in. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Remus, it seemed, had finally arrived. Narcissa just smiled before backing off, not wishing to say anything that might anger someone, especially not here and not so soon after the full moon. She had learned a lot about werewolves since she began working with them. "It's unbelievable," Russell said, shaking his head odd. "Are you patenting it?" he asked, leaning over to get a good look at him, determined to get an answer about that particular one. He prayed that the answer was no, for no other reason than the desire to brew the no doubt extremely elaborate and time-consuming potion, and from the potion Severus had gone on about he knew it would be. "Actually, Ray, I still haven't decided," Severus admitted cautiously. "I thought about doing it for a few years, then letting it go on the market. I plan on putting 3% of the potion sales into my fiancé's latest venture." "His venture?" Russell inquired, inwardly grimacing at the use of his first name. He hated it, preferred to be called Russell in all honesty, but he had given him permission to use his first name, just as Severus had done the same thing. It was a sign of proper respect, and he did respect Severus a great deal. Luckily Severus didn't do it too often. In fact, he would say he had only ever done so 3 or 4 times. Their correspondence was always written as Master Russell and Master Snape. "Well, Prince, now." "Yes, didn't I mention it?" Severus said, looking visibly startled. "He created a sanctuary for werewolves, the first one of its kind here in the UK, Damon informed Russell. He had been told, judging by the fact James and Soren were surprised he summarized he had forgotten to tell them. "It's the best way to get funds for it. 3% might not seem like much, but that potion will fly off the shelves." "It will," He's already been brewing in perpetrations for it, Harry said proudly, leaning against him. Give me him, and go get something to eat, Severus said, his hands out in silent demand. He had noticed Harry wasn't eating as much as usual. Probably due to the shooting pains he got in his stomach when he ate a bit too much, but all reactions were being documented and he was continuously monitored to make sure he was okay. Still not able to eat much? Andy asked, shaking her head in silent concern. Not as much as I would like, Severus admitted as he absently patted his boy's back as Harry went to find something he felt he could eat. Thankfully with potions his body is getting the nutrients he needs. I just don't like seeing him leaving a lot of food. It's decidedly not like him, but I do understand why, he conceded. I'm concerned myself, Andy added. He's definitely improving, Severus answered immediately. He can get self-conscious if it's brought up. He gave everyone a pointed look before changing the subject. But yes, I was thinking of making the potion patented. Nothing is definitive. I can remember how swamped both me and Harry were with our other creations. With the twins, the all-nighters we pulled won't be possible. We might just end up overwhelmed with the demand. I suppose I can see how it goes. If we can keep up, then fine. If not, we can just publish our findings. Why not give it to a company? It's been done in the past. I'm sure you did as well. Soren frowned as he tried to remember whether he was right or not. And let them get millions for it. Severus scoffed at the idea. They're potion brewers, while I'd admit are good, they're far from the best. Well, of course, Eileen inputted. They don't hire the best. They would be too expensive, especially for the amount of brewers they'd need and the value of the potion. Still can't deny they've helped many budding potion masters, James said pointedly. No, we would never imply otherwise, but they do get the much better deal out of it, full stop. Harry argued. They do, Jacob admitted. I've estimated that they made roughly nearly 1 million galleons from my first invention, which is 40 years ago. You're bloody joking, Soren choked, gaping at him stunned. I never joke about money, Jacob replied honestly, a wry look on his face. Bloody hell, James uttered, a contemplative look on his face, wondering if his was anywhere near the same amount. He hadn't really thought about it. It's exactly why I don't want a potion that's going to be very well used to land in their hands. It's a goldmine, Severus confessed. They'd lap it up with only a quarter of what it could make. A small cry had them all looking up. I think he wants his daddy, Cedric teased, as he made his way over. I feel like I've hardly spoken to you guys all night, Harry said, taking Hunter and popping his dummy into his mouth, quietening him immediately. All night? It's only been an hour, Harry, Cedric told him, sniggering softly. And you spent 15 minutes talking to us when we first came. It's fine, we are used to how you get when potions get brought up. He gave a smirk to the potion masters. Severus and Harry would go into a world of their own, speaking in half sentences, then arguing with each other until they compromised, then created a solution. To see them at work had been truly hilarious and amazing. Don't I know it? Penelope exclaimed, smiling at them, teasing, while the others just laughed, well used to the jibbing. Oh, I'm dying to see what you think of the gifts. Won't you open them? It was customary for them to be opened during a baby shower, so this one would be no different. I agree, they chimed in, drawing themselves closer to the couple. Grandparents presents first, Penelope, unaware of the sore spot. Grandparent, Harry corrected her with a smile, not at all bothered by the lack of parents in his life. He had Severus, he had his friends surrounding him at this very moment, and he had children of his own that he swore he would never allow one to be favored over the other. It had taken Severus a week to help him calm down and stop freaking out over the twins when he felt he was giving them enough equal attention. Cedric, Victor, Lucas, Neville, Cho, Fleur and Luna had also helped immensely. Here you are, Eileen said with a little bit too much put upon excitement to ease out of the awkward moment. She didn't want the Potters to diminish his grandson's or son's day. They had already stolen so much from Harry, although it burned her inside knowing that James Potter was part of the reason her son was alive. Harry's determination was the rest of the reason, and the most important part as far as she was concerned. They've been fed. They shouldn't need another bottle until we're back, but if they do, make them a new one, Harry said, rambling, as he knelt beside his twins that were quite happily gurgling softly, clutching one of Harry's fingers each. Neither will sleep without their dummies and teddies, so remember to put them in the Moss's basket. There's a portkey on the table. If anything happens, use it. The war might be over, but the paranoia remained. If you need me, send me a Patronus message and I'll be right back here right away. You know Andy's flow address, don't you? I do. Now Harry, everything is going to be fine. I won't let them out of my sight. Now go and have fun. Eileen soothed over Harry's fears. It's only a few hours, and you're only an apparition away. The conference was in Scotland this year, so Diagon Alley in Hogsmeade was packed with foreign wizards for the occasion. In fact, she suspected due to the potion that it would be bigger than any conference they'd held or attended. Thankfully, with the correct spells in place, there would be no shoving or pushing leading to inevitable accidents. All right, Harry said, smiling anxiously, ing the twins on their foreheads. Daddy will be back soon, he told them, bopping them on the nose. Listening to them gurgling had him smiling a little more genuinely. He knew there was nobody he trusted to look after them more than Eileen other than Sev. He gave them one of their toys to hold on to with a regretful sigh, having to pull his hands away. He would need them after all. Come on, we will be late if we don't go now, Severus informed him, his lips twitching in amusement, bringing Harry into a hug, wrapping his arms around him. He was so anxious, it would have been funny if he wasn't also trying to suppress his own anxieties. They'd never been without the twins since they were born. The few times they'd made appearances in public, the children had been with them. This was the first time they were leaving them, but seeing Harry say things he'd already told his mother a dozen times, now that was a little amusing. Then apparate us, Harry said, leaning back against Severus. He couldn't force himself to actually apparate. Severus nodded, not that Harry could see, then wrapped his magic around them both and apparated them to the conference. The first thing they noticed was that the place was absolutely packed. The doors hadn't been opened yet, and Severus wondered absently if he'd gotten the time wrong, but before he could voice it, the doors opened magically, allowing everyone entrance. I don't think we've ever been early to one of these things, Harry laughed, remaining firmly planted where he was. I think they're behind actually, Severus relied thoughtfully. It must have taken them longer to set up than they anticipated. Did you read how many were being welcomed as masters? Harry asked, finally walking now that the huge lines were gone and everyone had disappeared into the building. Just the one, unless it has changed, Severus commented idly. Hopefully we'll manage to find a good seat, in other words one without having to sit next to people he didn't know. Nothing irritated him more than incessant chatting. He hadn't seen any of the others, but they were coming. They'd stayed in the UK longer just to attend it. Harry, Severus, we're sitting over there, Soren said, appearing behind them, his hands laden with a tray of beers. Got one each for you both, saw you earlier, so it's your round next. Severus raised an amused eyebrow. Very well, he replied dryly, before they followed their fellow potions master to the table they'd be using. You all right, Harry? You're awfully quiet, Soren inquired, a knowing air about him. I'm fine, Harry replied drolly. No you're not, you're worried, don't deny it, it's natural, Soren said in sympathy, moving to avoid someone getting out their chair. My son was born while I was at the other side of the world. I couldn't use the portkey to get to my wife, so I must have gone through dozens upon dozens of my contacts' flow systems to get close enough to use one that would take me home as soon as I could, but I didn't make it in time. The first time I had to leave him was the most difficult. It doesn't go away, but it gets easier. It helps that they're with someone you trust. Everyone here understands that, well, almost everyone. His gaze on Cooper, his feelings on having family were well known within the community. He felt it flung them off their game, made them sloppy, prevented them from achieving their greatest potential. Just do yourself a favor. Avoid Cooper. He added. He doubted Severus or Harry would take any remarks lying down, and it would spoil the conference. Always, Severus muttered sardonically. He couldn't stand him, especially how he had been with Harry that day. He slid into one of the two seats that had been left for them, sitting next to Jacob and Soren's, he realized as the wizard sat down on the opposite side of Harry and began handing out the drinks. Thanks, was murmured all around as they accepted them. To Severus, well done on your potion, Soren said, raising his GL. The others did as well. It was such an incredible achievement. It deserved better than just those words, but they all knew Severus would not like it if they went overboard. It was difficult for him not to talk obsessively over it. Their beer bottles clanged together noisily, and Sev as always tried to make out as if that had been the big deal. Waving it off, shaking his head. You deserve this, There's no need to feel annoyed by anyone making a big deal, Harry said quietly, giving Sev a nudge with his shoulder. They want to share this amazing accomplishment with you, let them, let us. Severus turned to face Harry. I am not annoyed, and I do not like a big deal being made, Severus said pointedly. Don't I know it? Harry said teasingly. Severus' lips just twitched, turning his head when he heard his name mentioned. What made you think of it? Was it something you've been secretly working on for years? Taylor asked, no accusation in his voice, just eager curiosity. Taylor was new, not just a new potions master but knew the sitting with the group of distinguished wizards. He had ped his mastery under Russell for 3 years, the usual amount of time under an apprenticeship. The others just looked at one another in amusement, very much aware that it definitely hadn't been something Severus had on the back burner. No, this was something new, perhaps Harry's desire to have a family. Or their desire to have one, or continue their combined lines. The difference in the usually severe potions master could be seen and couldn't be denied. He was happy, and they were happy for the couple, in fact even a bit envious. None of them had partners in the potion industry, so these meetings could get lonely. Their wives, fiancés or girlfriends came once or twice, then swore of them due to the boredom. It seemed like a prudent thing to do after careful consideration, and the results I cannot deny have been life-altering, and I am proud of the outcome. Severus replied, the potion does come secondary, fatherhood first. You made that within a year or so. Taylor was overwhelmed. He couldn't imagine being able to create something so complex from scratch. He'd barely managed to brew a few potions himself, and it wasn't anything noteworthy, nothing like Master Peverell had created. He'd been in his first year when he saw his coming out conference, as he called it. Less than a year, Severus replied, already memorized the dates and times he'd had to have had the potion perfected by for it to have been used on Harry. They couldn't have anyone working out otherwise, it just wasn't safe, so he would make sure they didn't know otherwise. Bloody hell, he muttered, astonished, drinking down his beer in large gulps, trying to process it all. Indeed, Severus replied smoothly, deeply amused by the 22-year-old's inelegant words. Beers again? Rick asked, standing up, noticing that all the beer bottles were empty. I'll go, it's my turn. I'll be too busy in half an hour to buy another round for at least 40 minutes, Severus said, waving Rick down. Bring me a shot of fire whiskey, Harry asked, as Severus left towards the bar, which was the way they came in and to the left. Watch this, he won't bring it, Harry added, forlorn. That's because you'll spend the rest of the night talking our ears off. You're a cute drunk, Damon teased, joining in the conversation for the first time, grinning widely, remembering the last time it had happened. It had been obvious even then that Harry had worshipped the ground Severus walked on. Age didn't matter to his generation, considering how long they lived as wizards. It was one time. Harry scowled, his face flushing red in remembrance. It wasn't the only time alcohol had gotten him into trouble either. Being pregnant, he hadn't been able to drink, and he'd been too busy, even at the shower, to drink. Tonight is considered a night out, so he wanted to enjoy it even if worry wasn't far off. Like Soren said, he would always feel it, but he knew Eileen would protect them. Once was enough, Rick chortled playfully. Funny, Harry replied wryly, shaking his head, as he finished off his beer. Do you know who's getting their mastery today? No, whoever it is doesn't run in this circle. Damon replied, shaking his head. The others all nodded their agreement to Damon's answer. It's either Samuel Colbert or Robert Song, Taylor piped in quietly. They're the only ones I know close to finishing their apprenticeships. They all looked thoughtful, wondering what potions they'd bring out. For all of a few seconds, the real reason they were here, why most of them were there, was for the potion Severus had created. By the way, has Severus come up with a name for it? Not that he's shared, Harry replied thoughtfully. He hadn't asked, although he had seen all the paperwork for it, to see it himself since Severus had required a fresh pair of eyes while he believed he'd got it at long last. He was just in a sense of suspended disbelief. He succeeded, so the name would be just as much a surprise to him as it would be to the rest of them. It's always difficult to come up with names, not that it matters, people outside of the community just call them close enough to what they do. He scowled at the audacity. Something I'm a little guilty for myself, especially while I was at school. We were all guilty of it, Rick mused, but the written part of the test to P knocks it right out of you. The amount you had to memorize was bloody insane, and I ped mine nearly 20 years ago. I'll bet the list is quite a bit longer now. It is, Harry replied, same time as Taylor, and it's harder as well. The bar has been set higher. Harry added, the idiots at the ministry made 2 glaring mistakes I had to correct while I was sitting it. Sorens choked and spluttered as his drink went down the wrong pipe. You're bloody joking. He rasped out after coughing up a lung, thumping at his as Damon slapped his back, a little too hard as it happens. No, I couldn't believe it myself, Harry grinned amused. Unbelievable, I've never seen such a mistake happen, or heard about it. Sorens insisted, those tests are written by qualified masters. Whoever wrote them obviously didn't deserve their potions mastery. Whoever wrote what? Severus asked as he slid back into his seat, sliding the tray into the middle after claiming both his and Harry's, letting them get their own. As the UK ministry substandard, Damon demanded. Excuse me, Severus inquired, confused at the turn the conversation was taking. Harry told us about his written test, how he found 2 mistakes on it. Soren explained for Severus, seeing that he didn't understand what was going on before Harry could. That should never have happened, and it must have been on the master copy, so the others must have been writing in it. What if they failed because of the one answer they needed was the one the plonker got wrong? True, I didn't even think on that when I was informed, Severus admitted. I would assume they went over them to correct their mistakes and try to bury it so it didn't come out. They wouldn't have risked someone figuring the mistake out and forcing their hands. This was before the reconstruction of the ministry, which, if I don't say so myself, is much more efficiently run and organized. The ministry had been built by department to department over the years, since its designation. The new building had been designed knowing exactly what they needed it and where, helped along by actually making it more secure both physically and structurally. I hope they did, Damon said, looking affronted. He felt insulted on behalf of every aspiring potions master in the UK, especially considering back then the numbers had been extremely low in way of apprentices and actual potion masters. Although the last year they had bloomed statistically, but they wouldn't know if any became potion masters until next year, maybe a year longer. He suspected it had a great deal to do with Harry. Whether he realized it or not, he was a hero, something people aspired to be like. They probably all wanted to be like Harry Peverell, the hero who had defeated Voldemort, the youngest potions master ever. I reiterate, they most likely did correct their mistakes, Severus informed them. Do you know who does it? Rick asked, scratching his arm, giving off a small wince. Perhaps he should have taken a pain reliever, but he couldn't drink to take them. The combination wouldn't be healthy at all. I don't know for certain, but if it's the same wizard that did it while I took my mastery, it was Master Rogers, Severus replied. He was on of the causalities during the attack of the ministry. His family had been devastated. James Rogers, he had been a good man, quite renowned within the potions community actually, and his grandson was named after him. It had been in the newspaper, the Daily Prophet if he remembered correctly, although it could have been the Potioneer magazine. Then it definitely wasn't him, Damon said wryly, knowing like the others who he was. He was an utter perfectionist when it came to potions. On that we can all agree. If you'll excuse me, I have a conference to open, Soren grumbled as he stood up. He'd been doing it for years now, and this was the first time where he actually wanted to just sit and enjoy it. Perhaps it was time to inform them that they should look for another speaker, he thought as he waved to his friends as he made his way to the front, quickly speaking to Jackson and accepting the notes before giving them a read-over, as required. You'll be up soon, Harry said, grinning. Sev absolutely hated these things, especially when attention was solely focused on him. He wasn't much better himself, but at least he wasn't as bad as his fiancée. In fact, before he came on the scene, Sev admitted he went to the conferences, but he never endorsed his potions or advertised them at the conference, just published his results. Don't remind me, Severus replied dryly, before turning his face to the front as he spied Soren moving from the corner of his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed apprentices and potion masters, welcome to the 740th Potions Conference, and for the first time in 50 years it's being held here in Scotland. Master Soren said loudly, his voice amplified with the sonorous spell. I would like everyone's help in welcoming Robert Song, who has just gained his mastery. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Robert Song, coming all the way from America. With that, Soren began to applaud along with everyone else as the nervous 22-year-old joined Soren's at the podium. Hello, Robert said, patting at his hair, as he stared out at everyone feeling extremely self-conscious. "Congratulations on your mastery. What have you created for us today?" Soren inquired, already knowing but repeating the questions regardless, as was customary for those here who hadn't heard yet. "My first one gives you a tattoo of your soul animal or animals," Robert said proudly, rolling up the sleeve of his top before displaying the animal, which was a tiger. It moved as he flexed his arm. "Anyone have any questions?" Soren asked after the applause died down. "Has anyone tried it? Did they end up with more than one?" Harry asked. 5 people tried it. They're all here today to show you. Only one seemed to gain 2 animals," Robert explained, relaxing, feeling more in control and confident speaking about his creations. He had been quite terrified that they would laugh at his potion and find it lacking, but all they displayed was curiosity. Now Harry Peverell of all people was actually asking him about it. It had gone better than he could have ever hoped. He gestured to one of the tables at the end of the first row, and they stood and made their way to the podium. Each of the tattoos was in a different place, all quite large and extremely prideful animals. Lion, leopard, phoenix, basilisk, and last but no means least a lioness, the only female in the group standing at the front. "Are there any side effects?" a woman in the crowd asked. Judging by the flashing camera, she was obviously a reporter. "None that have shown, although obviously the skin is sensitive for a while afterwards," he said before elaborating. "When the potion is drank, it's like pins and needles for the duration of the time needed for the tattoo to appear on your skin." "Any other questions?" Soren asked when the silence lasted a minute at least. "Is it patented? Are you selling it here tonight?" asked a male reporter. "No, it's freely available to those who wish to use it," Robert replied, shaking his head to emphasize his answer. He believed it should be that way, for all the potions should be. Those that kept it to themselves were just in it for the money. At least now that the war was over, the patented potions should be released to the public. Yes, he sort of understood why they had did it, but that reason was gone now. "And your second invention?" Soren asked, sensing the excitement had worn off on that one. No, they were really only waiting impatiently for Severus' miraculous invention. "My second is an antidote to the befuddlement draft," Robert said. "The potion removes the effects the potion has on you immediately, instead of having to wait until the effects have worn off 12 hours later." "Is there any side effects?" Terence Whitaker asked, trying to be enthusiastic as possible, knowing how terrifying his own experience was, especially considering his master hadn't been there. He could see Roberts wasn't there, but he wasn't as worried as he himself had been during that time. Of course, that was 2 years ago now. He wasn't a new master, and he had created a further 2 potions of his own and had respect from the potions community. The expulsion of the potion is rather messy. It induces vomiting while it goes to work in removing the effects, but within 10 minutes you are back to normal, Robert insisted. "I assume this one will not be patented either?" asked a woman in the crowd. People took note that she was a healer from St. Mungo's. "No, definitely not," Robert proclaimed firmly. "That concludes this portion of the evening. Master Robert Song, ladies and gentlemen, his potions will be available at his booth in little under an hour," Soren said loudly, his hands clapping together, prompting the others to do the same. With that part done, Soren moved over to the same elder gentleman he had spoken to earlier and grabbed an unopened bottle of water and drank it, grimacing, wishing it was a beer, causing him to look over at his table with wistful sigh. "Guess this conference is going to be pretty short," Harry said, and he couldn't quite hide the thankfulness either. "It depends on how well the potion sells," Severus admitted, stretching out, knowing they had 5 minutes before it started again. "Do you want a hand with it?" Jacob asked. "Penelope will be away for ages anyway. She took Narcissa with her, and our daughter, of course. Harry adores her." Severus gave a small chuckle at Harry's eager nod. She was so cute and adorable, it made him actually want a little girl of his own. "Well, the quicker I serve everyone, the quicker we can get home, so yes, I'd like some help." "Done," Jacob said in agreement. He knew both of them probably wanted to get back to the twins ASAP. It's how he felt when he had left his daughter, Alicia, for the first time. He'd ended up going home early. It was nice actually having them coming with. Hopefully Penelope's business would take off and she'd come with him more often. "I'm running low on a few potions. Do you think they'll have a supply here?" Russell mused thoughtfully. "There are leaflets on the middle of the tables." It was one of the other potion masters that answered from Behind them, Russell looked back perplexed, before turning back to Wizard. "We didn't get any but thanks. Here," he said, handing 2 over. "Thank you very much," Russell said, tipping them towards him to show his thanks before putting one in the middle and reading the other. "Is Borgin and Burke's any good?" "No, they're from Nocturne Alley and they like to con people out of their money," Severus said wryly. "Is that the only apothecary attending this?" He was genuinely surprised by this. "No, there's another." Russell pointed to the page he was reading. "Just says Potions Apothecary. Oh, from Diagon Alley." "That should be fine, but make sure to inspect them." "Obviously," Harry answered, and he knew they would. They were potion masters. "I think that's your cue. Sorens is gesturing for you, Severus." Damon waved over to where Sorens was standing, trying to get their attention. "Excuse me," Severus stated, barely refraining from rolling his eyes. Oh, how he hated being in the public eye. At least it was good publicity, and nobody was thinking of him as nothing more than a Death Eater. He would have hated that more, he had to admit. He made his way through the throng of people, carefully maneuvering so he didn't bump into anyone or touch them. "Now on to the second section of tonight. Please help me welcome a wizard who has managed to make many breakthrough potions these past years. Potions Master Severus Snape, Order of the Merlin 1st CL, Sorens said cheerfully, almost laughing at the look on Severus' pointed face. The room stood up as one, standing ovation, cheering for him. "One of those breakthrough potions is why he's here tonight. Why don't you tell us more, Severus?" Knowing the wizard couldn't be bothered with inane questions, so he would probably tell everyone himself. "Is as true. Did you create a potion that facilitates pregnancies in men?" Was asked in various different ways from a few people in the crowd as the cameras went a mile a minute. "Good evening. It is true, I created it, as you all very well know," he told them coolly, gazing sharply around. "The results speak for themselves. No doubt you've all seen today's newspaper." "Are you patenting that one as well?" asked Robert from the front, sounding just as disproving as he was. "Most of all others are no longer patented, but this one is and will remain so." "Yes," Severus informed Robert coldly, his black eyes flashing in anger at the audacity of this boy's judgmental tone and eyes. A sense of satisfaction enveloped him when Robert flinched and looked away. He hadn't lost it completely then. That was good. The boy's mind was completely unguarded. He could practically hear the contempt dripping from his words, or rather had. Now he was just wishing he hadn't opened his mouth. "Did you get around to naming it for the books?" Soren heard Callum Dean ask. He never spoke at these things, well, other than to him and a few of his friends. Dean had to talk to him though, since he had to know who had penned their masteries before he took to the podium. He was at least 90 years old and had been coming here for, they say, 50 years at least, to every single one of them. "Hunter Hector Potion," Severus said, his black eyes gleaming with pride. "Why that name?" one of the reporters quickly asked, looking about ready to wet himself with speculation. He already knew why, or at least suspected heavily why that name in particular. "What about the children? Are the twins here today? Will we see them? Can we take a picture of the children for the Daily Prophet?" "I've named it after my and my fiancé's twin sons," Severus confirmed. "What are their official names?" another reporter asked eagerly. "I will not answer personal questions, especially if they have nothing to do with the potion," Severus insisted seriously. He wasn't about to let his children be put in the newspapers all the time. It was just a single occurrence, but if they continued to try, then he would sue them. They would never be in the spotlight, not unless it was something of their own achieving and when they were older, and if that was what they wanted. He could see them all grumbling, but that didn't deter him the slightest. It wasn't his job to make them happy. He was grateful though that they knew his reputation well enough to actually quieten down. "How many do you have for sale? After tonight, how long until they will be for general sale?" asked a female reporter. "There are 50 here tonight for sale. They can be ordered as early as tomorrow afternoon for anyone else who requires the potion, but you must be warned to read the pamphlet you get with it. If you do not, it may well lead to your death. Is that understood?" Severus told them firmly. He would be saying the exact same thing to anyone that bought it. They couldn't leave the pregnant person alone so close to their due date. They had no idea what would happen if it did occur, probably death for both the child and the parent. "Why?" questioned the reports all at once, leaning forward eager to know more. Severus arched an eyebrow. "The fetus forms around a magical sac in your abdomen," he explained, "that goes for both genders. When the baby is ready to enter the world, there is little to no warning, the pain is excruciating and the baby must be removed immediately. Let's just say you're better off not knowing what will happen if the child isn't extracted immediately. You would say that medical help is always necessary. Severus couldn't see who had asked that, but the look on his face let whoever it was know they was a complete and utter idiot. Unless you want to cut into yourself the sack and remove a child then stitch yourself back up, then yes, he drawled out, ensuring maximum sarcasm coated his voice. Loud uproarious laughter followed before they quietened down to see what else Severus had to say. Has anyone else bar yourselves tested the potion? Asked Terence questioningly. Yes, a couple have, but they don't wish to be known. It is entirely up to them should they wish to reveal themselves. Severus said firmly. You said both genders, does it work for witches that have trouble getting pregnant? Asked a woman sitting next to a potions master. The look on her face was both heart-wrenching, disheartened yet a little hopeful, as if she suspected the answer to be the negative but couldn't help but wish otherwise. Or, unable to conceive. A warble coming to her voice as she spoke. As long as the sperm is viable then the potion will do the rest, Severus explained. A very uncommon sight occurred as Severus stared at her softly, not something he would have done before, but he was a father himself now. He had taken his son from his fiance's stomach, held him, sung to him at night, and there truly was no greater feeling in the world than holding his family close. He'd never longed for a child, not the way she probably had, but his children meant the world to him, so he could sympathize with her desire for a child of her own. So it always works. And right away, exclaimed another voice excitedly. So far we haven't encountered a problem, Severus replied honestly. That didn't mean there wouldn't be, but only time would tell. We don't predict any in future, the logic is sound and the proof undeniable. Any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? Soren inquired after a few moments of silence, well, relative silence, since quills were still dictating everything that had been written. Would you ever consider sharing the recipe for the right price? A German-accented elder wizard asked, gazing shrewdly at Severus. To a company? No. To potion masters, yes. Be warned, however, that there will be promises of an unbreakable vow to ensure it doesn't just accidentally land in the wrong person's hands. Severus answered him, unsurprised to see him nod back grimly in understanding. Nearly all potion masters had been had at least once in their career. Giving up the rights to a potion with a company and only realizing later just what they'd squandered away. Giving Soren a look, tiring of this and wishing for it to end. Severus Snape, ladies and gentlemen. Soren shouted, his arm gesturing towards Severus, applauding as the others did the same almost reluctantly. They wanted to know more, especially the reporters. Why don't you go and get yourselves drink while you wait? In 10 minutes the convention's booths will be open for those wishing to buy and supply. With that Soren removed the charm and sighed. Well, it's over, and you can relax again, he said to Severus, patting him on the back with a large grin on his face. Severus merely snorted very quietly, before stepping off the platform, moving around people who were now standing up to do as Soren suggested, get a drink or two. It was a good idea. He felt like drinking a few shots of fire whiskey himself, but he hadn't gotten any for Harry, so he shouldn't drink any himself. Did you reserve a table, Severus? Soren inquired as they moved. It got easier as they went due to the fact everyone was quick to leave. By the time they'd gotten halfway to the table the room was all but cleared out except from a few older potion masters, mostly waiting for the room to empty first. Table 6, my house elf is just waiting for the call to bring them, Severus explained. They're already in crates ready to go. It saves boxing them individually then setting them out. That's a good idea. Think I'll have to do it the next time there's a conference in America, Soren said wryly, shaking his head. Why hadn't he thought of that before? The time alone it would have saved was immense, never mind how long over the years. I'm getting too old for this, he told them as he approached the table and took a grateful seat, sighing softly. You aren't even middle-aged yet, Damon snorted. Even he was older than Soren's, admittedly only a few years. Where's Rick? Soren asked. I didn't know he ordered a booth. Drinks, before the queue got too big, Damon said, shaking his head. Just as you told everyone to get one. Ah, Soren nodded. Brilliant, I'm dying on a drink. It's been all of 20 minutes, Russell laughed. Actually nearly 50, Soren's argued with a smirk. And he's back, noticing Rick coming through the door. You named it after the twins. Harry asked, all his love and paean for the austere man in front of him showing through, and by Merlin Harry did love him more than anything else in this world. He would go to the very depths of hell for him if he needed to. Nothing, and he meant nothing, could or would tear them apart. Of that he was determined. I did, Severus replied, his lips quirking into a small smile. He'd briefly entertained the thought of naming it after Harry, since he was the sole reason the potion had been created, that and of course the twins primarily to keep them safe and protected. If he didn't have Harry, then there would be no twins and definitely no reason why he would work so diligently in creating the potion. Harry leaned over and cuddled into Severus, and whispered into his ear, I love you, he proclaimed softly, before just laying his head on Severus' shoulder for a brief moment. Then quieter still, Severus replied, and I, you. They sat there for a while just listening to the others. Joking, laughing with them when they found something particularly amusing. Taylor was no longer there. Harry noticed. He must have left at some point between Severus' speech finishing and now. Perhaps he had a booth of his own. Which reminded him, we best drink up and get those potions out, otherwise there will be quite a stamp. Harry muttered as he reluctantly moved off his comfy fiancée and grabbed his beer. Drinking it down in one go as he dug into his pocket before putting a few galleons on the table, explaining, that's for my round, I won't be staying, I can't wait to get home, and to be honest, I am bloody exhausted. Don't you take turns? A night each? Damon inquired. Accepting the money, he would get the next round for him. Unlike the purebloods here, most people didn't actually use house elves to look after their children. No, a feed each, Harry replied. Just remember it doesn't last forever. Jacob chuckled. Before you know it they'll be sleeping through the night. Merlin, I can still remember the first full night of sleep I got, he said it almost dreamily, causing the others to laugh. Enjoy the rest of your night. Hopefully I'll see you all again before you return home. If not, we'll be in touch, Severus said, nodding at them. Good night. Night, Severus, Harry, chorused the others. Night. Night, they repeated before moving away, Soren's following them, still drinking one of his beers. Well, let's get the show on the road. I have a funny feeling we won't take long to sell those 50 vials, Soren said, and he was right. The queue was quite long. They'd piled along the only unused table, knowing or expecting it to be Severus. Prince Manor. Hello, boys, did you have a nice night? Eileen asked them as they appeared at the living room door, having apparated into the lobby a few seconds ago. Eileen was in her nightclothes, a purple dressing gown wrapped around her, keeping her warm despite the coolness of the manor now that the fires were out. How are they? Harry asked immediately, gazing around the living room, but their baskets were nowhere to be seen, and all was quiet, which led him to the most likely conclusion was that they were in their cots asleep. They're fine. I fed them 15 minutes ago and they are asleep, Eileen said, smiling in amusement. Now you to go to bed. I've got them for tonight. She showed them the small white crystal before she slipped it back into her gown pocket. Would you like a cup of coffee or tea before you go? Not tonight, Mum, Severus replied, sounding just as exhausted as he felt. If you are serious about the offer, I think we'll both just retire to bed. He wasn't about to argue with her about it. A full night's sleep was very tempting. Have you both eaten? She asked. You didn't have much dinner. Concerned about both of them, especially Harry, who hadn't been eating much, although lately his appetite seemed to be coming back quickly. We'll be fine. I'm going to go see the twins, Harry said, suppressing a yawn, giving Eileen a quick hug and a murmured, good night and thank you. Later he was heading up the stairs. Harry heard Severus following behind him. His footsteps was much quieter than his though, but that didn't surprise him. It had always been that way. Heading to the nursery, he peered in, walking across the carpet to the cots that were side by side, snug in their baby blue knit covers that Luna had done herself, with their names embroidered on them, a large ones for the cot and a smaller ones for day-to-day use. His friends had gone overboard, and he loved them for it. The twins already adored them all too. He sniggered softly, remembering the look on Victor's face when Hunter was sick all over him. See, they're both fine, Severus said, wrapping his arms around Harry, his chin resting comfortably on Harry's head. I know, Harry said, leaning back, I just can't help but worry. That will never change, no matter what age they are. It's instinctual, Severus said softly. Well, for most people. Some weren't fit to be parents and should be sterilized. Here he was thinking of his own so-called father. Tobias didn't even deserve that honorific. In fact, his own children would never hear of him, never see a picture of him. To them he didn't and would never exist. Do you think I should let James see them? Harry asked cautiously. It doesn't matter what you promised in the other time. That timeline doesn't exist anymore, Severus said. He definitely didn't want his children anywhere near him, but he understood why Harry wanted to do it. He had promised Potter he would, and against all odds, Harry was very honorable, and kept his promises, every single one of them. He'd promised Neville he would find a way to get his parents better, and he had. Harry had promised him he would wait, and he had. No, when Harry promised something he kept it. It was probably annoying him to some degree that he hadn't kept that particular one. But if you do, take some of your friends and do it in Diagon Alley. He wasn't having Potter here, nor was he going to suffer his presence. He didn't think he could do it ever for Harry. Who was he kidding? Of course he would, he just didn't want to unless he had absolutely no other choice. All right, Harry said, agreeing with him, but that was only if he did do it. We should set a date for the wedding, Severus mused, his sharp gaze taking in his sleeping sons, his heart filling beyond any capacity he even thought was there. Luna and Neville's is in 2 months, Harry replied. What about 6 or 7 months' time? Harry knew Eileen and probably Sev wanted the twins to actually have a part in the wedding, and he agreed too. Agreed, we'll go tomorrow and see about officially getting a date and save the date cards. Severus grimaced at the words. He knew the wedding wouldn't be what he imagined, since they had a lot of people they'd need to invite. In other words, it would be quite large, not a small setting as he would prefer. He would do anything to make Harry happy though, so he would persevere. Just something small though. Nothing flashy, no lovey-dovey vows or anything, Harry said, smirking as he turned to face him, looking up at Severus, carnal appreciation written across his face. Just how I would rather my mother didn't overhear the words on the tip of your tongue, Severus uttered, marching both of them out of the twins' room. Oh, it may have started out innocent, but Harry would have said something eventually. They exited the room, and the glowing crystal glimmered in the night. Eileen had of course heard everything. It was a monitoring spelled crystal. Eileen had the other half to keep an ear out for when the twins needed her. Harry devilishly licked his hand, causing Severus to let go with an eye roll of exasperation as he wiped his hand down his cloak. How about a shower first? Harry asked, as he began to unbutton Severus' shirt, not even waiting until they got to their room, but he was feeling too impatient to wait. So impatient, Severus taunted, grasping his hair and urging his head up, before eyeing him urgently. Their pace never once stopped, as Severus guided him towards their room. Using his foot to close the door a little too loudly, but both of them froze nonetheless before letting out a gush of relief when no cry immediately pierced the silence. Shower. Now, Harry urged, causing Severus to chuckle darkly, causing Harry to whine slightly, but a strangled soon replaced it as their mouths devoured one another. We've really left it too late to get a gift for Luna and Neville, you know. Harry managed to pant out from where he lay sprawled across Severus in their new king-size bed, panting and sweating from their recent activities. It was very early, but they were used to getting up at that time, despite the fact the twins had just started sleeping through the night. Jacob had been right. The first night had been amazing, but every night since then they'd woke up. They were just too used to it. 9 times out of 10 they could go back to sleep for a while. Today wasn't one of those. Not that they were going to get to lounge around all day, since Luna and Neville were getting married today. You know them better than I, Severus pointed out, and he was also the best man. They'd had a small get-together in the Leaky Cauldron for a stag night a few nights ago, preferring not to wait until the night before the actual wedding. Fleur had arranged a girls' night, hen night, for Luna on the same night, but they'd settled it at their wing of Longbottom Manor. But they planned on moving into one of the other properties once they returned from their honeymoon. It was much smaller, only 5 bedrooms, than Longbottom Manor. One day Neville would probably return, after the death of his parents, since he was the heir and it was his, but he could end up giving it to his brother. I know, I've just kept putting it off. I still don't know what to get them. What's proper to give to someone when they get married? Harry asked, shivering slightly as Severus cleaned up their mess magically. Back in the day you would give them something with their coat of arms on it. Candlesticks, cutlery, goblets, stationery, Severus spoke up after a few seconds of thoughtful silence. I do not think people care for items as such as those anymore. plus I think people that don't know them as well as you do will have those ideas. The gift should come from you. What you think you should get them, it's the thought that counts after all. I thought about something to do with herbology, but I think it's too common. I mean, I've gotten him so much to do with that already. I think I'd be pissed if I only got potion stuff, and Luna doesn't like plants as much as Neville, so it's not really doable. Harry admitted, snuggling further into the warmth of the bed and Severus. Who knew how long they had before the twins began to wake for their bottles? Is there an activity they both enjoy together? Severus suggested, with the obvious exception. He did not want to hear about Neville and Luna's love life, thank you very much. Cooking. Although Luna makes the most outrageous dishes, Harry revealed, giggling slightly in remembrance. Neville manages to calm her exuberance. Only a little though. I'll keep that in mind, making a mental note to come up with whatever excuse he could if he should ever be invited to dine with them, heaven forbid. Harry laughed, very much aware of what was going on inside his fiancée's mind. I can't just give them money, so I'm going to have to go and look around before we head off. I only have a few hours. He was so ashamed of himself for leaving it so late, and worse, not knowing what to get them. They were his best friends as well, but he just couldn't think of what to get them. I'll keep the twins occupied, Severus offered, or more like stated, really. Okay. Harry nodded his agreement. It would be easier to look around without a fussy baby boy that everyone wanted to coo it with him. Not that he honestly minded, except when he was in a rush, and he was in one today. Go on then. Severus urged Harry to move. In less than 2 hours they would need to be ready and at the church. I'm too comfy. Harry whined softly. This was nice, just getting to lay in bed even if it was early. Even as he complained, he dragged himself out of bed, grabbing a pair of trousers from the pile of clothes yet to be put away at the bottom of their bed where the house elf had probably put it for them. He would have used yesterday's clothes, since he was only going to be wearing them for an hour. Then it was time to suit up for the wedding, but they were already gone. The house elves didn't miss a beat. I'll see you soon, Harry added, giving him another quick before forcing himself away before it got heated again. They couldn't go another round, they had too much to do today. Severus chuckled at the pout on Harry's face, but before he knew it, he was getting a wave as Harry left the bedroom, presumably to put his cloak on, grab his key and go to Diagon Alley in search for wedding presents. He didn't blame Harry for not wanting to get out of bed. It was so early that the manor was still cold despite the fact the house elves had put the fires on when they woke up. A few moments after he felt the wards shift with Harry's apparition within the wards. Soft sounds could be heard through the crystal. It seemed as if the twins were waking up as well. Sliding out of bed, grabbing his bathrobe, he slid into his slippers and made his way towards his son's room, hoping to get there before the soft sounds became outright cries and he had two hungry ones to deal with at the same time, which happened all too often. Walking into the nursery, he bent over the crib of his wakening son, Hunter, whose entire face lit up seeing him as always. It still made something in Severus' heart clench when he saw it. His sons, his little boys, loved him unconditionally. They didn't care what he looked like, how he was with others, or what he'd done in the past. Glancing at Hector, only to see him sound asleep, picking up Hunter, he let him lay against his as he left the room, non-verbally summoning the crystal from the bedroom and carrying it with him. He barely got into the living room when Rose, his house elf, handed him a bottle at exactly the right temperature. Thank you, Rose, Severus said as he took his usual seat, his son safe in his arms, already grabbing eagerly for the warm bottle. Do you want a full breakfast or wait until Master Harry gets back? Rose asked, her eyes wide and earnest. I'll wait until Harry returns, but a coffee wouldn't go amiss, Severus replied, his gaze never leaving his son's peaceful face. Rose will do that, she said, hopping away to do Severus' bidding. Harry sighed in frustration. 2 shops he'd already been around looking for something, anything to get Neville and Luna, and he just couldn't find anything that spoke to him for them. Just as he was about to give in, he noticed a box on one of the shelves. Wandering over, he removed it from the shelf and peered inside. It was metal, heavy and extremely intricately designed with flowers and small opals in little clusters on the corners. It was unique, just the way Luna would like it. On the top it wasn't designed, he could have something engraved on it. Can I help you with that? The shop stand asked, making her way over. Harry rolled his eyes. He hated that about some of the shops. and you just couldn't be left alone to decide what to do or buy without being interrupted by nosy shop owners or workers. I think I can manage, Harry replied with firmness, halting her in her tracks. He wasn't being horrible to her, he just made it clear he didn't want her breathing over his shoulder. Keeping the box under his arm, he wandered around the rest of the shop just in case they had anything worthwhile, but he wasn't in luck. It seemed that was the only thing that shouted out to him. He was definitely getting the box, which to be honest looked more like a miniature, now to decide upon an engraving, caring or joking. No, caring, marriage wasn't the time for jokes, he didn't think. Do you do engravings? Harry questioned as he stepped up to the till and placed the box on the counter. If not, he was sure he could find something in Prince Leary to help him with that. That I can do, she said, nodding her head, for only 3 sickles extra. Of course, Harry muttered, refraining from rolling his eyes. It was only 3 sickles after all, plus it saved him from searching the Leary for a spell that did it for him. Right, Luna and Neville, forever. Then today's date underneath. Harry watched her remove her wand and begin to chant under her breath, and slowly but surely, writing began to appear on the, little by little metal shaving covered the top until the spell stopped. She flicked her wand, removing the debris, uncovering the neat lettering underneath it. She stared down at her work, completely satisfied, giving a nod of approval before glancing up expectantly. Great, Harry told her. How much is it? He had more than enough in the pouch of galleons he had taken from Gringotts to buy whatever he needed here today. More than enough to spend on Luna and Neville at any rate. 10 galleons and 3 sickles, please, she informed him, ringing up the cash register handout expectantly. Harry dug into his pouch without so much as blinking at the price, quickly gathering the required galleons and handing them over, rummaging in his pocket for the 3 sickles. He was sure he had put there from a previous shop just last night, and he was right. He paid them over before muttering a quiet but respectful goodbye and left the premises. He wasn't sure which other shop to visit. There weren't that many here, not compared to America or Egyptian town markets and shops. He wasn't sure why Daniel and Alec wanted to stay here sometimes, it was just so behind sometimes. A couple of bookstores, potion stores, and the rest were second-hand shops or odds and end shops. Speaking of odds and end stores, he popped into the one next door. He found something right away. Not many people knew, but Luna and Neville loved it to drink bourbon and whiskey sometimes, the older the better in fact. The crystal decanters and glees encased in a blue suede box were absolutely perfect. Glancing at the price, he nodded thoughtfully. 19 galleons, surely 30 galleons was more than enough to spend for someone that was getting married. He had no idea, he hadn't seen anyone getting married. This was a whole new experience for him. Shrugging it off, he grabbed the set and made his way over. He was just glad he had gotten something. He would have felt like an awful friend if he'd handed over a gift voucher or something. He was one of his best friends after all. He put the money on the counter just before the guy asked for it, just managing to stop himself yawning. He was getting tired and he'd only been up for, he'd say, an hour and a half. Thanks, Harry said, accepting the brown paper wrapped package. You're welcome, the shopkeeper said in a deep voice. Bye, Harry said as he turned around, not even bothering to look at what else was available. He'd gotten what he wanted. He placed the parcel in the bag he'd brought with him, joining the large. Now he could get home to his family, where he belonged. Or so he had hoped. Harry, an unfortunately familiar voice said, sounding stunned. Hello, James, Harry said coolly, staring at his biological father. He would need to get used to him for the day, since he was invited to Luna and Neville's wedding thanks to Frank and Alice. He couldn't fully blame them, since then they'd been close since before he was born, if the pictures were any indication. Even after they all had kids, Nick and Roxy would be over at Longbottom Manor all the time while he was left on his own. Like Sirius and Remus, they'll stick by James. How are you? He asked, his tone hopeful. How are your sons? He knew their names. Sirius had shared them with him, but he didn't want to say them out loud just in case Harry got angry with him knowing. Harry couldn't help the unconscious smile that appeared on his face with his sons mentioned. We're good, Harry informed him. How is Nick doing with his apprenticeship? He's not on apprenticeship anymore. He has a junior job there under trial basis. He's doing really well, James told him, a wide prideful smile on his face. He's set to marry Susan Bones. They're soon to be setting a date. Roxy's doing really well at Hogwarts too. You know she has nothing to do with what happened, she misses you. Do you know she reminded us that you weren't there when we were getting Nick on the train for your first years? She cared, still does. If you can find room in your heart for her, it might help you both. It was hard to believe Roxy would be graduating soon, at least she wasn't planning on settling down anytime soon. He'd met 3 of her boyfriends, unfortunately he hadn't been able to quite scare them away, but it seems she was content to play the field and look for a real suitable match. He didn't like it, but there was a time in a father's life you just had to accept that your kids were growing up. Harry just stared at him. He had no right to even suggest a single thing about him. He knew next to nothing about him. He felt nothing for the Potters anymore, not anger, not hurt, and definitely no yearning for them to love him. He had his own family now, and he was happy. The particular can of worms that had the name Potter plastered across it was firmly shut and would remain so. I have to go, Harry said, and before James could even say goodbye Harry apparated away. He wasn't about to let his good mood be ruined. Did you find something suitable? Severus asked, seeing Harry pop into the living room. They didn't normally do that either. They usually apparated into the hall, but that was because they didn't want to disturb the twins, but considering the time it was obvious they'd be awake. The mail he had been going through before he appeared temporarily forgotten. Yeah, I hope they like them, Harry said smiling, his bag put aside before scooping up Hunter out of his chair. Nothing could make him feel better quicker than holding his sons close to his. What did you get them? Eileen asked from where she was keeping Hector occupied, his dark eyes observing everything around him. Both of their eyes had darkened considerably, although Harry suspected Hector would take after Severus in eye color and Hunter would take on his own green but a little darker than his light green ones. 2 gorgeous crystal decanters and 4 crystal glees, as well as a miniature trunk with an inscription on it. Harry told them, I was thinking of adding in a bourbon and whiskey, but I don't have the time to go all the way to the Muggle world to get the real decent stuff. Our cellar has exactly what you need, Severus pointed out as he read a letter before putting it aside. Take 2 of them, make it from me and I'll replace them, just don't take anything from the closed cupboard. Those in the cupboard were extremely rare, even he didn't want to part with them. It would require a very special occasion to open those bottles. They weren't all whiskey or bourbon, but a lot of it was wine too. In fact, that cupboard housed one of the very first bottles produced of fire whiskey that Ogden's ever made. That will do it, Harry nodded his agreement. At his son's fussing he looked down to find his dummy out of his mouth. Picking it up he plopped it back into his mouth. Do you want me to wrap them for you? Eileen asked, patting at Hector's back soothingly, her knee jiggling occasionally. I have more paper than I needed for what I decided to get them. She had of course been invited, and she wasn't going to turn it down. That would be extremely rude, plus she liked them both for how they had stuck by Harry when he needed someone most. For that they would have her undying gratitude. I'll accept the paper, Harry said sheepishly. I completely forgot, but I can wrap them. You won't have the time if you don't shower and dress now, Severus commented, opening one from the ministry that somehow had been put in the pile of correspondences not important pile. True, Harry conceded, looking at the time. He'd been gone longer than he'd anticipated. Bloody ministry, Severus scowled at the letter in his hands. What's wrong, son? Eileen asked in concern. They're giving me another order of Merlin First CL, this time for services to Wizardkind, Severus grimaced, quite possibly the only person who could turn their nose up at such a prestigious award. Nobody had received that award since the founders got one for building Hogwarts and giving Wizardkind a safe haven. The only people that had come close were those that got Order of Merlin Second CL for wiping out epidemics that crushed wizard society, such as the one to stop dragon pox and the like. Oh, Severus, Eileen said, her eyes tearing up. Merlin, she couldn't be more proud of him. She knew making a big fuss about it wouldn't go over well at all either. Don't screw your nose up at this, son. This is the legacy you will one day leave your sons, something they can be immensely proud of. I am so proud of you. After everything that you've been through, this is definitely the top 3 things I'm most proud of in my life. The first one is the day you were born. The second was when you ped your potions mastery so young. She swallowed the lump in her throat, her black eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Seeing Severus overwhelmed, Harry stood up, placing his son in his chair, walked over, pressing himself close to Severus and just giving him silent support. Poor Eileen looked too overcome with emotion for words. Do you want to go get ready first? Harry asked after a few moments of silence while Eileen recovered. They weren't emotional people, but sometimes their emotions just got the better of them and they couldn't handle it, they'd rather suppress it. It was extremely hard for him not to sing Severus' praises too. He couldn't have been more grateful when Severus nodded firmly, deciding that yes, he would go first. As he stood, Harry brought his fiancée forward using his hand which was at the back of his neck and urging it towards him, giving him a long peonate that conveyed all his feelings into one acceptable moment that Severus could accept. Harry had a feeling Severus was stunned by the offer of the award, never mind the fact they were actually going to present it to him. He would need time to sort out his own feelings before being bombarded with theirs. Parting most unwillingly, closing his eyes and just leaning his forehead against his. In just 2 short months they'd be married, then Severus would be his forever. Smiling smugly, he claimed Severus' seat as his own and picked up his little boy again. By the time he looked at the door, Severus was long gone. Turning back to Eileen, he was surprised by the look of intense pain on her face. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, a frown gracing his face, not sure why Eileen looked so hurt. "It's our fault that Severus is this way, why he won't take happiness and satisfaction in what he's done," Eileen confessed, sadly. "I should never have stayed with Tobias. I hurt Severus because of my weakness. Because she didn't think she could do it alone. Because she was scared. There were many reasons, all paled in significance now, especially where her son was concerned. It wasn't just that. You know this, it was being a spy that did most of that damage," Harry insisted, and he wasn't just saying it because he loved Eileen, he truly believed his own words. "Even without that, some people are incapable of handling emotions. I'm the same. Just a little bit better at showing emotions than Severus because he wasn't as old as him nor had he been through as much. Don't worry about it. He is proud, he just doesn't want a fuss made about him," he chuckled wryly, shaking his head, in the top of his baby's head. "I'll try," Eileen said quietly, but she knew she'd never truly stop worry about Severus, or Harry or even the twins. Now they were her entire world, and if anything tried to hurt them, Merlin helped them because she wasn't that same weak girl she had been back then. "You should get ready," Harry suggested. He knew women took forever to get ready and choose what to wear. Eileen was just the same. She'd almost been late to the ministry gathering that celebrated their order of Merlin first CL for Eileen's potion. She had looked lovely all dressed up, especially considering he wasn't used to seeing her in evening gowns. "I'll be all right with them on my own, you know," he added teasingly. "Come on then, little one, let's go see Daddy," Eileen said, carefully handing the little boy to his daddy. Harry was Daddy for the moment and Severus was usually called Dad. It was the only thing they'd been able to come up with. Harry wasn't going to want to be called Mum after all, and carrier wasn't a suitable term for your kids to call you, so for now that was what they'd decided upon. "Eileen, you look absolutely lovely," Fleur squealed in delight as the Prince family made their appearance at the venue, bringing the elderly woman in for a hug. Completely exuberant as maid of honor, she was making everyone feel very welcome. Eileen had on a beautiful brown dress that came to her knees, with glittering sequences adorned an antiquely designed pattern that somehow didn't dazzle the person looking at it completely. If one did look hard enough, they'd find it was actually designed like AS wrapped around the dress with its head at the top left shoulder. Her salt and pepper hair was straight and tied up in a bun with a hat sitting perched on top of the bun. It was a Muggle tradition and she wished to do it without standing out too much, so the hat was very small, barely much larger than her bun itself. "Thank you, sweetie, you look stunningly elegant yourself," Eileen said. Fleur's dress was silver satin. It hugged her figure very comfortably and made her look even more gorgeous than ever, judging by the looks her fiancé Gary kept giving her from where he sat. He found it to be the case too. "Hello, Severus, Harry's with Neville, but I'm sure they'll be out soon enough," Fleur greeted Severus, crouching down to see the twins, a large smile almost splitting her face in two as she spoke to them in their buggy. "They look so cute," she added to Severus. Both of them were dressed for the day in shirts, dress trousers and cloaks, handsome devils. They made nothing could make them look less adorable. "Don't they just?" Eileen said, almost cooing over them again herself. "Thank you," Severus said, his lips twitching smugly. He was more proud of them than anything else in his life. "We're almost due to start. Why don't you take a seat?" "I'm off to see Luna again," Fleur told them, quickly wandering off. Hopefully her teary eyes will have dried. Xenophilius had made her burst into happy cheers, saying how proud her mother would be. And how much she looked like her, especially in her wedding dress. He'd asked for a moment alone with his daughter, so she had come out to do just that. It must be such a bittersweet day. She couldn't imagine her own mother not being here for her big day. She waved to those she heard say her name, but didn't stop to talk to them. Eventually she was away from the main crowd and in the lobby. Once she was at the double doors, she knocked a little hesitantly, not wishing to disturb their moment, but Luna's voice sounded strongly within, saying, "Come in, Fleur." "Is everything okay now?" Fleur asked, blustering in, nodding in approval when she that her makeup had been righted. Her dress had once been her mother's. It was white like traditional wedding dresses, but Luna had put her own touches to it, making it her own unique one without actually altering the dress one bit. She was wearing her cork necklace, something old, and something she and her mother had made when she was a child, one of the last things she'd ever gotten from her mother before she died. She had on a pair of blue earrings. Harry had gotten them from her, and they were in the shape of crescent moons, identical to the opal pair that Harry had also gotten her at the same time. And around her waist was something Luna had worked hard at, on her own, determined to get it just right. A daisy-chained belt, with 6 or 7 moonflower heads spelled just so when they were in full bloom, attached to the daisy stems, causing a wonderful fragrance to waft around her, with owl feather here and there adding to her unique charm that was just singularly Luna. Upon her head like a halo were yet another mixture of daisy chains, moonflowers, and an ornament of things Fleur couldn't identify, but it smelt divine. Luna had her hair wrapped around it as well, and on her feet were simple flat white shoes. "I have something for you. I saw it weeks ago and didn't think anything of it until I saw you making this and this." Fleur gestured to the belt and small halo she'd made for herself. They were two different people. When she first met Luna, she didn't think she would be able to tolerate the girl who was so strange to her. Yet once she opened up, much like the moonflower, she'd finally found a friend who, yes, had different desires to her own, but Luna was smart, gifted, beautiful, warm, and always came through for a friend in need. It can be your something new. Although Harry's earrings probably counted, nothing matched in jewelry, but Luna didn't care, and Fleur liked Luna or who she was, not what she wore. She took the case from her bag and opened the clutch, and it sprang open. Nestled inside lay a silver daisy chain. "Sell it. I just had to get you this. I think it goes well with the rest of the outfit." "Don't you?" Luna smiled almost mysteriously. "It's perfect," she said as Fleur picked it up. "Ready to go," Fleur said, as she attached it to Luna's arm, stepping back to inspect her for anything amiss. "You're absolutely stunning, Luna. Neville's jaw is so going to drop when he sees you." "That's the plan." Luna giggled, a red flush appearing on her face. She didn't get complimented very often, especially not on her outfits. A knock on the door interrupted them. "That's everyone in place," was heard through the door by an unfamiliar voice. It must be the event coordinator. "We'll leave now," Fleur said, urging Luna out of the room, grabbing her bouquet of mixed flowers, but not going too fast, as they walked towards the opposite end of the hallway where Zeno was waiting for her, beaming at her, his hair tied back and in proper wizarding attire for the wedding. Crisp white shirt, black dress trousers, a black vest with a cloak clipped over his neck and shoulders, with black dress shoes. He had a moonflower stuck to his vest, something Luna had insisted he wear. Fleur nodded and the doors opened and she stepped into view. Both hands clutching the bouquet, she wandered down the aisle smiling at the people here to celebrate Luna and Neville's big day. Multiple people began taking pictures. Before long she was at the top, and stepped to the side, staring downwards, waiting for Luna and her father to make their grand entrance. And make an entrance she did. Soft mellow music played by a spelled harp in the side of the room as Luna and her father stepped into the room. Everyone stood as one, taking pictures. Frank and Alice watched with tears running down their faces, pride and gratitude written across their faces. They knew how lucky they were to be here for this wonderful day. Each and every day they were here, actually. Their youngest son stood right beside them, with Roxy, who was dressed in a yellow dress. Once she was there, Zeno placed Luna's hand in Neville's, almost overwhelmed with emotion. It was someone else's turn to take care of his little girl now. At least he knew Neville could give her everything she could ever hope to have: security, homes, money, and more importantly, love. He could see that Neville adored the ground his daughter trod on, and for that this was bearable. He squeezed both their hands, giving Neville a warning nonetheless. He had just better take care of her before he stepped aside, standing next to Luna's best friend and Neville's best man, Harry. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man and woman in holy matrimony. And with that everyone sat down, ready to observe the wedding. An occasional sniffle was heard. To ever intertwine their lives, growing and flourishing as one until their souls join as one for all eternity. The smooth voice of the minister spoke, dressed entirely in black. Neville had only eyes for Luna. He had been that way since she first appeared at the door. He'd had no idea what she picked. She'd kept that a closely guarded secret, even working on it at her childhood home, and leaving it there. She was absolutely breathtaking, and he was just finally getting his breathing under control. Who would have thought he'd be this lucky? She was his rock, his everything. He loved her to the moon and back. Should anyone have any reason why those two shouldn't be bound in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold you peace. As expected, everyone remained quiet, with still the occasional sniffle from the proud parents. Luna, will you take this man to be your husband, to love, to comfort, to cherish, to honor and remain faithful until death do you part, until you find each other in the next life? The minister questioned. Luna never removed her eyes from Neville's as she spoke confidently. I do, she declared proudly. Neville, do you take this woman to be your wife, to love, to comfort, to cherish, to honor and remain faithful until death do you part, until you find each other in the next life? The minister then questioned Neville. Wizards believed fully in reincarnation and having only one soul mate. I do, Neville declared almost smugly. And will all of you as witnesses do all you can to ensure you do all in your power to uphold these two in their bonding? The minister then looked out at the sea of happy people all there to see them bound in marriage. We do, they solemnly replied as one. The minister then gave Neville and Luna a quick nod, giving them the go-ahead for the vows. Harry stepped forward, giving Neville the ring, which he nearly clumsily dropped, but Harry saved the day, and prevented any red-faced emberment. Neville gave him a sheepish thankful look before he turned back to face Luna. I am drawn to you like a flower to sunshine. You are the unstoppable force of nature, timeless in sincerity, unwavering in your devotion. You're my gentle summer breeze, strong as the roots of an ancient redwood, beautiful as a misty rainbow. You are the only woman in this wide world for me. It is on this day that I vow to cherish your kindness, your keen intelligence, your gentle soul for as long as we both shall live. It is this day that I will forever remember as we read out loud to each other on cold nights, strolled the forbidden forest hand in hand and pedaled side by side into all the sunsets to come with laughter and joy to light our path. It is on this day that I give myself entirely to you and you to me in exchange for a lifetime of learning, loving, and, above all, happiness. Love doesn't make the world go round to me. Love is what makes the ride worthwhile, and you, Luna, make it worthwhile. You are my rock, as I promise to be yours in time of need, and this ring will help remind you of that. Neville said, choking with emotion as he bared his soul to his very soon-to-be wife. Luna's own eyes glimmered at his declaration. How she loved him for this. He slid the ring on Luna's long delicate finger. She was his now, for all time. Magic flared slightly, binding her in her word. Today we promise to dedicate ourselves completely to each other, with body, speech, and mind. In this life, in every situation, in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, in happiness or difficulty, we will work to help each other perfectly. The purpose of our relationship will be to attain enlightenment by perfecting our kindness and compassion toward all sentient beings, big and small, that we come across in our travels. You are mine, as I am yours, forever, and I'll always love you, and I give you this ring as a symbol of that love. Luna said, smiling, not paying any attention to the blowing noses and sniffing. She quickly accepted the ring from Fleur, who looked ready to burst into tears herself. She had been so moved by Neville's words. Luna slid the ring on her now husband's green fingers, figuratively today of course. Such beautiful vows, Severus, Eileen said, choking with happiness as she smiled at the pair. Severus wasn't quite looking at them. No, he was gazing at Harry. Indeed, he said, a few years ago he would have sneered at such a maudlin, pathetic display of emotions. Now, he understood them in a way that he'd never allowed himself to hope. He would lay his soul bare just to see Harry staring at him the way Luna was with Neville, with such utter love and devotion. Perhaps he was getting old, but having a family was changing him in ways he'd never thought possible. Perhaps when it was their turn up there, he should let Harry know just how much he loved him, bare a part of his soul, even just a little bit, so there could be no mistaking how he felt, but no sappy moments, as Harry had demanded, and he would keep to his word. He knew Harry had said that because Harry knew what he was like and that he wasn't one for baring himself and making himself vulnerable. Now that Luna and Neville have shared their solemn vows with us today, with the joining of hands and receiving of the bonding rings, I now announce them husband and wife, bonded forever, let no one or anything tear them apart. The minister said loudly, smiling at the newly married couple, "You may now the bride," he told Neville. And the second the couple Ed, cheering, catcalling, whistling and congratulations began to loudly surround the hall. Severus automatically looked to the twins at the loud noise, but calmed when he remembered the silencing spells around the buggy, keeping any noise from disturbing them, but they'd be able to hear if the twins needed them. Looking back up, he saw Neville and Harry emcing, followed by the others of the tightly knit group. Well, it was time for the meal, which was good. He was actually rather hungry, and neither he nor Harry had eaten much of their breakfasts this morning. They'd been too busy to have lunch other than grabbing a quick sandwich. Just then one of the twins got fussy as he rocked the buggy back and forth trying to calm him some, and it worked, thankfully. He hoped they managed to stay quite content until a little later. Ready to head over to the restaurant? Harry asked once he was close enough, rubbing his arm soothingly, a bright smile on his face. Of course, Severus nodded his agreement. Well, if you want to wait a few moments we can go with Neville and Luna, the portkey will activate soon. Harry told both Severus and Eileen, as he leaned against Severus in a show of solitary and just wishing to be near him. That's probably for the best, Severus nodded. He didn't fancy nearly being trampled by people. He observed James Potter and Roxy leaving through the double doors, before everyone made their way over to the main group that would be using the portkey to get to the restaurant. Congratulations to both of you, Severus informed Luna and Neville once he was close enough, as Eileen hugged them tearfully, saying their wedding vows was the most heartfelt she'd ever heard and they looked handsome and beautiful. The room Harry was currently observing he'd never been in before. It seemed the ministry had created a large ballroom for instances like this, Salesians where Order of Merlins were to be awarded. The workers had gone all out, decorated it elegantly, and it was just mesmerizing. Harry was in awe of the dedication that had gone into making this night a night his fiancée would never forget. He was sure it was roomed one level above the last place had housed celebratory Salesians, like when he and Sev had gotten awards the last time. The ending had sullied the night completely. This time the Dark Lord Voldemort wasn't around to destroy it for them. Silver DS hung down from the ceiling all across the hall, separated by hanging chandeliers that were alit with candles, giving the room a warm glow. Tables covered with white cloth, with the finest cutlery out for the occasion. Crystal glees adorned the table too, and some even had the coat of arms on them, for the lords that were attending. Each seat was accounted for, name cards folded neatly for everyone so they were sitting. A bowl of nuts also sat aside for everyone that was feeling peckish. Harry was on the elevated platform, where the singers would soon be on again. At the very opposite end of the hall, there was a bar which he wished he could go to, but right now it was time to focus on Severus. Since Severus was only allowed to pick one other to attend with him, he had obviously picked Harry. Eileen was at home looking after the kids, which is exactly where she would have been even if they had been allowed to choose more people to attend this gathering. This was a day for her son, and it was only natural that Harry would attend with him, and both of them didn't trust many people with the twins. In fact, they could count on one hand who those people were. Luna and Neville were still on their honeymoon, but word had reached them. They'd sent Severus a note to congratulate him and a bottle of very expensive and rare wine remote to the region they were visiting in Italy for their honeymoon. Severus had put it straight in the cupboard with the rare bottles, almost giving in and having a taste, but he somehow succeeded with his willpower and put it away. Each person here was either important in the magical community or had paid a lot of money for a ticket to be there. There were a few familiar faces, but none he knew well or trusted for that matter. It was too bad the other potion masters hadn't been able to attend. Jacob and Penelope had planned to come, but their daughter was in St. Mungo's having taken extremely ill the day before. Sorens and the others hadn't been able to get tickets because it had sold out. Harry could see the multicolored robes that belonged to Albus Dumbledore in the room as well. He was deep in conversation with those surrounding his table, beaming and looking incredibly happy. It was to Severus and Harry's extreme surprise when the door opened and an out-of-breath Rick and Damon walked through. The stubs in their hands proved they had every right to be there. They nodded to Harry with a playful grin before making their way over to Severus, who they spotted right away. He was extremely tall, and so it was no surprise that his head was above those at his table. It helped by the fact Severus was always sitting straight back, never slouched down despite the fact he despised any attention being on him. "How did you manage to get here?" Severus asked as they sat down in what should have been Penelope and Jacob's seat. He already suspected, of course, after all they were sitting in their friends' seats. Penelope told Jacob to flow over and give the tickets, that there was no point to wasting the money. Rick answered, his American accent causing people to twitch in surprise as it always did in big British gatherings like this. Rick had tried and successfully given them the money the tickets were worth. Jacob had refused until he realized they didn't know how long they'd be in the hospital with their girl and they were best having money on hand instead of having to leave his wife and go to Gringotts to withdraw money. It was that or starve. "How are they?" Severus murmured quietly, his black eyes filled with concern. The little girl was absolutely adorable, he couldn't imagine what they were going through. "Well, they've managed to get her fever down, but they aren't quite sure what's wrong yet, the results aren't back in." Damon was the one who answered his time, absently drinking the water from the goblet in front of him. It was still cold. "That's 2 days, how long do they need?" Severus sneered in disgust at the idiotic medical professions. He would have been raising hell if it had been his kids, and he knew Penelope probably was making a fuss. First one was inconclusive. Either magic couldn't detect what was wrong. Rick purposely trailed off. "Are they screwed up and didn't want to admit it?" Severus nodded. Blood work was done with delicate care, and only enough for one diagnosis spell, since whatever was wrong couldn't be picked up by the everyday diagnosis charm. The blood work allowed them to dig deeper and get a full health checkup on the person. They also needed to get permission, freeze it, and take it down to the lab and where it was worked on by one single person who then had to ensure no spot of blood was left behind. If it was, they would lose their job quicker than say accident. Blood was one thing wizards or witches did not like lying around. It could be used for extremely nefarious purposes. "Yes," Rick agreed. "How have things been?" It had been months since he saw Severus last, and usually they just spoke about potions in their letters. Things they'd been in Potioneer magazine, the conferences, or even rare a potion idea, or difficulties they were having completing one. Extremely busy yet somehow slow at the same time, Severus admittedly wryly, he didn't have time to brew potions as much as he used to. He could of course go down to brew potions, but he didn't want to do that all day every day anymore. He didn't want to miss anything when it concerned Hunter and Hector. They were crawling already. He wouldn't be surprised if they were walking soon, well aided at the very least. He wanted to be there for those things. First tooth, first crawl, first word, first step, they were millstones he absolutely refused to miss. He had his entire life ahead of him with a little luck to brew potions, but his kids. They would grow up all too quickly. He could go back to brewing full-time when they were older. "We get that, it was like that for us at first," Damon snorted in amusement. His kids were older now, already at magic school. They'd soon be graduating, after this year actually. "Sorry about being late, the portkey bloody malfunctioned." "How far did you get?" Severus' lips twitched in amusement. "Stuttered to a stop in France. I'm not exactly sure where. We both just apparated to somewhere we actually knew then apparated a few more times to get us here." Damon explained. "Security hasn't half been tightened. Look us nearly 20 minutes to get through security checks," Rick commented. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Not after what happened, but it was still annoying having to go through them all when you were late. "It's been a long time coming," Severus agreed with Rick, knowing what he was meaning without needing further words. "Do you think it would withstand the sort of attack that happened last time now?" Damon mused, well aware of what had happened. After all, he had been there. Had helped tidy up after what happened too. It was to this day one of the worst experiences of his life, but he had saved people. He liked to think he'd made a difference, and as a potions master he didn't normally get hands-on with helping people, so despite how harrowing it had changed his life. "We would have a better chance of surviving. The amount of dead would have lessened greatly, but in the face of giants and trolls even the greatest of magic can only do so good," Severus answered thoughtfully. A loud clearing of a throat through a sonorous charm had everyone's attention. The talking cut off immediately, as Harry stood at the podium with a small box in his hand. which everyone knew was Severus' Order of Merlin 1st CL. He had received the honor of giving Severus his award. Normally they try to get someone the recipient of the award respected greatly, and since they were both at the top of the same field, it didn't really surprise anyone that they'd automatically thought of Harry. Firstly, I wish to thank absolutely every single one of you for coming tonight to help celebrate this wonderful occasion. It is my even deeper pride that I was the once chosen to give this award to its intended recipient. Harry took a pause as everyone applauded loudly, some even whistling. So without more ado, I wish to present this Order of Merlin 1st CL to Severus Snape Prince, Harry called, and the applause got deafening, but Harry didn't mind as he was clapping along with them, a proud look on his face. Harry watched Severus stand up, nodding briefly in acknowledgement to the applause. Harry knew though that he was extremely irritated. He didn't like the public attention being on himself. He'd been annoyed at the fact that it took them nearly all night to give out a single award that only took a few moments. With nobody else getting an award, he felt it was entirely pointless, but he was bearing it. He would say grinning and bearing it, but Severus rarely grinned. Every time he did, it was at something the twins did. He opened the box as Severus approached, his green eyes filled with warmth and love for the wizard stepping before him. He handed it over. Before stepping back, it was his turn to speak now. Sonorous, Severus murmured, placing the spell on him wandlessly. Before stepping up to the podium his fiancée had been just moments earlier. Clearing his throat, but not to get anyone's attention. Thank you so much, it's rather quite overwhelming, so thank you. More importantly, I wish to thank my friends and fiancé who are here tonight to help me celebrate this tremendous accomplishment. Also a big thank you to the potions community that helps make the magical world what it is today. Harry was barely able to refrain from arching his eyebrow. Overwhelming indeed. Well, he couldn't complain too much. At least he was playing nice, not that it mattered to him. He would always love him regardless of his attitude to others. Severus didn't play well with others most days, except those he had known a long time, and they were used to his humor and sarcasm that it just beat it up and rolled right of their backs like it was nothing. I also wish to thank my mother, who couldn't be here tonight. She was the one who taught me everything I knew in preparation for my potions mastery, encouraged me, supported me throughout everything. This potion we are celebrating tonight might end up being my crowning glory, for there is nothing more important to me than my family, my children. No greater honor could outweigh that. So tonight this medal is not just for me, but for my fiancé and my sons. Everyone stood and applauded. Cameras were clicking, light bulbs flashing in accompanying the picture taking. Quills were madly writing everything down for the few reporters who had the pull and money to get into such an occasion. They all understood the words behind his speech, that his family came first, that he might not make another breakthrough like this, that it just might actually be one of the best potions he would ever invent. His friends and fiancé knew that this wasn't the case. He would be back to brewing whether it took 10 or 20 years. He loved potions too much to ever give up, not completely. Severus lived and breathed potions. He was a genius. He'd created a potion that enabled pregnancy within half a year, which people tried to make such a potion for decades but never quite succeeded. It would take a very long time for another Harry or Severus to come along, for now both can bask in this moment, their moment in the sun. See, that wasn't too hard now, was it? Harry teased quietly, as he stood beside Severus, leaning against him contently, unaware of the rapid pictures that were being taken of the two. Would you like a drink? I wouldn't mind one, Severus admitted. A beer and shot of fire whiskey for all of us. By all of us he meant Rick, himself, Damon and of course Harry. Jacob, give them his tickets, Harry asked offhandedly as they both exited the platform and began to make their way back towards the seats. He knew without needing Severus to answer, Rick was closest to Jacob. That's not to say they weren't close per se, just that Rick and Jacob lived closer together and it wasn't a problem for them to meet up, whereas he and Sev weren't able to visit very often due to the distance. Although as of late it was becoming more and more common, due to all the special occasions they were having. Yes, Severus confirmed. I'll be right back, Harry added, as he continued walking on towards the bar while Severus cut through the crowd to get to his seat. Harry's gone to get us drinks, Severus explained as he sat down in his seat, sighing in relief, only to snort slightly at the stark relief on Damon's face directly afterwards. Please tell me it's more than just a beer, Damon said. The music was grating on his nerves. It just wasn't his taste. He was used to being in silent solitude of the dungeons after all. It always did get a bit much, but everyone here could sympathize, they weren't social butterflies. The only reason they got up in public was for the sake of their potions usually, and it wasn't to a soiree, just a plain old convention. Shot of fire whiskey. I knew I could do with it, Severus admitted ruefully, putting the award on the table, before pressing his finger down and closing it with a muted thud. Thank Merlin for that, Damon couldn't help but exclaim in relief. Indeed, Severus said, trying to withhold his snort of amusement. He did not snort. He was glad Rick and Damon had come, it would lessen the dullness of tonight. He couldn't believe he had let his mother and Harry talk him into coming. Looking down at the box, he opened it and the Order of Merlin medal greeted him. His fingers trailed across his name, Severus. T.S. Prince. All this fuss over a potion, it hadn't been something he thought about overly much. He hadn't desired to make the potion, he'd had to. There was a difference. For Harry, for the sake of his twins, it was just pure luck, which he had never truly thought he had, that he'd successfully created it in the nick of time. He didn't feel as though he deserved it, but he did feel proud of his accomplishment in actually creating it. I know you don't want to hear it, man, but congratulations, you've blown the potion community's preconceived notions to hell, and broadened our search limits beyond anything we ever expected to get. The baby boom is going to be immense in 9 months' time. Which could be a problem, Harry said as he put the tray in the middle of the room. He picked up his menu and gave it a cursory look before deciding what he wanted and naming it. Rib-eye steak, asparagus, baby potatoes smothered in gravy. Why would it be a problem? Rick inquired as the others at their table did the same and ordered dinner. Have you seen the maternity? Well, I'll call it a ward since that's its official name, at St. Mungo's. Harry questioned him. Ping out the alcohol. No, I don't believe I have, just the emergency area, once. Rick informed him. Same, Damon said thoughtfully, drinking a gulp of beer. It's extremely small. Our so-called ward is fit for only 2, maybe 3 births at a push. Our community is small, there's never been a large concern before, but with this potion and the delicacy of the procedure in removing the baby, we need it expanded. I already discussed it with Andy, our healer, Harry said, gesturing to both himself and Severus. She's going to be discussing it with her superiors. 2 to 3 births, Rick rasped out, his mouth open in silent incomprehensible shock. He'd known the British Isles was a little behind with times, and not as advanced as everywhere else on a few things, but children were the most important things in the magical world. If anything, the first thing St. Mungo's should have done was create the maternity ward first and foremost. It was as if it had been created purely as an afterthought. How many healers? I don't know. I gave birth at home, with Andy's help, Harry informed them, leaning against Severus, knowing how much of a scare he'd given his fiancée. I was just lucky enough that healer Welsh had experience in birthing. He wasn't sure if he could have trusted anyone else, especially someone he didn't know. He trusted Andy with his life, with the life of his kids. She could be trusted with information and not give it out, and she took her oaths very seriously. I'm thinking of donating 1/3 of the sanctuary money to the hospital so it can be equipped to deal with the sudden influx of pregnancies and births. I hear that one of them gave birth to a baby recently. Damon queried. It had been in one of Severus' letters. Harry grinned. Yeah, healthy baby boy, Lucian Fenrir Greyback, 5 months old. And as Rick trailed off, unsure of whether he wanted an answer to that question or not. Yes, Harry nodded. With the potions though, it's basically painless. All he's doing is turning into a ball of fur for the full moon. Soon enough he'll be stomping around with the others. All the werewolves except Remus Fully M said their wolf counterpart didn't see it as a curse. Those that first came in perhaps were like Remus until they began to integrate into the pack. It was definitely now the biggest pack in the UK, might even be close to the biggest ever, but it wasn't as if they'd ever find out. Werewolf communities weren't exactly outgoing, they were secretive. The past wasn't something easy to let go even for those in America who weren't persecuted like they used to be. Britain's magical world was now just going through that phase, and Harry was at the forefront of the talks to give them more rights and drop the creatures. They were all magical, they shouldn't be ostracized for something they couldn't control, literally. Harry's convictions were doing wonders, especially with potions to back him up and give them proof that the werewolves were absolutely not dangerous during the full moon. Trying to clean up your town? Rick asked, causing Damon to laugh in amusement. He isn't a sheriff, he managed to get out. Harry just blinked blankly, not getting the reference. To make change, the entire community needs to get involved. At least here, we aren't as vast as America. I hope one day we can be like them. Not just more tolerant towards magical beings but just advanced. Our holiday opened my eyes to how bad it actually was. Harry explained, inhaling pleasantly as the food which had been cooked to suit his individual needs appeared on his plate, along with a fresh GL of water. The plates appeared on Rick, Damon and Severus as well. Seems to me you're trying to do it all alone, Damon said after getting his amusement under control and sobering up a little. No, not alone, at least I hope not. People just got complacent, comes with just surviving, with one war after another, Harry replied, at least I'm umming so. Or nobody else saw what could be, Rick suggested, you did, still do, and you will go to any lengths to accomplish it. Even Harry can only do so much, Severus felt the need to state. He honestly didn't think Harry knew how to relax. If he wasn't one thing it was another with him. They need to accept the change, want it, otherwise it is just a colossal waste of time. There is that, Damon agreed grimly. Have you had any more trouble with those idiots sending threatening letters? Rick inquired after a few moments of silence as they ate their dinner leisurely, ignoring the conversations that continued around them. No, it was the same person sending multiple letters. Leaving your magic in them was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I believe he was sentenced to 3 months in Azkaban just last week. Severus revealed. Should have got more. If we weren't so vigilant, those hexes and curses could have hurt the twins. Harry said, his tone filled with fury at the mere thought of anything happening to his twins because one man was a bigot and prejudice arsehole. Definitely, Rick agreed. 3 months wasn't enough. What was stopping him from doing it again and again? Perhaps he would learn his lesson, but only time would tell. Azkaban is no ride in the park. With a little luck the ingrate will learn, Severus said, but his tone was filled with thinly veiled warning. They all knew him well enough to realize he would do whatever it took to keep his family safe. He's still learning your lessons, Damon said, raising his shot and drinking it in one go. Learning lessons, the other murmured quietly before downing their own whiskey. When are you leaving? Straight away, Harry asked, out of the blue. Yes, Damon and Rick replied immediately. Will you take a gift basket back with you? For Jacob and Penelope, it will reach them much quicker than sending an owl, Harry asked. He could go and get it before the night was over and come back, so they didn't have to wait around. It came just before we left. Our owls were already out carrying things, so we couldn't send it on quite yet. That's fine, we're using the flow though, so hopefully it's nothing too delicate. The flow network wasn't by any means a smooth journey, especially internationally. It should be fine, everything's well wrapped, Harry answered. I'm going to see them tonight when I return anyway. I want to see how she's doing, Rick informed them. Thank you, and yes, if she doesn't get better soon we'll have to go and pay them a visit too. It was only the right thing to do. They'll definitely appreciate it, Rick nodded in agreement. They ate the rest of their meal in silence, not bothering with dessert due to the fact they were feeling pleasantly full. You're both awfully calm, Damon teased. It's true, Rick pointed out. I was a mess 2 weeks before my wedding. Why? Harry asked, cocking his head slightly, trying to understand why he would feel nervous. Are you kidding? I worried about everything. I drank more the few weeks before my wedding than I have in my life. Nerves got the better of me. Rick chuckled, shaking his head ruefully, grinning in remembrance. Back then I had hardly any money. I didn't think I was good enough for her, that I couldn't provide. Then there was her family all threatening me to take care of her or else. It was definitely a tough time for me. Man, he couldn't believe it had been so long now, 12 years. It didn't feel it. Who made you see you were? Damon asked, curious as well. He'd never heard this before. My brother, Rick said somberly. Man, he was always so strong. My big brother. Don't know where I would have been without him. What happened? Harry asked sympathetically. He was an Auror. Got cursed real badly in the line of duty 6 years ago. They never found out what the hell the curse was, but he deteriorated rapidly, Rick said grimly. His partner caught the son of A, killed him too after he was nearly taken down, but he died with his family around him. Not everyone gets that. It was the only comfort he got, that and he hadn't died in pain. I'm sorry to hear that, Harry said. Both Damon and Severus nodded in agreement to that statement. Thank you, Rick said, smiling. It still hurt but not as much anymore. He still wished his brother was there, but he'd just had to live with it. He was a cocky shit. Not many could tolerate him, but damn, his sense of humor used to leave me in fits. Sounds like someone I would have liked. Damon smirked, drinking the dregs of his beer. Another round, guys. No more whiskey for me, just a beer will do, Harry replied. Same, Rick and Severus answered. Be right back, Damon said before he was up and gone. If you'll excuse me, I need to find the toilets, Rick said, standing up looking around. Through the door, to your left 3 doors down, Severus told him. Thanks, Rick said, relieved before he was off like shot, obviously bursting. Harry turned to Severus to see him gazing at the medal again. You deserve it, you know. This is your legacy. It's what people will remember you for, not some mistake you did as a teenager. You're the best man I've ever met, Sev, and I love you. He whispered, his green eyes alight with paean and sincerity. Severus had tensed up immediately when Harry began talking, but after hearing the end of his declaration, he couldn't help how his body, unconscious, relaxed. How was it that Harry could make him feel so much with so little effort? Shouldn't he be the more mature one that was more equipped to deal with this? Then again, it went back and forth. They helped each other stay strong. It's how any partnership should be, how their partnership was. He'd been hearing how he deserved it since that announcement had come in the post, but for the first time he truly said his evening for what it was. Although he knew the statement wasn't directly involved in this night, but rather his duties as a spy and how he had overcome them. Severus' lips twitched just slightly as he dipped his head, acknowledging and thanking him for his words without saying anything. He wasn't a man who was big on public shows of affection, and so they continued to stare at each other until they were interrupted. Neither men noticed one particular person taking photos or paying too much attention to them, as they had all night. Reporters just didn't understand the meaning of the word privacy. It was fortunate that most potion masters were observant too. You have a little problem, Damon said quietly as he slipped into his seat, the tray sliding along being pushed by his left hand. Subtly with his right he cast a silencing charm around them, keeping his face turned away from the reporter so she couldn't figure out what he'd done. At least not yet. He was sure she'd figure it out pretty quickly. What do you mean? Harry and Severus asked together in sync, their eyes narrowing a little, eyebrow arched slightly, and Damon had to stop himself laughing. They were very alike, and they both spent way too much time together. 2 tables down, brown hair, ribbon, she's been eavesdropping on everything we've been saying tonight. The notes she has are our conversations. I'll guess she's also got dozens of pictures as well. Damon explained. Severus pursed his lips. He hated reporters with a vengeance. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to face the woman, to find her talking to the witch on her left. Putting his hand out he nonverbally summoned the notes, smirking when she didn't even realize they were gone. He quickly tore them in 2 and set them on fire. Within seconds it was all gone. What the hell? Rick said as he sat down. Why? He asked blankly, staring at the ashes on the table. Reporter, was all Severus stated, his tone annoyed yet steely satisfied. And you've destroyed an entire night's work. Rick feigned disappointment, but his face didn't hold it for long before he skied and grinned, laughing out loud when he noticed someone searching desperately for something, and you read quite correctly at that this was the reporter's work Severus had just destroyed. You're terrible, Sev, he added, which of course Severus only smirked at. He had never claimed to be a saint. It's not the first time they've intruded, Harry sighed, shaking his head, green eyes gleaming with displeasure. I'm just thankful that our home is so well protected. We're aware when anyone tries anything, he added in explanation. They're treating my sons as if they're miracles. Well, they were, to them, to him and Sev, but to the reporters the twins were just worth money to those selfish idiots who thought they had the right to invade their privacy. They are, Damon pointed out hesitatingly, but it doesn't give them the right, I know, he added, seeing the twin looks of irritation on Severus and Harry's faces. To people like us they're a miracle, but to them they're exploitable, profitable. I refuse to let my sons be raised in the public light. I know what happens to families like that, and Harry swallowed hard, shaking his head. His childhood had been so lonely, and he never wanted that for them. He wanted his sons to love each other, stick up for each other. Sure, they'll probably fight from time to time, but it was better than 2 strangers with the same face growing up in the same home, yet he and Nick might have been hundreds of miles apart. Reporters are always going to be that way. Damon said, trying to let Harry come back to himself. They all knew what his childhood had been like, what the Potters had done to him. It had been in the papers for months, even overseas ones when Harry proved himself to be quite an accomplished potions master. "They're like rats," Harry snorted, and nodded his agreement after forcefully refusing to even contemplate the thought of his little boys ending up anything like him or his brother. "It's why the location of our wedding is being kept under wraps. The portkeys will be individual and the magical signature will have to match. We aren't taking any chances. Neither me or Harry wish to deal with them, especially don't want the reporters near our sons and friends," Severus explained. He had never imagined the press would get as bad as they did, not even with the twins being the first born after the potion was published. They were doing the best they could, without killing them at any rate, which wouldn't end well for them. "I noticed," Rick said wryly. His wife hadn't stopped talking about it, all curious as to why the place wasn't filled out. "I'm going to head home to get the gift basket while everyone's eating," Harry told them. "I shouldn't be any longer than 10 minutes. Try 30, Severus stated, amused, especially if Hunter is being stubborn. "Bit late for that," Harry mused, glancing at the time. Taking a quick drink, he left the others to return to the manor to retrieve the get-well gift basket he'd ordered. Absolutely everyone other than Alec and Daniel had made it to Severus and Harry's wedding. Alec and Daniel were in St. Mungo's. The baby was overdue, but they didn't want to risk going in, so they were waiting, hopeful that the baby would make an indication of wanting to come into the world. They weren't sure how to proceed, so ironically enough they were asking Severus and Andy on advice. It was his potion and she had experience delivering children from said potion. They had sent a gift with a very apologetic note attached, but both Severus and Harry understood. Severus wouldn't have left Harry for anything, if he'd had to deal with concerns like that. Not that Harry's delivery had been smooth, it had been of panic until the twins had been delivered. For two wizards who had wished for a small wedding, they seemed to have quite a turnout for their big day. Andy Welsh and her husband Dean was there, as well as all Severus' close acquaintances from America and their wives Jacob Grimm and his wife Penelope, with their daughter Alicia, who had recovered from her sudden and unexpected illness and was back to her normal, happy yet hyper self. Soren had come, as had Russell and his new fiancée Bernice, Damon and his wife Sasha, Rick and his wife Amanda James. It was the first time for Harry or Severus to see their wives since a few had never appeared with their husbands at conferences, either due to work obligations or looking after children. Harry's best friends had all made the big day too: Luna and Neville, Victor and Lucas, Fleur and Gary, and last but no means least Cho and Cedric. To top it off, Dawn, Sirius, Remus, Fenrir and Amelia had come with their little cub Lucian. Then of course for family they had Eileen and their twins, who were flourishing beautifully under Harry and Severus' care. Harry had understandably not invited the Potters to his big day. He wanted this day to be about himself and Sev, not tarnished by their appearance, while he no longer felt bitter all the time, seeing them out make him feel that way. Harry and Severus stood together watching Hunter and Hector toddling down the aisle, with the help of Neville and Victor keeping them safe from falling. Both were smiling toothlessly at their dads, babbling nonsensically, dressed adorably. Black trousers, white shirt, black cloak, with small clip-on green ties. Everyone was positively cooing over the spectacle, which wasn't a surprise since everyone there loved the twins to bits. Victor and Neville were dressed traditionally as well for the wedding. There was light music playing in the background, but nothing too ostentatious or loud. Soon they had walked up the small aisle to their parents, but were situated quite happily into their buggy by their Uncle Victor and Uncle Neville, sitting next to their grandmother, Eileen, who was trying and failing to hide her tears of joy. She had given up hope of Severus ever marrying, ever having children or being happy, for such a long time. Who would have thought the young boy she had given a paper job to would have led to all this? To her son's happiness, to her being a grandmother, to bring them together as a real family. Oh, this was a joyous day for her, and she couldn't help but remember how it had all began and where it had led to. Her son had often commented with a sad glimmer in his eye that he would ever only be remembered as a Death Eater, that none of his accomplishments in the potion community would matter overall. It had been one of his biggest regrets, and she had tried to make him see it wasn't so, but now he believed it himself. Dabbing her eyes again, she handed Hunter his dummy, which had fallen into the buggy, a wide smile on her face despite her tears. Sitting up straighter when the minister came in, straightening out her blue dress, which hung just down by her knees. Many had commented on it saying she looked wonderful. Eileen had never really worn dresses since she was 17 until a few years ago, so to be complimented made her self-esteem shoot up. After being downtrodden for so many years by Tobias, she finally felt a sense of normalcy. Life was good now, and she knew if she were to die today, she would go a happy witch of a woman. Fleur, who was sitting next to Eileen, rubbed her back, giving her comfort seeing as she was so overwhelmed today. She was feeling a little nostalgic herself, if truth be told. She'd felt it at Luna's wedding as well. It surely must be a day for reminiscing. She'd been 17 when she first met Harry at Hogwarts during the Triwizard Tournament. She'd put herself above all the younger years, never giving them the time of day, especially the ones who had drooled all over her. She'd hated being away from home, but the temptation of proving herself to a male-dominating society had been too tempting to resist. She had endured the thought of coming, but it hadn't been endurance for long. She'd made really good friends at Hogwarts, ones that had lasted after her return to France. Now she had a lovely home here, with a fiancé she adored who treated her like a princess. Who would have thought the shy Ravenclaw would be one of the most renowned potion makers in the world? The first man to give birth to twins of all things. They made her long for children of her own. Her parents would never forgive her if she got pregnant before being married. Turning to Gary, she smiled at him. Perhaps it was time to set a date. They'd been engaged for more than long enough. Oh dear, I know that look, Gary said, giving her a look of contemplation. Do I even want to know? He added with a teasing smile. He loved her with all that he was. He'd give anything for her, and she knew it too. Maybe, she said mysteriously, giving him a wink. She turned back to listen to the minister speak. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join these men in holy matrimony. The minister spoke clearly and with solemnity that a wedding deserved without it being grave, something they practiced to perfection. To ever intertwine their lives, so they may flourish, their souls join as one for all eternity. He was very proud that he had been chosen to do their marriage ceremony, even if he had been asked to take an unbreakable vow. It was understandable. They didn't want the press to clamor together and ruin their day. Luna watched them with pride and affection clearly written across her face. She was alone in knowing this hadn't been the future she saw for either of them once upon a time. She knew how far Harry had gone to keep the love of his life alive and whole. Nobody, not even his other closest friends, did. She hadn't even told Neville. Not because they couldn't be trusted, they could and always would be. It just wasn't fair to tell them since Harry had broken the law to do what he had. She didn't care, and neither would they, but if it did somehow come to light, they could be seen as accomplices and end up in Azkaban. It wouldn't, but the possibility kept Harry from revealing it, and he didn't want anyone to know. Harry would have had the twins in the other timeline, but their names would have been very different. One of them would have been named after Severus, the other would have been named Samuel. Harry would have raised them, but he would never have been happy without Severus. All those potions they'd created for the betterment of the magical world would never have been created. It was astonishing knowing what she did, how the life of one person could inspire each other, to allow them to be all that they could be, to change the world. Not many could say the same thing. Should anyone have any reason why those two shouldn't be bound in holy matrimony, speak now or forever hold you peace. The minister added, gazing around at the witnesses who were here to see the men bound together in marriage, who would support them. Unsurprisingly, the room remained silent, waiting silently for the minister to move on. That question made everyone tense, whether they knew nobody would interrupt or not. It was just something they did. Harry, will you take this man to be your husband, to love, to comfort, to cherish, to honor and remain faithful until death do you part, until you find each other in the next life? The minister questioned. Harry and Severus had decided long and hard which ones to do, and decided on these simple ones, because they spoke to the pair of them from the heart. I do. He stated with a small smile playing across his lips. Harry had wanted to marry him for years, would have done it sooner if he'd been able to, but seeing their sons toddling down Merlin, he'd never felt more proud or happy in his life. Severus, do you take this man to be your husband, to love, to comfort, to cherish, to honor and remain faithful until death do you part, until you find each other in the next life? The minister then questioned Severus, facing him now. I do, Severus declared without a second's hesitation. And will all of you as witnesses do all you can to ensure you do all in your power to uphold these two in their bonding? The minister then looked out at the friends and family who were all there to see them bonded and married. We do, they solemnly replied as one. Eileen had a slight warble to her voice, but it was just as strong as everyone else's. The minister then gave them both a nod, giving them the go-ahead for the vows. Harry stepped aside to take the ring from Hunter, who was the ring bearer for them. It had been safely stuck to the pillow in the buggy to prevent his son from eating it or Merlin forbid it being lost. Severus did the same with Hector, giving his son on the forehead before standing back up, and Severus began to speak from the heart. I promise to be your lover, companion and friend, your partner in parenthood, your ally in conflict, your greatest fan and your toughest adversary, your consolation in times of disappointment. I will love you, hold you and honor you, I will respect you, encourage you and cherish you, through sorrow and success. I take you to be my partner for life. I promise above all else to live in truth with you and to communicate fully and fearlessly. I give you my hand and my heart as a sanctuary of warmth and peace. I promise to nurture your dreams, because through them your soul shines. You make me happier than I could ever imagine. You have made me a better person. You are my light, and you've shown me more love than I've ever known. This is my sacred vow to you, my equal in all things. One lifetime with you could never be enough. Severus vowed, reciting it from memory, having memorized the entire thing, helped along the way by his vow stemming from the words his heart longed to tell Harry every single night. He had promised himself to do this, to show Harry on the biggest day of their lives how much he meant to him. Every word was worth it. Seeing the look on Harry's face, it was obvious he hadn't been expecting it, not by a long shot. He smirked just a tad, in smug satisfaction as he placed the ring on Harry's finger. The women all sniffed at Severus' heart-glowing words, those that had married remembering their own, others just for their words knowing how much Harry needed them, would cherish them. Severus wasn't a man of many words. It was obvious to almost everyone there that he had done this for Harry. I have called you Professor, Master, my life partner, my significant other, my companion, my lover. Now I vow to love you always as my lawfully wedded husband. To be your partner in all things, working with you as a part of the whole. I always had dreams and aspirations, things I wanted to do. Then I met you and you helped me fulfill every single dream I ever had. The only other dream I have now is to be with you for as long as I live. I will celebrate your triumphs and love you more for any failures. Harry said, his voice catching for a hint of a second. Not that Severus had ever failed in anything, but he wanted Sev to know he loved him no matter what and would continue to do so. I promise to be supportive and to always make our family's love and happiness my priority. I will be yours in plenty and in want, in sickness and in health, in failure and in triumph. I will dream with you, celebrate with you and walk beside you through whatever our lives may bring. You are my person, my love and my life, today and always. With that, Harry placed the ring on Severus' finger. Victor smiled as he watched on. He never thought that Hunter and Hector could be his, no hint of bitterness. Their breakup had been a mutual thing. He'd never have been able to give Harry the time he needed back then. He still needed it now, Victor reckoned. He was away playing Quidditch far too much for Harry to have been truly happy with him in the long run. It would have led to bitterness and unhappiness. No, they'd both found someone to love who was most suitable and compatible with them. You could see the way Harry lit up that Severus was his whole entire world. Well, the twins too, that much goes without saying. He'd always known Harry would end up with someone older than him that could give him the support and emotional stability he desperately needed in his life. All he had accomplished was thanks to Severus' help. The Potters had been idiots to ignore their son, and Harry was by far the best of the bunch. Now that both Severus and Harry have shared their solemn vows with us today, with the joining of hands I now pronounce you wed and bonded. The minister said clearly, you may now to seal your vow and bond. Harry and Severus gave a quick, sedate, not one for displays of affection in public. Despite that, everyone rose to their feet cheering for the newly married couple who only had eyes for each other at the moment. Green staring into black, their love for each other clear as day, loving each other all the more on this day of all days. I give to you, Harry and Severus Prince Peverell, the minister added, before stepping from the podium. His part was done. He gave both Severus and Harry a nod before disappearing through the side door he had come in earlier. They were having the reception in the same building. It made for a smoother day with the twins and added to the fact they'd spent a fortune on portkeys for everyone they wanted to minimize cost just a bit. Lack of money might never be a problem for them, but it didn't mean they wanted to go overboard. He looks so happy, doesn't he? Sirius said with a goofy grin on his face, utterly drunk. He'd been somewhat surprised he'd been invited, since Harry and he weren't actually talking much, but he understood. Harry was a parent now, nearly every waking moment he spent with the twins. He'd been over a few times, he absolutely adored the twins, James would too if he was given a chance. Not that he would ever say anything like that to Harry. James had admittedly made his bed, and all he could do was lay in it. Remus just shook his head wordlessly at Sirius' words. Yes, he does, he eventually said, seeing the puppy dog look on Sirius' aged face. His eyes continued to travel to the side of Sirius. Seeing Fenrir Greyback happy made him grit his teeth in fury. He hated the man more than he hated anyone else, perhaps even Voldemort. He shouldn't be allowed to be happy, he should be locked up away from everyone. Especially seeing him with his little boy in his hands, who looked so tiny in the tall muscular arms of the alpha werewolf. We could have that, Sirius said, knowing where Remus was looking without needing to look himself since he had been watching the little boy himself. I would never condemn a child to my life, especially not a baby, Remus warned him, shaking his head vehemently. Not seeing Rick looking at him curious from where he sat nearby. The potions make it so it doesn't hurt, Sirius argued. The baby, if he has the gene, will be like transforming into an animagus form once a month. All the worry that the baby might have the gene is moot, he or she might not even have it. We don't know that, Remus told him, feeling defeated. If I may interject, the Vey might not live forever, but the cautious do not live at all. It's one of the sayings I take to heart at each situation I'm faced with. Rick informed them. Do you doubt Harry's potions? Of course not, Remus replied immediately, not even having to think about the answer. And do the potions not help else the pain fully? Rick inquired. Considerably. Harry says I shouldn't feel anything in a few more months' time after the Wolfsbane potion is completely washed from my system. Remus admitted, and he did feel better. Each month that passed the pain was lessening greatly. He just couldn't believe the damage the original Wolfsbane had done to him over the years. He knows what he's talking about. I've never met anyone more proficient. Well, except Severus, of course, Rick said wryly but sincerely. If he says the pain will no longer be a problem, then it won't. Harry would never consider lying about things when it comes to children. He blatantly ignored the look of gratitude Sirius Black was currently giving him. He wasn't getting in the middle of a dispute between partners. Hell no, nobody came out of that unscathed. He had been more focused on the potion aspect of their little dispute of theirs. See, Sirius said, I just want you to think about it, that's all. I mean, really think about it. Remus' eyes trailed to Lucian Greyback again. It wasn't fair that the werewolf who had made his life near unbearable could have a family and be happy, yet here he was denying himself. He could see the look of total adoration the three adult werewolves had for the child. Dawn, Greyback and the alpha female. He'd never considered a family as a young boy, before he realized he was gay, of course, because of his affliction. It had never been a problem between him and Sirius until now that there were options for them. I'll think about it, I promise. Remus said solemnly. He owed both of them that surely. Rick was right, Harry wouldn't lie when it comes to children, and his heart ached just remembering the few times he'd held Hector and Hunter. Thank you, Sirius said softly, his blue eyes shimmering just slightly. It was more than he had gotten out of Remus before. Hopefully he would remember this, but Remus could drink almost everyone under the table. Werewolves couldn't get drunk, not really. Sirius stood up ready to get another drink, hoping and praying that Remus would really think about it. Alec, what are you doing here? Is everything all right? Harry stood up immediately, concerned for him when he noticed his entrance. He relaxed completely when he saw the wide beaming smile on his face. It was obvious Daniel had given birth and both were safe and had a good delivery. There was no way he would be here otherwise. I'd like you to be the first to see Alexander Daniel Foley Selwyn Warren, Alex said, handing him a picture vibrating with excitement. Born 3 hours ago to the exact minute, 6 pounds, they owed Harry so much. In fact, both his and Daniel's parents were writing out checks for Harry. Their relief that the family lines would continue was just too much to contain, and they felt they owed the potion's creator for the blessing they'd received. They were even more ecstatic that it was a boy, and they planned on getting a portkey over to St. Mungo's to see the newest member of their family. He wouldn't be surprised if they were there within an hour or so. Alec personally didn't care what the child was, he was just happy both Daniel and the baby were healthy and alive. Harry took the moving photograph, a smile of his own stretching across his face. I'm glad everything worked out for you both, he's beautiful and has a good strong name. Severus, who had come up to stand beside him, looked at the photo as well, giving his usual agreement of, indeed. Did you pick out girls' names? Harry asked curiously. Yes, Amelia Danielle, maybe someday it could happen, Alec said with a hopeful glint to his eyes. I doubt Daniel will be agreeing any time soon, Severus chuckled dryly. Very true, Alec agreed in amusement. I'm sorry I wasn't here, he added, but congratulations to both of you, I hope you have a long and prosperous marriage. Thank you, both replied in gratitude. Alec dug into his cloak pocket bringing out a small box, before tapping it and returning it to its original size. This is for you. I didn't want to send it via owl, it seemed too impersonal. He handed it over and Severus accepted it, and placed it on their table. Thank you, Harry said once more, we'll definitely be over to visit in a day or so. No honeymoon, Alec teased. No, we're going away for a single night, it's enough for both of us, we've done our fair share of traveling, but maybe when the twins are older we'll do a bit more. Harry answered, leaning against Severus. I assume you can't stay. Knowing he wouldn't, if the situations were reversed he'd be the same. Unfortunately not. I hope you can forgive me, Alec replied. Daniel's just having a rest and suggested I bring the gift over and I did want you to be the first to see him. If it weren't for you my little boy wouldn't be here. Feeling very emotional, overwhelmed and extremely happy. I wouldn't consider doing anything different myself, Severus stated immediately. In fact I rarely left Harry's side for at least a week afterwards. Give Daniel our best when you return, we'll be by in a few days like Harry said, Severus promised. I can't wait to meet him, Harry added, giving Alec a quick hug, knowing he was a bit like Severus when it comes to, well everything actually, he was just an older version of Severus. Go take care of your family, he added. Alec nodded once before he disappeared with a crack. I don't suppose you want to dance? Harry asked with a sudden sly grin. I don't, Severus replied immediately, I do not think my toes have recovered from yesterday, his tone dry. Harry sniggered in remembrance. Eileen had tried to get them to dance for one dance at their wedding. They had agreed after she asked them for what felt like the millionth time. He hadn't been very good, and Severus had suffered because of it, he'd stepped on his toes more often than not. Needless to say the lesson hadn't lasted long. Severus seemed relived by his inability to dance. He definitely didn't want a spectacle made. You're just relived we can't do a dance, Harry teased, nudging him before both of them reclaimed their seats. No my toes are, Severus corrected smirking. Harry just laughed. Sure thing, as soon as they sat down the food appeared on there and everyone's tables. Parma ham and mozzarella salad with fresh figs and balsamic dressing, and it looked mouth-wateringly delicious. Of course the twins couldn't yet eat the food on the table, but chicken nuggets and chips appeared for them, which Fleur and Luna were all too eager to feed to them, not that they needed much help too much on them. That was delicious, there was definitely not enough of it, Fleur said, after eating the small starter. I agree, I'll definitely need to get the house elves to try making this, Harry said, glancing over at the werewolves, unsurprised to see that they hadn't eaten much, it would probably upset their stomachs. Excuse me, he said slipping from the table and making his way over to Fenrir, who he had placed on a different table from Remus not wishing to cause any antagonism on his wedding day. Thank you for coming, Harry said as he crouched down, bopping Lucian on his nose laughing softly when the little boy went cross-eyed. He was adorable, and when he was in wolf form, Merlin he made the most outrageously gorgeous little cub he'd ever seen. Admittedly it had been from afar. He'd taken a picture and given it to the pack, and he could have sworn Fenrir had almost teared up at it. The main course will be more to your liking. I had them make steaks for you all, rare, and I made sure to tell them that it was for you. They were extremely obliging. I know the food that's being served would have been rather difficult to swallow, especially if they were used to eating stuff raw and they were. They only ate stews and that during cold weathers, when they were ill or if a stubborn child refused to eat. Werewolf or not, they needed vegetables to get strong especially if they'd been lone wolves. Thank you, Fenrir said dipping his head in appreciation of the extent Harry had gone for them. It made wearing these constricting clothes worth it, almost. He'd never be comfortable in these sorts of attires. Give him a pair of jeans and a vest any day. Admittedly, it was nice wearing clothes that didn't smell of your own sweat all the time, another advantage they had at the sanctuary. He honestly hadn't expected to enjoy staying there. He'd just have to grit his teeth and bear it, solely for the chance of having a child, but along the way he began thinking of it as home. He was an alpha to over 70 werewolves who had sought out the sanctuary or been brought there by Cedric Diggory. Not only that, but he'd grown fond of Harry as well, finally understanding Don's friendship with the wizard. "It's no problem," Harry said, and it wasn't. He had invited them. The least he could do was give them something they could eat. The starter disappeared, knowing the main course would soon be served. He added, "I'll talk to you later," before wandering back over to his own table. Just as he sat, the plates appeared, chicken with a black olive and tomato sauce on a bed of roasted Mediterranean vegetables, just as Harry and Severus had selected for the main course. Everyone had different drinks. The open bar allowed them to choose whichever they liked. "This is lovely. You decided well," Eileen said, biting into her meal with relish. She had put a bunch of menus together, but they had decided on their own. "I'm just more glad the weather's held," Harry said sheepishly, gazing up at the clear blue beautiful sky. They were eating outside, but there was a canopy above that could be moved to give them all shelter if it was raining and slide along GL doors. When it had poured yesterday he'd been slightly worried, but it looked as if it had been for naught. "Where did you both decide to go?" Sirius inquired to Severus and Harry's left, different tables of course. "Go?" Harry asked, craning his neck to see. "On your honeymoon," Sirius elaborated. "We're just going to Paris for a single night. We'll be back tomorrow early evening," Harry answered. "Only one night?" Sirius wagged his eyebrows suggestively. "You were wasted," Harry snorted, knowing Severus was pursing his lips without even looking. "Only a little," Sirius protested. Harry nodded as if agreeing with him, causing him to lean back against his chair with doofy grin. "Do you remember that prank we pulled on Petunia's fiancé at James and Lily's wedding?" Sirius snorted, chuckling under his breath before downing another fire whiskey. "Sirius, enough," Remus stated, glad nobody was listening to this, and too busy eating their dinner before it got cold. "What?" Sirius protested, staring at Remus petulantly. "Do not go there, Sirius. I won't be responsible for your mistakes, not this time." Remus hissed angrily. "Coactus sobritate," Rick muttered under his breath, aiming his wand at Sirius Black. He refused to let anyone, and he meant anyone, sully Severus and Harry's big day, especially not a wizard who apparently had absolutely zero control over his drinking. It didn't take long for Sirius to crash back to reality at all. "Pee him over," Harry said, gesturing for his son who was crying. "It's fine, Harry, I've got him," Luna insisted, standing up and jiggling him about like Hunter liked. "I've not got to see them all day," Harry almost pouted as he watched his best friend comfort his son. Victor and the others all laughed at the face Harry was pulling. Luna and Neville would be returning with Eileen to Prince Manor to stay the night and look after the twins. Even though Eileen had insisted she could do it, Harry didn't want to use her all the time, and he felt as though he was using her as a free babysitter. No, she deserved a decent night's sleep, so he'd asked for the others to help for the night. Severus wouldn't let the twins stay anywhere but the manor since it was the most protected. And they knew it, so they'd volunteered, and they would be sleeping in one of the many guest bedrooms. "Do you think Alec and Daniel will stay in Britain?" Fleur asked thoughtfully, having finally finished her meal. "I mean, their entire families are over in America. It isn't easy. She should know she was here away from her entire family too." "I actually get the impression they're glad," Lucas admitted. "I can see why. They were probably pressured a lot, to stick to your guns for so many years. They have my respect." Cedric added he couldn't help but cave to his own parents when they put the pressure on him. If there was anything worth not bowing to pressure, it would definitely be for love, he thought to himself as he looked at Cho. She was absolutely radiant tonight. "Nobody can tell Alec what to do," Harry snorted at the thought. He was definitely the strongest of the two. It would be like someone telling Sev what to do. "I wonder if their boy will take after him in personality and strength." "Oh, he'll have them wrapped around their fingers in no time," Cho exclaimed, "just like Hunter and Hector." Everyone was quick to agree. "I've always wondered what made you choose those names," Rick said after a few seconds of silence. "Hunter, I chose to honor my relatives on the black side of the tree. I didn't want to make it an obvious constellation or star, so I picked Hunter. I have a relative called Hunter Peverell way back in the beginning of the family tree. It's also the name of a hero in mythology, a Vae warrior. Hector was a prince, a nod to Severus' family, and he was also a Vae warrior. Harry revealed for the first time his true reason for naming his kids with the names he had. Luna smiled mysteriously as if she had known all along as the others all contemplated everything Harry had said. You put a lot of thought into it, Penelope said, brushing her daughter's hair back. We just chose a name we liked. I liked them too, it just so happens there is more reasons behind it, Harry explained with a smile. I'm so glad she's feeling better. Changing the subject expertly. Jacob just gave him a knowing look, as he handed his daughter a drink. I know, she didn't half give us a scare, Penelope said, isn't that right, sweetheart? Ice cream. She cheered, completely oblivious to the conversation as the dessert appeared. Homemade individual pavlovs with ice cream and summer fruits. You know this is nice, Amanda, Rick's wife said. I wish I had thought of a venue like this for our wedding, gesturing to her husband, being able to talk without music overwhelming everything, although I do like a good dance. That's one thing I can't do, Harry said sheepishly. With so many kids we thought it was best not to have too much music. There were 4 kids here, Penelope's daughter, the twins, and of course little Lucian. Probably a good idea. Luna nodded. Her and Neville's wedding had music and the kids had cried, being able to feel the visions even with the silencing spell up. In the end Harry and Severus had taken the twins home and called it a night. Another round? Harry asked those at his table, standing up, ready to go to the bar. I'll come, Luna said, standing, and they began wandering over to the bar. Don't think I haven't noticed you haven't had a drink all night, Harry said, nudging her gently. Something you want to tell us? I only found out this morning, Luna said, her eyes wide. She hadn't expected Harry to realize, or anyone for that matter, sticking to things that would give her the appearance of drinking. I didn't want to make this about us. This is your day, and we'll let everyone know another time. It's just more reason to sell it, not something that takes away from me and Sev, Harry argued, as he grabbed a tray and began to get everyone's drink, Luna helping along the way, filling a tray of her own up. Just please, let tonight be just about you and Sev. We can sell it me and Nev another day. Luna pleaded with him. All right, Harry conceded, if that's what you want. But I'm happy for you. You're going to be an amazing mom. You're a fantastic auntie. The twins love you. I love them too, Luna said, blushing at Harry's words. There, now we can head back. Congratulations, Harry said, giving her shoulder a squeeze, extremely excited for her. At least the twins will have cousins real close in age. He teased her further. Hush you, Luna muttered, still red in the face as she joined everyone, absently pinged the drinks around. Harry smirked at Neville, giving him a nod, watching him return that nod with a beaming smile. Everyone other than Severus seemed oblivious of it. Severus did give Harry an enquiring look, which he in turn flipped his hand, indicating he would discuss it later. He would do as Luna wished and keep quiet for the remainder of the night. Lily Evans stared at the newspaper, her red hair dull and lifeless, even the sun gleaming into the breakfast room in the secure ward of St. Mungo's. Not even the sun could give it a gleam. She hadn't had it cut in years. It had always been long, but now it was ridiculously long. Today her freedom had finally been granted to her, and she was waiting on James coming to get her. She had been out only 3 times on day releases, with supervision in the 9 years that had ped. Her daughter's graduation and wedding, as well as her son's wedding to Susan Bones. To say her family wasn't what she had dreamed it would be putting it lightly. She'd always imagined her son marrying Ginny Weasley, a fellow Gryffindor and Order member, and her daughter she'd imagined her marrying into the Longbottom family. Furthering the Potter name and connections, making sure everyone knew it was as light as could be. The Longbottoms were the connections. The Weasleys, while they had no financial comforts, were all hard workers and anti-dark. She hated Susan Bones. She had interrupted her every time she tried to talk to her son at his wedding. It had been the first time she saw him in years and she couldn't let them talk. She hadn't seen him or the family since. James brought her pictures of her grandchildren when he visited, but that was it. Lily called one of the Medi witches, giving her a small smile as she did for all the patients. It was one of pity mixed with someone who was genuinely good-natured enough to care about those inside St. Mungo's Hospital. James is here, it's time. She had a bag of her belongings in a clear plastic bag. Lily gave one last glance at the window, before she stood up and followed Janine out of the room. She'd been in here so long it was almost terrifying to move knowing she was leaving. At the same time she didn't want to stay. She wanted her family back. She wanted to actually see her grandchildren and not just photos of them, help raise them like she'd raised her children. They walked through the corridors in silence. Before long they reached the family room where James was currently waiting. James took the bag from Janine, giving her a thankful smile and a nod of appreciation. "Did you come alone?" Lily asked tentatively. Sometimes she didn't know what was going to set James off, so she tended to ask things with uncertainty. Not reacting to the Mediwitch closing the door to give them privacy, still staring beseechingly into James. Yes, I did," James replied. His hair was shaved shorter than normal, and he was dressed to impress. "We have to go. I have a meeting to attend," he added, lying slightly. He was meeting up with his lovely girlfriend who he was hoping would become his fiancée, although she was kind of annoyed at him right now. He'd bought a small one-bedroom cottage for Lily at Hogsmeade and she was acting as though he'd betrayed her. There were many things he might be, but a cheat wasn't one of them. He didn't want Lily living with him, but he couldn't in all good conscience let her be homeless. He felt to blame at her mental state. If he hadn't been so blinded himself, he could have got her help when Voldemort attacked, preventing all this heartache. "Where are Nick and Roxy?" Lily inquired as James opened the door and they began walking the rest of the way out of the hospital now that they were past the secure wing. "At work," James explained. Nick was now an inventor. He had just created the newest broom in the market, and it was doing very well, better than the Nimbus. Roxy worked in the ND new department in the Ministry of Magic, that was created for the sole purpose of keeping children safe. Its counterpart in the Muggle world was called Social Services. They'd tried calling it Peverell Services, but Harry had shot them straight down. Just because he had worked hard to get the department up and running didn't mean he wanted it named after him. There was a meeting in the Wizengamot right now for the final deciding of the name. He wasn't sure if Harry was there or not. "Oh, when will I see them?" Lily asked, breathing in the fresh air coming from the sliding doors. "I'm not sure." James admitted he hadn't quite been able to tell her that Roxy and Nick had moved on with their lives and they didn't want to see her. He'd made excuse after excuse, and Lily, for someone so bright, just didn't seem to realize her children were grown adults now and were just getting on with their lives. They were married, they had kids and careers. To think he'd been terrified his two other kids would pay for the sins of him and Lily, well, it simply wasn't true, and for that he would be forever grateful. "I see." Lily became despondent again. This was a big day. She was finally free from the hospital. Their lives could get back to normal, and she could prove herself to them, so why weren't they coming to see her? No, they were just hard workers, just like her and James. She always knew they would be. "I'm going to apparatus," James said, grimacing at the sight of the press taking pictures. Honestly, he hated those hounds. Grasping a hold of Lily's wrist, he apparated them away before anyone could get too close. Thanking his lucky stars he was an Auror, so he had the ability to do so in front of the hospital while patients and reporters had to walk towards the entrance. "Wow, everything's changed. Where's the Shrieking Shack?" Lily said in awe as she looked around. There were far more buildings than she remembered it having. It wasn't the small place where students could come now, it was utterly thriving with activity and children. "It was knocked down," James said, continuing to walk towards the cottage. "It's now a children's home." "Who would think of something like that?" Lily scoffed. "It seems silly to me, and I've never seen a homeless child in the magical world. It's money that could have been better spent elsewhere." "They stayed in Nocturne Alley," James answered quietly, staring at the building that had replaced the horrible shack, which had held a lot of fond memories of his younger years. His eyes dimmed just remembering the last few weeks, how many kids they'd found down there, how many had ran away, how many didn't have family. The magical world had completely let them down in more ways than one. There was hope for them now. Headmistress Minerva McGonagall was trying her hardest to see about getting those who were at the right age into Hogwarts when term started again. It wasn't going to be easy. They could only sponsor so many people, and money would need to be found elsewhere for the rest of the children. Harry was already sponsoring over a dozen children at Hogwarts, all of them werewolves. Things had changed so much for them over the years. "Hey James," called Sirius, rushing over, his hair graying just slightly due to age. "Hello." Lily. He added upon seeing her feeling a little awkward. He hadn't seen her in what? Over 10 years. Hey, what are you doing here? James asked in surprise. Where's Regulus, Phoenix and Orion? Sirius had 3 children with Remus, and despite Remus' constant worry, none of the kids had the gene. They weren't werewolves. 2 boys and a girl. Despite his hatred of his family, Sirius had stuck to tradition and given them all names of stars. Regulus Alfred Lupin Black and his twin Orion Remus Lupin Black, and the adorable little girl they had named Phoenix Andromeda Lupin Black. Although they were usually just called Blacks, which wasn't right, the Lupin name had been just as pure as the Blacks until Lyle Lupin had fallen in love with a muggle he'd loved dearly. Remus didn't seem to mind. There at Fortescue's with Remus, Sirius chuckled. You should have heard Reg. Mooney totally walked into that trap. You're married. Lily blinked, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. You never seemed like the marrying kind, she added, a little dazed. Married with 3 kids, Sirius said wryly. I never thought I'd see it myself. Merlin, can you imagine how we would have reacted as kids if we were told everything that would happen? He'd also been sober for 8 years. He didn't drink, not after that close call at Harry's wedding. He'd realized he had to stop or he was just going to continue downward on a spiral out of control. Remus agreeing to have a child with him had been the deciding factor, and he didn't regret it, not even a little bit. James just grinned. We need to get going, and I've got a meeting afterwards. A meeting, huh? Sirius said, his blue eyes twinkling deviously. He had been with James when he got the ring. He'd wanted a fresh start with a new ring and new history. So he had gone and bought one just for Marion McKinnon. Marlene's mother, Mary McKinnon, it turned out, had a child while she was still a teenager attending Hogwarts. The family had sent the child off to distant relatives. James wasn't even sure if Marlene had known she had an older sibling by 4 years. She certainly had never mentioned one. She had been killed along with what they all thought as her entire family. During the war, nobody knew who exactly did the deed, but it was suspected that Travers did it as he was arrested for their murders. Marion had come to see where her family had lived, and to finally sort out the finances at Gringotts, and he'd asked her who she was, that she reminded him of someone, and the rest was history. She'd stayed here, for him, and he was finally happy. He had someone strong to lean on, someone who stuck by him even when he admitted everything he'd done. Knowing someone would tell her, or the papers would, and she had sat and listened without judgment, asking a few questions here and there. All right, I'll let you go. I need to get back before Remus starts worrying. I just dropped of my approval to sponsor 6 of the kids. They'll be joining everyone at Hogwarts. A prideful glint in his eyes. I'll see you all tonight at dinner. James asked, questioning whether their monthly Sunday get-together was still on. You bet, Sirius said, waving before he was off, still moving towards Fortescue's. He got married. Lily gaped at Sirius, back totally shocked. Kids. Turning to James, bewildered. It was against everything Sirius believed. She'd always thought he'd be a bachelor then. That was wiped when he started dating Remus, but still, marriage and kids. Why didn't you tell me any of this? You never asked, James stated calmly. Come on, let's get going. Why are we here in Hogsmeade anyway? Lily asked curiously, her mind still reeling at the news of Sirius having kids. Come on, this is the cottage, James said, unlocking the door, leaving it open and entering the cozy home. You live here now? Lily asked. It looked lovely, but it had a really unlived-in feel to it. No, James replied, sighing softly. I bought the cottage for you. It's in your name, and the deeds are on the kitchen table. Why? What was wrong with me using the place I was before? Lily queried. It's a Potter property. It belongs to Roxy now, and this is yours, your own place. James replied. I'm sure you'll be comfortable here. She wasn't a Potter anymore. He wanted to keep his family's properties in the family. There wasn't that many of them, and Roxy had been living there for years now with her family. She'd married Dennis Creevy, of all people, but he'd grown into his looks and was actually really smart. He was able to keep up with Roxy intellectually, but when they'd married, Dennis had given up his last name and taken on Roxy's. Roxy had just found out she was pregnant before the wedding, and Dennis had suggested it. He wanted his kids to have a good name, one that wouldn't see them ridiculed because they were mudblood, and Roxy had agreed. With him giving the blessing, it hadn't been a difficulty, it just meant more Potters. He placed the keys in her hand. He'd done his part, What more could anyone expect of him? He couldn't give up his whole life for her. Merlin only knows how she was going to react when she found out about Marion. Of course, Lily said blankly, wondering why they weren't staying at the manor together. There was more than enough room. Thank you, she said softly. He was still as handsome as ever. Moving towards him, she was very surprised when he lifted his hands up to stop her. Don't, Lily, James said. He didn't want her near him, and he wasn't going to give Marion any reason to distrust him. But I thought you waited for me. Lily's green eyes gleamed with confusion. No, you mistake guilt and old fondness for something that isn't there anymore, Lily. I've moved on, James explained. Perhaps it was better coming from him before she found out some other way. You're seeing someone? Lily questioned, her heart breaking. She had been so stupid to think James still loved her. I am, James answered honestly. I'm happy. I'm going to ask her to marry me. I see, Lily replied, her smile brittle. Well, you have a meeting. I don't want you to be late because of me. Go on, I'll be fine. She managed to keep her feelings at bay as James nodded and walked out looking awkward. Pressing her lips together, she closed the door to her new small home, the lump building up until she couldn't hold the tears at bay as she watched James walk down to the gate and close it before he was gone, and Lily had a feeling it was for good this time. Marion, James called, making his way over to the restaurant he had booked. Hey, you're late. They've given our table away, she said, her brown hair tied up in a small ponytail, her blue eyes twinkling brightly, showing she wasn't angry at him. I ordered food to take away. How about we go and eat at home? She suggested. She could see how strained James was. It was how he always was after visiting Lily, and she honestly didn't understand why he put himself through it. Well, she did. It was some sort of penance for the things he'd done wrong in life. I'm so sorry, James groaned, feeling frustrated. It had just taken a lot longer than he'd anticipated. It's fine, Marion insisted. I'll go get it and we can head home. She stayed with James in Potter Manor. The property her family had used had been partially destroyed when the Death Eaters had attacked their home. It had been left to become derelict for over 30, nearly 40 years. She and James had salvaged what they could, that wasn't moss or covered in something she really didn't want to identify, and let it be torn down. Another new modern property had been put in its place, taking almost a year to build. It was currently being rented out with the aid of Gringotts, and there was just no point to it lying empty. Since then 2 others had been built on the land, both rented. I've got it, James insisted, wandering over before she had the chance to move. Marion shook her head, biting her lip as she watched him. She had news to give him and she had no idea how he would react. They'd been together for a long time, dating for a long time, especially by pureblood standards. She definitely didn't want to lose him, but she couldn't keep it a secret from him. Putting a smile on her face as he turned back to her, truthfully she was glad they weren't eating at the restaurant. She'd rather tell him at home. Ready to go, James said happily enough, his tenseness evaporating as it always did eventually after a visit with Lily. Of course, she replied, and both of them apparated away. Tish, James called as soon as they returned home. What can Tish sew for Master James? Tish inquired, her long flapping ears excited. Bring plates and glees through. We're eating here instead, James asked, putting the food on the table. The house elf popped away to do as James asked. How did it go? Marion asked. Instead of answering, James sat down, watching the woman he loved sit opposite him. I know you don't understand why I go to visit her. For the longest time I thought she was the only one for me. She was beautiful, smart, and anything she asked for I gave her. I even let the house elves go because she felt uncomfortable with them here, because she wanted to be the one to cook and clean. I thought after she and I divorced I'd be alone, and I was all right with that. I felt as though I deserved it. I was fine with helping my kids grow up as they should have. Then I met you. You stirred so many feelings within me that I hadn't felt in so many years. I realized I hadn't been happy with Lily since before my daughter was born. I felt as though I had to be perfect though, and that's what I tried to be. You accept me, all of me, and I love you for that. James said honestly, I do not feel anything for Lily. I just had to help her. I feel partially responsible for her mental state. If I had just noticed something was wrong, I could have gotten her help a long time ago. I couldn't leave her to be homeless. I'm just not that sort of person. but if you want me to swear an oath that I don't love her, then I'll do it in a heartbeat. It's you I love. James removed the pouch holding the gold diamond engagement ring. Opening it, he removed the ring and took a deep breath. He was opening himself and leaving himself vulnerable. He hadn't done that in such a long time. Will you marry me? Marian gasped in shock, her hand going to her mouth. She hadn't seen that coming a mile away. Her other hand snuck to her stomach. She had to tell him before she answered him. Would he still want to marry her? I need to tell you something. It might change your mind. You're not already married, are you? James asked, his heart sinking. Was that why she'd stayed with him so long despite the fact he hadn't proposed? Oh, he knew it was a long time, too long, but he'd had to be sure before he did anything like that again. No, nothing like that. Merlin, no, she exclaimed, shaking her head adamantly. Oh, James felt elated relief flow through him. When? What do you need to tell me? We forgot the contraception spells 3 weeks ago, she informed him, letting him connect the dots. James's jaw dropped, his eyes going comically wide, and if it were any other situation Marian would have laughed at him in amusement. Yo-yo, you're pregnant, he stuttered out, his heart dropping. He felt sick, nervous and horrified all in one go. Yes, Marian admitted, breath trembling slightly. James was just staring. Why was he just staring? She wanted some sort of reaction from him. If you don't want to get married now, I understand. And she did. James still felt so much guilt over what had happened to Harry. He'd taken blame that belonged to Lily and accepted it as his too. Lily had been the one to arrange the tutors. James had worked hard as an orar. He had entrusted those tasks to her. And when he'd found out he had gotten a tutor for Harry, he should have known. He always said he'd ignored his son, and there was absolutely nothing that could make it right. No, James said immediately, causing Marian to feel as though she'd been punched. I do. I still want to get married. And I swear I'll be a good dad. I won't let them down, I promise. I'll even cut down my hours to part-time, so I can spend more time with the baby. I'm going to be a dad. He murmured. He was going to have a child who was younger than his grandchildren. He vowed he would never let this one down. He would do it perfectly this time. Why would you want me near a baby after? He was genuinely surprised. What you did was wrong. You know that. You don't need me telling you, but you made a mistake. You learned from it and apologized. It's more than some would do. That, and I would never let you treat a child of ours the way you did Harry. I would leave first, but I trust you, Marian explained, clutching his hand in hers. James just nodded, already knowing Marian would do just that. She'd said that during their quietly honest conversation about his kids and what he and Lily had done. It was the only time she'd mentioned kids. If I'd had any kids being treated like that, I would have taken them and I would have walked. He'd never even thought to ask her if she wanted any. He'd already had kids, but she hadn't. She'd put her career first. I love who you are now, not who you were back then. James felt over the moon. He shakily picked the ring back up that must have fallen at some point, and slid the ring onto her finger. Leaning over, he pianately eyed her. Thank you, he whispered reverently. With her, his past didn't seem to matter so much. It didn't get on top of him. He felt as though he was looking to the future now instead of always dwelling on the past. He owed it all to her, and he never wanted to be without her, not a second more. Marian just smiled at him, their meal forgotten as they shared a very intimate moment together. The Black Residence. Reg, Nix, Ori, get down here now, Sirius shouted, ignoring that Remus was killing himself with laughter in their kitchen in stitches. His 3 children came down the stairs. His daughter was first to lose control and begin laughing, which caused the chain reaction of her older brothers laughing with her. What do you have to say for yourselves? He was flashing neon yellow and green. They just continued to chortle and laugh at his expense. You had better have the counter curse or you're grounded, Sirius informed them, his lips pursed so he didn't laugh along with them, the little miscreants that they were. Well, what goes around comes around, Remus finally said. He was very healthy and happy, especially compared to how he had been 10 years prior. Do not encourage them, Sirius whined. Look at me. He was green with neon yellow hair and he had everyone coming over for a visit. Don't worry, Dad, Phoenix eventually said. She, unlike her brothers, had Remus hair, but they all had the prominent gray eyes that belonged to the House of Black. It will fade away in a few minutes. Regulus and Orion had Sirius wavy locks. It had better, Sirius warned them. Remus laughing at him was bad enough without James doing it too. Can we go over and visit Lucian? Regulus asked. The three kids had all been to Sanctuary a lot over the years, and much to Remus' despair they had become fast friends with Lucian Greyback. Of all the people it had to be him. Remus worked at the Sanctuary, at first teaching them everything while Harry worked on getting them admitted into Hogwarts. It had taken over 7 years for the agreement to be set. After those 7 years he stayed around, continued to teach those that wanted to further their education after NEWTs, which he enjoyed a lot more. It was a challenge he relished. Tomorrow, everyone's coming to dinner. They'll be here in a few minutes, Sirius told them. He might not be a harsh discipliner, but his children did listen to him. Sighing in relief when his hands turned back to normal, well, thank Merlin for that. They groaned but nodded their heads reluctantly, moving into the kitchen nosing to see what was for dinner. The three of them shoving each other to get to it first, only to be reprimanded by Remus, who gave them a serious look, getting them to settle down. They knew better than to mess around in the kitchen. Uncle Sirius, Uncle Remus, cried several children barreling into the house, big excited grins on their faces as they raced down the hall. Calm down now, Roxy admonished, rolling her eyes, while her husband Dennis just grinned from where he stood, his arms wrapped around her. They had 2 children, 2 boys, one with sandy-colored hair like his father and one with red hair and the Potter hair nest curse. They were a few years younger than Sirius and Remus, kids, but they all got on and thought of each other as cousins. You don't usually get here first, Sirius laughed as he hugged her, patting Dennis on the back harder than needed as always. For once we were running on time, Roxy grinned. So what are you making for dinner? I'm absolutely famished. Silverside beef, potatoes, carrots, peas, the whole deal, Sirius said, as he absently grabbed the plates and began to put them around the table so there was more than enough for everyone. Sounds divine, Roxy said. I saw Harry and the kids today. Oh, Sirius said, giving her a curious look. It was nothing new for them to see Harry, even though they normally just let the cousins talk and made awkward small talk themselves. They certainly didn't act like brother and sister. How are they doing? He asked, despite the fact he had just seen them all on Friday night. Yes, Roxy nodded. They're doing good, and they were shopping for grade 3 potion kits. Sirius laughed. Hunter, he's got both Harry and Severus talents when it comes to potions. If they don't watch, the kid's going to be so bored when it comes to potions CL at Hogwarts. For twins Hunter and Hector couldn't be more different when it came to certain things. Potions was one of them. Hector had no patience for the subtle art of potion brewing, yet he liked charms and transfiguration and loved reading with his granny. It's grade 3, he's already going to be bored, Dennis pointed out wryly. Grade 3 was actually 3rd year curriculum at Hogwarts. Wait, Harry's sending the twins to Hogwarts. She was genuinely surprised. I thought he wanted to send them somewhere else, Durmstrang. I thought. Neither Severus nor Harry had a good time at Hogwarts. It's little wonder they contemplated the idea, Sirius sighed, feeling wretched just thinking about it. But I'll bet most of the others are sending their kids to Hogwarts, except the Crumbs. Now they'll be going to Durmstrang. With Fleur having a boy, Beauxbaton is out of the question. Hogwarts is a logical choice for her now, Sirius explained as he set the cutlery up. Wait, why would Victor and Lucas Crumb send their kids to Durmstrang when all their friends will be at Hogwarts? Roxy asked. It made no sense. Tradition, Remus pointed out, just like Hogwarts is for us. Charles, stop that, Roxy called out. Jamie, stop hitting Reg. Sorry, they called out apologetically. Why don't you go up to your rooms? I'll call you when dinner is ready. Go on, Remus urged them out of the kitchen before they ended up burnt. The 5 of them scampered out of the room. All that could be heard was feet running on the stairs and laughing. Roxy has her first case, Dennis said proudly, saying something since it appeared Roxy didn't want to say anything. Not that she could, since she really shouldn't talk about things like that. Really? Well, I hope things work out. It's going to be a very demanding department from what I've seen, Sirius pointed out. I know, they're planning on having a few others once it gets going, Roxy said, and it is demanding, but I've really liked the challenge. I'm Sue. Sirius stopped when the door opened. Hey, they're up the stairs, go join them. Hi Uncle Sirius, Uncle Remus. They called out, before both redheads stomping up the stairs to join the others. Susan shook her head in exasperation, wondering what she was thinking, having another one. She did hope for a little girl though. so she could name it after her mother and aunt who had raised her as her own. They had named the children Edgar Nick Potter and Andrew Harry Potter. "You should sit down," Sirius said, moving out a chair for her. He knew how it felt having given birth to 3 of his own. A novel concept, a man knowing how it felt for women, but it was true. There had been a huge baby bloom that allowed Hogwarts to restart several subjects at Hogwarts now that they had the funds, with so many people now entering her halls. Admittedly, it wasn't until next year you'd see the full extent of just how much the magical world was flourishing. "Is Narcissa, Andromeda and the baby coming?" Nick asked as he joined his wife. Narcissa had been the first female to give birth using the potion. She'd given birth to a girl, the girl she had so desperately wanted. She had named her Andromeda, after her favorite sister. Just a week ago she'd given birth again, this time to a boy, and using Severus' advice she had a child with Aston Dolohov. To say he was probably over the moon to hear Narcissa had a boy would be putting it lightly. They didn't know the baby's name yet. "Yes," Sirius nodded his confirmation as Remus continued to make sure the food didn't burn. "Good, we bought a present with us, I didn't want to send it through an owl," Susan said, rubbing his stomach. She said yes. James called out, causing them all to jump. They hadn't even heard him coming in. "We have more news too." Sirius grinned. It had been a long time coming. Marion truly was the breath of fresh air James needed. "We're having a baby," James said seriously. "Wait, we're going to have a sibling that's younger than our own kids. They're going to have an aunt or uncle that's younger than them. That's madness." Nick chortled. "I'm happy for you, Dad," he said, hugging him. Sirius quickly joined in. "Another reason to sell it," Remus said before patting James on the back, giving his shoulder a squeeze. The girls all crowded around Marion, offering their own separate congratulations. Harry made his way down to the potions lab, an amused smile playing across his face. His husband still hated big gatherings, and he'd always find him brooding away down here tinkering with his potions. Opening the door silently, he stood there just watching him. They'd had their share of fights over the years, mostly when he was pregnant, but their relationship grew stronger each year. Moving closer, he wrapped his arms around him. He made a point to not make too many big dinners in a year, but this was something they definitely needed to sell it. It was going to be the last time they'd all get together to eat for nearly a year. Some things just didn't change, and Harry loved that about his husband. "Dinner is ready. You need to at least eat. Oh, and you have the perfect excuse for later. Hunter is dying to brew the potion kit I got him earlier." Severus turned and smirked at Harry. "I think he might even beat our scores if he keeps up the way he is." They'd never pushed the kids into any subjects, letting them learn their own likes and dislikes instead of trying to push anything on them. "Perhaps," Harry said. They'd made it clear to Hunter that he didn't have anything to prove, but he absolutely loved potions, and he was good at it. "At least the teacher is competent, otherwise I wouldn't have considered letting them go." Although revenge had been very sweet, Colin Reese had written to him requesting a batch of the male pregnancy potion. He had denied his request, stating that it was just unwise for him to brew a potion after his despicable potion grades, putting as much contempt into it while seeming polite. Professor Slughorn had retired the same year as Dumbledore, having no reason to stay due to the fact he had merely remained out of a favor from an old friend, and when that old friend left, Horace had too. Dumbledore was enjoying retirement in Devon. He had repaired his relationship with Severus, but it hadn't quite been the same. "Draco is more than competent," Severus replied dryly, giving Harry an amused look. "I taught him myself, remember? Long before Hogwarts as well, so even with Reese he had been well prepared in advance." "Just a little bit more," Harry conceded. Compared to them he was just competent, but he didn't say anything further. "You shouldn't be in here," Severus reminded him absently, his hand on his stomach. They were having another little girl. Andy had managed to create a spell that could scan around the magical sac the potion created and give a proper image of the child. So this baby's wasn't a surprise, not like CIA. "I'll be fine, there's no potion simmering," Harry said. Merlin, he always forgot how much he missed brewing potions until he ended up pregnant and then was forbidden from coming down here. Just because he was pregnant though didn't mean he was absent from the potion community. He and Severus had created over 10 potions over the last 10 years, some were very low-key. One that got rid of colic temporarily, of course. 2. A gel that eased the pain of teething without giving them pain relief potions, it was much safer. 3. one that helped ease a child to sleep with nothing but herbal ingredients that wouldn't harm a baby. 4. Harry made one that completely suppressed a vampire's bloodthirst. They needed to eat, of course. They just never felt the urge that kept them from being in complete control, one that was still being acclaimed even after 4 or 5 years since it was created. 5. Severus created one that allowed you to communicate with animals for a limited period, and SS were included in that, although it wasn't something that was needed for anyone other than Severus in the Prince Peverell family due to the fact they'd all received Harry's Parseltongue abilities. In fact, the gift Severus had given Harry all those years ago, it was mostly the twins who played with it, but Hermes remained Harry's. He used him when he needed anything delivered. The twins were saddened they couldn't take the S with them though. It was an asp, so it was dangerous. CIA had grinned behind her hand the entire time Hunter and Hector pleaded with their dads to let them take it with them. She as well as the twins knew their parents never changed their minds when it was made up, and so she knew the asp was hers now, at least until she went to Hogwarts. 6. One that thickened the hair for balding men, so it seemed as though there was more. 7. A Patronus potion. Harry created it for Narcissa, who visited Lucius in prison a few times. She'd been pregnant at the time and Harry had wanted her safe. 8. A potion that siphoned off dark residual magic, allowing those who had been cursed, enabling them to have their limbs reattached or scars removed caused by dark magic, something Harry and Severus had created together. 9. Another example of Severus and Harry's joint ingenuity. They'd made a potion that allowed people to see magic for up to 10 hours. It was extremely popular amongst the curse breakers. 10. The best of all inventions, a potion that allows a child born as a squib to have its magical core attached when it was practically impossible otherwise. They were far from powerful, but they could use spells, use a wand, which made them wizards and witches. Come, let's get this over with, Severus sighed, putting a charm over his workbench to preserve the freshly cut ingredients until he returned to brew it. Harry laughed. You're acting like you're going to the guillotine, allowing his husband to guide him from the room. Before long they were in the dining room surrounded by friends and more importantly family who were all chattering away. Fleur was currently feeding her fussy 2-year-old boy, while her husband Gary entertained their 6-year-old daughter. Victor and Lucas were laughing over something their 5-year-old son was telling them, presumably a joke of some kind. Cedric and Cho, who had married last, were babbling to their 1-year-old daughter while their 8-year-old son conversed with Hector and Hunter. Neville and Luna were answering a question from their 11-year-old son, who was also going to Hogwarts with Hector and Hunter, the only one this year actually who would be joining Harry and Severus' eldest. Uncle Nev, I'm hungry. When's dinner going to be ready? CIA asked, her long black hair swaying as she moved around restlessly. She had Severus' hair and Harry's green eyes, and she had both her parents wrapped firmly around her little fingers. I'm sure it will be ready soon, Neville answered. Did you like the book I got you for your birthday? Engaging the 8-year-old in a conversation, seeing she was bored. I loved it, CIA proudly exclaimed. My name is in it. Yes it is, Neville grinned. It was one of the more normal names that came with being an herb or a spice, so she should be entirely grateful. He was pretty sure Severus had been the one to name her. A wide smile appeared on Harry's face. He loved this, them all being together. He had gone from being entirely invisible during his childhood with a family that barely looked at him to having a large extended family that meant the world to him. Turning to face Severus properly, he said, I love you, and he did with all his heart. I know, Severus replied. That was one thing he never doubted. Not only did he have proof that Harry loved him above all else, he saw it in his eyes every single day. Especially in moments like this. It was why it was worth going through these blasted dinners. Harry knew Severus did it for him, and later at night, well, let's just say it became even more worth it. That was as long as nobody interrupted them, he thought sardonically. He could remember every time one of the kids had barged into the room and interrupted them. Pressing his hand against Harry's stomach, the wedding ring glimmering in the light, his little girl was in there. They'd already decided on a name, Serenity Sage Prince Peverell, and he couldn't wait to hold her. I love you too, he added despite the company. You're just looking forward to tonight, Harry teased, giving him a nudge. Severus just gave a low chuckle, shaking his head in amusement at the banter before he guided Harry over to their family. It was time to sell it before Hunter, Hector and Neville and Luna's son Liam Lorcan Longbottom were off to Hogwarts. Come out of your Batcave, son. Eileen teased, her white hair tied back in a bun. Dad was brewing potions, Granny. Not in a bat cave, CIA insisted, as the adults around her laughed at her statement. Of course he was, Eileen said in mock seriousness, her black eyes gleaming with love. Dad, can we brew that potion later? Hunter asked, more like begged. Told you. Harry laughed, his hand in his husband's. Not funny, duh, Hunter pouted. He just wanted to brew with his dad's one last time before he had to be taught with a teacher. We may, Severus replied, as always correcting their grammar, but that just flew over Hunter's mind and he just cheered excitedly. Yes, life, despite its tremulous start, had been very good to him in later life. He wouldn't trade it in for anything. He wasn't invisible anymore, he was loved. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.